All right, hello everyone. Welcome to another epic stream on the ToneBase channel, this time for the 2024 halving. We're already kicking off the show with a few guests. The invite has gone out to over 100 people. There is no set time. It's going to be completely random, like last time. Wait, something's wrong. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to another epic stream on the ToneBase channel. I, of course, fucked up. Where is that coming from? My bad. We're already kicking off the show with a few guests. The invite has gone out to over 100 people. Am I streaming in the right place? Why didn't this come out right? Oh boy. All right. We're good, right? Can someone confirm?
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Okay. Because it's weird. It showed up on their Financial Summit YouTube channel. And
I have no idea.
Okay. So we should be good. Okay, great. Let's bring in the guests as we kick it off. We're already kicking off the show with Jimmy Song, Bitcoin motorist, and Vesa. Jimmy, the floor is yours. I'm going to be letting other people talk most of the time. I got to manage 1,000 different Telegram and live chat and Twitter DMs, and who knows who else is going to be hitting me up. So Jimmy, go ahead, do a brief intro, and then we're going to get into some topics. We got 6 hours before the halving. We're going to do some screen share of a time chain calendar to see when the blocks are being mined. And Jimmy, go ahead and kick us off. Welcome back to the channel.
Yeah, it's been a long time, Tone, and yeah, it's we are 37 blocks. We're at block 839,963. So at about 10 minutes a clip, that's roughly around 6 hours before we'll get there. Tone, okay, like you're sharing. Okay, all right, there we are. So we're getting pretty close, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We did this 4 years ago. We didn't do that 4 years before that. So, but it's becoming a thing. These like live streams on Bitcoin or whatever. But yeah, just wanted to let people know I have yet another book. I think Tone bought it like the other day. You can now purchase Fiat Ruins Everything for Bitcoin at the Bitcoin Magazine store. And you can purchase the audiobook, ebook, physical book if you're somewhere where they ship. But the audiobook and stuff you can just sort of get. Anyway, it's gonna be pretty fun. We think blocks are going slightly faster than 10 minutes. There's a lot of hashing power. For a while there, we thought it was gonna be April 20th, 420 for those of you that know about weed, I guess. But I'm glad it's April 19th, and it will probably happen in about 6 hours or so. And that will be actually the 20th in various parts of the world. So if you are a 420 fan, that'll happen as well. Yeah, well, we have a fun show where we're gonna have a lot of like yelling, probably jokes, things like that, and some serious stuff too. So we'll see.
All right. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was like doing a bunch of stuff. I was going to try to pull up your Twitter so people can see your link, even though everyone should already know how to find your work. Here is Twitter. And good, it didn't show up.
It's like the easiest URL ever, Tone. It's like x.com. How do you not like have it like
I don't know, but I already have a tab, right? So I don't need, the last thing I need is an extra tab. So I have to
what the hell? That tab thing. You have more tabs than like I have children. It's kind of what the hell, man?
Yeah, that's actually saying a lot.
Yeah.
This is Jimmy's Twitter. Gotta follow Jimmy on Twitter and check out his book. All right. Oh, we have more people joining us already. All right. Hey,
you gotta change your like view because like I think you're the only one showing up on the live stream if I'm not mistaken.
Oh shit, that's right. I forgot to.
Yeah.
Um.
So like my face ain't showing. No one knows who I am. Just my voice.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me. I'm gonna change that. Give me 1 second. I gotta stop the screen share.
Yeah. There you go.
And now, give me a second here. This is everyone. More people will be joining. And now I need to remove spotlight. There we go. All right, now everyone is going to show, and whoever is speaking, I will try to put on spotlight. All right. We're going to go in order of when people joined. Oh, we got Mel joining us as well. Vesa, go ahead and do a quick intro. You and I were chatting a little bit before we went live. You were the first one to join. And yeah, you have a story because you were on our last live stream and it kind of altered your life going forward. Mel joining us as well. Vesa, intro. You and I were chatting before we went live. You were the first one to. That's not me. Hey guys, if you're not speaking, please mute. And thank you. All right. Vesa.
Hey man, nice to be on the Bitcoin halving again, because last time I was on, well, not only did I pay attention to your guidance, which was that we should all get drunk, and I was still living in London, and like a good boy, I did what I was told, and I drank a half a bottle of vodka during some of the stream, and I barely can remember it, but I do remember getting into an argument with Jimmy actually about NFTs or something, and you know, that was funny. And you know, maybe we'll do it again now since we're both here. But essentially, there's a lady called Crypto Granny who's here in Dubai, and I was moving very soon after the halvening to back to Helsinki out from outside, because COVID was making London even more of a shithole than it usually is. And when we got to Helsinki, we were already talking with Crypto Granny because she noticed that my name was Finnish, and she got in touch during the halving already, and we started chatting. And then she invited me to Dubai, and she said that you know, there's a guy who I know here called Dr. Marwan Al Zarouni, who's the CEO of the Dubai Blockchain Center. He's got a fascinating story. I mean, he's a phone forensics policeman, essentially. Him and his brother were in charge of Dubai's cybersecurity and things like that. And he was investigating a cybercrime thing in 2014 or 13 or something like that. And that's when the guy realized that Bitcoin has a lot of utility and applications on the legal side as well. And he started himself mining Bitcoin already back then. And he is largely responsible, I would say, probably for a lot of the Bitcoin and crypto adoption that is going on in Dubai, which is making this whole place the Web3 hub that it's becoming. Tone, by the way, there's another website called artforcrypto.com, which is maybe a little bit more crypto native. That body painting stuff is what I started with like about 15 years ago. Thanks for showing it, by the way. And but essentially, Crypto Granny has been in 2017, she realized that the potential of the revolution and what it really stands for. And then she, for all the autistic coders, and I say that lovingly because I'm probably on the spectrum as well, she was trying to understand what they were saying and just couldn't get what it is. And she's a real grandmother, but she wanted to understand, so she sat down a bunch of autistic coder guys and said, speak to me so that I can fucking understand what you're saying, so I can translate this to the you know, VCs and people with the money, so that you actually get to build the stuff that you're doing. So she's this sort of gentle but tough lady who's really helped the space out a lot and hung out with all the legends and whatever, and just no bullshit lady. There's zero fat when you talk with her. And she kindly invited me along and introduced me to a bunch of people here in Dubai who are really building this space and doing quality stuff. And this relationship that Granny introduced me to Dr. Marwan essentially led for me to start doing these art cars here. Because out of the random conversations that we had with Dr. Marwan when we first met, when I came here, I just showed him this picture of a Tesla that was wrapped in my art, which wasn't even real. It was a mock-up picture that I'd done like way back in the day. And then I went back home to Helsinki, and a couple of months later,
you gotta speed it up. You gotta speed it up. I got like 5 more people to introduce before 10 people are gonna join.
I think we gotta put like a shot clock, maybe like 90 seconds or something.
Sorry, okay,
or 25 seconds.
Sorry, I had no clue. Anyway, we ended up getting a new category in Dubai called through the RTA called the art car. So we're now the only ones who get to put these full-blown art cards on the streets of Dubai. So there's many ways that you've influenced my life, but definitely one of the main ones, and it's been really cool.
Yeah, Vesa also drew the art, the unconfiscatable art with the black painting with the cards on it. That was Vesa's work for the last conference. All right, so I do want to get Jeff Ross in here. How are you, Jeff? There it is. Doug Scribner is holding one. That's one of the art. I'm gonna Doug just pull that up. What's yeah, I'm gonna do this. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. I am on screen share. I gotta stop screen share. I'll get the hang of it. I'll be doing this for like 6 hours. Doug is holding up the art, but Doug is muted. So I need to put him on spotlight.
There we go. I can talk right now. That'll force me to be in the main screen. Yeah, so I have
spotlight for everyone. I'm gonna put him on a big screen. You gotta turn it sideways though, because that's how it's meant to be seen. There you go. So that is the art that Vesa made for Unconfiscatable. All right, now I need to.
Can I just say that the name of it is Selling Banks Their Fat Asses Back?
And now I got to figure out how to stop the spotlight, which is a bit problematic. View gallery. Okay.
I love your having outfit, Doug.
What the heck? Okay. Are we seeing his kitchen? Okay. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah.
Great.
I know he's got the Bitcoin gong finally hung up on the wall behind his couch.
Yes.
All right. I wanna go over to Dr. Jeff. I don't know how much time you have for us, and then I do want to talk to Jimmy in order for him to explain to Vesa about like the ordinals and the arts. And once again, this time everyone's sober for now. We will be drinking when it gets closer to the halving, but we'll get Jimmy's thoughts on ordinals and stuff like that. And we'll also get Michelle and Motorist and Melon. Dr. Jeff, how are you?
Yeah, hey, Tone. I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me. Ironically, Jimmy, I was just actually reading your Tech Talk letter as this thing started. So I always look forward to that, your weekly inbox information. I'm doing great. It's a fun day. I think there's a palpable excitement in the air for this halving. And I got to say, this is my third halving, and I think it's by far the most exciting one. People are paying attention to it. There's countdowns going off everywhere. It almost feels like New Year's Eve. It's feeling pretty festive all around. So this is a fun way to be celebrating. Thanks for having me on your show.
Awesome. Well, since we have you on, I mean, obviously you're welcome to say anything about Bitcoin, but with your expertise on the markets, what do you think of the market here? Are you long, short? I'm going to pull up the chart. Let's get your views on the markets.
Which markets we want to talk about? Bitcoin in general, stocks, just
no,
general macro?
This is a straight up Bitcoin show today, so we're talking Bitcoin only.
Bitcoin, okay. Well, we're in the golden period, right? So the 18 months after halving historically are the time absolutely to be in Bitcoin. It's where you see the largest gains. I will tell people that in general, I think that the time right around the Bitcoin halving can be a little bit disappointing. So people who think we're going to moon today or tomorrow might be in for a little bit of a surprise. But this is where it starts. So I look at any dips in prices at this point as just fantastic buying opportunities. And I do think that things are going to start getting exciting into the second half of 2024, and then probably going to go parabolic again. If I had to guess, why wouldn't I, right? Patterns repeat. So I'm expecting that we do get a parabolic move higher into 2025. I think for now, the reason why I still am a little bit subdued is because I look at liquidity and U.S. net liquidity and global M2 both continue to trend sideways, and they've been range bound for 2 to 3 years now, and they're both in the upper end of their range bound. I think that until we see a move higher, basically until central banks get behind all of this crazy amount of debt that's been put out and they start monetizing that debt, that will finally be the tailwind that will push risk assets higher. And I think that's what causes Bitcoin to go parabolic again in the near term. So I'm pretty optimistic for the most part. Like I said, if I had to wind it down, I'd say if we have any dips, this is the point where all dips are for buying. If you've been sitting on cash on the sideline, if you've been hedging for whatever reason, man, don't wait too much longer, because at some point we're going to take off again and it's going to be pretty exciting.
All right. Very cool. All right. Doug Scribner, why don't you introduce yourself real quick? And then, is Michelle gone? I don't see her anymore. Oh no, Michelle's still there. I need to
She's
make
there.
this
You need
bigger.
I'm
to
here.
put on another screen so that we can see everybody. Otherwise, they scroll off as you get more people.
We've got
Yeah.
Satoshi.
Yeah,
Right.
let me stop the
I'm not
screen
sure.
share here.
There we
Alright,
go.
here
Hey,
we go.
Satoshi.
Satoshi is here, celebrating the halving. Gosh, it's almost like his birthday in a way, right? He's 2 years, 3 months old, but he loves the halving. He's named after Satoshi Nakamoto. He's a Pomsky. Yeah, so it's great to be here. I've been involved in Bitcoin since 2011. The gong, which was previously outside on my patio in Miami, is now above the couch where it should be. You like
Yeah,
that
and a
placement there?
bunch of my alcohol is over in that house as well.
Yeah.
A whole case of Bear Wood. We're gonna
Exactly.
have the CEO of Bear Woods later on the show.
But also, I want to announce that I'm also, while the stream is going on, I'm going to be baking experimental cookies. Pure coconut, no sugar,
Is it
flaked
420
coconut.
related? Is it 420 related?
No, it's really not. But I could make it that way. I got some edibles. I got Martha's edibles. Oh, plus, I'm wearing my bathrobe. My traditional bathrobe when I used to broadcast.
I know, but you're not in your mom's basement like you usually am for these streams. I'm so disappointed.
I know. Sorry, I'm
all
on the 28th floor of my Miami condo. Things
All
have
right, we
changed.
got Gary Leland joining us as well. But Michelle, motorist, why don't you guys say a quick hello, and then we'll go over to Gary, and then we'll get back to the Bitcoin topics at hand. Michelle, you're up.
Hey guys, Doug. I like the robe. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, so I've been in Bitcoin since 2017, but this is actually my first halving where I'm like involved. I'm on Twitter. I'm here with you guys. So I'm pretty excited about that. I love you all. And I do think this time is more exciting. There's a lot happening. And yeah, I'm glad to be here.
All right. And motorist, I want to pull up your Twitter handles as well as I do this. Michelle,
thanks,
you're up
there. Thanks, Don. I'll be real brief. I know we got a lot of people on, but so this is my third halving. It's the actual fourth halving, but my third since I knew what Bitcoin was. So we're entering the fifth epic after the halving. So this is my first halving that I know of where I'm in California. The last two I was in New Hampshire. One funny story from my first halving is back then we didn't really have mempool.space, so we were kind of watching blockchain.info back then. I guess it's now blockchain.com to watch the subsidy go from 25 down to 12 and a half. And it was funny because they screwed it up. Their programming was all off, so they showed that it went from 25 new Bitcoins created down to, instead of it saying 12 and a half, it said 16.66667. Somehow they screwed it up. And then on Reddit, they were getting roasted. People were saying, oh, happy 2/3ing instead of saying happy halving. They were saying happy 2/3ing. So I'm so glad they're not the primary source anymore. One story from last halving. So obviously last halving, we were on stream, and I have a little memento from that halving. So Cameron and Tyler were on, Winklevoss were on and so was Ben Mesrich, the author of this book. And it was cool because I think Tyler said anybody who's on the stream with us, so I was on the stream with everyone. Anyone who was on the stream with us got a free copy of the book with a little, with both Cameron and Tyler. It says here, "Dear Patrick, happy halving, to the moon, onward and upward, Cameron and Tyler." So I was really happy.
Wait. I didn't get one of those. Oh, did you get one of those? I didn't get one of those.
You never got one, Jimmy?
No, nobody gave me one. What the heck?
I got one, and I know somebody else got one too because I saw it on Twitter. One other person posted they got one, so it was one of the other people who was on the stream with us. So yeah, Jimmy, you gotta hit up Tyler to see if you can get yourself one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll yield the floor.
All right, Gary, why don't you say a few words?
Yeah, welcome to on the show, Tim. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, this is, the second thing I've done since BitBlock Boom got over. So I've been in deep hibernation here, sleeping in later than I've ever slept every day. but it's good to be back out of the cave and back in the real world. I got into Bitcoin in mid 2017, so this is my second halving. And this halving seems to be a lot more people aware of it and talking about it than last time. I mean, incredible larger conversation and people doing things. I remember last time I was looking for something to do, going, gosh, there's got to be something going on. And I didn't even really know when it was happening. And this time, I think everybody knows when it's happening. So it's a little bit more excitement this time. So thanks for having me on, Tom.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And somebody else joined. Oh, wow, we got the Bitcoin couple with Walker, Carla, and a new Bitcoin baby. Oh, man, how are you guys?
You know, it's his first live stream, so I'm sorry if he's a little rough around the edges, but he'll do what he can.
Say hello.
He's being really good.
Yeah, he's a little shy. He hasn't quite found his voice yet, but I'm sure we'll get him there. You know, enough exposure to toxic Bitcoiners. He'll get where he needs to be. Thanks for having us, Tone.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Hey, thanks for joining. How have you guys been? Obviously, you took a little bit of a break, and we missed you at Unconfiscatable. The timing couldn't be any worse. I think you were delivering on the day of Unconfiscatable.
It was like a week after. Yep. I was like, oh, wow. So it's been hectic, but, you know, yeah, there you go.
There you go.
That's what it's all about.
He's very excited for this halving.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see you at the next event. It's going to come up on the 16th of September, so it's about 6 months away, maybe even a little bit less. It's going to be a little bit smaller, but I wanted to get it done this year, get one more poker tournament in, and just go have some fun in Vegas.
You know, I'm
heck yeah.
happy to lose money to you in poker anytime, Tone. I've already resigned myself to it. It's just a cost of doing business, I think.
All right, super cool. All right, let's get to a couple of Bitcoin topics. So we started chatting about this right before we went live, and I said, hey, save it for live, because Vesa had a specific question, because Vesa does do ordinals, and his question is, are ordinals a problem for Bitcoin on chain? And Jimmy was starting to answer the question. So Vesa, I'll let you ask the question specifically, and we'll get an answer from Jimmy.
Is it okay if I embed the question a little bit? Because I don't think I'll get a kind of answer that would... Okay, cool. So essentially, I started making high-effort digital mixed media art about 15 years ago. And some of my projects, just to make one artwork, have sometimes taken 2 to 3 years or something like that. So I feel like it's in accordance to what Bitcoin stands for, and a solution that I've been waiting to have for a long time, because when NFTs started becoming a thing, I very quickly learned that I was horrified by what the whole thing became, and I'm not much of a fan of what the culture became. And now what I've seen is pretty much in the crypto space altogether, it's a bunch of the last cycle's degenerates horrified by how degenerate the next generation of the degenerates have become, of how easily they're ruining the whole thing. So what I get about the whole thing is, and here's the big picture. The last 40 years of art has been, and this is the very controversial thing to say, and for some reason no one says it, even though it's so obvious, is that the mentality of, let's say, gay people and feminists have been really controlling the whole of the art world for quite some time. And I'm not saying it because I'm saying that there's anything wrong with it. I think that they should exist and have their avenue and have their say, and that's all cool. But since they have kind of dominated the space, there's everything from ancient Egypt all the way to the metaverse in topics and frequency. There's a lot that is not being expressed because the avenue has been very, very narrow. And this was my original hope for Bitcoin and the crypto space and the digital originals having a value, is that finally this kind of gatekeeping mentality of the art world is going to be blown apart, and we'll have a lot of freedom in order to express ourselves, and all the topics of humanity are going to be fair game. So that's kind of the thing of what I understood that this could be eventually. But then when ordinals first came in, I started seeing that the same garbage that ruined the whole NFT thing and all the Ethereum, whatever, this kind of thing, was starting to flood into Bitcoin. And there was even a risk that that was going to clog up the most important chain in the world. So I wasn't paying any attention to this whole thing whatsoever, because I was like, okay, so this feels dangerous, and it feels like even shittier than the next fund that was going to be on Ethereum or something like that. So I don't want to have anything to do with it. But then a bunch from my team and people around me who I do trust started saying, no, you really need to take this seriously, and you can do this properly, and you can have quality artwork on the best chain in the world, and it's not looking like it's actually going to ruin the chain itself. And now I did my first exploration. I minted my first 5 ordinals, and we haven't even started marketing them or putting them on. And I'm open to hearing all the criticisms, but for Jimmy, I would ask, if this is not the place and this is not the way to make sure that we have high quality art instead of the garbage, and you really have a contribution to this. I obviously love Bitcoin. I want to be a part of the evolution of the space. Is it only solely keep away, don't ruin it, there's no culture, you shouldn't use this as a tool for it, or is there any space for it here? Because I don't know where the fuck to go unless if it is on Bitcoin, because everything else just seems garbage, and then it's a garbage chain on top of that.
All right. So I get your plight, right? Like you want to market your stuff, you want to create art, you want to make stuff that's Bitcoin based, and you want to express things. Great. I applaud that. Adding a token doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. You have to understand that. This is like making it quote unquote an NFT or whatever. It doesn't do anything for your art. Your piece that Doug showed earlier, that is a piece of art, and you put a lot of time into it, a lot of effort into it, and I congratulate you for doing that. Now, that, like, having it on chain through an NFT, that's completely by convention. There's no value added there. It's a row in a database, and if you're doing it on Ethereum or something like that, then they say, well, this is an NFT, and it like goes to a certain standard or whatever. But it's completely centralized. Now, this argument that it's not, it's better because it's on Bitcoin is complete hogwash. It's not. It's the wrong tool for the job. If you're going to have to trust somebody, and you certainly do if you're buying sort of art from somebody, and this token represents this piece of art or something like that, then you might as well do it in the correct way and not like be polluting the Bitcoin blockchain. If you are creating some quote unquote digital art that can be owned and done in some way, then have it on your website. Like, what the heck is wrong with that? And this is the thing that like no NFT person has ever had a good answer for. Why do you need it on a blockchain?
Well,
the only
Jimmy,
reason that
Jimmy,
you want it
is a solution like a side chain. For example, I have been trying to get people to do this stuff on the Liquid side chain instead of on the Bitcoin main chain. If the people see value in having some kind of blockchain element, and there is some kind of hype of having a blockchain element, and it drives, some people want to buy it because it has a blockchain element.
That's exactly what I am. That's exactly what I'm arguing against. The blockchain element doesn't add anything. It really doesn't. It doesn't add anything other than like more buyers and people to scam, basically.
But that's the thing, right? But it does add an element of hype and interest, right? That is an element. Like, you may not agree with that element, but that is an element. And there's a lot of people like saying cold fusion and stuff like that. And hey, we could. My startup is doing quantum computing cold fusion stuff. And you can't do that, but that's scamming people. That's adding hype to something that doesn't because you have nothing, you're lying, basically. The thing is, if you are
guys,
going
the both
to do,
of you are leaving the most important part away. The most important part for an artist is provenance. The idea is that you inscribe the artwork on the blockchain itself. It's there and it's immutable. And even if the blockchain runs from 200 years, 300 years...
That's a complete lack of perception of what the whole thing is. If you're running Bitcoin Core, you have no idea if you own an ordinal or not. You have to run somebody else's software, just like an altcoin, right? If you're running... If you want to know what you have on Ethereum, you have to run Ethereum software, and that is completely centrally controlled. If you want to know if you have an ordinal or not, you have to run ordinal software, and that's completely centrally controlled. It is not part of Bitcoin Core. You have to run other software to know whether you have it. And of course, they can change the software whenever they want. The entire thing with like rare sats or whatever, they figured out, hey, this thing changes everything by a number it changes the, I guess, the ordinal number that you have on it, because they didn't think that kind of transaction could happen. And that ended up like throwing everything off, right? I have the millionth sat or something like that. It turns out, no, actually you have the 999,999. Like you're depending on a centralized controller. And if you're going to do that, just put it on a website, right? Like adding all of this scammy language around it is ridiculous. It's altcoins 2.0. And like at this point, like everybody knows that every altcoin is pretty much, scam of all kinds in so many ways, that the only way these people can scam again is by saying, I'm a Bitcoin maximalist, but buy my shitcoin, right? Like this is what ordinals are all about. And I don't understand why you insist that this is something new or interesting or whatever. You create art, that's fine, and I'm sure you're doing great. But the fact of the matter is, if you're having to scam people to buy your quote unquote art on an NFT, then I'm sorry, you're a scammer.
No, listen. I don't even understand ordinals yet well enough. I actually am open to understanding if it is that I'm doing something is wrong. But you said something there. You said that you need to depend on a third party that is going to evaluate whether you have the ordinal or not, or what it includes. My question is, if I have different centralized solutions, will they all see the same end result in the chain so that it's minted on the actual core? Or is it that all different centralized things that are observing this chain are all of a sudden not seeing the same thing or a different thing? Because I'm fine with if there's centralized services that actually see the same thing independently that is inscribed on the chain, then I don't think it's scamming. If it's that these third parties all can see whatever, then it's a non-solution.
Well, the third party can change their protocol or like how they count things or how they figure stuff out whenever they want.
But if there's three different ones and they are not meddled with, do they all see the same thing on chain? If it's
what do you mean three different ones? Three different protocols? Then you're reissuing the same thing on three different places, supposedly something that's rare. I mean, like that doesn't make any sense. The thing is, if you have it on this protocol, then you're depending on somebody else, and they're a trusted third party, and it's a security, and they can issue whatever they want. They can change the rules whenever they want. This is it's the same thing as altcoins. It's just done quote unquote on top of Bitcoin to sort of like orange wash their scamming. That's all it is. And like I think you seem to think that there's some virtue in putting it onto the Bitcoin blockchain or inscribing it or something. All you're doing is like adding graffiti to it. You can't interpret the graffiti or know what it says unless you're running this other software, and that software can change it. That's just how it is.
So let me get back to my question then, right? So obviously, I don't think NFTs are gonna go away this cycle. People are still gonna use them. The whole ordinal crew. When Mechanic comes on, he's gonna give a little bit of his view on his big issue with ordinals. But why are people not utilizing infrastructure like the liquid sidechain for, instead of BRC20s directly on the chain, instead of NFC and ordinals directly on the chain? Why is everyone scared of the liquid sidechain, which is kind of what it was meant to do? Liquid sidechain was created to compete with Ethereum because, contrary to what some of us purists would like to believe, Ethereum did draw a lot of, I guess, wealth on chain that drove the price of Ethereum higher, because they were able to build stuff that we consider nonsense, but most people, but not most, but many people don't. So if we can drive that same value onto a side chain that's not going to clog the Bitcoin blockchain, what's bad about that, and shouldn't that happen?
Well, so I explained in the article that you pulled up earlier, why people are doing it on Bitcoin. It's because they can't scam anywhere else anymore, right? Like if you're creating like sort of like an altcoin on Ethereum saying, here's a coin for plumbers or something like that, no one's gonna buy it. Like that ship sailed in like 2019. Like nobody thinks you're actually going to create anything because all of these altcoin projects are complete scams, and they never deliver on any of that stuff. So what they've done is, okay, let's run this scam again on Bitcoin. There's no interest on doing it on Liquid because there's not enough suckers there, right? Like there's no real like if it was actually legitimate, maybe they would. And in fact, I imagine if it was actually legitimate, they would run something like Fediment and like issue shares as eCash or something like that, and allow fractional shares to be traded and all kinds of stuff like that. But instead, they're doing it on top of Bitcoin. And I explained in the article, the only reason they're doing it is so that they get a lot of the anger from the Bitcoin maximalists like me and Bitcoin Mechanic and people like that, and they get articles written about it. Now they get publicity. They're scamming in a brand new way, as to make it seem like it's something completely new and different, but it's not. It's the same thing. We had color coins back in 2013, right? Like I wrote a lot of that software, and I realized that's after about a year of working on it and seeing nobody do any of it, I realized then that like all of this protocol stuff doesn't make any sense. There's no demand, like actual real demand for it. It's all scam demand. And if you want to have another platform for scams, like, I mean, you deserve all of the, bad stuff that's coming to you, including, what's happened to a lot of the people this past cycle. And, I'm sure we'll talk about FTX, Luna, Celsius, and all BlockFi and all that stuff. But, we don't want to be encouraging scams in any way. And this is just another scam. And I wrote the whole article about it. You can go read all of the argument there. But yeah, I mean, ordinals are stupid. It's a scam. It's NFTs 2.0. It doesn't make any sense. And none of the hype around any of these other altcoins ever came to fruition. I mean, other than, hey, let's scam some more people, blah, blah, blah.
All right, let's move on to a different topic, something on a happier note. With having coming, we did find another block. I'm going to go over to screen share for a second. We will be jumping over 2 screen shares every time there is a block. I do have the time chain calendar up. We have TC joining us, who's the creator of the time chain calendar. I saw the unconfiscatable logo right here earlier, right before we went live, and it's gone. I don't know how to bring it back. So that's what I've been trying to figure out. I also want to see what is being like, which pools are finding the block. And it's going to be very, very curious which pool is going to find the first block after the halving, because now with this whole nonsense of like rare Satoshis, and that first Satoshi is going to apparently be worth some value. And there was actually discussions at BitDevs that I was at, whether there's a high probability that the first block after the halving is going to try to be reorganized because a different miner will want to try to get that first block because of how valuable that Satoshi is. And maybe that's not going to be an issue on this halving, but if the whole rare Satoshis thing happens to be the hype of the next epoch of Bitcoin, this could be a problem for the next halving. Maybe Jimmy has some thoughts on that. I know Mechanic will have his thoughts on that as well. Mara pool mined this block, and Jimmy, you were saying earlier there was some really weird things happening with the pools that Mara is blocking. I don't want to get Zezo and TC and Shooter in here, but now that I saw that Mara mined a block, can you tell us a little bit what's going on with Mara mined blocks right now?
Yeah, so apparently, and I think we need Bitcoin Mechanic to sort of explain exactly why they would do this, but they included in a block that they mined a transaction which had an input of like 1.6 or so Bitcoin and an output of 0.0001. So almost all of it went to fees. And people are wondering why would they do this? And part of it is because they wanted to up their statistics on mempool.space considering like FPPS mining or something like that. It's to attract more people that are looking to mine to their pool. So because the stats on that, like they're essentially like had this very weird transaction which paid like 1.5 Bitcoin in fees so that their stats would be better and that like more people would be drawn to it. And apparently they've had 2 in the last day or so. I don't know if this most recent block had any.
This is a weird block. Like look at the average fee in the block was 1 Satoshi per byte.
Yeah, so they're actually like doing something there. I'm not sure exactly what. But it looks like most of it. Wow, there's some
this is a
very weird transaction. Yeah, so if you click into that block, Tone, click into that block and look at the second transaction.
They maxed out the block with 4 megabytes, and the average.
Well, scroll down. I want you to see the first. This is what I'm talking. Scroll down. Go down to the first transaction after the Coinbase. So go down a little bit. So that says Mara. Now click into the second transaction there, because no, not that one. The one before. Yeah. Click into that transaction. Look at the input and the output. So it's an insane amount of fee that they paid on this one. So scroll down. It has 0.01. So 1 million sats input and maybe 10,000 sat output. Scroll down and let's see how much in fees it was. Scroll down. Yeah, there we go. Size, virtual size. Actually, it's up at the top. Sorry. Go up. All right. So
no, that's up.
Fee is 996,000 sats. So so the fee rate is actually wrong. Well, actually, maybe it had a lot of other stuff. Oh, it's an inscription. That's what it was. So they took stuff off chain to inscribe a whole bunch of stuff, and this is something that Marapool has been doing a lot of. Okay, I thought it would. Let me try to find the other type of transaction that I was talking about.
There's a ton of Taproot data in that transaction. You almost were there. If you just click the details button above the inputs and outputs section on that transaction, see on the right side. No, just below that, Tone, below the flow chart.
Right,
there's a details button.
Yep.
Click that. Click that and it opens up the details.
I thought I did. Maybe it's trying to open it. I don't want it to crash.
Anyways, there's a monstrous amount of script data in the inputs there, and you start scrolling down, and this just keeps going and going and going.
Mechanic and I were discussing these transactions. I mean, and this is the problem with the whole ordinal situation. This is the issue. It's like they filled the entire DAO. $639 fee is not a big deal. I mean, we've seen fees significantly higher than that, but the fee rate was 1 Satoshi per byte. And this looks like
they're taking out of band payment there.
I actually they are. And then too, like, and anyone that's joined their pool doesn't get any of this, right? Like that. And that's kind of the big thing is that anyone that's joined the pool has no idea of the out of band payment. Well, and so to sort of like make up for that, Tone, I just sent you another transaction. I want you to click through that. I sent it to you via DM. But go click through that, and then you'll see what they've done with this particular transaction to sort of like make up for it for the rest of their pool members. Why isn't it coming up?
It's taking its time. I mean, like, so probably has a lot.
Is it your like 700 tabs that are open, Tone? What the heck?
Oh, that's also not helping. But
all right, so look at the fee rate there: 885,877 sats for V-Byte.
Wow.
The fee was $92,000. So that was also by Marapool, as you can see right above. It says Marapool.
This was the transaction we discussed on my channel a few days ago with Mechanic.
Yeah. So they're doing this stuff because they're receiving out of band payment and they're trying to feed it back to their pool or the pool members by, I guess, kind of being transparent about it by putting this in. the thing is, like, it changes up a lot of incentives when you have transactions like this, because now there's incentive for other pools to take this transaction as their own, because that's a significant amount of fee. You know, I think if you scroll down, it ends up being about like 1 Bitcoin or something like that.
Yeah.
How much what well, scroll down to the actual flow. Go down. Yeah. Oh, no, up a little bit. Okay. So it was 1.42 Bitcoin input and 10,000 sat output. So that's literally like 1.424 Bitcoin that was just sort of donated into the pool. This is presumably what they got in inscription fees. Now, there's no way to verify that, of course. It could have been like 5 Bitcoin and they're just putting like a small portion of it in. But this is where we get like weird incentives. It's there was a significant amount of Bitcoin that you can't track as a pool member. So if you're part of that, how are you supposed to know whether or not you're getting paid the right amount? Because unless they're sharing with you all of the receipts, like their credit card statements or their payment portal or something, you have no way of knowing, right? And it adds a lot of really weird incentives into the network, into the game theory, and everything else. And I don't like it for that reason.
Let me step in for a second. The FPPS, the point of it is so that everybody's getting a piece of an average. So they're taking blocks over an average amount of time and then splitting it amongst the users. And this fits into what you're saying, in that I believe they've been hiding this extra stuff. Ocean is transparent. So like when Ocean mines a block, like no one gets anything with Ocean unless a block is actually mined. Mara, or well, not Mara, anybody else pretty much has this flat rate thing where they're doing the average, but they're not showing them if there's like this giant transaction like we're viewing. See what I'm saying? So it's kind of scammy. And this is all the big pools are doing this. And so Foundry had just put out a press release basically saying, hey, if we mine this block, we're going to share it with you. And I said, isn't that what you've been doing all along? I mean, isn't that the whole point of FPPS? It is.
I would just comment that Marathon's a bad example for that, because they actually own all their own hash rate.
Yeah,
They're not having participating miners.
Yeah, Foundry or
Apple. But one issue is what Mel was saying is that if it's FPPS, all the other pools have to take Mara's block into account when they're calculating. And then Mara tweets out, hey, we're asking the other pools not to take this into account in their FPPS calculations. So it was kind of funny what Mara was trying to say, because they knew they were screwing up the calculations by doing that.
So I know this guy Portland who wrote like the slipstream code for Mara. I know he's been listening and he wants to clarify if it's okay for me to invite him to the Zoom link tone.
Yeah, and invite him to the Zoom link, and we would like to find out from Mara. I need Mechanic on here as well. But while that's happening, I want to, a couple of guys joined us from the Amsterdam event, the Amsterdam Halving event. I believe it's being hosted by Bitcoin Magazine. I also heard it's scammy as F. And I don't know if you guys have your mic on, but MV, go ahead and say something. You got a crew with you over in Amsterdam. We don't hear you though. No, we can't hear you. Check your mics. Check your mics, guys. We can't hear you. I don't know if you can
quickly. I dropped the link in the YouTube chat, which is WTF happened in February 2023. Jimmy's article is a good reference, but also that the website has all about ordinals and inscriptions and all the problems they cause and why they're actually very bad for Bitcoin. So I can drop it in again. People can go.
And Motorist, your mic is not very good right now. Can you switch mics?
Okay, I'll try to speak up. I don't know what I can do. I'll try my best.
All right, and well, the Amsterdam crew, the moment we can hear you, we'll get you guys on. We can see you, but we cannot hear you. Shooter, yeah, drop a line to someone from Mara. Maybe they can come in and explain. Go ahead and unmute. Say a few words. How's the film going? How's everything on your end?
Yeah, everything's good, man. Film's going great. For people that don't know, I'm making a film about inflation. Been working on it for more than a year. Got some cool people involved like Graham Hancock and Robert Malone. And yeah, I'm going to be having conversations with some of these big platforms to see if they want to pick it up soon. It's been screened in Jamaica and Argentina and Thailand, and it's a really, really awesome reviews. So yeah, that's what's going on. You guys should see it come out. You know, when it's available, it should be everywhere. Oh yeah, that's me with that Zimbabwe flag there, Tone. It's
that is you. Okay, well, I'm like,
yeah,
because you weren't using that before, so I'm like, okay.
Yesterday was Independence Day for Zimbabwe, but they're going through another currency change. So I was talking to some people, and in solidarity, I flipped the flag with them. Anyways, yeah, but everything's great. I'm happy to be here. You know, my brother who turned me on to Bitcoin. He'll probably be walking over here in a minute, but he got orange pilled by Tone. And so, you know, I'm part of Tone's tree, you know, and so anyway, yeah, that's I always have appreciation for Tone, and I'm happy to be here, man. So thank you very much.
All right, awesome. Do we have audio from the crew in Amsterdam? Go ahead, unmute, guys, and let us know what's going on over there.
Can you hear us, Tone?
Beyond now. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, finally we managed it. Hi from Amsterdam. Hey, Tone.
Let me put you guys on the big screen here. I'll put you on speaker view. So one at a time. So tell us what's going on. One person, tell us what's going on over there. How's the party? And what time is it? And how you guys doing?
It's a very nice venue in an old church, but kind of a bit of shitcoinery here around. So I heard about Wurge, I heard about some other strange coins. But it's a nice venue, and I came here, I didn't know that I meet some good guys that I met in El Salvador or in Madeira. So, want to say something?
Yes, hello guys. Very happy to be here.
Hey, Tone.
Thanks for having us.
Guys.
Thanks for having us.
Great. Who's hosting the event? Like, who's the host of that event?
It's Bitcoin Amsterdam.
And who runs? Is Bitcoin Amsterdam like part of Bitcoin Magazine or no? It's independent.
Yes, it's a bit ambiguous. We're not too sure ourselves right now. There seems to be some things going on beneath the surface, but we're just going to have a drink and ignore all that for now.
The organizers themselves left just like half an hour ago. So
the party stops before the halving.
Yeah.
The party stops at 1 o'clock in the night here, Amsterdam time. And it looks like the halving will be at around 3 o'clock or something. So we have to find another place to.
No. We're say hi to Tom.
So they hold the party before the halving.
Yeah. But we will go into the city and amuse ourselves.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll let you go.
And thanks to you, Tom Vase, for holding this for years now and a few halvings. We've been following you for years, and it's awesome that you do this.
All right.
Yeah,
awesome.
thanks to you, Tom.
We'll see you on the next show. We're gonna go enjoy the party and go ahead and go back on mute. And we got new people joining us. I see SoftSimon, the creator of Mempool Space. Maybe he can give us a little bit more insight. We have Jonas, the CEO of Bearwood Spirits, and Portland.HODL. I'm not familiar with who that is, unless that is the Mara representative.
I'm the Mara guy.
That's him.
Hey
guys. Hey, real quick,
guys.
Hey, Tone, you got a super chat? And then Mechanic said he'll be here in a couple hours.
Okay, so we'll get Mechanic in. Okay, so let's go with Portland.HODL. Let's find out who you are and go for it.
Yeah, so my name's Portland.HODL. I'm pretty known around Twitter as like a Bitcoin educator, most recently known as attacker of Bitcoin because of my creation of the Slipstream product, which Marathon offers basically out of band, or not out of band, in-band transaction submissions through a portal. The user still has to pay the fee in-band. There are exceptions, though, for completely custom blocks, which we use the same exact tool to create these kind of things with. But yeah, basically anybody can submit a non-standard transaction if they would like at a 2.5x markup from the basically priority mempool fee rate, which is calculated based on Marathon's mempool. Moving forward, I think your example of like specifically like the pool members kind of getting hosed, I think that's not good, specifically because of the fact that Marathon, it's not a good example because Marathon doesn't have pool members. Marathon owns 3.5% of the global hash rate right now, and it is purely controlled by Marathon. There is nobody to pay out other than Marathon themselves. All the rewards go into the Coinbase, and they are then custodied by Marathon and used to pay for Marathon's expenses and whatnot. I also have a caveat as well to say, I am a contractor of Marathon. I am not employed, and my statements cannot be taken as like a Marathon statement for the company. I can just explain my experiences, what I built, and why. So that's where I'd like to get started. And then I think the most recent blocks that have been kind of contentious is you just saw one rip through right now, block 839969 for 1 million sats. Why would we do that? Well, currently we can't guarantee to clients if they commit to something, they lock up this Bitcoin to an out point for 1.5 Bitcoin, which this client's going to pay, that they're going to get mined without the fees spiking after the halving, because if we get 3 blocks a day. So I can't accidentally lock up the customer funds. But in order to be fully transparent, I've actually, like you see the transaction below that pays an insanely high fee, I've actually been taking those payments as regular fee-paying transactions and putting them in our mempool and then mining them so that other pools that use FPPS to calculate their fees, they'll see like that come in through a block, the full fee. You have to trust Marathon that we're being honest, but it should show that in the last block we did, and you see that transaction for 92,000, if you scroll down on that one, there will be a parent transaction that same block for another 50,000. That was 2.2 Bitcoins we collected for the last one we did. So yeah, at the end of the day, we're trying to be as transparent as possible by literally taking the risk of these things getting fee sniped or reorged out to show the basically community that this is the going rate or market rate for those fees.
So unfortunately, because I'm managing this massive stream, it's really hard for me to like concentrate and absorb and understand it, but I'm hoping Jimmy or Simon or someone that is technical on this stream can provide some good questions to you or some counter to you, and then other people will get to watch this and experience it. I wish I was less busy at the moment.
Yeah,
because
no
then
problem.
I would come with challenging questions. Jimmy, you have anything?
Well, okay, so that's good to know that there's no, it's not a pool thing, and that it's not a way to sort of like take off-band payments and put it in. But you do have off-band payments, and you're doing it for transparency. Doesn't this affect other pools that are on FPPS?
Well, because FPPS is averaged over the course of a day, we're still including the full fee in a block. So yeah, if we look short, the other pool members will show more the next time the next block comes through, and it should be averaged across that same day as we find 3 to 5 blocks per day. So I think it's as good as we can get, and especially during the time right now and the kind of demands for these non-standard transactions being that they want to basically commit to locking up Bitcoin to a 4 megabyte script, and they want to put 1.5 Bitcoin in there, but that's incredibly dangerous because you don't know that you'll ever be able to pay that fee again. And as such, it's much easier just to go, hey, pay us 0.1 now once we mine it, and then the funds are already escrowed, and then give us the rest and we'll pay it in band. That way other people can see this is the going rate. FPPS calculations should still be pretty darn on point. And then also Marathon doesn't have enough hash rate to really move the needle on FPPS a lot. Like, yes, technically everything is mathematically calculated, but 3 to 5 blocks out of the 144. Those are kind of my thoughts on that.
Well, so I actually want to ask Simon. I read a tweet by Anthony Town saying that the FPPS metric was why they included it, and specifically because mempool.space displays the FPPS stat. That you know, basically that was getting gamed. I mean, I'm not even sure where it is on your interface. Can you like shed a little light on that?
We don't show FPPS specifically, but if you go to the mempool.space/mining, and then you can see the pool charts, and you can click view more.
All right, Simon, let's go ahead and do this. By the way, right now, Simon,
right.
SoftSimon speaking. He's the co-founder, right, of Mempool Space.
Yeah, creator and co-founder of Mempool Space.
Creator and co-founder of Mempool.space. So what do I do?
You click on the third tab, which is the mining dashboard.
The hammer. Click on the hammer.
Yeah, the hammer. And then you see a pie chart over and you click on view more. And there we have an average block fees, which is over the span of the period that you select on top, which default is like 1 week, I think. So we just show, compared to our audit templates, like what would you have earned and what did you miss out by censoring transactions, for example, or including off-band non-standard transactions. And just like Jimmy said, these special transactions that Mara included seemed almost like gaming the system, especially if they are able to do them themselves, like just paying to themselves, right? Then they would just increase their score here by actually not earning anything.
So what does it mean? What does it mean to have an average block fee, let's say minus 3.5%? That seems like a lot. So what does that really mean? That Luxor could have earned 3.5% more had they mined a different block?
Yeah, if the block template is matching with the core and has the full mempool like we do. So
they mined an empty block.
Yeah, that could be one of the reasons. But if you increase the date span to like 1 month, then you might get a more accurate value. But you can, for example, see that Ocean is one of the pools that are missing out on the most fees because of their policy of leaving out inscriptions in all their blocks. So they're missing out on low fees.
Upper right for the 1 month view. Upper
I
right.
already did. I already changed it. I already changed it.
Right.
Yeah, so there's Ocean at almost at -5, right? Because they don't mine ordinal blocks. They're trying to keep spam out of the Bitcoin blocks, and I support this effort. And more of the hobbyist miner, like myself. But they're not the worst actually. It looks like Spider Pool is the worst. They're at 7% minus.
Look at their empty blocks though. They've mined 4 empty blocks. 4% of all the blocks they produced empty.
Right. Okay, so this is interesting. I didn't know this page existed.
This page is actually the motivation of why we decided to do the in-band payments and show the fact that, like, hey, this is the reality of like what Slipstream is bringing in, that extra revenue. Is being able to see this and show this to people is really nice because you see Marathon is the only one that's positive compared to what is expected. And we just mined a block that had 0.1 fees. So we completely just went a block. Before we did that, it was 38% above average. So once these fees come in, the number will be much higher. So yeah,
that's because you're including a transaction that no one else is seeing, and it's essentially paying yourselves, right? Like it's kind of like disingenuous, especially because you're mining it all to yourself. You're gaming the stat.
No, the client is paying, the person that wants to inscribe is paying the fee, right? As such, like Marathon's not taking from their own Coinbase transaction and then just boosting this number. This is, if you're talking about the aspect of like, okay, all the fee needs to be in the same transaction to be 100% transparent. Yes, you are correct. But with that said, like the fee is coming from the client paying for that. And Marathon wouldn't take their own funds, put it in their private mempool and risk it getting sniped just to boost this number. I don't think that would make a lot of sense, especially at these high values. So,
well, I mean, you're not propagating these transactions, so there's not that much risk as long as
there is risk though, right? Because reorg risk. So if another
I mean, like it's been a very long time since we've had like a 2-block reorg or anything like that.
Even a 1, right? So if you get disconnected, your block that gets disconnected and orphaned, all the transactions from that block end up back in the mempool or at least attempt to be re-added. So
Yeah, so I mean, you didn't risk anything. Like you're making it sound like you guys made like, oh, we could have lost like 1.5 or something like that. You didn't.
Yeah, you absolutely
you
could.
Kept it private. Yeah.
No, you could lose 1.5, 100%. Like that.
I mean, you can, but that requires like a lot of hashing power, like taking advantage of that. Now,
okay, hold on. Okay, discussion time. Can a pool accidentally reorg somebody's block? Like, can a pool just like accidentally just mine a block at the exact same time, and your block that you mined just gets orphaned?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. In which case you get fee snipe, but I mean, it doesn't happen that often, right? Like it's fairly rare given how fast block propagation is these days.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying it's not completely cost free, and yeah, that's my opinion on that. So. Also, the fact that your Bitcoin node can leak these things out of the mempool if somebody knows the hash of the TXID as well.
Well, no one's going to know the TX. That's 256 bits completely randomly. I mean, unless you got some insider that's like leaking it out. That's not going to happen.
No, or just bad security principles in general, right? If somebody knows that this specific person is doing this, then yeah, you could grab that and then use that against them to basically request inventory.
Hey, is my mic okay? I wanted to ask Portland a quick question. Can you?
Yeah, go for it. Your mic's good. Go for it. And
Okay.
then like there's just 1 or 2 more questions, and then we got to move on.
Sure.
I see Don
Quick
Bay,
question,
I see
because-
Rockstar, and Jonathan Baer, the author of Blockchain Wars, are on the stream.
Quick question for Portland, because he's saying that so he's saying that the transaction can't be propagated. So it's a non-standard transaction, which means that most mempools can't be propagated. So they have to come to you directly to try to get this transaction in the blockchain. Is that correct?
No, because the payment transactions are standard so far. I requested non-standard, but it just hasn't happened yet. So
okay, it's because when it said mempool.space, it looked like it said non-standard and said not seen in mempool. So I thought it was because it couldn't propagate throughout the network.
No, the really high fee paying ones like 11,000%. Both those are standards. So that's actually a tactic you can use to avoid getting fee sniped, is for you to put a non-standard transaction, because the mempool acceptance policy will literally reject it. So even if your block gets orphaned and then the Bitcoin node tries taking inventory of all these transactions, see like, okay, what was the difference between these? You'll actually reject it out. So F2 pool though has a very loose mempool policy. So even if you try using non-standard stuff, their mempool very likely will accept it anyways. And they're a significant amount of the hash rate on the network.
SoftSimon has a question for Jimmy.
Right. So what we've been seeing most showing up this past years is this what we call dark mempools. So you have the Mara service called Slipstream with the non-standard stuff, but you also have other services like transaction acceleration marketplaces where people pay for off-band. So you're getting more and more of this off-band because of the limitations of the P2P protocol. So I just asked Jimmy, what do you see? Do you see this as a threat, like the growth of this kind of thing in the Bitcoin space we haven't really seen before?
Yeah, I'd say it's a great question. I'm not sure where this is going to lead, because the incentives change like soon as you have something like that, right? Like where you have off-band payments, and we're kind of seeing it right now. Mara's last block was 1 sat per byte. We don't know who paid what. We have no idea like what the going rate is or whatever. So I'm for transparency, so I don't like it. I wish there would be more of it, or at least some way to be able to verify a lot of that stuff. Unfortunately, there's it's not on chain. It's very hard to figure out. Now, how does that affect things going forward? I don't know. I suspect that it'll be obvious to us once it happens that, oh yeah, of course we could have predicted this, but it's hard to game out stuff like this, and how people use it or what people use it for and so on.
Could I make a statement about that real quick? My general consensus after creating Slipstream is that most people don't actually really care about the private mempool at all. What they care about is the non-standard transactions. And as such, the difference between relay policy and consensus is what is actually causing this kind of distortion in the mempool largely. And as such, like, here's my opinion. I'm very in favor of one way or the other, consensus moving closer to relay policy, or relay policy moving closer to consensus, or maybe even like a halfway bridge. But right now, Like this is happening because of demand for basically block space that doesn't meet the standardness policies and the difficulty to propagate these transactions across the network, and finding these paved roads like Slipstream or F2 Pool and Tune or Luxor, where you just DM somebody your transaction hex and they will gladly take your extra Bitcoin from you. And the incentive basically is to right now take that extra Bitcoin and not share it with anybody else. Like, why would Marathon share those profits with anybody else? Why would we go, hey, Luxor, we got this non-standard transaction. Do you want this too? No, it doesn't make any sense. But if you kind of make that relay policy match standardness policy for things that are in demand that actually don't DOS the node, such as like code separator or like lots of check sigs, quadratic hash problem kind of things, then you can actually kind of get rid of the dark mempools largely, I believe. And that, like, if I had to say anything about Slipstream and what my motivation for doing it is, first of all, I believe Bitcoin should be consensus driven, not relay policy driven. And second, like getting the topic of filters to move away from like, hey, like, let's use this as a method of censorship, like not censorship, filtering on the network to, let's actually kind of, if there's genuine holes in the way Bitcoin's operating, we really should be talking about these things at a consensus level. And if anybody wants to like a little homework to really read on some, I think, very critical problems with Bitcoin consensus, you should go look up The Great Consensus Cleanup by Matt Corello. And he describes some actual like pretty nasty stuff you can do with non-standard transactions that literally your only protection from right now is that relay policy. So, and I think there are multiple kind of documents around that relay policy should reflect economic behavior on Bitcoin. So those are kind of my closing statements, that I really just ultimately want the conversation to shift away from like, hey, let's just keep using relay policy to filter again and again and again, to, okay, let's just move the needle over to consensus. Like, what do we want to do?
All right, guys, let's table this discussion for a minute. We can always come back to it, especially when Mechanic gets on the stream. He's in a bunch of meetings right now. We're just texting with him as well. And just try to keep up with the chats. I see Rockstar here. Rockstar, why don't you say a few words? You were somewhere for the premiere of the movie. Tell us a little bit about it. I'm gonna try to go on screen share and you know, show that, or tell me when you go on screen share.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
1, 2. You got me, definitely. Switching the conversation from relay policy to culture in Bitcoin, and premiere of BTC Pay server documentary here in Warsaw, Poland. Man, it went really well. And now I'm thinking, how am I coming up on a stream? Is this natural habitat for me? Can you see me well?
Well enough. You look like you're walking through like a
you're in like a really dark room, and we can barely see you. But yeah, I think that's like on brand for you, so that's fine.
Yeah, that's part of my character. So I'm a dark character. I will lighten it up a little bit for you guys, so you can see here. I'll try not to record too many people, only people that want to be recorded. Joe, you want to be recorded? Come on, tone stream, yeah. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, is this a live stream?
Yeah.
Oh, it's live. Hello, Jimmy.
What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. Looking good. Giant Bitcoin behind you there. Is that the halving Bitcoin?
Yeah, that Bitcoin is gonna get halved, and that's the Bitcoin halving. That's literally it.
Wonderful. Wait, are we live to Jimmy's audience?
Yeah. So listen, yeah, we're partying here as well. So party's up there. I'll try not to dox anyone, but BTC Pay server documentary is coming up online as well for all of you that want to watch. Look at impressions online, and also you can tweet with a hashtag "My trust in you is broken." It's a story of how Nicholas obsoleted BitPay with rest of us in BTC Pay server crew. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see it's crazy here with party. I'll not go to record anyone. Any questions, guys? Did you see the trailer?
I've seen it, and as a filmmaker, I'm very impressed. Webworthy or Parker is very, very, very talented. So I can't wait to see the full thing.
Okay, well, I may have special then for you, Tone and Jimmy. I can send a full version.
Yes.
I just want to say I miss you, Uncle.
Oh, thank you. I miss you and Carla as well. So we got to
She'll be back
organize.
on again later.
Yeah.
How's your new pen, Rockstar? Are you using it?
What? Can you repeat that?
How is your new pen? Have you been using it and signing everybody's stuff?
Mel, you wouldn't believe what I have signed with that pen. We are on live stream, so I'll behave. I'm now not the Rockstar dev, I'm movie star dev, you know?
All right, awesome. Let's see. We got Don Bay in the audience as well. Don, I don't know if you want to turn your camera on. You're not really an anonymous person. Would be cool if you can. And since you're on your cell phone, turn it sideways so we can see a little more of the background. And unmute. Though if your phone doesn't have the rotator thing on, sideways will not work. So go back to the way it was, and then go ahead and unmute and say a few words.
Yeah, what up, everyone? Happy having. I'll let everyone know that my F9 got fried this morning, so I'm officially out of the race to mine the first block after the halving. So everyone's safe. Everyone's got a shot now. And other than that, just doing the Lord's work and stuff in the unions, and had a great. We had the CIO of the Houston Pension Fund on the Nakamoto Gauntlet show. Learned a ton about where pensions are. So lots of cool stuff, and happy having.
Don, what's your Twitter? Is it Don Bay?
It's Baywatch1.
That's right, Baywatch1.
The veterans made a nice little Hasselhoff video because I was on their show last night. They did a pretty good job with the AI there.
Did I misspell that?
It's BEI.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, BEI. That makes sense.
And I see Jimmy on here, and I helped. Jimmy pulled his first Jimmy off the BTC trading cards. Congrats on that, Jimmy. That's huge.
I wasn't the first though. It was I can't remember his name, but somebody else did it like literally right before.
All right. So for those that don't know, Don Bay goes around and tries to get pension funds to invest in Bitcoin, and succeeding. We're seeing more and more articles in that regard all the time. All right, Dom, thanks for, feel free to say a few more words on that, and then feel free to stick around. We got more people to introduce. Not everyone on the stream has had a chance to say hi. So final word, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, no, I'll be on and off, and I'll just say, Tone, if you haven't caught that episode of the Nakamoto Gauntlet, I know you've heard it all and seen it all, but this is a really good one from the institutional side of an active CIO that was the first pension fund to buy and hold Bitcoin. And the stuff he said on this show, my biggest takeaway is that we're not even in the first inning of the institutional adoption cycle. So it was a really good episode. Encourage everyone to check it out.
If you can send it to me on Telegram, that'd be best. My Twitter DMs really get lost. And I just want to do a quick shout out to all of those that send in a super chat. Winston, thanks so much for your $50 very generous super chat. Agartha, as always, you're sending in an SEK. I don't remember that conversion off the top of my head. And Shruti Gupta, clearly out of India, wants us all to guess the price of Bitcoin, I guess, for the cycle, and then go into detail on why Taproot created storage problems. So we're going to wait for mechanic on that. We started that discussion on this channel the other day, but now we're going to have a much bigger audience. And also thank you to the 825 people that are currently watching us. 4 years ago, we hit 14,000. This was the 10th most popular YouTube stream on that day. We were the 10th most recommended stream on all of YouTube 4 years ago for the halving. I don't know if that will happen again this time, but we will try. All right, let me go over. I mean, Zezo, I know you're going to be super quick. You're back with us again. Zezo is an awesome volunteer, and he's been working with me for a while. Quick intro, say hi, and then we're going to go over to Jonas.
Hi, guys. Nice to be here. Second time here for the halving.
as Tom say, being late 2017, I had the very good luck to meet Tom, and he was like a mentor for me in Bitcoin trading, introduced all the amazing people that I met. And thanks to him, I left a bacon factory back in 2017. And today I'm traveling the world, enjoying my life with Bitcoin. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, man. And Jonas from Bear Woods. I see. I have to get my my tequila. I have some rum as well. Are you gonna break open any bottles? I'm gonna put you on the big screen here. Oh, we see Zezo drinking. I haven't started drinking yet. I will. Trust me. It's just I'm still trying to get like a hold of everything with 8 different chats going around and managing the stream. Jonas, go ahead and say a few words.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, I've already started drinking. I'm actually got some Bearwood vodka that I've been sipping on. It's the vanilla soaked oak, and it's actually impressive. I sent you a video just a couple of days ago of our lineup of vodka, and you can see how dark it's gotten. How about that tequila? Have you noticed a big color change?
So I hope you guys can see me on the big screen right now. Yeah, this is the tequila. This is bottle number 1 of, wait, where's my camera? Bottle number 1 of 21 bottles, the ones that we were selling over at Unconfiscatable. And yeah, it's definitely getting a lot dark. Oh, no, wait, this one is getting a little bit darker. I never opened this one. This one is not extra aging yet. I'm still deciding what I'm gonna do with that. And but for now, it's still sealed. And I do have a couple of more of these bottles. We might auction them off at the next Unconfiscatable. But yeah, I need to order another case. Every time I get them, every time I get these bottles, I just give them away as gifts and try to explain it to everyone. So it's hard to hold on to these bottles. I got to find the perfect system.
Yeah. No, I'm happy you're giving them away. They make really fun gifts. I actually just stopped by my printer, the guy who actually prints all of my labels for me, and he told me that he gave a couple of bottles to his favorite gas station. And the owner was there. He gave it to the gas station, and they were sipping on it and taking it off and admiring the innovation with it. For anybody who doesn't know, I'll give the 30-second pitch. We have a patented bottling process in which we have a wooden rod running through the cork, and it's all the way through to the top. So it's exposed to the air. And what that allows the spirit to do is breathe through the wood just like it would be if it was in a barrel. So it continues aging while it's inside of the bottle. And it works with, of course, your bourbons and whiskeys, but tequilas, vodkas. This is actually a vodka that's been soaking in a cherry wood for since the end of January. And you can see it's incredibly dark. It's almost like a bourbon. Everything gets really smooth, really flavorful. Yeah, Doug, you've got some rum there, looks like. Nice.
Yeah, Doug has the last case that we ordered. It ended up at Doug's house. He's got a whole case of rums with all different wooden rods. And yeah, we're aging a bunch of them. Can't wait to get back to Miami and try them. I'm going to pull up your social media here.
Not social media. I haven't done any of that yet.
Bearwood Spirits.
Bearwood Spirits.
And, yep, there it is. Go ahead and give it a follow. You'll be follower number 8 or something like that. You can be follower number 19. Again, absolutely brand new company. It's got a bright future. Follow on Instagram as well, and you'll be seeing it at a store near you sometime next year.
Oh, very soon this year, within the next couple of months. I've got some exciting updates for you on that, Tom.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, we're gonna do a call. We're gonna do a call right after this. I'm man, like I'm very hyped about what you guys are doing over there.
Jonas, can I ask you a couple of questions about because I'm really fascinated by this product because I'm kind of a connoisseur of Scotch myself. But I have 2 questions for you, Jonas. One of them is, would you recommend when someone buys one of your bottles, would you recommend they peel it right away? That's my first question. The second question is, why don't you ship it with the sticker already peeled? Why do you ship it sealed and then have the customer peel it after they buy it? Those are my 2 questions.
Yeah, 2 great questions. First, it's Well, okay, so I'm not sure which one I want to answer first. The reason that we ship it sealed is because when you're shipping a bottle, it undergoes a lot of temperature change. And so that the pressure differential really pulls the spirit in and out through the wood. And we've had some pretty serious leakage. And so actually, this is a brand new bottle. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see that, but it's seeping only because I haven't sealed it yet. I just put this in the bottle and it's already breathing like crazy. And I'm just sitting here. So when it goes through the mail, yeah, having it sealed, we're actually working on a better system for that. And then as far as when the person is to unseal it, that would depend on when it's bottled. So for example, if my camera focuses, this one was bottled on December 15th. And when you insert a piece of wood into the spirit, you can think of it as a closed system. And so the spirit will pull flavor and color from the wood, but without access to oxygen, there's a hard line. There's a hard limit to how much you can actually extract from that wood. And so what I recommend to people is once you buy it, I mean, you can keep it sealed for as long as you want, but after 4 to 5 weeks, depending on the base spirit, you will reach the limit of how much flavor you can pull from that piece of wood without introducing oxygen into the equation. And so if once you do peel it and you allow the oxygen to interact, then there's technically no limit to the amount of flavor or color change that you're going to get, but then you're also introducing angel share. So Tona, I think if you hold up your bottle again, I can see that because the seal was imperfect, you're actually getting a little bit of oxygen, and that tequila bottle is not as full as it was when I first gave it to you.
That is correct. Well, when Tone purchased it.
Yes, when Tone purchased it.
Guys, I don't get free shit. I love supporting innovative companies. And so that's correct. I have not peeled it yet, but I am already losing some of that tequila. And again, this is one of the things with a young company is that these are the kinds of things that you need to resolve before it goes into mass production and onto the shelves. And yeah, this was the very first product, one of the very first sales, and it's going to get better. It is a unique bottle, so it has its own history. But yes, and all of these things are being resolved as I'm speaking, but that's what Jonas just described.
Hopefully that answered your question, Motorist.
Yes, it did. Thank you very much for that. And somebody in the chat was saying that's the expiration date. I had to correct them. No, that's not the expiration date. That's when you start aging it. So it's the opposite of an expiration date, to clarify.
Right.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go back to I'm not on screen share anymore. I'm gonna go back to gallery view. I see Bitcoin Mechanic has joined us, but unfortunately, the guy who wrote that script for that Marapool uses is gone. Shooter,
yeah, that's Portland.HODL, right?
Yeah, you're not a fan, I'm sure.
No, for obvious reasons. But it wouldn't have been a particularly interesting debate anyway, even though we disagree. Just because I've spoken to him a lot before on Twitter Spaces and stuff. It doesn't turn into a wrestling match or anything entertaining like that. He just sort of goes super theoretical, and and I don't know, probably would have been pretty boring. But what was the overall point?
Jimmy, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, he was saying how he wanted the relay policy and the consensus what's allowed to be in a block to come closer, like either way, like whether it gets stricter or looser. He wants those two to his argument was that slipstream and all this other stuff exists because those two don't match, and he's kind of right on that. Now whether you want to do something about it, like drastic, like making a soft fork so that only certain kinds of standard transactions go into a block, or whether you change like filter stuff, or I mean like you allow everything that can be included in a block to be relayed. That is actually kind of a good point. So yeah, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think on the surface, yes, it's a good point. But I think it betrays like a fundamental misunderstanding of network dynamics. It's not Node's job to do stuff to make miners as much money as possible. At the end of the day, the reason miners want nodes to be more permissive in what they route around the network is it's because it's more efficient than them having to set up, out of band APIs. And that's already pretty expensive for people that want to get these non-standard transactions in. The way they have to pay Marapool to get them in, and on top of that, they have to wait for Marapool to find a block. Like the reason most of the spam you see complies with current mempool policy, which is more restrictive than consensus, is because it's way more efficient and way cheaper to do it that way. So that's why when you see a spammy inscriptions transaction with hundreds of outputs, they never pay 1 sat. They always pay whatever the dust limit is, and there's a reason for that. And I think it flips everything on its head in its classic block size war territory, which is miners run the show, and we must accept that because they're the ones with the power and the hash rate, and nodes don't. And that's, for me, that is the ultimate lesson of the block size war, and you're unlearning that lesson if you're trying to make nodes acquiesce and placate miner misbehavior. That's not correct. You're supposed to do it the other way. Miners should ultimately be looking for an indication about what signals long-term health of the network from nodes. And when it comes to things like spam, changing consensus rules to fight spam is not a viable way to do things unless you go super nuclear with it and migrate to a new address type that can't have the potential for any arbitrary data storage, and you close all the known bugs and exploits inside Taproot and all that. You're not going to do that. It makes sense to do it with spam filters that can just update on the fly. And then the argument that, well, then miners are just going to go out of band. They can do that if they want, and they are doing that somewhat, but it presents an enormous amount of friction versus just using the flood fill mempool network. And it's also clearly going outside the bounds of what other parts of the ecosystem want. So I think I made the point on the last stream, which was that you have all these different components of the Bitcoin community. You don't just have magical alignment and game theoretical perfection all the time. That's just not a thing. You don't get to say the users and the miners and the nodes and the monetary transactional people and the arbitrary data storage and the exchanges and the operating systems like Umbra and Start9. Everyone agrees on everything and we all pull in the same direction. That's just not true. That's a fantasy. Sometimes miners want things that harms nodes, and sometimes nodes want things that miners don't like. So in either case, someone has to ultimately be the rudder and the directional intention of the entire network. If it's miners fulfilling short-term profits and turning Bitcoin into shitcointopia by spamming up the chain and making it a pain in the butt, with even worse things like opcat, where you have an increase in computational complexity for nodes to deal with, that's short-sighted. I get why miners would do it, but that doesn't mean you just roll over and die and say, hey, they're going to do it anyway, so I'll just turn my node into an unpaid relay, and we'll turn the collective Bitcoin nodes of the whole network into just a cloud storage thing that we provide for free. Like, that's not workable, and you won't have nodes if you do that. And then to round it all off, if you have that new culture of shitcoiners come in and corrupt what Bitcoin is to the point where nodes aren't really a thing anyone cares about, then you lose that line in the sand you get to draw between Bitcoin and shitcoin, because you just become another shitcoin. If there are no nodes, and if nodes don't matter, and if widespread enforcement of the rules is suddenly swept aside, then I don't know how we get to maintain our superiority complex over shitcoins. We just become a shitcoin. So I think it's a cultural thing. I think all Bitcoin development is downstream from culture that is somewhat being diluted and undermined by people that just want to add a bunch of features to Bitcoin and get very excited about it. And this is all right. I promise this will be my last point.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, Mechanic, you got to wrap it up, man. I'm sorry,
right.
but yeah, after
my last point.
People are coming on and then they're like dropping off, but I need to introduce new people.
Go for it, man. Yeah, I guess, yeah, if I can round it up, I'm just saying, back in the day, it was just debates with big blockers who would always talk about the benefits. They would never discuss the trade-offs, or they would always dismiss them. It's the same with Bitcoin Magazine and all those people saying we're bringing in new stuff to Bitcoin, and they will never acknowledge the trade-offs of doing it, which is how you know it's not sincere. It's just marketing. It's not a real debate. That's my point. I've said all I need to say. Thanks for letting me ramble on it.
Yeah, thanks, man. Oh man, because we had some people. We had some people join. I really wanted to get them on, but now they already dropped off. Shit, that sucks. All right, guys, try to keep like your try to make really fast comments as much as you can.
Tone, can I make a point real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, you know, technically I agree very much with Mechanic and Jimmy. And it's literally my job to translate between like technical and non-technical people. And I think as a community, we need to be really aware of the messaging because most people have no idea what's going on. So we need to do education around like why this is dangerous for normies. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's a really, really complicated topic. So I don't know how to make it like shorter, but we will need to do like a full video. All right, hey guys, we did have some new people join. I want to get Isabelle on here. If you can turn your camera sideways so we actually see you guys better, that would be awesome. I think you guys are unmuted. Check your mic. There you go. And
hey Tone,
put you guys on the big screen.
Hey Tone,
Hey,
can I get your autograph?
Oh, Nico, where are you guys?
We're backstage of the Bitcoin halving live stream for BMAG, and we felt like we should drop in and say what's up.
All right, so this is going to be
that live stream's supposed to be live right now. It should have started like 2 blocks ago. All I see is just sort of like restream X encoder with like the television stuff. What the heck's going on? How come you guys aren't doing a better job over there?
Here we go.
They're wondering why they're not. Wait. Tell us everything, Nico. Hi, Isabella.
Mel, hold on, Mel. Let him. I need to put him on the big screen. Hold on.
All right,
I'm gonna give you a spotlight. Hold on. Go ahead. Turn the camera again.
Oh.
Wait. There you go.
So yeah.
Got the coffee.
Let me get a better angle. There we go. There you go.
Wow, that is a serious production. This is nothing like this stream here, but you know what? 4 years ago, this stream here crushed Bitcoin Magazine stream for live views and overall views. And we're gonna see if we can do it again.
Ooh, okay. Well,
the challenge.
Just wanted to stop by and say what's up. And Tone, I really want your autograph. And then I tried to get Jimmy Song to sign a potato, but he did not want to.
Why a potato?
He was eating a potato. He was asking to give it away. And I said, I'll take it.
Potato?
I'll take it, but you have to sign it.
No, wait. No, I didn't eat a potato. I had an extra potato. I had a potato from the steak I ate. And I wanted someone to eat it because I wasn't going to eat it. So
yeah, and I offered I would, but if he signed it, but he said no. So did anyone ever eat that potato?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask Gary, and he dropped off the stream, unfortunately.
Your book is here.
All right.
All right. One last thing before you guys drop off. Isabella, so you just came onto my attention the other day when I watched your video about Ethereum and the founding of Ethereum, which was absolutely awesome. I really liked the video. So those that aren't watching Isabella's hilarious videos making fun of shitcoins and very Bitcoin maxi, follow her on Instagram, Isabella SG3.
Thank you. I was inspired by your series, the crypto shit.
And follow Simply Bitcoin. Follow Nico too, also.
And
all right.
Get Based. They're the ones that are producing all my shows. Get Based TV.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Peace.
Yeah, I think everyone is already following Simply Bitcoin, but in case someone is not, definitely check out Simply Bitcoin as well. All right, I'm sure you guys have to go to work. We'll keep an eye on your live stream on the side as we keep going. How long is yours going to be? Do you know? How long is your live stream? When are you guys going to end it?
We have no idea. I think we ended after the halving, or when do we end it?
Probably after that.
After the halving, after block 8 841,000. No, I'm kidding. 840,000. Right? 800.
Yes.
40,000.
All right, cool. All right, awesome. Well, thanks for joining. And if you guys have more time later on after your stream ends, come back on.
We'll drop in. We'll drop in. Peace out, everybody.
Later, guys.
Hey, Tone, have you seen Ocean's hash rate?
No, we can pull it up though. I'm on screen share. Should I go to Ocean?
Yeah, go to ocean.xyz.
So this is how Tone has a million tabs. Ocean.xyz.
Are the tides turning, so to speak?
It seems to be a tsunami right now, so we just doubled. If you click on dashboard at the top, you can see the graph.
Wow. What
Whoa, dude, imagine it. I would love to see you guys. Whoa. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Someone really wants the halving. Someone really wants the halving block.
Oh boy.
This would be a very funny turn of events.
You know what it is? You know what it might be? It's that thing I said earlier. Because you guys get all of the just give away the block properly. Somebody might want that rare Satoshi that comes with that first block.
Yeah, who knows? They could. I'd rather have the block before that one because it pays twice as much real Bitcoin. But I don't know.
You know what? So this is the other discussion I wanted to have with you. What are your thoughts on rare sats? And we've had this discussion. I don't see anyone here that was at BitDevs when I was at BitDevs, but there was a big discussion at BitDevs about rare sats and like the first Satoshi after a halving, and that Satoshi could be so valuable that it could be worth reorging the chain and reorganizing that block just to get that rare Satoshi. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to reorg. It would be a miner has to commit to undermining the whole perception of the network and its security to do that, to even have the chance at it. So I really doubt we would see it. You'd need someone like Foundry to do it. With 30% of the network, you could do it, but you would kill your business pretty quick. A lot of your miners would leave, and you might not even successfully do it. So the chances of that happening is basically 0%. My thoughts on rare sats in general is you're trying to create an arbitrary order system. That's what ordinal theory is, rather than cardinal theory, which is countability. Like when you have, it got hotter by 10 degrees today, there's no difference between each degree. They are just measurements of the size of a change. There's no individual degree. Like I can't sell you the third degree it got hotter. It doesn't exist. So just like a dollar bill doesn't have hundreds of pieces of copper that would make up pennies, it's its own thing, and they both represent the same abstract thing, but there is no penny inside a dollar bill. Like it's not a physical thing like that. So it's basically just, I said it yesterday, it's just a chain analysis under a different name. They're trying to create an arbitrary link between sats that doesn't exist. Like if you put a dollar in a bank and you take it out a year later, it's not the same dollar. That you can assume it is if you like, but that it doesn't work that way. And you're just creating a system that tries to create every time you spend Bitcoins, you destroy a UTXO and you create a new one or two new ones that are made up of whatever size you're allowed to make up based on what went in. But there's no actual SAT. They don't exist in any way. And if they do, it only creates problems for us. So, I mean,
they're trying to make unfungible what's actually fungible.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to attack fungibility, and that's obviously undermining. There's 4 kinds of spam, and they all attack Bitcoin in different ways. It's really interesting. Ordinals attacks fungibility. Inscriptions takes advantage of the witness discount to store a bunch of fake script stuff to get as much data into chain as possible. And that was funny when you tried to open it the other day, Tone, and it crashed your browser tab because of how much data was inside that freaking transaction. Then you have stamps, which is designed to bloat the UTXO set. And now you have runes, which is actually the most sort of approved way of spamming because it only uses a little bit of op return. And that creates problems because of their minting process, where I think the first one to get the rune or to get a transaction in the chain that has that op return data owns the rune, but all the failed bids for it also end up in the chain. So you just end up with garbage everywhere. Either way, they all have their own unique way of messing everything up.
All right, so real quick, I know Vesa needs to get going because he's in Dubai and it's already super late there. But I did promise him that you, Mechanic, and now that I see Mr. HODL on here, so maybe I'll let HODL go first. Just try to summarize as fast as you can. So he is an artist and he was into the whole NFT thing. And now everyone's convinced him that the NFTs need to be on Bitcoin. Technically, I was also one of those people. Yes, I don't really believe in the usefulness of NFTs. And at the same time, I never liked all of these altcoins. But I always said, if we're going to discuss NFTs, if they're not on top of Bitcoin, then they're not immutable and they're technologically terrible. But I also don't want them on chain for all the reasons the Mechanic describes. So I'm one of those people who tries to encourage, if you're going to do an NFT, if you're going to do a token, if you have to do that stuff for whatever reason, it makes you feel good, it makes others feel good, people think it adds some kind of a value, which it might, like I'm still open to that. You do it on a Bitcoin sidechain like a liquid, because this way it's on Bitcoin and it's not clogging up the Bitcoin mempool. So that's been what I've been promoting. But maybe Mr. HODL will go first. And he's gone, so I don't see him anymore.
But
And
Mr.
so
HODL
it's
isn't
you,
an
Mechanic.
NFT artist. He's not any of that stuff. Mr. HODL is not an NFT guy or not, like that I know.
No, he's not. No, but he's got but he's not an NFT guy, but he can definitely have his comments, right? So he's similar to you. So I'm assuming he has similar views to you. So maybe you can just quickly explain to Vesa why NFTs and ordinals are a bad idea and sum it up as fast as you can.
I think NFTs is a stupid way of doing something that we've done another way forever, which is just, it's like a ticket is the best example. If you buy a ticket to a concert and you try and get in and they don't let you in, then you just need to prove you paid for it. You can use a blockchain to do that if you like, but you can also use an email. And that's enough because the rest of the world doesn't care. It's only like the legal procedure. It's just the Oracle problem again. Like the problem with NFTs is I actually believe in intellectual property. I think it's a valid concept. I think if you steal my Bitcoins because you found out my private key, I'm not going to say, oh, they're yours now. I'm not that naive. Like, I really believe those are still mine, even though you have the private keys. But NFTs, if you violate my intellectual property by right-clicking on a picture and then pasting it on Twitter, there's so little I can do about that the whole thing just becomes a complete joke. There's no benefit to anyone by doing it. You can't enforce the property rights using the blockchain. You can only point to the fact that they were established ones, and that will help you if you take anyone to court that violates your intellectual property, but no more than having an email would. No one cares. It's like there's some arguments about less friction because you don't need to go through a middleman to transfer ownership of it, maybe. But that's pretty minuscule in comparison to what the hype around it is. It's supposed to change the nature of property. You remember when that woman said, if you have an NFT of a diamond and the diamond gets destroyed, the underlying asset still exists. Like, this is laughable, man. It doesn't do anything. It's just a great big hype bubble around basically a valid concept, but taking it to this extreme where it's like you're saying, even Michael Saylor kind of fell for it. Like, if you write a will, your last will and testament, and put it on the blockchain, that's it. No one can do anything about it. I'm like, of course they can. And if they do something against your intention, you still have to go to court and you still have to show the document. And you can say, well, it's in the blockchain. Or you can say, I have a notarized copy of it here in a safe. It doesn't make any difference when you get into the real world, because the Bitcoin blockchain can only enforce property secured by private keys. It can't secure property secured any other way. So if you own an NFT and the minting of it happened on Bitcoin's blockchain, so what? It's not going to be able to stop you right-clicking that JPEG and posting it on Twitter. Bitcoin's blockchain can't do that. So that's my whole point on it.
But if the provenance starts from me and you can track it back to me, what I'm trying to understand here, and thanks for having the conversation, because for me, talking with Jimmy has been a little bit like having sex with a cheese grater. It's like outside looking in, it's funny, but doing it is kind of masochistic and bloody. So what I'm trying to understand really is that if I inscribe an artwork and it goes onto the blockchain, on the Bitcoin chain, is it actually inscribed on the chain in that even if you have two centralized different platforms that are kind of controllable, but do they, if they're not manipulated, do they actually see the image somehow on the core chain or not? Is it somehow inscribed onto the chain, or is it just an illusion?
No, I mean, you can interpret Bitcoin itself doesn't support like MP4 or like JPEG formats or something. Like you can't use your Bitcoin node to view this stuff. You have to use some other software that interprets the data that's hiding itself inside witness data and interprets it to be a JPEG or something like that. It's a horribly inefficient way of doing this stuff, though there is some limited utility that I can't deny. But it's also just the fact that it breaks a system that's designed for such a more significant purpose is just something that's impossible to endorse for moral reasons, because you can basically do what you need to do with existing systems. Like the idea of intellectual property being something that needs to be established inside a giant, massively redundant public database is kind of nice, but it just can't really be done without creating damage for the only structure we have for making one of those immutable. Like Bitcoin's immutability comes from the fact that it's limited in what it can do, and when you blow that open to other use cases, you undermine it being able to maintain that function, and then it just becomes like a shit show. It becomes centralized, and then why not just upload your picture to any other website because you're trusting a small centralized service? And I mean, is that like that's what I'm saying. The data is going to be there in the chain node to answer your question, and the interpretation of that data is whatever software you like. Like ordinals are what they are because of the ordinals client that interprets what goes on the blockchain a certain way. That's centralized. If that gets changed, then the interpretation changes, and Bitcoin doesn't care one way or the other because it doesn't have anything to do with Bitcoin. It's an artificial system built on the top of it. So I would say that too. Like if the client that interprets the data you put into the blockchain that turns things into JPEGs or whatever data you need just isn't maintained or isn't the one everyone else uses, then your picture basically stops existing, I would say.
Okay. Well, I still have clearly a lot to learn from it, but for me, the most important thing is provenance, because I'm hoping that, and the idea is that much after I've passed from this world, I'm hoping like 200-300 years or however long it's going to be, that there would be a provenance that if I've sold something and it gets resold or whatever, that it would be someone would be able to track it back to me publishing that image, because otherwise it'll be exactly like you say, that you can just right click and then mint it on some other chain and do all these kinds of different scams.
Dude,
it's really,
if you want to do that, sign it with a PGP key, and that's it. You have a PGP key that you keep secure, and only the owner that has like a PGP signature can do that. Like if that's all you want, then you don't need any of this. Like you just have a receipt, and it's unforgeable. You know who like signed it. It was the artist because it's his private key. You're done. Like, yeah, I don't understand why you're doing using all of this other stuff.
I'm looking for a I'm looking for a foundation, of course, but I'm not being duplicitous about the thing that, of course, I see that there's now the only place really where anyone is buying art in the sort of crypto sphere is now in ordinals.
Wait. I thought you said it was about like making sure that people can trace it back to you. If that's all it is, all you need is a digital signature. That's it.
Relax.
No, not like I said, a cheese grater sex. It's like of course it's primarily I'm trying to establish the ethical way. Is this the way that I can do it? And of course, secondly, it's a part of me having to make a living, and this is the way that it's happening right now. And I'm trying to figure out whether this is in fact
let me jump in because I think
validity, or whether it's actually viable as well as maybe something where I can sell my stuff.
I think the reason it's unethical is because people don't run nodes to store redundant copy of anyone's art, and it's not what they signed up for. So dumping it on them is just not, that is the essence of something non-consensual. And it's very evident when people like Udi keep saying thanks for storing my JPEGs on your hard drives forever. It's got this like rapey undertone of I'm forcing you to do something that you can't prevent from happening even if you want to. And it's fucking gross. Like it's really nasty. It really does have that lack of consent element to it that they're sort of proud about. And they like the fact that it's difficult to do anything about it. And this is ultimately one problem with stamps exploiting bare multisig as well, and there being no justification for it. It's not on the network to store a redundancy for your multisig scheme, and that is financial, right? Store whatever you need for your multisig to be spendable again yourself. You don't need to use the chain for that, because ultimately the nodes keep a perfect history of the financial history of Bitcoin, because they need to know it. I need to know every UTXO that happens so I can verify when you're paying me what that is. If you start stowing away data that's about pictures that are of interest to you and people you sell to and all that, that's not what nodes want to be doing. It's not why they paid for the hardware to set up. And they don't get paid by like miners do. Miners get paid to do what they do. Nodes don't. So when anyone comes along and says, hey, we can just use the network to do this and that, they never ever take into consideration, why would a node want to store a redundant copy of a JPEG? Why would 70,000 nodes all say, yeah, fine, I'll store that? They have no incentive to do that. And the more you ask them to do that, the less inclined they will be to do it. And then that's how we just all go down together. You don't get the permanence of the redundant storage, and we don't get perfect money, and it all just suddenly becomes shitcoiny again. It becomes, oh, we can do all this, but actually in reality we're just centralized and basically fiat 2.0.
Okay,
yeah, so
I gotta interrupt. I've set a timer. Gotta move on to Archive.
Hey, I gotta go.
Doug, all
yeah,
right, we'll let you go.
I gotta go, but I wanted to show you my cookies. All
awesome.
right, these are keto paleo. They just came out of the air fryer. I'm doing recipes for lazy men to make dessert and super yummy shit out of keto recipes using stevia. I'll let you know how it goes.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, Doug.
Okay, I'll be back.
I'm gonna have Bitcoin Archive go next. We do have Bitcoin Archive with us. He is anonymous.
I gotta
guys, crypto comments, you gotta mute. Thank you.
I gotta go, but I wanted to show you my cookies. All right, these are keto paleo.
Comments, you gotta mute.
The air fryer. I'm doing recipes for lazy men to make dessert.
You gotta mute. Thanks, and you gotta close the stream. Otherwise, it's I'll be able to getting feedback. So real quick, Vesa, what at the end of the day, right? And I learned this back in 2015 by listening to some Bitcoin maxis after who the name was made. Vitalik Buterin came up with the term Bitcoin maximalists to describe Bitcoin Uncensored podcast. And they constantly used to say, stop treating Bitcoin as free infinite data storage. And because it's not that. Mechanic, what did you say?
I was saying that's it.
Yeah, it's not. There's no such thing as infinite free data storage, right? Like we're streaming this on YouTube, and this is going to be a 12-hour stream, and I'm doing it for free on YouTube, but it's not free. YouTube is sticking ads into the stream, even though I don't want ads on the stream, and they're using me as a guinea pig for all the data, and they're collecting all the data. There's no such thing as free data storage, and Bitcoin is no different. So when people, stuff ordinals into the Bitcoin blockchain, someone is paying that cost. It may not be you, but it's the network itself, and it's the people that operate the node are paying the ultimate price. And eventually, if they give up, it becomes tragedy of the commons. Like a lot of us won't give up. I mean, Bitcoin will get through this, but people need to be more aware of what they're sticking into the Bitcoin blockchain. All right.
No, I totally get it. This was my concern from the get-go, is that this is going to ruin something. But essentially what I did is that I tried to put as high quality of an image there as I did. I did about 5 of them, and they cost about $300 to $500 to put there. And I thought they were kind of aligned with what Bitcoin was, is that you have high quality, high effort art, and with the high quality, high effort chain, that it would be different to what is mostly minted there, which I see is absolute garbage and low pixelated whatever's. I thought that I could maybe do some sort of an example of something that could work, but if it ends up being something that just essentially won't do what I thought it could do, and then it'll just clog up the chain, then I'll just stop doing it. But these are the first 5 experiments that I put there, and let's see if how that goes. I'm gonna try and sell those now since I kind of put them there. But you know, I'll learn more and reconfigure it as I go. But Tone, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks,
Before,
Vesa.
please
Yeah, we do have to
answer
move on.
mechanic, but I really appreciate it, man. Love you, and thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming back. And yeah, I'll see you in Dubai. And I'll try to see everybody in Dubai. So many people are there. I am going to be there next week, unless there is some other crazy, you know, Nova floods or like geopolitics and stuff. All right. I really want to get to Bitcoin Archive. I'm going to do screen share. He's not going to be on camera. Tries to be anonymous. And let me not get into the details. But incredible, 1.4 million followers on Twitter, provides incredible insight. Hopefully you can unmute and say a few words. Bitcoin Archive, floor is yours.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I really don't have too much to say except thank you for inviting me on. I was enjoying the discussion. It's a shame it has to be cut short. I wanted it to continue.
I could make one point about it quickly, which is like a positive suggestion. The best thing you can do when it comes to storing arbitrary data and using Bitcoin to do it, that no one really complains about, is open timestamps, because you're doing something that's reasonable, which is just proving that something happened at a time. So you can hash pictures that you've drawn, or even hash an agreement you made that it belonged to a certain person, and stick that in the chain, because it won't take up much space at all, as opposed to actually uploading the JPEG. And then you can just point to something. If there's ever a dispute in the real world, you can just point back to it and say, this thing happened at that block height. And then if no one has any demonstration of anything happening prior to that, then you're in a good spot. And because it's a hash, it barely uses any data, and you can make trees of these hashes. This is what Nick Zezo suggested. Don't store data in the chain, store hashes of the chain, the data. Don't store, databases in the chain, store Merkelize it first. And that, when people do that, it's still not what it's designed for, but it's not wasteful, and it has it's less distasteful, I would say, and it achieves the same function. So
what's standing in the way of doing that?
Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for the comment.
You said, no worries, man, but you said what's standing in the way of people from doing that?
Yeah, as in to the exclusion of JPEG. So we've got JPEGs on the blockchain that are being put on the blockchain that are a bit of a nuisance. So, okay, step 1, can that be stopped? Should that be stopped? Step 2, what's stopping people from doing what you've just described?
The fact that step 1 hasn't happened.
Can it happen?
If you do step 1, if you create enough friction for people to get spam into the chain, then they will become efficient with it to the point where you don't really mind it happening as much. So like I said, these things like open timestamps are in there. No one is on a mission to start getting rid of open timestamps, because it's so efficient, and it's not a scammy use case. Like, it's genuinely useful. A BitBlock Boom, a guy sat next to me for like a minute. We spoke on the couch, and he was saying he used open timestamps to keep an election honest in Guatemala, and it actually stopped the rigging of an election. That's legit. That's a real use case, and I'm happy about it. As a node runner, I don't mind that stuff happening, and I don't think anyone does. I'm curious if you have anything to add, Jimmy, to this perspective.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, even like hashes and stuff, there are other tools. People act like Bitcoin is the only tool that exists. There are lots of other things. If you want attribution, if you want to authenticate stuff, there's like digital signature, stuff like that. There's timestamp servers. There's stuff. There are all kinds of things that you can use. This insistence that people use the Bitcoin blockchain for X, Y, or Z is just idiotic, because it's just, I want the attention, but I don't want to actually look for the best tool for the job. I don't have much sympathy for people that are insisting on using Bitcoin for X, Y, or Z. Yeah, it might work, but there are lots of other tools that are way better and way more efficient. The only reason you want it on Bitcoin is either like sort of as like a social griefing attack against Bitcoin maximalists, which is mostly what a lot of this stuff is, especially stuff like stamps. Or, you know, it's a way to scam more people or to make it seem like something that it isn't, which is, oh, I'm supporting the Bitcoin network by paying fees or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's all scammy to me. And I don't like this idea. Okay, like you know, there are all these other use cases that you can use it for. No, you have bad engineers, or you're like you know, you're griefing people, or you're doing something that you really shouldn't, committing fraud, basically.
Yeah, I know about this project with the voting stuff. Maybe I can add a little bit of color, and then Jimmy can tell me if there's another solution. But the thing is that once they count the votes, the records of that goes somewhere, and in the future, those records get changed. So actually, the count that was done on that day, there's no way to know for sure whether the count got changed in the future. So the guys that are doing this, they're basically putting the count, you know, on the time chain. So that way in the future, at any point, they can look back and say, okay, this for sure did not get changed, right? We know this thing to be immutable. So is there another solution that would be, you know, as immutable?
I mean, a lot of people use like archive.org or whatever. You could also like go to a timestamp server and get something signed at a particular point, and they'll countersign it and so on. There's lots of different ways to do it. It's just kind of I mean, like that is kind of a cool way to do it, especially if you're like limited on resources or whatever. But you know, I mean, engineering is sort of like the art of figuring out like the best solution for something, you know, and optimizing in all kinds of ways to make it practical for usage. You know, a lot of these projects just don't care at all about it. It's just let's put it on Bitcoin. Let's get the attention. It's affinity scamming.
Well, that's the worst thing about it, right? Because drawing a line in the sand between Bitcoin and crypto was difficult. Drawing a line in the sand between Bitcoin and shitcoins on Bitcoin is even harder, and they make it deliberately confusing by calling their tokens stuff like Bitcoin or Sats, which like they literally will use those words just to confuse newbies. And like they'll confuse people that like in Asian markets and stuff where they don't like Bitcoin Twitter is English, right? I don't know if there's like a Chinese equivalent or a, you know, a Korean equivalent. Like, so I feel like a lot of the scams are happening over there, and people are getting confused and buying tokens called things like Sats. And that's just going to be so difficult to make people think, yeah, Bitcoin is solid. Stuff on Bitcoin is a scam. Like I don't want to have to fight that battle again.
I'm going to move the discussion along a little bit. We can always come back to this topic. I had a few people join us. I see Josh, see Joe Carlasare, Crypto Commons down in Argentina, where they have a house. They mostly do trading stuff. I do want to give Gary Gerritsen the mic for a minute. He's just going to introduce himself. He's been on the stream for a while in a giant chair. Gary Gerritsen helps run the live stream of the Unconfiscatable event. Big supporter, helps out, volunteer. Gary Gerritsen, say a few words, and then we'll let Crypto Commons say a few words, and then we'll get Joe Calasare's take. Dr. Jeff was with us for a little while. Unfortunately, we didn't catch him back in here because we were having the discussion on mempool. But Gary, go for it.
You were right. It's a little tough to keep up with everybody coming on and off, and yeah, it's getting a little chaotic. But yeah, just keeping track of a couple things. Just super. I kind of like, I've said this before, kind of a hardware guy. So just about anything from, you know, an ASIC miner to a graphics card to a CPU, like that's basically what I do. Bitcoin hodler, been hodling for a long time, and I used to work mostly as basically a pipe fitter. So I'd work in like your refineries, your steel mills, things like that. But kind of got into this and kind of do a lot less of the other thing, which is great.
All right, awesome. I got you on the big screen now for a second. And all right, let's go over to Crypto Commons. Green Joe, say a few words. How's Argentina doing? How's the new president over there? And and then we're gonna hand it off to Joe Calasaре.
Hi, nice to see you all in this epic moment, Ton. You know, I'm a big fan of Bitcoin and halving as well. And your previous stream was it was like one of unique, you know, one in the world. So let's hope this will be the second. It can be bigger, longer. I don't know. We will see, guys. Very glad to see you. Yeah, I can say a few words about Bitcoin maybe because to be honest with you, I do not know much about new Argentinian president. Originally, I'm from Russia. I know much more about Russian president, Mr. Putin, but let's not talk about this. Let's maybe talk about Bitcoin. If you allow me to share screen, I can say a few words, maybe 2 minutes, about what I think we are seeing now.
Yeah, I don't have screen share enabled, so let me enable that. Yeah, so if you want to do a quick view on charts and your outlook on Bitcoin, try not to take more than 3 minutes. Just do a quick overview on your charts.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let me find my chart. I just wanted to say a few words about BTC and about recent price action. Let me try to share now.
Yeah, Crypto Comments, he has a very popular YouTube channel, over 100,000 followers in Russian, and recently started an English-speaking channel as well. I've been a guest a couple of times.
Yes, we will try to pump it in future. Let's see. Let's go to the... oh, now it's called super charts. Let's go to super chart. Yeah, what do we see here? We see these yellow lines as you may already get. This is halving lines. This is approximate line. Actually, I think it's 2 days maybe later, but in this scale, it's okay. So we see that we are facing the fourth Bitcoin halving, and the most different thing in this time, in this season, and this is that we broke all-time high before the halving. I think all you know. So in terms of this, I wanted to point out that maybe this time is different because we see a lot of things coming out. I mean, a lot of we see a big bubble on a stock market, on real estate market, and we see this war happening and all these things. So I think in terms of money printing, in terms of inflation, maybe this time is different because previous cycles we saw like pretty much normal kind of things. But what we see after COVID, I mean, money printer and all this stuff, I think maybe we are like maybe this time is different, and we can go even higher than everyone expects. If we are looking at some metrics and indicators, everything is pretty much the same. We see bullish momentum, we see green money flow, we see bullish RSI, but as I said before, we broke all-time high before the halving. This happened first time. So if we measure how much do we go up after the halvings, we can see that we increasing like 100x, then we increased 30x, 35x, and then we saw smaller movement, but it was 8x, I mean 700%, 8x. But now this time is different because we are already at all-time highs. So now if we are looking in conservative, even 200 or 300%, it can we can go much higher, I mean, in terms of expectations. So I don't know, guys. Maybe I wanted to ask you a question, and somebody can answer after me. Because if we look at Bitcoin in terms of money printer, I mean, if we use BLX, which is, by the way, Tonway's first.
Right, Greeny, you gotta finish up. You gotta finish up.
Yeah.
I gotta move on to other people.
Yeah, please. I want to ask some other speakers. I mean, what do you think about this? If we look at BLX to money M1SL, I mean money printer, we didn't broke the even the previous all-time high. I mean, we didn't broke even 20K in terms of this. So maybe someone said that this is not accurate metric, but anyway, if you look at M2SL, or maybe, what do you think about this time, guys?
All right, let me take over
really
screen share, and I'll go from here. And I'm
Thanks,
gonna hand it off
Tom.
to Joe
Appreciate it.
to mention it as well. Let me just adjust this. So I grabbed screen share real quick. So I do think this is going to be a very bullish market. I have my chart in. I have to pull up the chart. Give me 1 second. I need to pull up a specific chart, and then I will go over to Joe. Low chart layout. I just made this chart recently. Time to halving. I think it was this one, and I think it's going to be a big. Obviously, we're all expecting a nice bull run in the upcoming halving. So after today, this will be what it will look like. And I am expecting a top in Bitcoin, like it usually comes, somewhere between March of next year and say October of next year. And I really want to know what Joe thinks about this. I personally do not pay any attention of the price of Bitcoin versus how much money is being printed. I think those two metrics are completely independent and have absolutely nothing to do with each other. I'm gonna come off screen share. I could expand on that, but people hear me all the time on this channel, and I see Joe shaking his head that he agrees. So I will let Joe Carlasare explain why money printing and the price of Bitcoin are just like money printing and gold price have nothing to do with each other. And then maybe Dr. Jeff, who's back, will weigh in as well. And welcome Tatiana Moroz to the show. Joe, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to go quick because I know there's a lot of great speakers. And I got to tell you, I am so bullish after the price action today. I measure data, as you know, Tone, from the older time traditional assets against Bitcoin. I try to look at comparisons quite a bit. One of the things that got me so excited is today we set a record, I think, of a top 4 or 5 all-time negative correlations between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ sold off really hard today. I don't know if you saw that legacy markets. I know this isn't a traditional finance podcast. We're talking about Bitcoin here, but there's very seldom these days where you have the NASDAQ down 2% and the Bitcoin actually finished up on the day. So that's really exciting, alongside like the 10-year, which has been selling up pretty hard. It's up like 55 bips since the middle of March. You had the VIX up nearly 4% today. If you just look at those metrics, for Bitcoin to be positive today and hanging in there above 60K, man, that is incredibly bullish in my mind. And so it's really exciting, going into the halving with all this. But one thing I think that is really interesting and people have to focus on right here about Bitcoin's price, although in nominal terms, we have made a new all-time high, I still view this as largely the warm-up for the Bitcoin bull market. And the reason for that is that I don't think we actually made a new all-time high in real terms. If you're adjusting the amount of inflation we've had, which has been significant, right? 40-year highs, the most inflation we've had, that any of us had experienced, or at least most of us and on the stream in our lifetime. Bitcoin's real all-time high in real terms is probably in the high 70s. Some metrics say it's in the 80s. So to me, I still think this is the warm-up. We're consolidating still. You're bringing in all the hodlers. And I expect a very favorable second half of the year for Bitcoin and into the next year, which I think we can talk about. But just to answer your question, okay, so my view of it is a little bit more nuanced. I think that there are catalysts that come from additional liquidity. And I don't measure liquidity the same as everybody else. Other people look at M2 supplies. I look at really broader measures of liquidity, risk on environments, bank balance sheet capacities in the private sector, because I think that drives the price up. But, okay, to your point, Bitcoin is still such a small market, right? Although it has liquidity that drives behind it, I think the adoption curves and the curves between people that are the long-term hodlers coming in at the bottom of the bear market and then distributing at the higher peaks, that is the primary factor driving that market. Even with the ETFs, right? I still think the spot buying of Bitcoin in the regular market by the hodler community is still the primary factor. And there's data to back this up. I mean, if you look at total inflows into the ETFs since we've had it, we're about 13 billion, okay? 13 billion. We've had broader inflows coming from tether purchases off seas, driving the Bitcoin price action in the last 60 days. So, tell me how the $13 billion ETF flows are controlling this market. I don't see it. But in any event, very bullish, very excited, and we can start the conversation there.
Awesome. Thanks, Joe. And for those that don't follow Joe Carlasare on Twitter, you absolutely should. I'll pull up his, hopefully you can stick around for a while. You don't have any plans the rest of the day, and we'll pull up your Twitter and all the rest. Dr. Jeff, do you have any comments on overall money printing and money liquidity and Bitcoin? And after your take, I'll give my take.
Sure. So I the way you're setting it up, Tone, I have a feeling that we take opposite views of this. So I tend to look at, and hey Joe, by the way, I love your comments. I tend to look at what are liquidity flows doing around the world, and most people spend their time focusing on what the Fed is doing, and I think that traditionally has been very important to do. But I think recently, in recent history, a lot of people have been fooled by fiscal dominance, right? A lot of people didn't expect the government to be borrowing so much money and spending so much money. And what people didn't expect was that the economy didn't actually ever head into a recession here in the United States. And I think that threw a lot of people for a loop. I still see a ton of people, and for whatever reason, they all seem to be Gen X boomers, and I'm a Gen X. I'm right in the middle of the Gen X age range, and for some reason, there's just tons of doomers in this range that are still calling for a recession and still calling for the markets to crash. And I can't get on board with that. I look at what the economy is doing, and it looks like that we've been in a manufacturing recession specifically for about a year and a half or so, but that has actually bottomed and is now getting better. So the manufacturing, which is holding the rest of the country down a little bit, is now back on the upswing. The US economy is only a 30% manufacturing economy, and it's actually about a 70% services-based economy. So services dominate here in the US. Services never really went into any kind of contraction, and that's what kept us from falling into a recession. So the economy, for its part, is doing really well, and I think it's bottomed and now on the way back up again. Why does all of that matter? When the economy is doing better, banks start loaning more. When banks start loaning more, they create more debt. They expand basically the global monetary supply, both in the US and across the world. When that happens, that naturally flows out into the risk curve and across the risk curve. And so that's what I think acts as a tailwind. It's not the primary driver or the only driver, but it is a definite tailwind for the price of Bitcoin. I share Joe's sentiment that I think that even though the next couple of months who knows what the price of Bitcoin could do, it could go lower, it could trend sideways, I don't know. But I do know that based on past cycles and based on where I think the business cycle is going, that things are going to get much better as we head into the end of 2024 and as we head into 2025. And then I'm getting some feedback. But one last thing that I would say is I hear a lot of people talking about how we've reached a new all-time high already, and that's what makes this cycle different. I very strongly hold to the tenet, and I know I'm in the minority here, but that the 2021 bull market was an anomaly. If China had not banned Bitcoin mining, I think that Bitcoin cycle, the bull market, would have gone much higher. I still hold that the price of Bitcoin should have hit above 100K, and I would have said about 125K based on past cycles. Why does that matter? I've been saying for several months now that if we follow past cycle patterns, that at the halving, which happens to be in a couple of hours from now, that the price of Bitcoin should be between $62,500 and $75,000, and we're sitting at 64.4 right now. Where do I get that? Because from the previous cycles, and I know we've only had a couple, but from previous cycles, at the following halving, the price is 50 to 60% of the prior high. So if the prior high should have been about 125K, that puts us at 62.5 to 75,000. I would contend that we actually truly haven't hit a new all-time high, not based on what should have happened, and that Bitcoin is just doing what it does. It's kind of mathematical in the way it works. We're right where we should be right now, and that's why I hold to my next cycle peak in the fourth quarter of 2025 of 475,000. I think we're right on track for that happening, and I'm very optimistic like Joe. I'll stop there.
Whoa, that is a really monster target of over 400,000 by the end of the next cycle, going into the end of 2025. We've got 2 years to get there. I do have it on my screen right now, the past cycles. And so I did it kind of differently. So in this case, I started the very first cycle, which gets us a little bit out of control. It points to like $150 million price of Bitcoin. obviously it's not going to go up like it did in the very first cycle. But even if Bitcoin goes up like it did in this past cycle, which was the most depressed cycle we've had so far, even if it mimics what it did last cycle, it does put Bitcoin at $400,000 early on in 2025. And so if it matches like the slowest growth that it had, which was this past cycle. So real quick, to answer the question directly, the reason why I don't pay attention to like M2 money supply and all that other stuff is because a lot of that money doesn't actually enter the real economy. That's one reason. And it kind of just stays in the Federal Reserve System, and it doesn't really enter anywhere. And the other reason is because Bitcoin is a speculative asset. And it doesn't matter how much money is being printed. If people think Bitcoin is useless and it's collapsing, they're going to sell it. And same thing with gold. Like if people like gold hasn't gone up in the last 20, 30 years with all the money printing that we had. And the reason is because as time passes over the last 20, 30 years, the modern technology and the fact that the world isn't losing electricity is continuing to make gold totally useless to society. And that's why it hasn't gone up and it hasn't kept up with inflation and it hasn't kept up with money printing. Gold is going up right now, and that's due to speculation because of like global fear that the wars are coming and people want to, rush into some kind of safe asset. It's not correlated to the amount of money printing at all. And Bitcoin is no different. Bitcoin is like gold, but on steroids, because it's all has to do with speculation, regardless of whether the government prints or not. Joe, you have something to say to that?
No, I'm just saying. So you're both illustrating the point. You're looking at it sort of differently. What Jeff's talking about, as I understand it, is broader liquidity in the market, which is driven primarily by private banks. Okay. You're looking at the M2 and saying M2 doesn't make sense because none of these bank reserves don't actually enter into the real economy. So I don't see any contradiction between the two things that you're saying. The private sector providing liquidity to the market is what drives a credit impulse, is what drives the real economy to accelerate, and it drives assets higher.
All right. Great comments. We got a couple of more people that have joined us. I see Zender. Didn't expect you to be on camera. You used to like to stay anonymous, but you're becoming more and more open to showing your face. I'll pull up your Twitter handle and go ahead, say a few words, and I'll see you in a few days.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. So actually, I've been on your show before with my face. I've been open here because, yeah, we have a long history. And I wanted to start a different conversation, something that maybe Mechanic won't agree with. But so I read on Twitter something like people testing. I saw a tweet about people testing reorgs for blocks on testnet. And I thought it's very interesting. And for me, ordinals, I think they're stupid, but they showed something that's how Bitcoin is supposed to work, like with high fees. And people start to understand, or not like high fees and think of, Bitcoin should be cheap because that's what people heard a long time ago. And what I would love if the block where we have the halving is reworked. I would love it. Rare sets are stupid, but what I think it would show is that reorgs are part of Bitcoin and people should get used to them. Because in a future where we have low fees and low reward actually, but high fees, it's very probable that we will have many reorgs, and people should get used to that. I had debates with people in the past, and they said no, Bitcoin would not work if we have reworks. But we all know that security in Bitcoin is probabilistic, so people should get used to waiting more blocks than we have today. So I'm curious about what Mechanic thinks, or anybody else, what they think if we have a rework of the halving block, and how the future would look.
Mechanic, before you answer real quick, we broke 1,000 viewers, which is awesome. We also have more viewers than the Bitcoin magazine high-end production live stream. So guys, but we're close. They're at 900 and change. Like, subscribe, share. Let's give us more viewers. This is
also, like, we're 16 blocks away, and I don't know what's going on, but there's
it's speeding up. Yeah. Let me go
yeah,
back.
there's been like 10 blocks found in the last hour. I don't know. Mechanic, I feel like Ocean is contributing a significant amount of hash rate over here.
Send me the link and I'll tweet it again.
I wish that was true, but none of the blocks are being found by us.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping to get a couple of more blocks in Ocean. They did get a nice bump in hash rate right there. So Ocean has a nice bump in hash rate. Here are the blocks. TC, I don't know if you're still on. I don't know if you're watching. It would be cool if you can also display who mined the last block when you display the block. We just mined a bunch of blocks. We're only 16 blocks away. The halving is going to take place probably within 2 hours. And we will be here live. Get your drinks ready. All right. Mechanic, go ahead and answer. And after, we're going to go to Josh. And I see Gold joined as well.
Real quick, like 8 points. First, if it's like in an hour and 20 minutes, the halving, that's smack bang on midnight GMT. And Satoshi was English, and he doesn't want 420 to be American time zones. So thank you very much for Americans not realizing that other time zones exist. Responding to zndtoshi, or I forget your real name, but I'll just call you zndtoshi.
It's okay. Let's keep it that way.
Zender is okay.
Zenda, yeah. So I think there's an important distinction between like transitioning to high transaction fee environment and miners getting paid to attack the network in a fiat standard world. I think they're not trivially the same thing. I always, like, people call me, they dismiss my argument as you're appealing to altruism, and that's not how it's supposed to work. But ultimately, I think you do have to have some sort of defense. So if a miner can make a load of money doing something bad for Bitcoin, you have to be able to say, stop doing that. Or, there has to be something of that nature. And I think it happened with Mara Pool when they first did OFAC compliance, because I think they were told by their legal department, save $10 million in legal fees and comply with OFAC. And they were like, all right, we will make more money doing that. And then Bitcoin community got furious about it and they stopped. So I think it's like, you can't say that like transaction fees being high is just how Bitcoin works. Get used to it, because you actually have to care about the source of the money. It's not authentic transactions, it's pump and dump grifters, and those people aren't here to stay. So they're like, I can talk about a silver lining. It's like, great, we got to see how badly Lightning works in a high fee environment, and we can adjust accordingly. That's all good. But then the reorg thing, I think I already touched on that. I think I don't think there's going to be a reorg for a rare sat. I don't think any miner would want to create that kind of uncertainty in Bitcoin and damage their own the perception of the stability of the overall network just to try and chase this ridiculous idea of there being such a thing as a rare sat. So yeah, I hope that is a reasonable response to what you said.
Well, if somebody pays a lot of fees in the future and it's more profitable to rework, they will do it.
Yeah, that's the concept of fee sniping, right? But not in the context of the PSBTs that are used to snipe inscriptions at the moment. But just, there is no subsidy, but there was a 1 Bitcoin transaction fee 3 blocks ago. I'm going to reorg the chain to try and grab that 1 Bitcoin. That's a worrying thing that happens in the future. But I don't really think any of us know what mining looks like in sort of 20, 30, 40 years. I don't think any of us are actually ready for that. And I already, like, one of the luxuries of being part of the mining pool Ocean is that I talk with big miners a lot and I understand what motivates them. And a lot of them really now are just telling me they don't care about anything, whether, spam or subsidy or profitability or cash flow or any of that. They just want to be able to get their transactions in the chain, which is something Luke had always maintained as a theory, dismissing the whole nervousness around the security budget from Peter Todd and that camp, just saying there's nothing to make people mine in the future. It's not going to be just high transaction fees replaces the subsidy. That's kind of a myth. Like, it's just people, like, I run, an El Salvadoran Bitcoin wallet that has to use this much block space every month, and I can't rely on an American mining pool always putting my transactions in there because I get to the front of the queue because I pay the highest fee. I have to mine this stuff myself, otherwise it's not getting in. And this is what the big miners are telling me they're doing right now. So I believe them, and we still have this massive subsidy motivating them. When that's gone, it's maybe reasonable that the only thing people actually
I'm
mine for-
sorry. I got to interrupt. I've got to interrupt. Mechanic, you're telling me that big miners are mining because they need to get their own transactions in?
that's what they're telling me.
Dude, you believe that?
Yeah.
What would be the purpose? Like, what transactions are they doing that they need to get it in? Like, I don't even understand.
No, it's
like,
not current. It's just people thinking in terms of decades. That's all. And I think it's like I gave a sort of soft example. I can't get too specific, but yeah, if you're like, supposing you run a Russian Bitcoin exchange and you need Foundry to put your transactions in blocks, like it's not too much of a stretch of the imagination to think paying a $2 fee instead of a $1 fee will get rid of all geopolitical restrictions. Like, no, you're gonna have to mine that shit yourself. Like,
well, yeah, I mean that's one thing that a lot of people are saying that Russia is going to make Bitcoin legal tender. I mean, as long as all the hash power is in the U.S., I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I think Russia is definitely going to want to have their own hash power there. But
yeah,
like to say that a miner is mining because they want to mine their own transactions, that's new to me. That's definitely new.
Sure,
Well,
it's pretty uncomfortable. It's pretty uncomfortable thought. I've heard it a few times, and it's not the theory, right? But like, I kind of agree with Peter Todd when he gets nervous around, this idea that transaction fees will do what subsidy is doing now. But it's kind of like giving me permission to relax about it, because it might not work out. That was the theory. It might not work out that way, and if it doesn't, I now know that there are people with like exahashes worth of hash rate that are just telling me we don't care about anything. The reason we want to go with Ocean is because you guys are going to make it so we can make our own templates. And the minute we can do that, we can put our own transactions in there and we can relax. We don't need to worry about geopolitics and worrying about foreign mining pools. We can just put our own shit.
Making money has nothing to do with it. It's about them having transactions.
Wait, hold on.
It's
I'm
both.
gonna jump in on this here. No, it's not that. It's just that it sounded like it was a surprise to Mechanic as well. And he's not saying that that's the main reason for mining, for these miners to exist, but it is now considered, it's now being considered an additional reason, and something being new to you is also kind of cool, because not much is ever new to you, because you've been trolling on Twitter for almost as long as Twitter existed.
But if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? Because in a sense, if you have like 5 or 10 mining machines or something, you're not like a giant one. I mean, like that could actually be like a significant part, is you want to give hash rate towards the people that are not censoring the things that they want.
When we ran
with 10 machines, you're not mining your own transactions. You don't have enough hash power to mine like whatever transaction you want.
No, but that's the point of decentralizing templates, right? Because you still get to mine in a pooled context. So you can mine for 3 years and not find the block you made, but you are still in a pool the whole time and you still split rewards. Then the one time you finally find a block, that's your yearly lightning channel open or whatever the heck it is. And you don't need to solo mine for a year. Instead, you collaboratively mine, you split rewards, but you at least get to occasionally have your own say about what a block template looks like. That's the direction it's pulling in. That's the point of Ocean, is to make that stuff open, rather than have to say like, hey, Foundry or Bitmain, I want this transaction in the blockchain, and it's literally up to them and no one else. Like, that's totally centralized. So the whole point is
I just want people to realize how much hash power you need to have personally to be able to mine like whatever transaction you want. Like, you need a lot of hash power.
You need a lot, but
we
the
used
point is
to-
you can
we
change
used
the
to
game.
pay-
The point is you can just change the game by allowing people to carry on mining in a pooled context while they wait.
Right,
That's because solo mining is impossible. Like, that really is unpalatable for most people. If you can still get the benefit and the cash flow of being in a pool while one day maybe getting your block found, that's a game changer.
Running our
All right.
exchange, we often
Hey.
paid miners to put our transactions in the block, like privately as well. I don't know
Hey,
if that makes...
Josh, can you do a proper intro? I was trying to get to you. I was going to cut off the conversation for a minute, but if you're going to weigh in on a conversation, that's even better. Josh,
Yeah.
do a proper intro and then comment. I'm going to go to screenshot. I'm going to pull up your Twitter handle.
Yeah, sure. I've been working in Bitcoin since late 2010 and lost a lot of money in Mt. Gox. Let's see if they'll come back to us. Actually, it took our Russian guest here before. I just read a really sad story about a Russian guy where Kraken just shut his account for no reason but being Russian, and now he can't get his Gox money back at all because too late. It's just horrible.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna jump off, guys. Thanks so much, everyone, for having me. I'll try and pass by later. Happy halving day, everyone.
Try to come through again. We'll be on till at least midnight, I'm assuming.
All right, man. See you guys.
Yeah, right on. Anyway, then ran an exchange called Voltoro for many years, since 2015, between Bitcoin and physical gold. And now I'm building, a protocol where you can borrow against your Bitcoin at 0% interest and still have it without handing over your private keys. So that's what I'm working on. And it's funny hearing everyone talking about like, does the M2 change the affect Bitcoin? And back in the day, we'd celebrate if someone sold some socks for alpaca made from alpaca wool, like or I don't know, someone would go in and try to push some random shop. We'd all the whole community would celebrate if tiny little shops started accepting. So. We've come a long way, and we got to celebrate the fact that we are where we're at, and it's not just all about the price. I know there's a lot of traders here, but it's about it's about the fact that we have sovereign store of value now. We have sovereign money, and we have mega choice as well. I know that a lot of people are all about Bitcoin and stuff, but Bitcoin for me spawned this whole thing of you have no choice now. There's no way of shutting down this whole idea anymore. And I just really, really love the fact that the idea of separation of money and state is a fact now. And it's not, and we still get people like Jamie Dimon calling it a Ponzi, which is just freaking weird. The fact that this guy is meant to, I don't understand why the board doesn't fire him when he's so publicly embarrassing. That he's still calling Bitcoin a Ponzi. It's wild that someone
at the same time when he's buying. I'm sorry.
Totally. At least his family members are, and the same with Peter Shifty Pants. I'm a big gold bug like the rest of them. I still love gold. I've got my silver here, which hasn't moved an inch in 4 years. But I like it as a diversification. It's important. It's important. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is freedom. The most important thing is that we have the ability to hold value without anybody being able to grasp it and grab it away from you. And that's the sad thing is when you buy property like a house, someone can still confiscate that. This is truly unconfiscatable if you do things right, and I think it's probably the most important invention in the history of man that I would say. So here's to the halvening. Thank you very much, everyone, and
thanks, Josh. I'm getting my glass ready here. I will be pouring some adult beverages into it a little bit later. We're still early. I think once we get into the top 10, we can start pouring some drinks, and we can start taking a sip for every block, and then proper shot.
I'm going to stick on a fat steak. That's what I'm going to put on, a big fat steak.
Check out our Bitcoin pizza, guys. Bitcoin pizza.
Yeah, they were making a pizza over there.
It was at some point one pizza costed 10,000 Bitcoin. Now 10,000 pizza cost one, I guess even less than 1 Bitcoin, maybe 1 million. So pizza is
the inverse correlation.
Hey guys, it's time to
where are you getting $6 pizza?
Oh, he's in Argentina.
Argentina. By the way, Ton, you asked about Milei. I don't know anything about Milei, but I know about Argentinian peso. It's worth nothing. You need like a big bag of money to just go
Right.
to. So
well, that's why
Bitcoin
we're Bitcoiners. Right. Well, speaking of interesting presidents, we have Vit, the president of Liberland, an ugly old goat as well. I want to go over to Vit. Ugly, stick around. We're going to get you next. Vit, give us an update on Liberland and what is going on.
Oh, it's pretty exciting, guys. I just got confirmed actually that I'm speaking on the same stage like Javier Milei during the Las Vegas Freedom Fest, and it's going to be in July, and you should join as well. It's going to be a pretty exciting event, and I hope we will move our relationship with the president of Argentina and as well as with Argentina on a completely different level during that event. So it's a great opportunity to be at that historical event. And if somebody doesn't know what Liberland is, we're a startup country where, as you said, the previous speaker said that the most valuable asset in the world is actually liberty. And yes, holding Bitcoin is great if they're non-confiscatable. But if somebody still holds you physically somewhere, against your will, and you're not sovereign on the territory where you're living, you have a little bit of problem. And this is exactly what Liberland aims to solve. We are building a state that really highly regards the personal liberties and especially personal property. We have just finished our constitution so that the draft will be publicly available. We have also finished our governance, where we have created a system where there is a Liberland merit and Liberland dollar, which are, I think, quite nice ways how the whole ecosystem is running. And the whole thing is basically a DAO for a big Bitcoin wallet, which will be organizing itself and its business on this territory of 7 square kilometers between Croatia and Serbia. And we got to this stage when we're actually building physically in Liberland, which is pretty exciting. And we're also getting our first elections. We actually finished them last week. They're like kind of a testing elections, but in 90 days, we'll have a first proper elections into Liberland Congress. And I can tell you the guys that applied for the Congress are really high-ranking businessmen, politicians, and an amazing group of people from all around the world that can do a great job representing Liberland. So right now, we are at exactly this stage when things are moving on, when we've got, I think, 6 more builders are coming to Liberland. We're still having a bit of a challenge with Croatia that recognizes us as a para-state right now. So we got the same status as Kosovo got from Serbia. So we're kind of a new state, kind of pain in the ass neighbor. In their own words, and I think it was a big achievement in those 8 years. We got from a internet joke kind of characterization into a para-state status, and we're working hard to get more international relations. So if you know some other presidents that could be open for diplomatic dialogue, not just Javier Milei, not just Bukele, which I have already met, but also a couple other guys. I'm here open for business, and it's great to be here at this halving party. So I hope you will visit Liberland soon.
All right, and we already have a question. Can people visit Liberland? I know there was a couple of years stretch where it was impossible to get on the island.
Yes.
But are you able to go back there, or has it been a bit deserted for the last 3 to 4 years?
Yeah, and do you need a visa if you do not have European visa? Do you need it?
Yes. You
well,
will need a European
so
visa.
guys, so let me explain you that. So even though there were a couple articles about that, and I think the latest one was in the Sun, it's still not widely known that Liberland is open for business. Since August 6th, 2023, there is permanent population of Liberlanders living there. Yes, it was very challenging half year with the resistance from Croatia. So they let us in finally. They stopped arresting us for going into Liberland, but they didn't make our lives exactly easy. Plus, we had the biggest flooding in Liberland in 20 years. So it was a challenging winter, but we survived there. We kept the permanent population all the time in place. And if you zoom in, for example, now in Google Maps or Yandex has fully recognized Liberland, which is pretty exciting. So, but if you zoom in on Google Maps, you can already see streets and there are signs, and there's this building that you could see on one of those pictures. We are just rebuilding it, like physically rebuilding it, and more people are moving to Liberland to camp there and to do their business. So it's pretty exciting because we started to register Liberland businesses, which of course the taxes in Liberland are voluntary, and whenever you pay them, you're actually becoming a shareholder of the country that you're living in. So I think that's one of the most important innovation. And as you were talking about the separation of state and money, what Liberland really is bringing on the table is the separation of the state and economy, which I think is very important next evolutionary step. Yes, here you go.
You guys
This is
are here,
Liberland.
right?
Yes, zoom in,
Or
zoom
right
in.
there, right here, right?
Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Yes,
You're
you
right.
can see
This
the
is it right here, right?
Yes, this is Liberty Island, the island next to it. And the BF Ventures is situated on Jefferson Square. If you click on it, and you can already see.
So this is Liberland right here.
Yes. If you click on the BF Ventures, you can see that already Liberland is actually recognized there as well by the Google Maps. So it's kind of exciting that we now have Serbia there, which of course is a mistake, but it wasn't there for like half a year. I was pretty excited that they put it straightforward, that they didn't even include Serbia. And if you zoom in into a little bit more, you can see the Liberty Street, and you can also see that we have both borders with Croatia and with Serbia. So that's kind of cool as well. Our borders are well defined. We actually don't have any territorial dispute with any other country. We have just Croatia that doesn't like us much. But Serbia stated already that they don't mind creation of Liberland on this territory, despite the fact that historically, Liberland was part of the Serbian territory. So this is a very special piece of land where we didn't have to kill anybody to occupy it. We also didn't have to take anybody's property, because this place was both unowned, both by private as well as by sovereign owners. It was basically given up by Serbia and never accepted into the territory of Croatia.
Yeah, so let me just do a very quick explanation as to how these border disputes happen. And I actually explained this on my stream a while ago. So basically, in general, you see these dashed lines. Anytime you see a dashed line on a Google map, it means it's a disputed border line between two countries. And in this particular case, one country, and I don't know which is which, wants the border to be the river, and another country wants the border to be the river as it used to be a long, long time ago. So as the river shifts, there ends up as a dispute in land. So this area here is disputed land, and this area is disputed land, and this area is disputed land, and so was this. And Liberland just went and decided to, well, not decided to, but attempted, and it looks like they're succeeding in turning this, what was formerly disputed land between two countries. Well, if neither country wants to claim this land, we can create a country out of this land. But the reason why no country wants to claim this land is because by claiming this land, they potentially give up their rights to other land. And the way I explain this is the easiest way to explain a border dispute like this is actually in Africa, over in Sudan and Egypt. So again, for those of you that want to understand geography better, here is disputed land between Egypt, which is up here, and Sudan, which is down here. And the problem is that one country believes that the border should be the horizontal line, and the other country, the border should be this zigzagged line. And it's kind of obvious which country wants which border, because both countries want this piece of real estate that is nicely on the Red Sea. And neither country wants this square right here that is an empty piece of desert. So what it means is, because neither country wants this, and both countries want this part, this is up for grabs. And anyone can try to go here and set up a country, even though both of these countries are going to be very, very angry. Because if one country claims this piece, then they automatically give up the nice, juicy piece of real estate north of the horizontal border. And that's why trying to set up Liberland here will get both countries pissed off, because now when one country eventually claims this piece of land, they will not have, the other piece of land to give to the other country as, like, well, we got this, but you get that one. But if that one no longer exists, it becomes a much harder fight for this piece of land. Is that the best way to like explain the situation, Vit?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, the situation in BitWage is slightly different than it is in Liberland itself. We actually have much cleaner case in the way that you explained it, and I think you did a better job explaining the case of Liberland as it is right now than the BitWage, because the BitWage is slightly more complicated, as I studied last time. By the way, I know at least 6 people that are claiming BitWage. And I have no information about anybody else apart of Liberland claiming Liberland. So I think we have to be really thankful to the Croatian police for protecting the territory from anybody else claiming it for so many years. And now when we have actually finally become strong enough, and we are a movement of 735,000 people globally. So it's a decent nation by now, a little bit bigger than Monaco, of course, 3 times bigger physically than Monaco, but also bigger in terms of population, potential population than Malta or Iceland. And now we have this obligation to really make the best out of it. And we've got a very nice Zaha Hadid design for the development of Liberland. We've got some very good construction companies. I just had a call with my major construction company in Osijek. And we still have some work to do in terms of diplomacy and gathering the support and finishing our governance. So last thing that we are just now missing is the dispute resolution, meaning the system of courts. And we hope to program it by the end of next month. And then basically the whole ecosystem will be complete. We are able to remove at least 90% of bureaucrats from nation state by putting everything on blockchain, which I think is pretty exciting. So not just that taxes in Liberland are voluntary and you can pay them to whatever you want, but on top of that, we are able to remove all useless bureaucrats that can be basically replaced by machines, which I think is also a very important way to lead by good example and really be an example for other countries. And I'm very much aware that, the countries will have to either adjust or they will also vanish in a longer term period, right?
Vit, thanks so much for the update. You almost potentially started a huge debate whether governance on a blockchain actually is going to solve much, but we will table that debate for maybe a little bit later. We are only 12 blocks away. The halving is now scheduled for approximately 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is great. Just 2 hours from now, we're going super strong here. Vit, stick around. Hopefully you can be on this stream the moment of the halving. Hopefully a lot more people will join us to celebrate for the halving. Ugly, you've been patiently waiting. I also see Joe Saz and Simon Dixon has joined us. I'll get you guys to say a few words in a bit. Ugly, go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm going to pull up your Twitter handle. People haven't seen you on my channel for a long time. Got a lot of new viewers. We are at 1,200 viewers right now, which is awesome. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Ugly, floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, Tom, for inviting me on. I've been kind of disabled here the last 4 months. The Lord took my voice. I couldn't speak until about a week or 2 ago. So I've been kind of out of it in Bitcoin, but I do pay attention to it. And I'll put in my 2 cents worth. I do think that we're in a phase here of regulatory capture, and I don't think that's good for Bitcoin. I think it undermines unconfiscatability. I also think that the markets are a lot more sophisticated than they were a year or 2 years ago, and I think that was put into my mind through the financial summit when the Ben and other miners there did not use the futures market for hedging. And I know that that has changed. And I think that that changes the dynamics of the market. So while I think the long term is the same for Bitcoin, and I certainly, believe in dollar cost averaging Bitcoin, I am not a super bull at all. In fact, I'm of the opinion we really need to go down to new yearly lows before we can go up much. So I am kind of looking for a dip down below 39,000. And then we'll start all over.
Whoa! We can't just skip that part. You're looking at a low.
Kick him out. Kick him out.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Oh, wait a minute. I've
more.
always been contrary. You know, I was at the unconfiscatable when Bitcoin was at what, 30,000, 32,000, and everybody said it's going down to 28, 29. You didn't even want me to get on the platform because my opinion was not the same as everybody else's. And so here I was a super bull then. I'm not a super bear. I'm just saying, you know, you want a good, healthy bull market, Bitcoin needs to go down under 40,000 first.
Interesting. No. I was a bull during non-confiscatable. I thought we had already turned the corner and we're going to be going higher. And wow, so that's interesting. So you are a bear in this market. I was bearish yesterday, but as Joe said earlier today, Joe Carlasare, who is not here at the moment, I became huge bull early this morning, and I explained it on this morning's podcast. Maybe I'll explain it later on when we don't have new guests to introduce. The way we bounced just yesterday, not yesterday, sorry, late last night, the way we bounced after the scare and made a slightly new low and liquidated many people, and the way we rallied off of that, that made me super bullish. The ability to hold 64,000 right now is making me extra bullish. I'm actually bullish in this market, so it's interesting that you are on the other side of that trade. Joe Saz, I saw a screenshot of your trader platform and the order book, and the order book was flashing serious buying opportunities over the last few days. So I'm assuming you are a huge bull in this market as well, and you're looking. I actually think that going back below 60 is going to be surprising for me after what I saw the last 24 hours. Let's get your opinion on the price, and then we go back to ugly, and then bring on Simon Dixon after.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for having me. Happy fucking 2024 having guys. You know, saw Ugly and Jimmy and just few months ago. Great to see you guys again. Gary, of course, saw you, man. So much love to you guys, and hope everyone goes to Unconfiscatable. It's honestly one of the best events. Anyways, hope you guys are celebrating today. It's obviously once every 4-year thing. Drinking one of my Coronas, so cheers to you all. All right. You want me to screen share real quick, Tone?
Sure. Do a quick screen share.
All right. Let
me stop mine.
Yeah, I'll be ready to go here in a sec. And let's party. All right, so over here, we're talking on a 30-minute chart. I have this widened out for all you guys that don't like anything, anything below 15 minutes, my famous 5-minute charts and 1-minute charts. But anyways, here's a 30-minute outlook. You can see that we were at the top of our, general trading range. I think our range is roughly 60 plus, greater than 60K. And roughly around 70K. Obviously, we went to like 72, below the all-time high though. So we got a lot of signals up in this range, consistent signals, and this is dating all the way back to late March. When we were at this 70+K range. Came back around. We had some support in the mid. So this is the mid channel. If we're talking 70 high, 60 low, mid channel range, 65, we got great, beautiful support there. And then we had that consistency on the sell side that led us into, I think, some news articles that probably tripped people out about some missiles and whatever. But we dumped straight into support. I mean, this was a pretty big flash crash. Obviously, this is a 30-minute chart, so maybe less of a flash crash, a little more of a calculated move. And I'm sorry, I'm putting this on vibrate. But here we stand. We moved and did make a lower low, but this is some of the very important things to observe here, and I'll just kind of cover it all quickly. We have a triple overlay support. We have a 1 to 2.5 band lit up, 2.5 to 5 lit up, and 5 to 10 lit up. 5 to 10 is our trend bias. So when you have orders sitting down there that far in the book, set and forget positions essentially, that's where you can tell that's a strong accumulation zone, especially at a ratio discrepancy that large, where we have a triple overlay confluence here. There's also, as we looking at just quickly at the 70K range, you can see that the perpetual markets had a slight dominance in aggregated perps, were slightly dominant in bids. So we had a slight bullish dominance there. But you can see the aggregated spot market just was not moving an inch. It was red the whole time, which is to say there were far more asks than bids by ratio in that region. And the second we dumped, far enough, in addition to having a triple overlay confluence, we have a dual band confluence, which is aggregated spot markets are stacked bullish, aggregated perp markets are stacked bullish, coming out of this little this really steep move down and immediate retrace and some change. Things are getting a little spicy here. It's kind of a tight band. But overall, I think we're looking at a really good bottom for the time being. I mean, obviously the happening is kind of a come and gone scenario. They're very similar to the January 10th ETF filing news. So we're not really dealing with that whipsaw necessarily, but I think I'm just going to ignore whatever emotional element could have been introduced here for such a significant event and say we're just going to continue to behave like we would in a channel. And here we are, clearly looking at what I believe to be the bottom end of the channel. There's just so many reasons to look at this and say clearly there's so much support in the book, and just looking at between 60,000, 59,000, and 58,000. We're talking 57 million, 77 million, and 88 million. So we're in the $200 million worth of orders that need to get filled just in those three aggregations alone.
Hey, Joe, I gotta speed you up here a little bit. You're getting too far into the weeds. Give us an outlook.
Yeah, so this is where we have a lot of thick support. This is what those signals create. 60, 59, and 58K, a lot of orders in the tens of millions, almost 100. And then all the way up until we get to 72 to 75K, 113, 106 million. So this is our channel. I think we're just playing a channel. And unfortunately we didn't get that halving hype that would have pumped us out of a 72 to 3K range up into the 80s or something. But for now, this is our channel. You can see the book is very thin between 61K and 71K, other than what's happening at the top of the book.
A rally meant to be sold.
Sorry, what?
A rally meant to be sold.
Possibly, but we're also not getting the sell the news event here. It is a Friday. We could get a little bit of a calm weekend here.
This is a bear market rally, and it was a real quick. It's probably not going to go. It just needs more time. We've got, again, there's a lot more sophisticated players here. The miners have finally learned why we have futures markets. I don't think we did ourselves any good by making these things available on IRAs and the ETFs. I think we're going to have a price to pay for that stuff. But yeah, I mean, as a long-term holder, you keep it off chain. That's the game. But I think we have to go lower, and quite a bit lower, before we can go higher. And I would be very surprised if we can go up much before we make new lows for the year. I don't know.
Think there's like a technical thing that's going to bring us lower, or are you betting on like a fundamental kicker?
I think it's both. I think the fundamentals and technical are both in conjunction, but that's just the way I read things.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's Gabriel, you have anything else to add? Otherwise, we're going to bring in some new people for a discussion.
What are we? Oh, what's up, Aladdin? What are we going to discuss? I want to argue. I want to argue with someone about something. Someone pissed me off.
No, it's okay. We're gonna try to
Michelle, she looks like she's very confrontational here, man.
Simon, why don't you jump in, say a few words. You've been in the space since around 2010, I think. You've been in it a while. It's probably you've been here for every halving. What is different this time? What makes this halving different from all the other ones since you've been there for all of them? Oh, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me, Tone. Great to be with you all. Cool. What's different about this one? I think every single halving is brought to us bigger and bigger discussions. So, in the first halving, it was really about someone might launch an ATM machine, or someone might sell some socks with Bitcoin. Someone might create a new way of creating a paper wallet on a hardware wallet. And then, just look at all the different discussions that we have right now. I think the main thing is that everyone's got their opinion about what Bitcoin should be. But Bitcoin to me is free markets and Austrian economics, where it doesn't really matter if you think that people shouldn't be using Bitcoin in order to create ordinals and NFTs and rooms, because Bitcoin's just going to do it anyway, and people can use Bitcoin for however they want it. And all of us can come here and debate and say all these different things about what people should be doing, which is great. That's the free market concept here. Someone could come along and say, hey, we should never let BlackRock custody through Coinbase, you know, a bunch of Bitcoin and wrap them all up into a stock and allow people to put them in their pension fund and create futures mark out of it and manipulate everything, because they'll just do it anyway. Someone could come along and say that, hey, a country shouldn't be putting it on their balance sheet, you know, by allowing a sanctioned country to mine Bitcoin, you know, that creates a problem here. Or we shouldn't allow all of these different companies to institutionalize Bitcoin mining by creating public mining companies. Or we shouldn't allow a central bank to own any Bitcoin and create regulations around it. But the reality is that any participant can participate in Bitcoin, self-custody it, wrap it in a company, allow people to create anything of it, let a country do it, let a company do it, leverage your stock market price in order to go buy it in the debt capital markets, even create a stable coin where you're going to end up lending all the backing of it to the US government, and the US government is going to allow you to buy 8,500 Bitcoin every quarter based upon the back of the inflation of US taxpayers, because they're running a Ponzi scheme. But Bitcoin is now involved in all of these geopolitical plays now, all of these company treasury plays, all of these individual plays, all of these people that want to create pump and dump scams on top of Bitcoin, and all of it is involved in all the conversations right now. And just having this halving event is institutions all around the world describing to their clients, registered investment advisors describing Bitcoin halving, and just all the hardcore OG Bitcoiners that are still around and didn't get wrecked because they traded too many shit coins, or you know, lost them all on exchange or something. So to me, the number of conversations and the number of touch points is Bitcoin's touching everything and everybody right now. And everyone's kind of finding their interest. And it's just unbelievable how much liquidity, how far we've come, the market cap we've achieved. Because when I first got started, Bitcoin was the experiment that should never have succeeded. A bunch of deluded people that just really thought we could take on the banks. And it should never have got this far, but it has. And that's the testament to all the people and the brainchild of everyone around the world that just sucks people in. And this is our next milestone. I think we're going to see a lot more geopolitical, a lot more sovereign, and a lot more really interesting things with Bitcoin through the next 2 years. We're only just getting started.
Can I add a little bit of contrary opinion here? My view of the halving is that it's really not an important event. And I know we're hyping it up as being one, but to me, the total amount of Bitcoin is already known. So it's already in the market. So that is another reason. I just don't think, I think halving is very overrated because we already know the amount of Bitcoin. Probably a more important question is how much Bitcoin we lose every year through various means rather than the halving.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It is definitely a non-event. It's just an event we all congregate around. And all of the new players that came in for the last 4 years, they get to learn and educate themselves and understand a bit more about it.
It's actually a diminishing event. In other words, every halving is just more and more meaningless as far as Bitcoin goes.
You guys probably don't like to celebrate birthdays either. Get the hell out of here, man.
Okay. Hey, I got 75 coming up. How much do you have?
Yeah. I can sure like each one is less meaningful, right?
I would kind of say so.
I'm just fucking with you, man.
I'm ready.
I'm totally just fucking
I'm ready
with
to
you.
go to eternity. I'm ready. When I was young, I thought I'd live forever, and that kind of changes when you're 75.
I'm just
hey guys, gotta introduce somebody else. Let me get off screen share. We found another block. We are 11 blocks away from the halving. So we are a little over an hour away from the halving on average with block time. I want to introduce Aladdin. Aladdin is the creator and of Bitcoin trading cards. I'm gonna put you on the big screen, Aladdin, on mute, and say a few words. I'm gonna grab some boxes, and I want to open some packs with you on the screen.
Well, let's go. I'm just stoked that I'm here with ugly old goat. Like this is epic. So I got to meet him back in 2022, and when we were putting together the boomers in Bitcoin, I was like, dude, if we don't have ugly in the boomers in Bitcoin, then we're not doing this right. So I reached out multiple times. He never got back to me.
Hey,
So
and I'm sorry, but I've been sick. I've had some personal problems, and I got a customer for Oliver. I need to get a hold of Oliver. So I'm much better now. I've been literally bedridden for about the last 3 months. So
well, we did a lot of work for you while you were down. So
all right, well, I'm ready to go. I'm about 90% back. I'm going to be launching a whole new thing next week myself. So, all right.
Well, Aladdin. So Ugly is in this Boomers pack, correct? Boomers box, right?
Yes, he is.
I still have to pay you for this, by the way. I picked up a bunch of boxes. I haven't paid for them yet. So I kind of scammed Bitcoin trading cards for now. And
So much we trust you.
so I stole your money for this. So I'm debating, do I open one of these? I've never opened one. I opened one of these packs over at the conference, and I still have unconfiscatable packs. So I say we rip a couple of packs. I want to open an unconfiscatable pack. I'm still on the hunt for the poker card. It's a very rare card. Am I on the big screen?
10 blocks left, Chuck. 10 blocks left.
Make sure. 10 blocks. Oh, wow. Yep. We got 10 blocks left. Let me open this pack, and then it's time. So while I'm doing that, you guys should grab your beverage of choice, and we're going to do a sip. We're going to do a sip or a shot. Depends how much you want to drink with each block coming up. So let me get in front of the camera here. All right. I got the cards. So here we go. We have, and I can't really see them. Actually, it's kind of strange, but I can't see it on my side. Oh shit, Junseth's here. All right, I'll get to Junseth in a minute. We have a FUD card. I'm really looking for that 1 of 21 poker card. We have a resources card. Man, I really like this project. It is super cool. It's on a reasonable amount of satoshis that I've spent on these cards. And here we go. Let's see what the special card is. You guys are going to see it before me. I still don't know. And the special card is a Jimmy song. Jimmy, there you are, right there. Going for the poker card.
Yeah, you must have gotten one of those packs that they had to have me open, because it had me in it. I don't know what's going on.
You made a random choice, Jimmy. You picked out of multiple packs, and you pulled yourselves.
Yeah, it could have been 5 packs with me in it.
All right, let me go back to. We're gonna open another pack later on. We are down to 10 blocks. We got Junseth. Junseth, I dropped your name earlier when we were talking about the use of Bitcoin as free unlimited storage for data, which is something you've been talking about since as far back as like 2014. And we have Giacomo joining us. Giacomo hasn't slept in like 24 hours. So Junseth, just go real quick. Keep in mind, I still have every single episode of Bitcoin Uncensored on audio in some zip file somewhere. So I got to publish those somewhere for people to take the challenge. Also, Gagnon Jonas joining us. Junseth, floor is yours. If people remember Bitcoin Uncensored, that was the greatest Bitcoin podcast ever, and it will never be beaten.
It's good to see that we have all the best scammers in Bitcoin here. Nice to see you all. How are you, Jimmy?
Scamming away, I guess. Wait. So says Mr. Scammer.
Another halving. This is like Bitcoin Christmas every 3.89 years or whatever.
It's like 3.97.
We need like
that.
the Hung Bao equivalent, don't we? Those little red
What's
envelopes.
Hung Bao?
Those Chinese
What's
people.
Hung Bao?
Wow.
All right, let me, Giacomo, can you, 10 more blocks that are having, man, you can make it. Go grab a cup of coffee. Where are you?
I'm in Switzerland. I can probably make it. Now it's just midnight, 30 past midnight, so it's not so bad. It's just that last night was pretty intense with work. We have the kids home, so I will try to make it. I will try to stay awake. Just try to keep me entertained.
Giacomo and Ayan are in a fight right now. We're having a fight.
We are? Yes, right. I know Kung Fu, right?
Giacomo thinks that ossification is real, and I think that he's retarded.
I think that the term is being used in like a maximalist as a form of reappropriation after a criticism. A term was used for the internet, for the IP protocol, which actually allowed the internet itself as a protocol stack, as a phenomenon, to evolve a lot, to change a lot. But the base layer IP versus 4 is basically not changing since 1983. And that doesn't mean that the internet doesn't change. It just means that the base layer can stay stable. And on top of that, many things can change. Ossification was a pejorative. We took it as something that could actually be protective for Bitcoin. I don't think we are there yet, because if this is version 4 of Bitcoin, it still kind of sucks a bit. So I think we can improve it. But I think we will arrive to a point where coordination for changing protocol rules will become borderline impossible. And that will also be a defense against takeovers and stuff. So it's not so bad after all.
Do you remember when Bitcoin was in beta, like last year?
Yeah, out of beta after 14 years. So we're still early. I agree that we are not yet in ossification, but I disagree that talking about that is taboo. There will arrive, so there are like two levels of that. Descriptive, there will come a moment in which coordinating consensus changing will become socially impossible, and prescriptive. It's not so bad that that's happened, because there will be continuous attempt to change the protocol for the worst, probably. So I think that the meme of ossification is fine, it's not retarded. Saying that we should stop right now is probably a little bit.
All right, so Joe, so for the people that are actually retarded like myself, what is ossification? I have never heard this term before in my life. I have no idea what it means.
It was mostly used for the internet.
It's a geological stone.
One at a time, please.
It's like when Bitcoin turns to stone and it can no longer be changed. That's the idea. It ossifies.
It was used again. It was used for internet, but doesn't mean that internet never changed. It just means that the base of the internet protocol never changed after basically the 84.
You would think a geologist would know the term of something turning to stone, but apparently not. The school should get their degree back.
Technically petrification, but yeah.
Are you a geologist?
Yeah, that was my first degree. Yeah,
I thought you went to school to learn how to be a janitor.
No, that was my job.
Stop projecting, Junseth. Stop projecting.
That was actually my second job. When I was 13, I was mopping floors and doing dishes at an ice cream shop. I got that job at 13. That was my second job. My first job, and there was one picture of me doing my first job. I was 10 years old. I didn't go to school for 6 months. I was a refugee on street corners, washing car windows during red lights with a squeegee and a bottle of water. So yeah, so I had my I joined the workforce real early.
Tony always used to say he worked at a bank, and I just figured he was working there as the janitor.
All right, so what else do we have? Oh, Ben Gagnon from Bitfarms. Man, you missed some serious debates over ordinals. Oh, we found a block. Hey, wait, hold up. Does everyone have their beverage of choice? I'm gonna pour mine right here. If anyone's wondering, this is the G4 Extra Añejo Tequila. It is one of my favorites. I also have my favorite scotch here. I'm gonna pour this. I'm gonna do it right on camera. And I'm taking a sip. We got 9 blocks
Dude,
to go.
take a
I'm
shot,
gonna go.
Tone. Take a shot.
Alcohol
No,
is
no,
a
I'm
shit
gonna.
coin.
No, this is a
Tone.
sipping tequila.
I've always thought of Tone.
I want to see charisma, Tone.
I've always thought of Tone as a tequila connoisseur.
Yeah,
right.
you can
Tone,
connoisseur tequila by
poured
how
myself
smoothly
a
it goes
glass
down.
of, almost 5-month rum.
Oh, we got 5. Oh, okay, yeah, nice. Yeah. So you're gonna be drinking different bottles of Bear Wood. So we are 9 blocks to go. Let's see who mined the last block. That was Antpool. Everyone is fighting for that first block after the halving, or
Gonna be
actually everyone's
Ocean.
fighting for the last block. But
Gonna be Ocean.
yeah, I would love for Ocean to mine the next 4 blocks. By the way, Junseth, did you see the jump in hash rate for Ocean?
I did. Oh, you talked about it. You have it right there. Look at you. Yeah, I was
check
very
that
happy
out.
about it. It was very exciting.
So Ocean just doubled its hash rate. So hopefully Ocean still finds a block before the halving and also the first block after the halving. So I don't know, like it's interesting, right? That first block after the halving. Johnson, what do you think about those that first Satoshi and also Ben from Bitfarms? What do you guys think about rare sats? I mean, I learned about this for the first time at BitDevs, what a rare sat is, and apparently the first sat of the new block after the halving is going to be worth a lot of money, potentially making up for the 3 Bitcoin less that the block mined just by selling that 1 rare sat. What does Junseth think about this? And what does the miner Ben Gagnon think about this? And are you guys, if you guys mine the block, if Bitfarms, oh wait, Bitfarms is part of a pool, so you won't have access to that sat. But if you
Unless you're mining
were
on
an independent
Ocean.
miner, what'd you do with that? Yeah. Oh, if you mine with Ocean, you would have gotten that that sat. Yeah. What would you do with it? So, Johnson, go first.
So ordinal theory is gay, and it's also retarded not to sell the first sat if you have it. So those are my thoughts. I think that it's very stupid. Ordinal theory is very stupid. The fact that there's any consensus around it is very stupid. But if you win that first sat, you should sell it and get more Bitcoin.
Yeah, similar to how you sold the Pepe Cash.
Exactly.
Simultaneously on a marathon,
Exactly.
while the transaction
Sats.
set covers trails. That's not a
Oh, it's Tatiana.
I mean, you could dump that any fucking.
Someone is talking with a very bad connection.
Hey.
Oh.
Tom, can you hear me?
Hey, Tatiana, I hear you. But someone else is talking with a very bad internet connection, so I couldn't understand what they were saying. Tatiana, where are you?
Okay.
She's at Disney.
I'm in Miami. I'm about to go to my friend's birthday. I'm prepping for my halving party tomorrow in person, and I'm happy to be invited to hang with you guys.
Do you want to sing for Junseth?
What?
Do you want to sing a song for Junseth?
I think we're good. But you should play my new halving song. I think it came out really nice. I'm quite proud of it. I don't know why anybody would ever have anything miserable to say, but people are miserable. What are you gonna say?
They're terrible, aren't they?
What?
Send me
They're
send me a
terrible,
link.
aren't they?
Yes,
Tatiana,
yes, they
DM DM me a link to the song. We'll try to get it in. All right, Ben Gagnon, give us your thoughts on rare sats and ordinals and mining blocks with a bunch of crap in them because the transactions are more expensive. Just your general thoughts. I don't know if you were listening to the earlier part of the show.
No, I was doing a couple of other streams, but I don't really get it, to be honest with you. But I'm happy to take people's money if they want to pay for it. I don't really understand the ordinals and people trading them. I think block space as a concept, like block space as a commodity, is very interesting. I think in 5 years, there's going to be a lot of applications for block space as a commodity, but are we going to be talking about an ordinal in 5 years? I think chances of that is almost zero. The epic sat bidding though, like that's absurd where that's at. I mean, I'm seeing bids from private people in the millions of dollars for the first epic sat off the first block. Why that would have that much value, I don't know. But we are taking special efforts here. We've got 1% of the network, and we are taking this halving block very, very seriously. We're swinging for it. Let's see what happens. We've got a 1 in 100 chance of finding this block and hitting this epic sat. That's a really great asymmetric reward. And somebody's willing to pay me millions of dollars for that, and also all the money that they're paying for these rune transactions. Like, the first block here after halving is potentially the most valuable block that we've ever seen.
You're gonna give that money back to your shareholders, right?
Well, of course, it's not going to me personally.
Thank God.
But Ben, so I'm confused a little bit, right? Because you guys mine, I believe you mine. I don't know if I can say which pool you mine with.
We mine with Foundry.
Right, I knew that, but I don't know if I can say it. So you mine with Foundry, but doesn't Foundry get to keep that sat, or do you? If like, how does it work, right? Like, if Foundry finds that pool, would they provide that sat that could be worth millions of dollars to the miner that mined that pool on Foundry, or does Foundry get to keep it? How does that work? Do you know how it works? Have you guys inquired? Because $1 million is, for a publicly traded company, it's important.
It's a lot, but you know, for us, we're a pretty small percentage of Foundry. Foundry is a huge, massive pool. They actually put out an announcement 1 or 2 days ago saying that they understand that there's a big bidding war going on for this. They're going to auction it off if they find the block, and they're going to distribute 100% of the revenues, you know, pro rata to all the miners. So there is going to be a distribution there from Foundry if they win. You know, for us, since we're a really small percentage of Foundry, we have a really high probability of hitting it with Foundry, but a pretty low payout, you know, relative to the total potential. We've got 1% of the network though. So we've taken special actions to swing for this, and we're going to see if we can't get this without Foundry. We've got enough hash rate here to make this reasonably good probability. You know, I see ocean pools jumping up there, but you know, we're still several sizes of ocean pool. We've got a better chance of ocean pool of hitting this block, and we're going for it. We're going for it.
All right, so this is super interesting. So I just realized this as you were speaking, that holy shit. So because all the miners are going to want to swing for that first block because of the rare sat, a lot of companies are going to disconnect from the mining pools and try to solo mine that first block, and then after the first block, reconnect back to the mining pools. That is super interesting. And I'm curious how that goes, because I can see miners trying to reorg that first block as well.
Yep.
So you may have to defend that block by continuing to solo mine afterwards. This is going to be one hell of a war for that first block. It's actually fascinating. We're going to be keeping this.
Well, I want to know if Ocean found it, what they would do with it. Would they actually sell it, or would they keep
I
it?
already talked to them.
What they say?
They're gonna treat it like it's nothing. And the
No,
miner
wait,
with the miner with the highest hash gets the first payout. So it'll probably
there
be
are basically different
Swan.
options.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Ocean is going to give that sat to whichever miner mined the block, right?
That was what no, not whoever mined the block. It's based on how much hash rate you contributed that you know, epoch or whatever. So
the way Ocean works is that the outputs are like directly to the miners that are part of the pool.
For the big hashers with a lot of shares, the first outputs on the Coinbase goes to the miners with the highest shares. So with the biggest miner with the highest share in the past attempts
so it'll probably be
to
like
discover the block,
Bob Burnett, or like you know, like the big miner that's adding this exahash, whoever that is.
Well, the other weird thing is that, like, if you do get that rare sat, you still kind of have to wait like 100 blocks to be able to spend it. So you can't even like do anything with it for a little while anyway.
I mean, you can just make it up. All this bullshit is just made up. So that they already lost the tracking, the number tracking several times, and they just made it up So if Ocean finds it and they don't distribute it as the ordinal guys they want, the ordinal guys we just made up some other number scheme. They already changed it, I think, 6 times since the start. It's completely
right. Because you have a 0 input, 0 output. That changes the number or something like that, right?
Yeah. Well, the ordinal theory is bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. It's not how Bitcoin works, and it's hilarious that there's a bunch of people who are, subscribing to it as a real thing. But I'm okay with
guys,
that.
I do want to get back to this topic. It was fascinating, but we did have some new people join, and I love for people to introduce themselves because it's in the middle of the night for some people. And we got Sami Loyal, we got Matt Mcgregor, we got Vortex, and looks like that could be Willy Woo as well on there, who just potentially dropped off. Nope, that is Willy Woo, who's middle of the night for him as well. So Sami, why don't you go first? I know you're probably gonna you're out in Dubai. I'll see you soon. Give us a few words. Give us your view on the price as well, since that's your specialty. And then we'll let everyone say hi. We have 9 blocks to go, and we'll get back to the discussion of the rare sat. Mandrik here as well. I'll get you in as well. Sami, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, man. Wow, what a spectacular floor to be sharing today. Some huge names and very, very cool people here. So thank you all for having me today. Thank you, Tone. Yeah, no, I'm out here in Dubai. It's nearly 3 a.m. I am mainly interested in the price action. I'm interested in how I can trade these things. And honestly, I've got this fun little concept of halving sandwiches on my YouTube channel, which are very simply just on either side of every halving we've ever had from a price action perspective, absolutely nothing happens. Every single time. We've always had stagnation directly before and directly after each halving. We've had stagnation directly before this halving, and we've got a strong reason to stay sideways for a little bit. I think that's one of the most bullish things we could do is continue to trade sideways. The market proved that to us last year when we did 7 months between 25 and 30K. And that was purely just, sideways trading within an uptrend. Now we're knocking on the door of the all-time high. It's the same thing that we did back in 2020, December 2020, exactly 3 years after we topped out at $20,000. We just traded sideways at the all-time high for 30 days. It's been about probably 50 days now. Obviously, the market is moving a little bit slower as time goes on than before. But I think we're still doing exactly the same thing, looking super exciting. Obviously, if we get pullbacks, even better. Everyone wants a chance at cheaper Bitcoins. So that would be fantastic. But yeah, super cool stuff. Very, very exciting. And there's talk about the rare Satoshi stuff and, people doing all sorts of crazy stuff for the initial block is definitely very interesting. It's been very cool to listen to this stream in the last few hours in the background here. Yeah, that's the Twitter, just a bunch of shit posting, just my thoughts on the markets and life and stuff like that.
All right, so real quick, before we move on, and we're probably going to jump over to Willy Woo, who looks like he's in his car. And so what's your view for the next 4 years, basically? Here's the chart. You probably see it in front of you. This is me putting all the prior halvings, since the one in red is the very first. From the moment there was an initial price of 10 cents, and they all seem to top, between 12 months and 18 months after the halving. And by the lowest projections, this past 4 years has been the lowest percentage upswing, and that still takes us to almost 400,000. So even if we go half as high as the last epoch, we still get to close to 200,000. What's your target for this upcoming year and a half?
Yeah, so very, very cool chart. I'm actually looking at something quite similar in terms of time frames. There is, most of the rally happens, or a lot of the rally happens after the halving. So from that sense, we've got a phenomenal setup here. As for targets, I'm super conservative, kind of just because, either way, we're all strapped in, we're not really selling our Bitcoins. So I would rather, kind of aim for the moon and land on the stars kind of thing, rather than aim for the stars in the first place. I'm looking at 150 just because it's super conservative. It's double the previous all-time high and then plus a little bit. I obviously think we can go substantially higher than that, but when you're going parabolic and you're in the late stages of a bull market, 1 week can literally double the price. So, you know, a 150 target can become a 300 target in literally the space of 1 week. Call it 2 if you want to be slow about it. So I actually think it's very, very hard to say, but I think what's very obvious is, yeah, over the next 4 years, we've got a phenomenal setup from a lot of different directions as well. I think there's a lot of pieces that, you know, almost have a lot of potential that are kind of just locked and loaded, ready to go. The ETFs are the obvious one, but there's a lot more. There's, you know, things like interest rates as well being super high. They've got to come down eventually too. You know, when you press the green button so much in a market, eventually you've got to press the red button, and the same thing applies to things like that, you know. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of potential. 200, 400, you know, these are numbers that could definitely be pulled off. It's just a matter of how many weeks you stay parabolic, man. You know, if it gets cut short, then it's cut short. But if it goes on for just a little bit longer, you're looking at completely different price levels.
All right, thanks, man. And I know Willy Woo is going to be a little pressed for time. I see Matt is riding a bicycle through Japan, and Willy, why don't you come on? Hey, you haven't been on my streams in probably a year. It's interesting. At the last conference I was at a few weeks ago, I actually did a presentation on fundamentals and on-chain analysis, and we can pull up a couple of charts. I was using look into Bitcoin charts, which were really cool with things like their HODL waves, which were turning up. Like, so many metrics were bullish. One of my favorite on-chain metrics, and I'll show you, I left it for the end. Also, miner profitability, that's something else. If, Ben, we can talk about this. Miner profitability, for some reason, TradingView stopped updating this chart, but we're back to basically the same level it hit in the 2017 bull market. So it's been 7 years, and the miner profitability...
You're not sharing your screen, buddy.
Oh, shoot, my bad. Sorry, guys. Thanks for the heads up.
Wait, in the next
right
hour
here,
or so, right here on Stream Tone, in an hour and a half or so, I'm going to self-immolate. So stay tuned.
Junseth using...
Are you doing that in front of, like, Trump or something?
I'll just do it right outside.
Yeah. Well, the charts that I was showing for Willy, the HODL waves chart is looking very good. And here's one more. This is the realized cap HODL waves. Everything is super bullish. The chart I was trying to get to was one of these last charts. That's the plan B stuff. So this was one of my favorite charts, reserve risk, posted on Look Into Bitcoin. And it looks like the bullish trend is just getting started. This is the terminal price. One of your charts was on here as well, top cap. This is your creation. And by top cap, we are, the next top is coming in. Probably, that's probably around $500,000 a coin. And give us some thoughts on the market. What do you have?
Okay. I may be boarding a ferry right now, so if I do, I'll jump off and come back in. It's a 1 hour ferry ride, so I have time then. I think this is an interesting cycle. This one, mainly the big change is the ETFs. We've got a lot of TradeFi flows just starting to warm up. And I ran the numbers just a while back. And, you know, the current recommendation for these TradeFi asset managers, you know, like BlackRock, Fidelity, is around 2% conservatively. And I think that'll go up over time. But even at 2%, they manage collectively, all the asset managers in the world, $100 trillion. So if you put, say, 2 trillion of that into Bitcoin, and you take into account the amount that Bitcoin moves with every dollar invested, you end up with 650,000 at the upper range and 90,000 in the deepest, darkest bear market. So I think that'll take a number of years to come in. It'll probably span into the next cycle. But that is one of the big things that's coming in now. If you look at gold, that went on a 12-year bull market when the ETF launched. And you know, Bitcoin's already proven that it's become a more successful launch than gold, and so, like, you know, if it's anything like gold, you know, 12 years of a bull run without any year of not getting higher, a drawdown. So that's a potential. The other thing that's really changed about the cycle is that in the last cycle we had a lot of derivatives with the CME coming online, and so we had a lot of TradFi guys coming in to sell Bitcoin who never actually owned it by just planting a wad of cash in their account and shorting it. And you notice that in the price chart that we didn't have an exponential runaway. It was more of a rounded top that rolled over as all those shorts took place, and you could see that in the open interest and the funding rates. A lot of people they just effectively sold their futures and held their spot and collected a yield. And so with the spot ETFs, that brings back a bit more spot dominance, and it actually brings back a lot more signal to on-chain. So yeah, I mean, those are the big ones. I think, you know, it'll potentially, we may even get a double pump. You know, like my signals say we're halfway through the bull run, and it's come a year early, and it shouldn't have happened this year. It should have been next year, and so it's come early. And if it starts to get red hot, we're kind of in this midway consolidation. Maybe we can tap past 100K, and then I think it needs to cool down. Otherwise, everything overheats too much. So maybe we get a double top. Who knows? I think that, like, next year holds promise for, you know, maybe I'd guess at 450 upper bound, whatever that model is, the top model, and lower bound, I'd say 100,000, but that's crazy conservative. That's a pretty wide range inside there. And I also think that TradFi cycles have got a lot more dominance this time. The halvening is very, very reduced in its reduction in sell pressure, only 3 1/8 Bitcoin now in this shift. And so easily the trading fees from these exchanges will outpower that sell pressure. You know, as Bitcoin becomes more and more traded, we're doing multiple billions of dollars of volumes at the exchanges. They all take a tiny fraction of a percentage in that volume, and then you end up with a lot of Bitcoins collected just from the trade, and that is sold for cash to pay salaries and whatnot within those companies. So that was quite similar to the halvening sell pressure of the last cycle. Now the sell pressure of the miners are now halving. So suddenly we're getting to this point where the market dynamics have more influence. So the question is, what does the economy do into the second half of this year? Maybe we go into a recession. If that's the case, then that could be impetus to push a bearish environment for, you know, half a year or more before. Usually what happens is they print money, and that would open up 2025 for another good bull environment. So that's why I'm thinking I'm very conservative. I think we'll get it's certainly in consolidation now. I'm not seeing this as a flip to a bear, but I think that if we run up past this 70K range and go through to the 80s, 90s, potentially the 105 fib level, we're in danger of overheating, and we really got to watch what the macro is doing, whether or not it goes into recession. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
All right, cool. Thanks. I do want to get back into the discussion because we did have a couple of more mining people join. Rapha, I'm going to get to you next. We're going to skip some people. Vortex, don't go anywhere. You have time for us, Vortex? You're not in a rush to get off the stream, right? You good?
No, sir. I am here for the long haul.
Perfect. And I see Luke Dash Jur from Ocean joined us as well. So, Luke, I'm glad you finally made it home from Dubai. Man, it was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. My luggage ended up in Kenya, so
I'm flying in there on Tuesday. I hope they already resolved their airport issues and their, you know, water world issues.
Did Luke bring a bunch of marijuana accidentally to buy?
No, it just rained.
Hey, so Hey, Willy, is Willy still with us? Yeah, Willy still with us. Hey, Willy,
Yeah,
real
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
Like the only thing I would challenge is the success of the ETFs. I personally don't think the ETFs were all that successful because GBTC sold 50% of their stash, and that 50% of that sold out of GBTC went into the other ETFs. So while they're claiming that like billions of dollars went into these spot ETFs, no one is like factoring in the switch over from GBTC. So in fact, I think 80% of the Bitcoin that is now controlled by the new spot ETFs, 80% of that is transferred over from GBTC. So I honestly think it's a super skewed statistic because no one seems to be subtracting what GBTC is selling.
I have. Glassnode provides all the, and then you can run the net numbers. And at its peak, I think it was 30% of all the inflows into the network was coming from the ETFs as a net figure. Of course, Grayscale was downsizing as BlackRock was taking up a lot of those flows. But as a entire cohort, it factored in at peak 30% of the worldwide inflows into the network. We can measure that on chain, and it was quite big. Right now, it's petered down to just about zero with the consolidation. They seem to like to buy only when it's in an uptrend. So yeah, but no, there was significant in the first few months until we hit this consolidation right now, which is sort of trickled up to zero.
All right. Thanks for that clarification. All right, let's get back into the discussion of finding blocks. So let's welcome Rapha to the show, also Luke Dash of Ocean, and give us an intro. First time you and I meet, virtually or in person, if my memory serves me correctly. And you are at Swan. I'm not sure if you're the CTO there or you're responsible for the mining side of Swan. Give us an intro. Tell us who you are. Is that your Twitter handle in your name? And I'll pull that up on the screen.
Yes, it is. So very nice being here, Tone. I was just remembering, 4 years ago, I was watching your show, and I remember I actually made a comment. I was looking back at my tweets at that time, and I commented it was the best place for anybody that was tracking the halving at that time, and I'm glad to see that it's the same thing 4 years later. We're all back here. Yeah, I'm Rapha Zagury. I'm Swan CIO and head of mining. So been with Swan for about 1.5 years now. Been in Bitcoin for a while. Have a, don't hold it against me, but have a Wall Street background. Worked at Goldman, Merrill, Deutsche, doing trading for a long time. And Brazilian by origin, so saw all the bad things about inflation growing up in Brazil. So I think that all primed me to be Bitcoiner and to be where I am today. So very, very happy to be here. And I think it's no secret that, we have good partnership with Ocean, and it's great to be here with Luke as well and everybody else.
All right. So what is the partnership with Ocean? I did not even know that Swan was in the mining space. I recently found out that Swan has entered the realm of mining, and my knowledge of Swan's entrance into the world of mining is what I just said. Swan has entered the world of mining. So can you give us a little bit of an overview how has Swan entered the world of mining and what are they doing?
100%. So we started mining about, so it was around July of last year. So we've been very recent in the mining world. It was all born from what we call now Swan Institutional, which is bringing, capital providers, people that want to invest in Bitcoin ecosystem, and, a lot of opportunities and flow that we see. So we decided mining has been in our radar for a long time. Corey sat at the board of Riot, right? So last year we started looking at how the market was and seeing that ASIC prices were very, very low compared to historical averages. There are a lot of opportunities out there because a lot of hosts unfortunately had space available because of the bankruptcies and everything that was happening. So just thought it was the right time to start mining. So we started self-mining, as I said, in July. We've been growing hash rates steadily. Corey has been posting some tweets about that. We're over 7 exahashes in capacity. So it's not a small operation anymore, hashing in different countries, and looking to diversify it even further. Became, you know, a very big piece of what we do, and growing a lot.
All right. Wow. So of all the times to start getting into the mining game, you guys got in right before a halving, which is generally a dangerous time to get into the mining. The price of Bitcoin has gone up a lot, and your reward is about to get cut in half. While at the same time, I've been looking at this miner profitability chart, and even though TradingView, for some crazy reason, has stopped updating the chart, this is now back to the orange line, but it's about to get cut by 50%. So miner profitability is about the same as it was back in 2017 at the peak, but it did get a little bit far out of range. And the other question I have is this you guys? Someone just doubled the hash rate on Ocean Mining Pool. Now, I am a huge fan of Ocean Mining Pool, and was this you guys, or you can't disclose that?
So we start with the first question, then I'll get there. Yeah, when we started looking into mining, right, Bitcoin price was half of where it is right now. It was around $30,000 when we started hashing. And all of our calculations, all of our planning, you know, our financial planning took into account the fact that, you know, Bitcoin price was going to be at 30,000. So the only way that we could get where we were was trying to find very cheap energy costs and very efficient machines. So we were lucky that we started, as you said, I think in a good timing, because machine availability was still around, so we could buy machines, you know, fairly cheap. And hosting availability was very, very wide, because a lot of the hosts were just looking for machines to be placed in. So I think our timing, you know, and luck is everything in life, right? So we were lucky to have the right timing to get into. We have a very efficient fleet, you know, we have very low energy costs. So I think at the end of the day, we try to increase our chance of surviving, you know, as high as we could, because if there's one thing we know about Bitcoin mining is that, you know, difficulty keeps going up exponentially, right? There are more and more people coming in, and funny thing is that it's the only industry that when you have a halving in revenue, people are here celebrating and commemorating, because again, it's part of how we plan and what we think. It's part of it's been in all of our business plans from day one. So I won't comment if it is us or not that are bumping up our hash rate, but we've had some hash rate deployed to Ocean from the beginning, from when they started. I did, and again, it's going to be too long to go into the details here, but the TLDR is that, you know, we did a lot of analytics around all the pools, how they pay, if they pay, right? I was just with a miner today that said, well, I'm, you know, really, really praying that I find, you know, the first block. And I told him, okay, so how are you mining? I said, I'm mining with Foundry. I said, how are you going to know if you're founded or not? They're like, oh, Foundry's going to tell me. Like, no, Foundry's not going to tell. It's a big miner, right? And people have no idea that you have no transparency, no disclosure. On Ocean's case, you know, you have full transparency. You know exactly the block that was founded and exactly how it was constructed. And you don't. There isn't a gap between what it's found and actually what you get paid, right? There's already a gap between the hash rate that's deployed and what comes out. And then on the payout, you know, there's also not a lot of disclosure. So we're huge fans of what, you know, Ocean is doing exactly because of that. We think there's the need for transparency. It's 100% needed in Bitcoin, right? 8 blocks to go. Yeah, nice.
Got 8 blocks to go. We got 12 minutes. Okay, so are you able to comment on this hash rate, or was it you guys, or you can't comment, or it wasn't, you know, or it wasn't you?
I won't comment, but people can come to their own conclusions. So.
All right.
We found another one, so it's 7 left.
7
left. Sweet. We just found another one. So there it is. We're gonna take a look at who found it. Then we're gonna take off screen share. Via BTC found. Oh man, I really want Ocean to find another block or two. I'm gonna come off screen share for a second. Hope everyone has their glass. There's the unconfiscatable Bitcoin logo on my little shot glass here. And since we have 1,500 people watching, speaking of unconfiscatable, before we head over to Ben Gagnon for more thoughts on mining, I do have to mention unconfiscatable and the poker tournament and the carnivory dinner and scammy awards are back in Las Vegas. The dates are September 16 to 18. Check it out. Grab your ticket. It's only $300 to attend this event. I dropped the price as much as I could. Carnivory, it's pricey to have a steak dinner, but the event itself will only be $300. We will not be at the D Hotel this year. I will keep people posted on what hotel I'll be staying at, probably later this month. But go ahead and grab your tickets to Unconfiscatable. I am on screen share. Ben, you sent over a mining economics chart. I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Tell us a little bit about this. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, there's a comment earlier about the Swan guys getting into Bitcoin mining right before a halving. It's a dangerous time. I mean, really, just getting into halving and post-halving, that's when you want to be heavily getting into mining. Like miners, every single purchase of a miner is a leverage long bet on Bitcoin price. The last thing that you want to do is get in at the top, right? You know, every trader here should get this. You don't want to be chasing the top. You want to be buying when fear is at its peak, and fear is at its peak when you're heading into a halving, you're just getting out of a halving, people don't really understand what's going on. You know, the miners trade, like the individual, you know, mining equipment trades as a present value function of the expected cash flow it's expected to generate over the future. So you want to buy those miners when that expected present value function is the lowest, and then you want to ride it up. And every single time we have a halving, I mean, the first halving you can't really look at because the market wasn't there. But on the last three halvings, you see the same sort of thing where people get really, really afraid at the halving, but then you have a massive run up in mining economics, which is that dark blue line. And that dark blue line generally, you know, is trading up at the exact same time that the price is going up, because the price can go up way faster than people can plug in new rigs and people can build out new facilities. The only time you've ever seen a deviation from this kind of one massive swing up and then always the massive crash down is really the China mining ban that we had, which we're still benefiting from. You know, the China mining ban happened right there with that little flag there on the fourth halving epoch. And when it took 65% of the physical infrastructure off the map and off the table, and you also took off, you know, the Chinese capital, which was the #1 investor in Bitcoin mining, you effectively got this second wave in Bitcoin mining economics. That's really unusual. The vast majority of the time, like buying a miner is not the best bet. You know, you have a diminishing economics in mining. The best time to be buying a Bitcoin miner is like right now. You want to be buying it when everybody's afraid, nobody believes that the economics are going to work out, and that's when you get ready for the bull run, and that's when you plug those things in. You're going to run it all the way up. So this is absolutely the right time to be buying into miners. Kudos to Swan.
Wow, I would not have actually thought that. I would be expecting a lot of miners to get unplugged a month from now, creating cheaper prices on hardware and being able to acquire miners after the halving. And I would have thought that the prices on the machines would have been super high, let's say a year ago. But Ben, and also, oh, did we lose him? I think we lost him.
Tone, thanks for this chart, by the way. My wife just came in and looked at it. She thought it was Bitcoin halving day, like HAVING. She thought we were all celebrating having Bitcoin.
Oh. So what do you think? Do you think a lot of miners are going to unplug after the halving, and we're going to get a dip in hash rate and longer wait times between blocks? What do you think is going to happen 3 months from now, Ben?
I don't think we're going to have a massive pull off. I mean, you've got very weird expectations from people in terms of the capitulation you're going to see from miners. The setup we have right now is the best mining setup I've ever seen. mean, if you look at all those different waves, you have basically a 99% crash down in mining economics from the peak into when you're going into the halving. But because we have the China mining ban, which took off such a significant amount of physical infrastructure and capital away from the space, you have the all-time high being set prior to halving. You've got very, very positive economic setup. Like, it's very possible that zero hash rate comes offline post-halving. It's very, very possible, because when you're looking at like when a miner decides to turn off a machine, it's not when their like all-in cost is break even or at a loss. It's when their marginal cost is break even or at a loss. And you might even want to run that for even longer, because the way that billing cycles work, you get penalized if you stop for a lot of people in the middle of a month, right? So there's a lag effect with these things. Generally speaking, I think like zero hash rate is going to come offline. If any hash rate comes offline, it's going to be a single-digit percentage of the network. I think the calls for like 30% coming offline are absurd. It's not going to happen. It's going to be single-digit percentages if it's anything at all.
I tend to agree. I think the only people that are going to be shutting down are people that are like home miners that have turned to on S9s as the price went up. Anyone using something that was cost effective before the price went up, I think is going to be fine.
Interesting. All right, let's get Vortex. Let's get you in here, and then we'll go to Matt after. I also see Bernoulli joined us. Thanks for wearing the unconfiscatable hat. And Don Bay had a background of a picture from unconfiscatable conference as well. Vortex, how closely are you following the Bitcoin world these days? I know you're into Bitcoin code and technology and what's going on there. And maybe you can comment on your thoughts of ordinals and if they're spam or not on the blockchain. But any comments on mining? What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen the miner death spiral theory come into play from a bunch of different pundits over the various halvings. Less so in the beginning, and then as Bitcoin became more popular, increasingly so, more and more people trying to get their 2 cents in there. And it's of course just not a thing. Just not a whole lot of as you said, single digit hash power usually is what comes out of these things, because miners are prepared for this thing. They have the time to do this. This happens every 4 years, not every like 6 months or anything. So this is completely planned from the beginning. So I have no fear there. For those wondering just who I am, I'm just an OG podcaster pleb. Been around the space for a while. This is my 4th halving now. Started back in 2012, around the same time Tone did. Yeah, I'm a software developer, but mostly just not a protocol developer, just a software developer, but really interested in the space, really interested in the separation of money and state. And so where we are now, seeing just more and more people understanding the fact of separation of money and state, just absolutely fascinating to see more and more people understanding this, and it's just not slowing down. Because to me, really, the halving kind of represents Satoshi's promise, right? It's the promise that they're not going to change, that he's not going to change the monetary policy, that the monetary policy of Bitcoin won't change, right? Because that particular promise has been broken by every single government in the history of man. So just to see this promise fulfilled every 10 minutes and now every 4 years, it's absolutely just fascinating to see, and just really, really amazing to see it fulfilled yet again. And of course, just to be on, another Tone Vase having party live stream is just absolutely incredible. I wish I would have worn my unconfiscatable t-shirt. I didn't think about that, but man, just an honor to be here with everybody. I mean, Junseth, Willy Woo, Giacomo, freaking Simon Dixon was on here. Like, it's just incredible. And thanks for having me, Tone. I can definitely comment on my.
Simon's still with us. I think Giacomo might have fell asleep. Hopefully he'll be back for the halving.
Still here.
Oh no, there he is. There's Giacomo.
Hey Tom, can we talk about DIY miners? This BitX stuff is getting my wiener hard.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Say again.
The DIY miners that have been coming up. I think that's a pretty cool subject.
Actually, I have no idea what is he
really?
trolling, or
but is it cooler than?
Are you talking about BitX or something?
Yeah, like BitX.
Is it cooler than the testnet coins? And is it cooler than
the testnet coins going up in value? I love that the second best blockchain is testnet.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that discussion from a long time ago. Hey, I want to introduce some people that didn't get a chance to say hi yet. Mandrik, I see you have the block clock in the background. We are 4 blocks away. Real quick, tell the world who you are. This might be your first
It's 6
time on
blocks
the
away,
stream.
Tone. Don't tell them lies.
Sorry,
6
6 blocks
blocks.
away. So 94 there. Yeah, 6 blocks away. And
Tone's drunk.
so technically 1 hour.
Yeah, Mandrik, I'm just my 4th halving, you know, I thought I'd join this time. I think I was invited last time, I didn't join. Thought I'd just stop in and say hi, just a pleb, you know, here for the freedom money as well. Usually I just sit here and chill with the OG block clock, listen to a countdown. It's real nice. It's fun. Just I mean, it's my favorite way to watch. Like, I know you guys are watching on Mempool or you know, plenty of other sites too, but like, it's how I watch halvings now. But yeah, I'm just here to say hi and just listen to the conversation. That's pretty cool. I'm glad you do this, Tone. It's always fun.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for joining, everyone. And who else do we got here? Matt Mcgregor, my co-host, or I'm his co-host on the morning show on the Financial Summit YouTube channel. Matt, what's your view on the price? You and I were both very bullish this morning. I am on screen share. I'm going to pull up this daily chart. And, oh, whoa, that's not the daily chart. That's the hourly chart, which just pulled back. I really wanted this candle to close a bit higher. I actually would not mind this candle dropping a little more in the next 40 minutes in order to give us an 8 count, providing an MRI warning candle with a potential for an MRI buy candle right after that. So this is kind of cool that we're dropping. Either way, I see this as a very bullish candle. I think it's very likely the lows are in. I know Ugly thinks we're going to go down to 40,000. I would be super surprised if that happened. I think 60,000 might be here to stay. We just need to break above 68 for me to be 90% sure of that. Have your views changed on the price? And I'm going to pull up our show and a promo for the Financial Summit. Matt, floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, mate. Good, lovely to be here. Can you hear me okay? I've got these little earbuds in. How's it sound?
Your audio is absolutely terrible, but we do hear you, so you may have to keep it short and...
Give me 1 second. Yeah, short and...
All right. Is that much better?
Oh, way better. Way better. Way better.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm here in Japan now, so I haven't set up anything yet. My family and I have just officially moved over 2 days ago, so I'm still in the process of setting everything up. It's absolutely lovely to be here with all of you guys. What do I think about the price? You know, this is such a funny market right now. We could have the halving and have a flash crash. We could have a flash pump. I don't know. As anyone who follows our work knows, all my long positions are still long, completely long in the spot positions. And so I'm day trading. I'm currently in that same position I was in last night. Nothing's changed for me. I am bullish. I think that was a really good candle that we had yesterday with the flash crash down to 60, and then when it brought it back up $5 in 4 hours. I really like that. I think that's a really good pattern. But you know, in the day trading positions, I can change and flip pretty quickly. I want to see it pump from here, but we'll see. We just got to play the cards we're dealt. And as Tone said, this is a show we do 5 nights a week, I should say, on the Financial Summit Network. It's been fantastic. We've been doing it for about 3 months now, Tone. It's been great.
Yeah, time flies, man. Time flies. We gotta start another trading contest.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about that. No, look, I'm just here to enjoy the day and listen to you guys talk. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Tone.
Yep. Hey, guys.
Hey,
please
Tone.
follow.
Tone.
Yeah. What's up?
I think we gave Mandrik short shrift. Do people realize that Mandrik sold bacon weaves and baklava for Bitcoin in 2012, 13, and 14? And I sold smoothies for 1 Bitcoin each.
Doug bought those sandwiches too. Doug, you bought them. You know.
I had the bacon weave sandwiches. Yeah, they were awesome. So, and I'm thinking here, I'm sitting here going, God, Mandrik, we've traded places. I'm here baking in my kitchen. That was your job.
I'm baking in my kitchen all the time too. Look, I just took my face off. You guys better look at the OG block clock. Look at this is so much cooler, right?
But Mandrik is, you know, used Bitcoin, sold for products. We helped set the price way back when Roger was still part of the group.
Story about Bacon Waves. The coolest thing I can remember with at PorkFest with Bacon Waves was Roger Ver was there with his girlfriend, wife, whatever, Ayaka, and they had rolls of Cassacious rounds, and it was like the 2001 error Cassacious rounds, right? Yeah. Which, you know, you would peel the sticker and you could redeem it for one full Bitcoin. And I remember we were selling train wrecks for $10 each. That was a bacon. It was a gyro, right? A euro. And instead of the pita bread, we had the 10-piece bacon weave, and they were $10. And I remember her handing me 2 Cassacious rounds, and at the time it was like $11.50. She's like, "Oh, you could just keep the change." It's kind of funny to think about that now.
Oh man, it's crazy. I mean, I walked out of that event with 3 Cassacious coins and, you know, 7 smoothies sold to like Mark Edge, Eric Voorhees, Charlie Shrem, you know, and that. So I'm so happy to see you up here, Mandrik. It was great.
Thanks, man. It's good to be here. Oh, don't forget, yeah, who else was there? Oh man, there's a lot of people there. It was crazy.
There, by the way, if anyone's going to PorkFest, I'm going to be there. I know a bunch of other OGs are going to be there. Anyone else?
We'll see, maybe.
If you're driving to PorkFest and you happen to be driving through rural Pennsylvania, I may be hosting a little rafting trip on your drive to PorkFest. It's going to be tough though because they really want me in Prague for BTC Prague. So if I don't know, I gotta see, because I don't think we can do the rafting trip after PorkFest because I got a bunch of other commitments. Yeah, let's. I want to give Bernoulli a chance to say a few words, and also Mel. Mel, you haven't like introduced yourself. I see Jonas has his puppy, full husky, unlike Doug's half husky. There he is. But Bernoulli, thanks for rocking the Tone Base conference. Oh, that's a cat. We got the unconfiscatable hat and the Understanding Bitcoin shirt. I got my unconfiscatable shirt. Bernoulli, say a few words. You're in the mining space as well. Are you able to say if your mining operation is going to stop mining with a pool right after the halving in order to try and solo mine the first block to capture the rare SAT?
You know, sorry, I have a cold. You know, I don't think it's likely. It's actually very unlikely. You know, the finance department gets real unhappy about weird changes like that. You know, and I'm not as high up in the company as Ben. And of course, screw you, Ben, obligatorily in a loving way, because we're all in competition, right? And yeah, I just wanted to say what's up. And I don't have a dog, but I do have the sweetest cat in the world. Say hi, Bernoulli cat. And yeah, and I wanted to rep the hat because, you know, you guys can hear it from Tone all day because it's his conference, right? But I promise you, it's pretty much my favorite conference that I go to every year. It's so much fun. You should buy a ticket. And I never would have been able to move out of aerospace and defense and into Bitcoin mining, which is far more enjoyable, if I hadn't gone to Tone's conference in 2020. That's where I met the people, made the connections, finally got the job, and started doing what I wanted to do with my life. So
hey, tell them who put you on. Tell them who introduced you to Clubhouse.
That was definitely Mel. You invited me. You never show up anymore, but that's how I got the job. I met Mel, and Mel got me on Clubhouse, and then I met other people and got the job finally.
And then I ran away from Clubhouse, but congratulations.
You did. Thank you. And but yeah, seriously, unconfiscatable, great conference, always a good time. Not too complicated, definitely not expensive this year. You should buy your tickets.
All right, we are 12 minutes since we mined the last block. Time is moving slow. It may take us about another hour. It will be around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'm still waiting to see how the candle is going to close because I'm still a TA chartist. And Mel, why don't you say hi? Mel was the lead organizer of Unconfiscatable this past year. She's been helping me out a lot. Thank you so much for your really warm intro at BitBlock Boom. Mel got to introduce me on stage and said her story. So go ahead, say a few words, and then we're gonna we're gonna bring up another topic.
Hey, how's it going? I really don't have anything to say. I'm drinking a beer. I did buy a nice bottle of tequila by my standards, and I'm gonna have to figure out what it's called so I can tell you. But here it is with a little orange in it. So I'm saving that for the having. Oh wait, do you want to see it, dog? Look, get over here. Look, hurry. Okay, good. Okay. Anyway, that's it. I see Aladdin. Hi, Aladdin. Hi, Dambe. Hi, Luke. Are you back in the country?
Yeah, Luke finally made it back.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad. That was...
My virtual background isn't.
You're not really in the airport.
That was the airport, right? Yeah, I saw pictures. It was a mess.
That was the line to talk to anyone.
Yeah, I'm glad you got out of there when you did, though. I mean, because it's still.
Yeah.
I still heard it's still a mess.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
The airport is still a mess. I'll be landing there in a couple of days, so hopefully they resolve their insanity. All right. Thank you for joining us.
I'm just chilling, so I'll leave you all. I'm gonna just drink my beer. Bye.
All right.
By the way, Tone,
yeah, go ahead.
all sets are equally rare. There is no rare set.
Sets don't exist.
Again, this
Exactly.
is debatable. Mr. Gagnon, I mean, you guys are going to be solo mining to get that rare set because you're seeing that some crazies are willing to pay $1 million for it. So, this is an to me, this is somewhat fascinating.
Yeah, but that's just typical scamming.
I don't get it. But if somebody's willing to pay for it, like, why shouldn't I take their money?
Because then you're scamming them. You're scamming someone else.
No, I'm not out there marking up and saying, hey, I want to auction this off. People are constantly submitting bids. Like, they're coming to me. It's not like I'm like, hey, buy this. It's worth a bunch of money. They're saying, we would love to pay you millions of dollars for this. Please take our money.
Sure, but
how is that me scamming somebody? No, that's them willing to pay some price that I don't understand, but I'm happy to accept.
The reason is that they will use you in order to scam other people. They will not scam. It will not you be scamming. It will be you allowing them to scam other people. Like when people contacted me, and for sure a lot of you,
which in turn is a scam.
Sorry?
Which in turn is a scam. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. When there was this like cloud stuff, people were, all of us, I think, were contacted offering something like $15,000, $60,000, not as much as that, in order to put our face on this cloud coin. The scope was not us scamming the guy. The guy was giving us money just to take our face and our credibility on top of something that they would have used to scam other people. So these guys that are making up this kind of inexistent SAT transfer, they are just using you, paying you this $1 million in order to use your reputation as somebody confirming that this kind of transferability of Satoshi, which doesn't exist, does in fact exist, in order to scam other guys. At the end, all these shitcoin games will end up with the retail people getting some coin going to zero.
Wait a second. This is very different than previous scams because this is a collectible. They're claiming it's a collectible. It's like saying that if I sell you a Beanie Baby and then that person goes on and sells that Beanie Baby for more, that's a scam. It's just a collectible.
No,
everybody knows
Beanie Babies. Beanie Babies are things.
Let Mel ask a question as well, and then we'll let Giacomo
I
answer
wanna-
and Ben Gagnon.
Why do they think that this is a rare sat? What makes them think that? What is the
ordinal theory
protocol that they're using? And doesn't it make any sense?
They're literally just scamming. They're making up
a made-up system that they continue to change.
There's a real answer, right? So you guys are. So the real answer is, according to ordinal theory, the first Satoshi after a halving is a Satoshi that only comes around once every 4 years. So,
basically,
people are willing to pay a lot of money for that very first
I get that part.
So
What I
since there is
don't
no way,
understand-
since there is no way to insulate the individual Satoshi, that's just impossible.
That's why I'm
You have to
asking.
make
So
exactly.
what
You have
makes
to.
them think they can?
You can make up infinite ways to do it. So you can say that I decide that if you tell my name 3 times in front of a mirror, then you have the first Satoshi. You can say that if you paint
But they really
something on your,
believe
it
this,
could be,
so it
could be
has to be
arbitrary.
something believable.
So
If
what
they believe it,
I'm
then
telling
that
you,
means they
what
believe
happened.
it.
So
Oh, wait.
people made up this kind of numbering all along since 2012, 2013, 2014. This time around, the one arbitrary scheme out of millions of arbitrary scheme has been used in order to create a campaign with a lot of money, with marathon involved, and with scammer Udi Wertmeier involved, Eric Wall, all these shitty scanners, and Bitcoin Magazine and BSV people, a group of scammers banded up together in order to pump the marketing on 1 out of million possible correlation chain analysis schemes. They're totally arbitrary, but one of them has been marketed enough that now many gullible people think that there is any technical merit to these compared to ours. Is exactly the same as any other possible made-up scheme. There is no difference. It's just more marketing money, just like
okay, Giacomo. Let me get it. So I'm also very confused as to how they are able to isolate the actual first Satoshi
They
out
cannot.
of
That's my question.
3.125 Bitcoin, but somehow
There's a
they're
UTXO.
saying they can. So this is a question for Ben.
Honestly,
Ben,
I don't know.
So
I don't know how
You
it's
have
done.
315 million other Satoshis in that block.
right. So how do you know
how do
which
you-
one is the rare one, or do you get to choose which
They-
Satoshi it
If you
is,
can choose,
and then
how
that's
does
what
it
you
make
sell?
it? How does it make it
You make
special
it
if
up.
you can choose?
You make it up.
Guys,
You
one at a
can
time,
just
one
you
at a
just have to make it up.
No,
They
no,
they
it's
don't.
not-
The entire system is fraud. The entire system.
It's
I
not-
believe they're using a first in,
it's-
first out
Yes,
kind
exactly.
of thing. I don't understand exactly how it works, but from what I understand, there are actually some wallets from back in like 2014 that were actually collecting the first sats, as they say. I mean, I think it's ridiculous also. I want to make that
Right.
clear.
No,
but,
we all
but
agree.
They were doing this a
We all
long time
agree, guys.
before Ordinals.
Guys, we all agree it's ridiculous, right? But it sounds like no one on this stream, we have like 20 people here right now. No one actually knows how they're able to identify that one.
No, but we know. We know.
We
I
do.
know.
We do.
It was
We do
correct.
know
It was
how.
correct. It was. They just made up a first in, first out arbitrary chain analysis heuristic. That's just it. They broke it a few times when they messed it up because, for example, every time, for example, if you open up a Lightning channel with that UTXO and then somebody will get out, probably they will have to make up a way to move the stuff for Lightning. So they will change it. But right now they are going through mostly a first in, first out heuristic. So you go to the website and to the wallets and to the explorers and you follow these arbitrary chain analysis heuristics.
Yeah, but again,
It's not a question of how. They're not doing it. They're just lying and saying they are.
Wait a sec.
What if a pool? What if a pool fights this block?
The wallets themselves are able to identify these.
I wanna look out and see if there's
It is
somewhere.
very, very stupid. But there's a bunch of people who are collecting them as they would Beanie Babies. It's not a scam.
No.
There's so many things in Bitcoin that are scams. Don't call this one a scam.
No. It's different. It's totally different. So the difference is that Beanie Baby have a scarcity. If you get one, you cannot get another one easily unless the producer will create another
Giacomo,
or somebody.
that's not true.
will
Ty
counterfeit
Warner,
it.
literally the end of the Beanie Baby happened because Ty Warner decided he was done and pumped
Exactly.
up
Pumped
the
it up.
production of all the Beanie Babies.
Yeah. So there was basically an artificial scarcity because somebody had to do it. While in this case, literally everybody can have the first SAT if they just assume another heuristics. There are millions of possible heuristics. This is just one, but there can
There's
other
a
million.
million stuffed animals that you could buy, but there's only one that everyone agreed on was a collectible for a while. Like,
But they agree based on lies.
collectible markets.
Nobody. So
Collectible
it's like
markets are very stupid.
Now imagine that the Beanie Babies were sold by saying that by the magic of blockchain technology, these Beanie Babies were actually babies. So you could actually raise them as your children. That's the level of scam.
They're actually
so
worse
there is
than
a
that,
false
Giacomo.
technical. Sorry?
I said Beanie Babies are actually worse than that. They're worse than what you're saying.
Well,
just so you know,
nobody's making fake claims.
I've been an art, antiques, and vintage dealer for 26 years, so I know all kinds of things about collectibles. So there's a part of this that does make sense to me. But there's the other part, the technical part, the how this has all been put together to make some kind of sense is what doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying I understand parts of this because of my job.
All right. So
I don't know Beanie Babies very well.
Yeah,
The only thing that I can say that I never heard about the specific technical lies used to sell Beanie Babies. So
That's true.
I never heard about Beanie Babies having some kind of biological lie to sell them. While these rare sats are based on fake information, or basically people are making up fake information about how Bitcoin works in order to sell it.
Hey guys, let's change away from Beanie Babies, right? So back to my original question. What is a technological way that someone plans to isolate a rare sat, which they consider the first sat after, like yes, we all agree that this is stupid, and there is an element of making shit up in order to identify that first sat, but there has to be a consensus among the crazies that are trying to buy this sat as to how the miner who mines the block will need to isolate that sat. Is anyone able to? Is anyone able to?
So Giacomo said it very quickly, so you probably didn't catch it, but it was basically first in, first out. So on a block, the very first sat is going to be in the Coinbase transaction, right? And the Coinbase transaction creates 3.125 out of nothing. And the UTXOs on the other side, the transaction outputs for that Coinbase, whatever output, like if the first output is like 0.1 Bitcoin, then the first 10 million sats are in that output. And it's based on the ordering of the outputs. So the very first one would be the very first non-zero output of the Coinbase transaction. That's how you would decide.
And as you guys have said, you could create another one that's a last in, last out operation, or a last in, first out operation. And if it gets consensus and people decide to collect it, I'm not wary of calling things in Bitcoin a scam, but I don't understand why a bunch of people being retarded and collecting things is scammy. They know exactly what they're getting.
No, the leaders are, the buyers
it's not
are not.
Quite that simple, because the heuristic is like not exact, right? Or the first in, first out isn't completely defined, and they've actually messed up a few times. So they were like, oh yeah, this sat is this and this sat is that, and then there was like a zero value transaction input and output, and they were like, oh, we didn't even think about that, and that changed the numbers of the ordinals and stuff like that. So it depends on this other software that decides, hey, you have this sat, you have this sat, you have this sat, and you have to trust that software. It's not so easily intuitive. So in a sense, it's a scam because it's centralized, I would say. But, you know, like strict definition of, are they like defrauding people? I mean, I guess you could say that that's the case too. But it's not a Beanie
This
Baby.
might be a stupid question, but when it becomes that arbitrary, at what point is the beauty in the eye of the beholder? Right, and
Well,
you just kind
I
of
think
shrug
that-
your shoulders at it.
I think the point is that if somebody at consensus, let's say Wood, will receive Ether, he's not being scammed because he knows exactly what Ether is. The scam only appears when somebody else will buy that Ether because they will believe in world computer, in decentralized unstoppable applications, in all this proof of stake saving the environment. So the lies are used to pump the token to the retail. So when Gavin Wood gets the token, he knows what he's getting into precisely. That's not a scam at that level. So the same shit is going on here. retarding us are exchanging these UTXOs based on a scheme that they know is arbitrary, but then they will sell it because other people really have been duped. Like people have read in newspaper that ordinals are a new technology on Bitcoin, enabling stuff. So lies about that. And people are like constantly lying about that, even Bitcoin developers. Jeremy Rubin was telling that ordinals are the most interesting technological innovation. So that's a lie, and that lie is being used to dupe retail investors. So when the pool get the UTXO and spend it following this kind of made up heuristics, and the second guy gets it, is not a scam. It's only a scam when it hits somebody that really believes that this is actually technological innovation or anything else. And most of the people in this market will believe it, except the first row that are just banking on it, which is the typical of, Richard Hart knows that Pulse Chain Hex is what it is. It's completely honest when Richard gets it. It's not a scam. It's only a scam after, because somebody else will pump the price by being lied to.
It's snake oil.
Well, no, because Richard Hart and Pulse Chain and such, there's a lot more going on there financially in the background that is very scammy. And I don't doubt that there are plenty of scammers in the ecosystem when it comes to ordinals. But I just like collectibles are collectibles, and I don't know that anyone gets to decide who's collecting what. I think it's the dumbest collectible that's ever been created. And
but it's not a collectible. It doesn't
I collect
it's not clear what you're collecting and whether what you collected is going to stay what you collected. It can be taken away, right? Like that's the weird thing.
I'm with you that it's very stupid and
hey guys, we just found 2 blocks. I will let Ben Gagnon have a final word on this if he chooses. And I see Surfer Jim join. And Surfer, you have a hand up. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. It looks like it is on purpose. All right. So let me just go to screen share. We got 4 blocks to go. Let's see who mined this last block. I'm hoping that it was Ocean, but I would have heard Luke screaming by now. If it was, or everyone. It was not. Foundry just mined 2 back-to-back pools. I don't know why this is blinking. Oh, it's blinking because that's the halving block. And it's going to be super interesting when that happens. So on this note, we have 4 blocks to go. I'm going to take a sip of my tequila. If anybody else wants to join me here for that. Grab your beverage. I see Anders joined us as well. Also, Mark Moss is with us. Awesome. I'll give Mark. So, Ben, one final quick word. Is Ben still with us, or did he drop off?
He had to go.
Damn it. Wanted Ben to get his last word in. He didn't get a chance. All right. So in that case, we're going to go on to Surfer Jim, but we're going to round out the discussion. Hey, oh God, Doug, I don't want to see those bottles. No, you have a G4. It's on your shelf. I left you one. And probably my Tears of Lorena, which is the greatest tequila ever made, is also on your shelf, unless you already finished it. Jim, floor is yours.
First, can you hear me? It looks
Yep,
like
we got you.
All right, good. Well, that whole discussion, I've been saying for the longest time, people should be able to do whatever they want as long as they're not hurting somebody else. And what I see in that space is a willingness to allow a narrative to remain that when you do these ordinals type things, that you gain the immutable characteristics of the Bitcoin time chain as a result, and that you could actually transfer one of these inscriptions, ordinals, because it's attached to an actual Satoshi, and you can transfer it, and somebody else can own it instead of you. And of course, on a technical, sorry, Luke.
It's not attached to a Satoshi. A Satoshi doesn't even exist.
I know. I think I understand it fairly well. My point is that the narrative around this stuff does not go out of the people that know better don't go out of their way to make sure that the noobs don't understand that they don't actually own something, and it's not actually transferable on Bitcoin, and it doesn't maintain Bitcoin scarcity or immutability. Because everything about it is literally on an outside protocol, magically tied to Bitcoin. As you guys have illustrated, it can be done a million different ways, and they just chose one. And it's unfortunate because there's a lot of people making fiat money off of this, including guys like David Bailey. It's why I'm boycotting, his conference, because I think he's a total scammer, because he should know better. And if he doesn't, then I don't know why he's even in Bitcoin. If he doesn't understand it well enough to understand, he's misleading people all day long. And I'm going to say it, I'll leave it at this. I sit on ordinal spaces all the time just to make sure I understand that this is still the narrative. And they pump this stuff like, oh man, I can't wait. I'm going to take ownership of that. They talk about owning it. They talk about reselling it someday. They talk about it's scarce. Either they don't know, or everybody I hear speaking is in on the scam for all the people that are just listening, giving their money to those guys that are telling that narrative. So
that's what
it's a big joke. I think it's horrible, but people are free to do what they want. But I'm here to say they're lying to you essentially, or they're at least leaving out the truth on purpose. That's kind of how I see it, because they're making big dollars doing it. And that's all the same VC pump and dump shit coins we've seen since I started looking at this space. Tone, you're one of the first people that I tuned into, and Vortex, same with you. You guys were speaking about this grifting that's been going on for the longest time, while people knowingly don't explain the technical differences enough so that people think it's all the same. It's just another Bitcoin, only way cheaper, or whatever stupid narrative. So I just had to weigh in on it because it irks me to no end that this keeps going on year after year, but there's always new people that can get duped so easily. They don't do their homework, and the hype is there, and it just keeps going around and around. And I appreciate all you guys that have been here a long time that have helped me learn about this. So that's all I got to say. Tone, thanks for letting me come up. This is epic. I watched the last one 4 years ago. We had already met. I was like, yeah, go Tone. So I feel honored to be here with you guys tonight. So thank you.
Awesome.
Tone streams are legendary.
Yeah, thanks for joining, man. Actually, Bitcoin Magazine is kind of doubling our live viewers right now. Ironically, they got Ben Gagnon right now. So he's over there, but I'm sure he'll be back after. We're going to go live as long as people are watching, and as long as I have people here. I mean, I got stamina. I only got up from the seat once to use the restroom. So I'm good to go another 5 hours, 10 hours if I have to. Let's see how long YouTube is going to let us keep streaming. I want to get Mark Moss in here. I also see Dusan has joined. Timo has joined. Awesome. The winner of the Unconfiscatable Poker Tournament, HODL Brand, has joined. I see him holding up the pack. We got 4 blocks to go. The moment there is a block, feel free to yell. I'm going to go and see who mined the block. Mark, I'm going to give you the floor. Sorry, Anders. I know you've been here for a minute. I don't know how much time Mark Moss has. And then we're going to go to Anders, and then we'll do it in order of when people have come up. Mark, floor is yours. Say a few words. Give us what you think about the price of Bitcoin and anything else you want to mention.
Yeah, thanks, Tone. I'm here. You guys hear me good? I'm up in Alaska chasing some snow, and it's a little lonely. I'm missing all my Bitcoiners, so I'm stoked to jump on this live stream. So thanks for putting that together. Interesting conversation. Just wrapping up with the ordinals. I mean, man, we're all here in a free country, free to do what you want. But I do agree with the scam piece that Giacomo and Jimmy were talking about. Just you sell something that's decentralized and it's not. I mean, that's a scam, right? The definition is selling somebody something that's different than what they thought they were getting. But that's been talked about to death, so I'm going to keep moving on from that. But this is now my third halving, so it's pretty cool. It's the first one we've seen the price of Bitcoin kind of make that new high before the actual halving. So pretty interesting. I mean, who's to say what the future holds? I think, obviously price is the equilibrium of supply and demand. So it looks like demand is going to continue to be really strong. I just kind of talked to, let's say, no coiners or noobs, and I just ask them, like, do you think money printing will be more or less in the future? And do you think authoritarian or totalitarian states will be more or less in the future? And I think those two drivers of the demand for Bitcoin are going to remain intact and extremely strong. Obviously, you can throw in the institutional side as well. And then you cut that supply in half. And I think it's pretty exciting for the price action. So I don't know if I have any price predictions or projections to throw out here, but I love to see it continue to get hardened. So that's kind of all I have to say.
All right. What about general economic outlook? outlook? What are you seeing? What are you? What's concerning you? Joe Carlasare was on earlier. I wanted to talk to him about how him and I have been laughing that people thought the Fed was going to lower rates. Clearly, they're not going to. But just general economic outlook from you, and then we're going to jump on to others.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick. So as I said, right, money printing. I think there's a pretty strong chance we're going to continue seeing money printing, and the rate that we're seeing accelerate right now is just incredible. I mean, for the last couple of quarters, we've been printing about well, the U.S. has been printing about $1 trillion per quarter right now. The interest on the debt, has exceeded $1 trillion, but it's expected to be 1.6 trillion by the end of the year. That's a 60% increase in just the interest this calendar year. The Treasury Department has to put out the projections of how much debt they need each quarter. And Yellen's revised statement for the previous quarter came out a week ago, and it was off by 40%. So either one, the government has no idea how much money they're printing, most likely, or two, they're just lying so much they're trying to hide it, and hopefully we don't catch that. So that sort of shows the direction. I like to look at charts because it shows sort of the size and the speed of the move and the direction. And so we are just barreling towards the edge of a cliff at a very rapid rate. And, in regards to the rate, cuts, when they'll come or whatever, some of it actually, in my opinion, doesn't really matter because there's so much sort of back stimulus that's happening right now. I mean, just last week, the Fed is talking about changing the bank's reserve requirements. So there's all types of money that's being injected into the system. Obviously, the fiscal side is what's driving it. So the fiscal side has become so dominant that the Fed changing rates at this point doesn't really matter. Biden put in the new budget for 2025, which goes into effect in October at 7.3 trillion, which is a 60% increase from where we were just 3 years ago. It's about a 20% increase from what the CBO had projected it to be. So, I mean, we are just going off at an amazing rate. So that's sort of my forecast. I've been in the camp since about November of 2022 in the no landing scenario. I think it's a crash up, not a crash down. I think everybody's expecting this deflationary pulse. Potentially, a shock comes, but ultimately, if I look, 24 or 36 months out, it's a crash up. Prices keep going up faster and faster and faster. My prediction is that real estate's up 50% from here, as all CPI adjusted prices will be as well. And so, of course, that's extremely good for Bitcoin. There's a couple ways you can look at the price of Bitcoin. Obviously, Fidelity likes to look at it from sort of the Metcalfe's law angle. There's plenty of
if it's okay.
Stock to flow ratio numbers, but if you just look at the inflation numbers, right? So if the money supply increases another 35 to 40% over the next 24 to 36 months, which I think is probably pretty likely when you look at the budget forecasts and so forth. If we have a 30% increase in the money supply, we'll have probably a 30 to 40% increase across the board in real estate, the S&P 500, but scarce assets go up many times that. And so, that alone is probably going to push Bitcoin to the upper band of these, this halving cycle projections, in my opinion.
All right. No, thanks for that outlook, Mark. We got so many people joining. We're going to do a lightning round on introduction.
Hey, guys.
I want everyone to say hi. Rodolfo is jumping in. All right, Rodolfo, go, and then we go Anders, and then probably American HODL.
Hey, guys, man, it's been a while.
Go ahead, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
It's so funny. I am in Texas at a good friend Bitcoiner house for the halving, and we met on Clubhouse years ago. For some funny, weird reason, just the stars align, and I'm here for the halving. And it's nice to see you all. It's a funny moment. Nobody cared about the halving for so many years, and now we're all into it. I can see
shit, we just found a block. We just found another block, so I have to interrupt Rodolfo as I was going to pull up his Twitter. Antpool finds the block. I'm still hoping Ocean finds one more block. I'm going to pull up Rodolfo's Twitter. That's NVK. No NVK. Where there it is. The founder of CoinKite and Cold Card and OpenDime and a bunch of other cool stuff. Thanks for the Banya hat. I'm still using it. Whoa, what happened to my I don't know, my camera likes to
I can see you.
yeah, no, I know, but it's
Hey guys, Ocean doubled their hash rate for
they did, yeah,
the
we've been
last...
talking about it. Yeah, we
I mean, you'll be pretty funny if Ocean finds the Havening block. I think it would be kind of like karmic.
Yeah. So wait, is that the having block already has half the reward, right? So block
yes. No, but what will be cool about it is to see what they do with the
we're
the
found on the
stack.
block. We're 2 blocks away.
Oh wow, we're 2 blocks away. The
We're
things
2
are gonna heat
blocks
up.
away. Just found
All right, quick, 2 drinks.
2 blocks in a
Oh, we're
row.
drinking?
I gotta refill my cup.
The blocks are
All
coming.
right, hang on, let me get a drink. We're doing drinks and blocks. One
How
second.
are the
here.
blocks coming in so fast? Well, that's 2
One
blocks in
second.
a row.
Right,
Twice.
MVK.
We had like
mute. I
30
gotta-
minutes where we didn't get one, so it's just normal variance.
All right, MVK, you gotta go on mute. I want to introduce Anders has been waiting patiently. Also, Holobrand joined
Okay.
us, and I definitely want to
Hang
get
on.
this on.
Can you
I
guys
want-
see here?
Wait, you gotta turn the camera sideways.
To celebrate. Can you see us?
Turn your camera sideways. Where'd you go? Hold on.
Oh, one sec. I think my. Oh, can you see me?
Oh, I know who that is.
There you are.
Yeah, I told how
Okay, grab the bottle. We're celebrating here.
All right,
This is,
sideways doesn't
this
work
is
if
pretty
your phone
awesome
isn't
stuff.
set. If your
There
phone
you go.
isn't set to
Little
rotate,
50-year-old
no, put the
action
camera
going
back.
on here.
Change. Turn off your auto
There you go.
rotate. Turn on auto rotate, Rodolfo. We can't see you sideways.
Yeah, I never do that. Hang on a second. We're boomers here, dude.
I know.
1 second. There you go. All right.
Hey, there you are.
All right.
We got some
Check it out.
celebration to do.
Wait.
50
There you go.
50
Oh
years,
wow! You know, I got a special 8-year age tequila, but I'm saving that for Bitcoin 100,000.
That's great.
All right,
dude.
all right, hey, okay, you guys I gotta introduce more people. We got like 1 million people
Oh,
on here.
go for it, Tone. Nice to see you guys.
Hey, hang out, don't go anywhere. Anders,
We're here.
Anders, say hi real quick and give us a brief intro.
Absolutely. Yeah, hi, Tone. Good to see you.
2 blocks to go.
Happy you're taking me on
But
exactly
2 blocks,
as
it's gonna happen here.
Wait,
No
guys,
way
you
to
gotta
stop
mute.
it, baby.
There's
Wait,
no
you gotta
stopping
if
it.
you're not.
And people are gonna hack.
I muted him. I muted him. All right, we're good. Go
Okay.
ahead, Anders.
Yeah, right.
You
well,
can't mute me.
It-
I'm
no,
Rodolfo.
it-
You
it-
can't mute me.
I know it's amazing. The guy that has like the most secure Bitcoin wallet has a problem with technology and phones and mute buttons. It's actually not. It's actually not.
Hey, it was
comforting.
muted.
Because
It's like-
he's using the new Kargaard as a device to connect. As a new features, including Zoom, basically.
All right, Anders.
He's intentionally just not muting.
NBK, you got to use 2.0. You can't use the 5.0 internet. Come on.
Yeah, no, like like you know, the phone is so secure that the mute button.
all right, I'll try and jump in, Tone. Good to see you all. Happy having day. Amongst others, like Vortex, who was a big part of my initial journey, like yourself, Tone, back a few years ago. And I think this having really is more special, if you can say that, than previously, because now we finally go below gold's inflation rate and become the hardest actual money that we have right now. So that's super exciting. And at the same time, it is still the first asset ever that has 100% hard cap. But it's nice to see now that we go below goals. You said a small intro. I'm doing a pleb party in Nashville, July 25. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm expecting 1,000 people there, plus, I would say. So yeah, thanks for having me on, Tone, and happy having day.
Thanks, man. And yeah, I wanna try to get as many intros in before the halving, and then after the halving, we're gonna celebrate. Then we're gonna talk some more. Dusan, I gotta get you in here. Dusan was a gracious host for me when I was on the island of Rotan the prior 3 days. The island is absolutely incredible. I haven't posted any videos from there yet, not to my Instagram, anywhere, because one, because I was busy, and two, I want to do it properly. So I will have Dusan and Prospera team on the show for a proper 1 to 3 hour podcast for people to really understand what is going on in Prospera. Dusan runs the Bitcoin Center. It is by far the nicest Bitcoin center in the world. It is so cool. It's on the top of a mountain. Dusan, say a few words and just briefly why you just left Europe, moved to the island of Rotan, and I had a great time.
Thank you very much, Tone. It was amazing to host you and spend some time with you. Winston and David was amazing. So yeah, Roatan is a pirate island in Honduras in Caribbean. And I ended up there very randomly. I'm from Slovakia. And, you know, we used to be Czechoslovakia before. And I figured out that there is a Czech village on the island. And I was like, what the fuck are Czechs doing on Roatan in Honduras? And so they are the biggest beer drinkers in the world. They ended up there to build a brewery. So they were brewing beer for 3 years. Then the brewery went bankrupt. They ended up there. They built their own village. So right now you can go there. There are like 60 houses where Czechs living. And I was like, okay, let's go and check it out. And we came there. We fell in love with the island, with people, with the whole nature around. I'm doing sailing for 20 years. So I just loved being there. And we start to build a Bitcoin community there because there is Prospera, which is a private jurisdiction where Bitcoin is a legal tender. And it's the first jurisdiction in the world where Bitcoin is also a unit of account. So we are educating people on the island, doing Bitcoin diplomas. We have the Bitcoin Education Center there, Bitcoin ATM, the only on the island, and onboarded more than 60 businesses already. So day by day, we are trying to get more people excited about Bitcoin and really painting the island orange.
Block everyone.
Oh, found the block.
One block left.
All right, we got one block. No.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Hey, Tone, the trick is to run Tone, the trick is to run a node, and then you can see when you get a block like 8 seconds before the explorers.
I think Corey.
That's
Corey
your
Putstein, is he still with
yeah.
us?
That's the last one that has a 6.25. So
Correct.
It's the end of an era. Sorry, mechanic.
A quick question now. What does Bitcoin officially being a unit of account mean?
So basically, you can run your company full accountancy on Bitcoin. You don't need to change any transactions accountancy-wise.
Whoa.
That.
Guys,
So
look at the transaction fee. Sorry. Do you see what's going on?
On the block?
Yeah.
Guys,
Look,
one block.
look at the fees. Already up to
Yeah,
3
it's about to get
million.
stupid.
3.5 million
Somebody
sats per byte.
10,000 sats.
Dude, it's gonna be
about to get
fast.
stupid.
What?
The
It's gonna be very fast.
The total fees are already 27 bitcoins, 28
My wife
bitcoins.
is giving me bunny ears.
Oh my god! So is this because like ordinals want to be in the?
I think
house?
it's runes.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
not
Runes.
just ordinal.
block.
It's
Tone,
not just
click on the
ordinals, yeah.
block. Tone, click on the block and look at the fees inside it.
What else was I promised?
No, click on the golden flashing block and look at the fees that are available in it.
Oh my god!
3.58 million. So I think those are runes, right? This is the runes thing.
There's already $2 million in transaction fees ready.
Wow.
For
the last block or for the block that's being
All right,
built
someone's
now?
got to mute. Rodolfo, it's you again.
Oh, it's
I was muted.
Yeah, it wasn't Rodolfo, it was somebody else. But anyway, we have like 36 Bitcoin in fees right now. This is gonna be one of the highest like dollar amount fee block ever. And in Bitcoin terms, it'll be pretty close.
All because of a
Mechanic,
stupid
that's
way
gonna
of
be
counting.
your seed, your Series B round there. That block.
Wow, this is absolutely crazy. Like the fees on this block are insane.
It's crazy
Look at
because
that.
it's all because somebody decided to count something in a certain way. It's just insane.
Well, isn't it runes though? I thought runes
It's
start
runes.
on block
Runes, yeah.
840,000. So
Yeah,
that's the main thing.
1 Bitcoins in the next ocean block when they mine it.
All right, guys, please mute. If you're not speaking, please mute.
This is literally 10x the normal block reward already. We've not had anything like this in the history of Bitcoin.
Look,
This is crazy.
This will be a record.
The ultimate irony would be if Ocean there's 1.3 block, 1.4 Bitcoin in there, and the core template it is 37.
All right, hey guys, real quick. Corey Clipstein, say hi. And then Brad, and then LumberHawk, sorry, over with Las Vegas having party. They're all there together. Corey, say hi.
I got lots of noise in the background, but yeah, just
it's found it. It happened. It happened.
There you go.
Block?
Yeah.
Whoa, do we have
who found it? Who found it?
Who got it?
Gordon got it.
Who got the 40 Bitcoin
Wait,
block?
wait, guys,
got
wait.
it?
Very easy to reorg right now. Very easy to
wait.
reorg.
Wait, the
We need,
mempool's
we
catching
need
up.
at least another couple blocks before we can
Right.
call it.
Via BTC got it.
Via got it.
Yeah.
Wow, that is
You're not
that
reorging
is such
Bitmain.
an insane
You're
feat.
not going to reorg Bitmain, guys. It's safe.
Yeah, Via is like Bitmain, and that's I'm not a fan of Via BTC.
Well, so
It's
I'm curious if the next block has the same sort of like thing, whether they're going. Yeah, so the fees on the next block are also 4.17 already.
Yes,
This is-
because you don't know if it's gonna be reorged or not. So people are still gonna be putting the transactions out at high fees.
Well, not only
dude,
that, I
it's
think the
Via
rules
BTC.
thing continues with the next one, and they're just. It might be this way for a little bit. We might get like 10 blocks like this. I don't know.
Wait, so Bitcoin is not dead? It's not. That's not what happened on this block. I thought it was over.
Death spiral.
all right. Are we so this
San
block already
Francisco's
had
here
a
too.
smaller coin base, right? This is the block with 3.125 Bitcoin reward.
Yeah, but the subsidy plus fees was 40, which is the highest it's been for since like era 2, basically. Like this is crazy.
Oh man, it would have been it would have been awesome if it broke 50 Bitcoin on this block, which would have been insane.
Well, I mean, look, check, click that block. Click the next block. It's already got 5 Bitcoin and fees already. This getting crazy.
Oh, I'm getting a message from Ben
seeing.
Oh, guys.
We got another block.
I'm getting a message from Ben Gagnon saying there's
Brains.
a reorg in progress.
Brains, no reorg because we already built on top of
Told
it.
you it's gonna be reorged. They're gonna be
There's
attention.
no
No, it's
way
not.
this is getting reorged, guys. This is Bitmain.
Like this is so much Bitcoin that I think it's actually reasonable.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, you totally
Guys.
It's the rational actor right now will try to reorg.
Well, yeah, but who are you going to try to reorg? Bitmain? Who are you reorging? It's Bitmain. You're not going to reorg Bitmain.
And no one is motivated to do it. It wouldn't. Why would you tank the value?
No,
of
no,
everything?
there's no chance. Zero chance. I give it almost a 0% chance of getting reorged.
8,400. 8,400.
The pitch.
Is that right?
Well, what's crazy is that even this next
the
block
fuck am I
has
trying to get out of here?
3.18, 3.28. Like the rune thing, who's pouring this much money into this?
Hey, can we
It's crazy.
like
Working as
when it
designed.
all comes down? Well, when it all calms down, you have to explain what the hell the runes thing is later, not right now, but like in like 30 minutes.
Well, it's a new protocol that started on block 840,000. I think it was Casey Rodarmer. I think. But that, I mean, that was something that we knew would have. I had no idea this many people would be trying to create a new rune out of it. I'm
It's just
guessing this will
ordinals
stay
on op
high.
return. It's ordinals on op return. That's all. Think about it that way.
Okay.
Not really.
Yeah, it's
But-
not
Yeah,
one
well, I mean,
person
we can
plowing
get
the money
specific,
in.
I'm gonna cut the screen share for a second. Everyone's got their glass. We got a bunch of people. Whoa, Jose Rodriguez looking like Jesus. Oh my God, what the? I haven't seen you in years. Wow, I'm like, who the hell is that on the stream? And Timo, I still haven't had a chance to say hi to you. Hey guys, take your glass. We're gonna do a sip. Yeah, and Brad Mills is looking like he should be in a movie. Hey, there's the G4 from Doug Scribner. And hey, glad to see you guys are still hanging out with us.
Tone, I remember the last halving. It was nowhere near this exciting.
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't just exciting, but somehow I had like twice as many people on the Zoom. So, but it's and 14,000 watching versus 2,500. But thank you for the 2,500 people that are watching the stream right now. I do want to give shout outs to the super chats as well. And
so every block so far has had more in fees than the subsidy. Crazy.
Yeah.
That's not, that only happened like a handful of times in other eras.
Right, but now
and
it's
usually because of a mistake. This is crazy.
Now it's going to happen a lot more often because the subsidy has just been cut in half, but also we didn't have these crazy ordinals before. So I am expecting the fees to start to outweigh the block subsidy. All right, I do want to let people say hi. American HODL, you haven't said anything on this on the stream yet. We have new people join us, and also American HODL, say something. I know we cut off Corey. Corey, we're gonna get back to you in 1 second. Where is HODL? Still there? There he is.
Tone, hey Tone, good to be here, man. I just wanted to drop by for posterity, get myself in the snapshot with everybody else. I was here, man. I was here. I lived it. I didn't freak out and sell my coins like a little bitch when we went under the 2017 all-time high. Though I know many people who did. No judgment. No judgment. You're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy. But anyway, it's
I'm right
neither here nor there. Listen. Brad, you're right. Oh, sorry, Brad. I didn't even see you, man. I'm so sorry, dude.
Oh, you're about Brad.
Oh, that's Jesus, not Brad.
He grew a great beard, though.
Hey, hold on. I thought you were talking about Tina, who was also invited to the stream, and maybe will make an appearance.
I don't know who that is.
I'm Tina now.
Who's that?
I'm Tina now.
Bitcoin Tina. Anyway.
I'm here too, HODL. I know you know. I know you know. I'm watching you.
Oh, Fish is here. Fuck you, Fish.
Dude, it's the fees on this next block are already at like 7.5. This is crazy. That's more than the block subsidy from the last round.
Wow, yeah, that's still going.
And it's the third block off of the new subsidy.
Yeah, this is well, I'm about to start using Lightning exclusively, clearly.
I like watching the ocean fees compared to the core template. Like if you go look at the templates, because it tells me how much spam there is. And in the first block, there was like 29 Bitcoin, or Ocean's template was like 2 Bitcoin. But in these blocks, now it's like 6 Bitcoin for core, and Ocean's at like 5.5 or like 6 Bitcoin as well. So these are probably what mostly using OpReturn, whatever the hell people are putting into these. Also, no transactions got through. You know, that last block of the epoch. My guess is that was almost all entirely inscriptions and such. So now there's going to be a little bit of a backlog.
Guys, look at some of these fees. It's
past 9 Bitcoin.
We have now 9.15 on this next block in fees, and then if you go 2 down, it's 4.7. If you go 3 down, it's 2.94. So there's 3 blocks worth of fees that are going to exceed the block reward. I think we're gonna get like 10 or 20. Okay.
Just found another block.
Yeah. Oh my God. This is I've never seen a fee market like this before. This is
We did? Ocean did?
No, we didn't find a block.
Oh.
The network did. There it is, Foundry.
Foundry got it.
So, what is the theory for the fees very high also in non-spammy block? So people are just overpaying because
this happens, yeah.
Runes. It's all runes.
Oh, because the block in Ocean that Junseth was watching was not the one with 0 data, was the one with runes inside.
Yeah, and I was watching both, Giacomo. I was saying I was looking at the Ocean construction, the Ocean block template, which had around 2 or 3, maybe 4 Bitcoin. And then you go to the core template, and it was 29 Bitcoin.
Are you checking the data free?
You know that now Ocean also has the 0 data template that we also filter in runes. So assuming that is all runes, that should be basically fairly lower.
Yeah, so data free right now is 1.2 Bitcoin in fees. The Ocean default is 5.6, and the core is actually lower than the Ocean default. That happens sometimes. Right. So right now, the Ocean's normal spam filtering one is at 6 Bitcoins in fees. The core template is at 5.3. This is why it's fucking bullshit when people tell you that you have to include spam to get the most amount of money.
But wait, mechanic, because still the block template, which is excluding everything, including runes, will be at 1 something, right? So this is mostly spam.
I don't know. Like I'm saying, core is now 6.5.
Yeah,
Ocean
core is
default
less
is 7.
Core is lost. Yeah, core is less than Ocean right now.
I think it's the knapsack problem. I still don't understand why this happens.
Well, so if you click on that first block, the next expected block, it's all like purple. I think that indicates it's all runes or something. Yeah, click that, and then it'll give you like a visual if you scroll down a little bit.
I've been telling Luke that he really needs to put poop emojis in there for spam, so we all know what the spam is.
I was going to say, it looks like Corey Clipson had to jump out. I don't know if he's still here, but I wanted to hear from him because I wanted to hear if he had anything to do with the Ocean hash.
He's gone.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty clear that Swan contributed to the Ocean hash rate increase. All right, guys, I want to give people a chance to say hi before they have to drop off the stream.
Vegas Party needs to jump in.
Yeah, Vegas Party. If you guys can turn the camera sideways, if you have rotation on, and there it is.
Can you guys see me?
Let me put you on the big screen here.
It's up to 9
Can you guys see us?
Yeah, but that's just us. Show everybody else.
Yeah. So hey, we're all here in Vegas doing our little having party.
Whoa, that's awesome. Hey guys, we'll do a shout with you.
Oh, hold on. We got a Sour Sally.
How do you not give me enough screen time?
We just want to jump in real quick and say happy having to y'all. Y'all enjoy your conversations. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the party.
Love you, Vegas. Love you, Vegas.
We got to get Jimmy Song some bone broth over here.
We love you too, Mel.
All right. Who else hasn't got a chance to say a word? We got Timo, Jose Rodriguez, and Hohan. Let's go with Timo. How are you, man? I'm glad you got the invite. I'm not sure if I DM'd you myself, but somebody did. Shout out for winning the poker tournament. I hope you wear that watch.
I do, but not now. But thank you for having me. Yeah, just wanted to stop by. Cheers to the halving. What a nice time, right? We tried solo mining as well for that block, but didn't work out. It is what it is. But now it's time to go back to Ocean, I think. So
welcome back,
a
bro.
little bit more, like for a few more blocks, and then it's full Ocean, I would say.
Yeah, Timo runs a mining down in Paraguay. You saw the big hash rate jump on Ocean, right? It's man, yes. They got to start mining some more blocks.
They will.
Well,
I think so. I think many people will come now, right? Because like many people were just like, or people I talked to, they want to change after halving, because post halving they were like a little bit scared that if there's no block found, volatility is too high in the time. But now it's 4 years. You can go to Ocean with no problem over time. I think you will make a lot more money. So yeah, that's it from my side. That's it. Cheers to everybody, and yeah, have a great evening, great halving day.
Awesome. Thanks for joining. Hang out. It'll die down, and then like as there are less people, everyone obviously gets more speaking time. Brad Mills.
I knew you were going to say my name, so I just wanted to preempt your statement with the good news that the halving actually did happen on 420 if you measure by UTC.
Yep.
That's all.
That is true. Brad, any other words? Anything quickly you want to say? Anything new in your world?
Yeah, I'm doing a cleanse right now, and my back's a little sore. My beard's long though, so it balances out.
Your mustache is pretty epic.
I'm pretty sure Brad has been starting a cult, because every day he's texting me and he's like, "Hey, HODL, I'm getting together a group of guys. We're all doing cleanses, and we're gonna bleach our buttholes and stuff." And I'm like, Brad, I don't want to be a part of this, man. I don't know what you're up to.
I'm cleansing all the spam from my intestines, inspired by Mechanic.
You've been in shitcoins that long, Brad, that you need to bleach your asshole. Is that what's going on?
Spam was invented in Minnesota.
So what's this
All right, this
420
conversation
one?
is going in a wrong direction. All right, let's
Wait, Brad, let me add to what Brad said. It happened 9 minutes after midnight on 420. Satoshi goes undefeated, ladies and gentlemen.
But what's the relevance of 420?
Marijuana.
I don't get it.
It's a thing
Yeah,
Canadians do.
it's like some like police code
Luke's
for
not gonna get it.
marijuana arrests or something.
Oh,
and
is
then,
that what
like,
it is?
people
I
made it
forgot
as-
now.
It's a beautiful thing. That's what it is. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing.
So
Another
for them,
block,
you don't know
guys. Another block. Let's see who it is.
another block is found. Should
Mempool is broken right now, unfortunately, so it's including a lot of like transactions that are already in blocks in the next block simulator thing. Mempool's getting a hug of death, I think.
So is there going to be a reorg?
No.
No, we're long past that. No reorg.
No,
If someone's working on a reorg, Foundry isn't a part of it because they're already building on top of the halving block that's already established. So
and one more found, and pool.
so that means Bitmain isn't participating in the reorg either. So I think you can be pretty clear, pretty convinced that there's no reorg attempt happening.
Wait, explain that more, mechanic.
Man, the last block, or 840,003 got 16 Bitcoin in fees. This is like fourth block in the new subsidy era, and it's still going strong. This might last a while. Like it's going to be a huge thing for miners. All of that like stuff about this gonna be mining death spiral. No, 16 Bitcoin in fees. Like we haven't had anything like that in a
Those
very
S9s
long
are
time.
staying plugged in. Those S9s are going to stay plugged in.
You know what's really funny about this is there's two ways that it can go. One is that the mining pools are trying to kill Ocean by having as much fees as possible from spam and making us look bad. But
come on.
But the flip side of it is, if they do this, they now have to pay out so much money in fees to their miners, and we know that FPPS fails in high fee environments. So it's going to be really funny if everyone is looking at these fees, because now no miners have any of this money, right? Like the FPPS model means they have to now figure out how to divvy this up amongst their hash rate. I have no idea how they do that.
Sorry, mechanic.
What?
We're done. There is no reorg anymore. We're
No,
good
we know that.
I'm not talking about reorgs. I'm saying FPPS means that block that just paid millions of dollars in fees now has to be distributed to miners on other pools.
Craig could be mining secretly in the background.
Let me explain to Mel. She asked a long time ago a question. So, Mel, what Mechanic was saying very simply is that if you look at the miners that have built blocks since the halving, there's more than 50% of the hash rate that's represented there. So if more than 50% of the hash rate is building on the block after the halving, it's very unlikely that anyone will be able to do a reorg.
I see. Okay, thank you.
That unlikely.
Someone would need around 30% and some good luck to do a reorg, but then they could get reorged back and it would tank Bitcoin pretty quick.
So we got maybe 2 more blocks, and then we can be 100% sure there's not going to be a reorg.
It's amazing how fast it's all going, isn't it?
Mechanic, there would not likely be a reorg back unless the pools actively got involved in doing that.
We're not coiled coin over here, right, Luke?
Well, the weird thing right now from a game theory perspective is that you're not just reorging the block 840,000. It's worth reorging all the blocks built on top of it because it's just so much money. I mean, like the last block had 16 in fees. The one before that had 7 in fees. The one before that had 4.5, and the first one had 37.
Coming up is 18.
Yeah, so you add all that up. I think the game theory might be that you can try with like 20% expected value might be okay.
Yeah, but
like,
who would do it?
All of this is screwed up because the fees are so freaking high right now.
Yeah, but who would do that? Because it would have to be a miner withdrawing from a pool and attempting it themselves, or an entire pool trying to do it. And if an entire pool did it, remember, in theory, they just give all that money to their miners anyway. So In theory, a pool isn't motivated to do this. The more they get in transaction
nobody's
fees, the more-
motivated to do it, but the game, like if it were like single entities or whatever,
I'm legitimate. If there was somebody with that much hash power that could just risks that, it would happen. But I don't think right now anyone has that amount of, like, a pool could do it. A single miner wouldn't risk doing it, I don't think.
Right, but as Jimmy just said, what's the motivation for a pool if a pool has to pay this out to their miners anyway? Like,
There's no real.
Because they don't. Like, this is the thing. That's why some people mine with us, because they said they did their calculation and in high fee environments, they don't get what they expect from pools.
Right. No matter what happens, they're going to get their same payout that averages up, that they've been used to getting. I mean, even for those first few months that I was mining before Ocean opened, I was with NiceHash. I got the same payment every day. It was like for 2 months. It was the exact same thing. So why would that change? That's the FPPS way, right?
We have four. We have some insane fees for the next 4 blocks. This might continue for a while. We might be in a really weird situation with the blockchain for a while now.
Block space contango.
Hey guys, so I do want to let some people say hi to introduce themselves. I always do that in the stream. And then we do have a question from the audience that we will bring up again. HODL brand, real quick, take a minute, and then Jose Rodriguez, and then World of Rusty.
Hey Tone, how are you, man?
I'm good. This is Jose Rodriguez, HODL brand. You're still on mute. You're gonna go. All right, we'll stay with Jose, then we'll go to HODL brand. Jose, where are you?
Hey Tone, thank you once again for the invitation. I was here with you 4 years ago at the prior halving, and officially I would say it's my 3rd halving, because in 2012 I still didn't have any Bitcoins, so I knew about it, but I didn't have. So, and well, man, great seeing you again. Hope next time you can meet at my event. We hosted an event a couple of weeks ago. It's the biggest event in Latin America of science, education, technology, innovation, business. We had 70,000 people there, so hope you can be there with us next time. You've been in the online version, or see you next time, probably like in Salvador when we were with also Jimmy Song and Simon Dixon over there some years ago. And right now I've been pushing some stuff here in Mexico. I have a Bitcoin ATM at the Mexican Senate. I have a Bitcoin ATM company. That's my last venture right now. So when you come, it would be great having an event there at the Mexican Senate. I'm seeing if I can have another one at the House of Representatives. And also having you at my event, and also Jimmy, who hope he can come next time here. And we're going to do our event now in July in Malaga in Spain. So if you want to go over there, it's going to be from the 3rd to the 5th of July, or next year once again in Guadalajara, Jalisco in Mexico. And salud, my friend.
All right, I know you like your I'm the tequila guy. I know you like your mezcals, and yeah, my glass is empty. I'm gonna pour my glass. HODL brand, say a few words, and then we go from there. I see Sawcruteez joins us as well.
Yes, how you doing? I just got out of the hospital, so I have no voice. So Karen.
Oh man.
Okay, so hi there. Hi from HODL brand. He's got no voice. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks. Anyways, we're really excited to be here. He is feeling so proud, and he's in full recovery mode, so you don't have to worry, but he's got no voice. So
awesome. Feel better, Dave. Yeah, we got Ugly showing your hat. So it's great. We'll see you at the next Unconfiscatable. Thanks for doing the hats and supporting this space with merch. World of Rusty, if you can unmute, if you want to say hi, otherwise Sawcruteez, and then
block.
Then we're gonna go back to topics.
Block.
You got a block?
Yep.
All right, let's go to screen share for a second. Man, blocks are going fast. Yeah, mining is definitely not gonna slow down at this rate. Let's see who got it. Let's see who built on top of Antpool. Everyone's like in anticipation. I poured more tequila, and we're gonna do a cheers.
That's crazy. 24 in fees. That's the biggest one since block 840,000.
Wow.
Whoa.
24.
Nice.
This is more of a reward in Bitcoin terms than like era 2. This is crazy.
So let me point out the FPPS calculation means like out of 5 out of the last 144 blocks are like paying out ridiculously. So they only have to pay out that much extra. Whereas if you were using the PPLNS or some sort of proportional split, you would actually get all of that additional split.
Well, who runs what though? I don't know who's doing FPPS.
So every FPPS, every pool is FPPS that you see on the pie chart. They're paying 109% of what they normally pay, even though the blocks are paying like 10 times more than what they normally do. So Ocean would give you 600% of what you'd get with a normal block. An FPPS pool would give you 109% of what you get with a normal block.
So, Mechanic, do you think this is the epic in which the FPPS model breaks and every pool abandons it, or do you think that's what's going to happen in this?
Motorist, your audio is not good.
Does FPPS break in this epic? Is my question.
If people paying attention, I think if you're mining with Antpool, sorry, who found the halving block?
Via, which is Antpool.
Via.
Well, so if Via don't pay the proper cut that people are expecting millions of dollars in extra revenue now, right? If they don't get it, then I hope they ask relevant questions. But I don't, every like big player that mines with these pools has private arrangements and personal relationships. So I imagine they'll get what they want. It's plebs that get shafted, or like medium-sized miners that don't get what they expected.
Right,
guys,
that's why. Are you taking off, Doug?
Yeah, see you later.
I'm on screen share.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
We'll see you later, everybody. It's great to be here. My 4th halving. I've been through all of them. Hey, Vortex, nice to see you. All right, we'll see you guys at the halving party in Miami Beach if you're going to be around. And then for them, we got poker on Sunday. Too bad you're not going to be here, Tone.
I know. Have fun, kids. Hey, you know what? If I have to cancel one more flight to Dubai on Sunday afternoon because I'm flying there Monday, I may just get on a flight to Miami. So we'll see.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Doug. Bye, Nina. Okay. We got a question. Let's answer the question, and then we'll go over and do more intros with Rusty and Sawcruteez. And the question is straightforward, but I need someone to volunteer with not a technical answer, but like a layman's pleb answer. And the question is pretty simple for many of us in this group. Why is the fee subsidy exceeding the block reward? And is this good or bad? Now, I can answer it, but I need someone to answer this in very, very basic terms without any technical jargon, please. Because if the person is asking this question, that means the answer needs to be as simple as humanly possible. Any volunteers?
Mechanic or Jimmy Song?
What was the question?
That's what I'd like to hear.
Giacomo's talking, but not to us.
All right. So basically what's happening is that there's a bunch of people that are paying a lot of fees for something called runes. And runes is only activated at block 840,000. So on the halving block, as we got the halving, they all got to create these runes, I guess. They're kind of like color coins from what I understand. There's some advantage to be doing it early, which I don't really understand yet. And that's why there's such a big market for doing runes right now. And at the moment, the first 5 blocks of this new era have all had fees that significantly exceeded the block subsidy. I think the closest one was like 4 in fees and 3.125 in block subsidy. Some of them have been significantly more, like the halving block was 37 in fees. This past block had 24 in fees. This is not a small amount of money, obviously. Like, just to give you context, 24 Bitcoin right now is like $1.5 million. This is way more than what all the miners were making pre-halving. So some crazy things going on. This is an environment, honestly, that I don't think we've ever seen before. We have had environments where the subsidy and the fees were exceeded the subsidy for maybe like a few special blocks when it was especially congested. This is the most congestion we've ever had, I think, in any era. We had it towards the end of 2017. We had some, I think maybe earlier this
Nothing
last
like
year.
this. Nothing like that.
This is completely unprecedented. In a way, I'm glad of this because we're stressing the network in a very different way, in ways that we haven't ever stressed it before. And if you're looking at like the next 4 blocks, they're all easily going to exceed the 3.125 in block subsidy. It looks like 5 or 6, and that, I mean, unless you get like 5 in a row, like really quick, this isn't going away. I think this stays maybe for a day or two. I don't know if it has the staying power. It's probably a lot of people that were waiting for runes to come on so they can go sell it and scam a bunch of people. And you need to mint it first. And I think that's basically what it is. It's like if I mint it first, then I can sell it first, and I can sort of get out there, maybe get it listed on Binance earlier, something like that. That's my gut feeling on why there's so much money coming in right now. It's easily like $5 million. Already.
Yeah, it's not sustainable.
The assets have a name, and whoever gets them minted first gets that name. So it's basically just a rush to squat the names. And unlike RBF, where only the winning bid gets mined and only the winning bid pays, the minting, every single bid gets mined, whether they win it or not, and they still have to pay the fee whether they win it or not.
Oh my God, that is so evil.
So
how like even if you lose, you end up paying. So there's like so much more incentive to go outbid.
It's like an auction where everyone that opened their mouth has to pay the money they put up, even though they don't win the auction. So
exactly.
Wow.
Don't worry. Can we back up a little bit? Sorry. Can we back up a little? So can someone? I'm still very confused on what the hell runes are. So who? Like I don't know if there's anyone here that's a runes expert. Maybe Mr. HODL.
There's only one question I got, Luke. When you get 50 of the same op return inside the same block, how is it determined which one of those was the winner, given that they're all at the identical time?
They're well ordered. Whoever comes first in the block, I imagine that would be.
So there is actually a defined order within blocks where transactions lie.
Yep. It's just straight order of like the actual block construction. So they have to be topologically sorted, but whoever is at the top gets it.
But there's no way to know you would ever win that deterministically. You just submit your transaction.
But
I think so, but most miners sort by fee. So
yeah, you assume the miner is going to sort by the highest fee, but technically they don't have to.
Oh my goodness!
They don't have to, but that's the algorithm, the policy used by.
Right, but can't the miner cheat? Can't every miner throw a low fee rune in there and put it like second transaction after the Coinbase?
Yes.
Yep.
Pools are the ones that can screw with the whole rune system.
Oh, I get it now.
I love it.
So everybody's bidding all of these high fees, and of course, most people won't be able to reap the benefits of those at all.
I'm kind of surprised none of the pools have done that, because that seems a lot more obvious than all the other nonsense they've been doing.
I mean, if I just figured it out in about 3 minutes, I'm surprised the pool has.
Well, I mean, you'd have to customize the software and things like that. And if you screw up on the topological sort, your block's invalid. So you got to be really careful. But this explains a large part of why there's so many RBF replacements all of these runes bids are probably full like using RBF to
Yep.
bid it
No,
up.
the bids are not RBF at all. They don't conflict with each other. That's why they all get mined.
No. But if you see one that's higher than yours, then you replace your own with a higher bid.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, that would
I'm
make
seeing
sense.
some insane fees, and if you go to like mempool.space, there's a section for the replace transactions. There's a significant number of replacements right now for that reason.
Is this like a DOS attack at this point? Like, how many RBFs can you absolutely flood the network with at once? Like you
The
can have.
RBF code assumes that the fees are always 1 Satoshi per virtual byte, if I recall.
What's the relevance?
That's how much you have to bid it up to get the
Yeah,
replacement.
I mean,
out.
some of these are bidding up by like double. So it'll go from like 10,000 Satoshi per virtual byte to like 20,000. Like that's a level we're talking about. I've never seen that before. No one's ever needed to like RBF that high, right? Like that. This is an insane amount of fees that they're paying just for that. But what you described makes perfect sense on why they would do that, because they're seeing somebody else trying to like overcome them, so they keep bidding it up or whatever. And
Right.
whatever the name that they want is, that's kind of where they're at.
24 coin in the last block, and now 24 in the upcoming.
This is like an evil auction game that everyone is playing. This is really bad. Like this.
Yeah.
This
it's unique. Runes is its own, like, it's what's way less bad than other types of spam, and it's this awful like flood of auctions that all get mined in another sense. Each one of them, like, it's not like ordinals. It has its own malicious element to it.
Well, yeah, it's especially bad because even if you think you have something unique, now someone else can come in and like outbid you just seeing it in the mempool, just to like hold it over you. It'd be like if you were trying to register a domain name and then somebody else can like bid higher than you, and you still have to pay. So of course you're incentivized to bid higher. This is like I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like the $1 game, but basically you bid for $1 and the top two people that have bid have to pay. So it gets past $1 usually, and usually like up to like $4 or $5 sometimes. But that's essentially what's happening. Like psychologically, that is just evil, because you are forcing all of these people to pay, and anyone can come in and snipe these as soon as they see your rune in the mempool. Oh, I want to get that and hold it over them. It's like called eBay or something. I'm going to get the eBay rune and I'm gonna like hold it over them to do whatever. I mean,
yeah, and there's like an interesting angle to this. Like the whole pushback Ocean gave that people wrote off as you're appealing to altruism. Now the spammers have come up with an algorithm that relies on pools being altruistic, because pools can now take the highest ever fees and still not give you the rune because they put their transaction first that snipes the rune. So they're just relying on pools not doing that to steal the thing.
It's not
you
even
would think
stealing
so. I don't know.
stuff.
Maybe they have. I didn't read the protocol on Casey Rodvarmer's runes thing, but
Luke says this, if you consider it not stealing, shall we just start sniping all these runes on Ocean?
That's why I brought it up a few weeks ago.
Hey, so let me ask you guys a question. So if someone had a transaction, right, that was in the mempool for like a few days over the last few days, because the fee just wasn't high enough and it just missed getting in, that transaction may not be like, might not go through for months now.
Depends how long this gets sustained, because this is like many millions of dollars just in like 5 blocks. I mean, they're gonna run out of money. This is at this rate. We've gone about an hour, right? And they spent about 8 million, 10 million. Like, do you like this? That's in an hour. That's like $250 million a day, right? If you do this, if you project this out at this rate, it's unsustainable. Like $250 million is way too much money. and that would also cause like all kinds of upward pressure on Bitcoin, because you'd have to go get Bitcoin to bid it up this high. So I don't know. I don't think this is sustainable. I think it fizzles out in like a day or two is my guess.
I mean, plus the total rewards just got cut in half to like 33 million. Right? So it's 33 million total rewards without fees. So the unsustainability is accelerated, right?
Well, I think you're talking about 3.125 reward. What's 33?
Well, because if it's 900 Bitcoin a day at $66,000 or whatever, right? So it was about $65 million a day in Bitcoin rewards. That just got cut in half too. So they're getting hit on both ends. So you're right, it's not sustainable.
Yeah, I like. There's no way they can like keep this up. They're easily spending like an entire day's worth of Coinbase block subsidy, or they will very soon. This is not like I don't know how long this lasts, but it's not going to last that long.
It's going to be crazy interesting to see how long it goes though, because this could go a day, right? It could maybe go two, and that will kind of tell us the demand.
The longer it goes, the closer it gets to FPPS pools actually having to pay it. If this went on for 144 blocks, then miners would actually start getting what this stuff is. If it's just a flash in the pan, pools only have to pay a little bit more. Currently,
I don't think this can be actual demand either. This is probably just the millions that these scam coiners raised from VCs or whatever.
Exactly.
At least a big chunk anyway.
All right, hey guys, let's finish off our intros. Adam, let me let a couple other people go first, and then I would like for you to introduce yourself as well, and like where you work and stuff. Sawcruteez, welcome back to social media, YouTube, Twitter. You've been gone a few years, and welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's very good to be back. I'll go ahead and crack a Coors Light here with you. Yeah, took a little extended break from social media there during the bear market. I needed to kind of recharge my batteries and reevaluate priorities and that sort of stuff. And really happy to be back here for this second halving stream in a row. I certainly have really good memories from the last one. And really appreciate you having me on today.
Great, thanks. Oh, Leanne joined us as well. World of Rusty, are you able to unmute and say a few words?
Oh, g'day. Yeah, I had the most convenient time for the halving at like 10 a.m. and I somehow managed to sleep through. I woke up at block 840,002. So I missed it, but yeah, happy halving. I do want to know though, mechanic, does the crown fit on your head? I 3D printed him a crown. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Not bad.
That's epic.
You know, and you sent me the small one as well that you first printed. That fits my daughter's head perfectly as well. I'm very grateful to you, man. And for anyone that doesn't know, my profile pic that's this crown, Rusty designed that as well. So
yeah, so are almost all of my thumbnails, including this background you see behind me. That was all the work of World of Rusty, and all the speaker pictures for all the events, Unconfiscatable, Understanding Bitcoin. That was all Rusty's work as well. Thanks for doing all that, and many other graphics for other people like Sailor and others.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. But I like it. It feels like the crown is appropriate now, like Ocean the King.
I can't believe I haven't thought to wear it until this moment. I'm trying to get the bee to catch the light. I'm trying to get the bee.
Are you Neptune?
I don't know. I'm
king of the sea.
I'm somehow the king of something. I don't know what.
Or king of the ocean.
Oh, there you go.
King of the ocean, man. Ocean master.
If you start talking, we're gonna see the bee. You gotta paint it. You gotta paint it like neon orange or something.
We got
Neptune, king of the ocean. You need a trident though.
I'll work on it. I'll work on the trident. That feels like a graphic right there. Mechanic. as Poseidon.
Man,
yes.
Yep.
I'm on it.
All right, Leanne, looks like you're there with the crew celebrating as well. Where are you guys? And how's your halving event going?
Can you hear us?
Yep.
Yep, cool. I've got a crew here down in Bali. We're having a Bitcoin halving morning tea because we got up early to come and say hello. And Tone, I was just looking like 4 years ago at who was on your show, and I saw SBF and I got massively triggered because I was, embroiled in, SBF, taking some of my stuff. So it's been a long 4 years. But we're here, and I've got some really interesting Bitcoiners with me. We've got Kim. So you've been a Satoshi maxi for.
I'm a maxi, that's for sure. Hey Tone, how you going? Happy Epoch 5, yeah.
And Kim's been converting pensioners, and his wife Yulia here. Hi guys. Lena's flown out from Russia. And Lena is a Bitcoiner. What do you think about Bitcoin, Lena?
I love Bitcoin.
And Lena's got a really quick, interesting story about how she became a Bitcoiner. Do you want to tell the story, Kim?
Oh look, Lena's she's irresponsibly long. She sold her whole apartment in Russia and put it all into Bitcoin.
Nice.
Thanks to her son-in-law.
Wow. Perfect.
I really hope it goes well.
Yeah. So yeah. And Kim's been orange peeling people on the beaches here and converting pensioners all over the place. So you've converted a few recently, right?
Yeah, we have. Yep. Doing God's work, I call it. So it's a beautiful thing. Good to be here.
The king of the ocean doesn't use a trident. Uses a pickaxe.
What's that?
I think they've lost interest in us.
Got to use a pickaxe.
Isn't that a Tesla logo, Luke?
No, this is the.
That looks like he ripped that off a Cybertruck.
It's part of my logo, my Twitter logo.
You can use that as a sort of pickaxe looking thing. It's not a trident, but it'll work for something mechanic.
Ton, you are muted, I think. Some reason you are muted.
Tone, something's wrong with your mic, man. It's you're not muted, but yeah, something's wrong with your mic.
I have to charge it. I have a backup. Okay, I'm good now, right? Perfect. All right. You guys hear me, right? All right. Awesome. So that was my Sean Harris. Thank you for joining us. We are gonna go in order. We got just one more person to introduce, and then we go to Sean. Adam, I'm not familiar with your work, so please do an intro. Who you are, where you're from, what you do, what brings you here?
I'm nobody, man. I work with Upstream Data with Steve Barber. We build Bitcoin mines in the oil field. I think we met once, Tone, for like 2 seconds at a conference one time, but I really came here just because I wanted to troll Sean. I knew he was probably going to join. I wanted to give him a bunch of shit. And, I wanted to give a shout out to Giacomo, who is probably the most badass sovereign individual on planet Earth. I'm a huge fucking fan of Zuko over there. So good to be on a call with him at least.
Dude, I'm pretty sure Giacomo was like on a different podcast right now.
Yeah,
on this podcast.
Yeah, he's talking. He's probably speaking. He speaks like 4 fucking languages, and he talks shit in all of them, and I love it. So, I haven't met him in person yet. I'm a big fanboy of his, but one day I will. And so I owe him at least like 20 beers. He's a kick-ass individual. So glad to be here.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for joining us, and Sean Harris. Go ahead and do an intro. You missed the halving block. I'm sure you probably had another stream to do, probably your own. I had a great time at the halving party. Thanks for putting that on. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Give us an intro. I'll pull up your Twitter handle while you do that.
Yes, Sean Harris. And first of all, Adam, you're not a nobody, by the way. He's been mining Bitcoin for like, I don't know how long. Since last halving at least. Yeah, along with the Meme Factory, we organized the halving party, and we're gonna be back in 2028. So don't sleep on the halving in 2028. But I'm an old retired basketball player, and now doing the fiat job to stack more Bitcoin while it's cheap, because it is. Bitcoin's so cheap right now, and it's not even $100,000 yet. I can't wait.
Sean is also, sorry, Tone and Jimmy, but my favorite Bitcoin trading card.
That is true. Mel, for some reason, every time she opens up a pack of Bitcoin trading cards, she has my foil is in there. I don't know how you had so many.
And then I got the big one sheet that has all the different Seans on it. So now I have like a whole like poster size Bitcoin trading cards of Big Sean Harris. So I mean,
yeah,
it's
but Sean actually has normal basketball cards and not like Bitcoin.
Wait,
cards,
do you have
right?
real basketball cards, Sean? Because I'm gonna have to go after those.
No, I'm just joking. No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
In any didn't you play in places where
I played overseas, but
they didn't issue any cards in any of those places? Or
No, he broke too many backboards dunking, so they kicked him out of the fucking league.
No, not that's
I'm
not.
gonna go searching for these because I think they might exist.
There could be something floating around. I doubt it.
No, by the way, Tone, I think you know who I'm. I'm Denver Bitcoin on Twitter, by the way. Which more people
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the mining guy, right?
Yeah, I was an anon for like the first 4 years until I actually, became a professional in the industry, and I couldn't call oil and gas producers and tell them my name was Denver Bitcoin. So I actually, had to become a person. But it's kind of fun. Right?
We just got a block. And this one is that one had the highest fee since the halving block, 29.8 Bitcoin. 20 in fees. So subsidy plus fees is 32.9.
I gotta say, I love all these rare sat boys. I mean, I'll mine their fees all day. Just keep them coming. I mean, waste your Bitcoin. I don't give a shit.
It's a good day to be a miner. Normally, halving is not a good day to be a miner.
And a bad day to be Foundry, because you have to pay an average of all these fees that Antpool are bringing in. So,
all right, so Mechanic and Luke, what happens if Ocean mines the next block, and you're not going to put any of these transactions in?
No, we are.
Well, the runes ones you'll include, right? Because they're not like spammy.
So the Ocean default template, which is anti-spam, is 21 Bitcoins in fees. The core template is 20.88. But they're identical right now. The only difference with our core template and what you might get from another pool is RBF, which might add a little bit. The data-free template is 12. So that tells you that most of what's happening here is runes rather than inscriptions.
Whoa! So this is actually a huge advantage for Ocean right now. If miners realize that right now at this point in time, they can get screwed with other mining pools that estimate the fee, you are actually going to pay out these runes fees. So it's a huge advantage right now to jump on Ocean if any miners are watching, because you're going to get the fee directly.
Yeah, it looks like someone's figured that out already.
Yeah,
I mean, are you getting more hash rate since the halving block or no?
A little bit.
We've been steady around.
This is double the hash rate of yesterday.
It is.
This has not hurt us at all. We are in the exact same place we were yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Ocean is paying out. The thing is, Ocean has to find a block. That's the thing. So,
we're doing 3 blocks in a row now, right?
In a fee spike environment, Ocean is absolutely the best if it finds a block. If you're in an average environment where every block is paying the same, in theory, it doesn't make any difference. But the fee spikes are where you get hurt. Because right now, nothing that significant has happened with FPPS. If fees go back down to normal now, every miner is going to be getting paid like 115% of what they expected on FPPS pools tomorrow. That doesn't fit with the fact that millions of dollars just went in a block, right? That should be the intuition of how people should start looking at this. Just because there was a block with millions of dollars of fees in it, and you are mining with that pool, if it uses FPPS, it's not going to make that much difference to your payout.
Okay, you have to explain FPPS because like a lot of people watching don't know that acronym, what it means.
It just means that the pool says it does a calculation usually based on the last 24 hours of blocks or the last 144 blocks. I don't know which one they use, but it's supposed to be around the same. And they say that's the average of what a share was worth that you submitted. So they're not looking at the one block that contained $2 million in transaction fees. They're looking at the average of the last 144. So yeah, one block had $2 million in it. The rest of them had 50 grand. So when you average all that out, you don't get, you don't get a median or something like that. They're using a mean.
I mean, you still get a bump, right? You'll still get a bump.
You'll definitely get a bump, but you won't get a split of $2 million like you expect tomorrow.
Luke, I'm curious, who brought on an exahash to Ocean in the last 24 hours?
We discussed that here earlier.
But in any case, also, I'm pretty sure a lot of the FPPS pools actually exclude the high and the lows.
I think a lot of FPPS pools are screwing the miners.
Yep.
They're absolutely incentivized to do so.
I mean, that's why I love mining with brains. I mean, doing PPLNS was just like from the get-go when I learned about mining, it just made way more sense to me.
So how did you feel when they abandoned PPLNS and went to FPPS?
I gave them a whole ton of shit. I'm really good friends with all the brains guys. I give them shit still to this day. And I mean, they can go ahead and, give me a white label pool of my own that's like a PPLNS, right? Like they could do that. But it's a fiat mindset, right? I talk to guys in the oil field about this all the time because in the fiat world, being able to project and have this kind of, idea of consistency overvalues any kind of statistical arbitrage. I was obsessive about this when I began mining and I even tracked it. So like I had put half of my hash rate on brains when they were PPLNS and I put half of it, I think on like F2 pool or something. And I watched like, what kind of earnings I got. And on a 160-day period, it was like a 0.25% difference, right? So statistically, it all evens out, but it's an emotional game more than anything.
All right. Hey, Michelle, you haven't said anything in a while. You want to jump into the conversation? You're in the mining space as well a bit.
Hi, guys. I'm not technically in mining, but I'm in product development. And I think I was saying earlier, I think, everybody here is actually very technical. And I think it's super important that we get more people coming into the space that can break this stuff down and explain it in ways that are not technical so that we can do education around like why it is important, whatever side that you're on. I agree generally with, Motorist and Jimmy and all that. So, but I was wearing my glasses and it's like strobing with my light tone. I can't handle it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the problem is that it has to start. Yeah, I was having a conversation today with a guy in Indonesia, and Indonesia has a ton of wasted energy, right? They flare a shitload of gas, and nobody has even thought to mine Bitcoin on it yet. Like it's brand new, right? So I'm talking with somebody who is close with the government, and we had about a 2.5-hour conversation. I was teaching him about, Bitcoin mining, earnings, the economics, hash price. And so then we together can go talk to these kind of, boomer aged, old school thinking individuals. And the problem is, Bitcoin is like every other commodity, except it's unique in that it has a perfectly inelastic supply. And that fucks with your thinking, right? Because with every other commodity, like for example, even, stupid like salt, if all of a sudden salt was what's $20,000 a pound tomorrow?
Block.
I would freaking go boil ocean water and make salt in my house and sell it, right? And everyone would, and the supply would increase and it would push the price down. But with Bitcoin, it's the only commodity where that doesn't happen, and so it's a whole new way of thinking. It's really tough. It takes time to try to break it down for people coming into the space. Mining is kind of counterintuitive. It's a really big challenge to try to educate, because there's nothing to compare it to, really. It's new.
Yeah. So Poulin just found one that was 23 Bitcoin. This is not slowing down. No. I mean, I'm gonna have to like add these up, but this is not a small amount of fees in the last 7 blocks.
Hold on.
Crazy.
Come
Jason,
on, Ocean's got to find one of these blocks, man.
I know, man. Jason just did the math. The guy that added the extra exahash, it's hard to put it in the right context, but if they were doing what they would do in a FPPS pool right now, they'd be getting $2,000 for that exahash versus 1.5 million from Ocean.
Wow.
Look about it this way.
Another block just got found.
On Brain's dashboard, in the last 5 blocks, the fees as a percent of the reward went from 8%. It's now at 36% just in 5 blocks. Because
another block, 2 more blocks coming in, guys.
I mean, fees are like what? They're 800% of the.
Well, so the last 3 blocks, it went from 23 Bitcoin in fees to 17.7 in fees and 12 in fees. It looks like if they found one right now, it would be 10 in fees. So this is I've never
Another
seen
block.
this.
We just had 3 blocks come in.
Yeah, we had 3 blocks. This is 840,009, and that had a fee of 9.4. And who found that one?
Foundry.
Foundry. Okay.
Yeah. So Foundry finally found one, because Antpool's been finding the majority of them.
Oh man, this is such like, it feels like the lottery at this point. It's just.
Man, you know who's absolutely fucked right now? You know who's fucked is F2 Pool, because they haven't found a single block in this whole period, and they have to they've got to pay out way more than 10% above what they've earned on average over the last day.
Well, what's crazy is hash price, was supposed to drop by like 40 to 45%, obviously with a halving. It's only dropped from 11 cents to 7. I mean, it should have been down maybe even below 6 cents. So because of these fees, it's keeping miners alive. So there's a lot of miners right now celebrating that probably were, planning to turn machines off, and now they're second guessing. So, I mean, one of the best quotes I've ever heard from a guy, he's an electrical engineer here in Denver. He's Blockbait on Twitter. He said it the other day when we were giving a speech up in Boulder. He said, Bitcoin is a spectator sport. Right. He said Bitcoin mining is a spectator sport, and it's only becoming more so that, right? Like if you participate in any way, you can't help but like obsess over this open source network and participate. And so, I mean, it's going to be weird to see. It'd be fun to see the hash price go above where it was pre-halving immediately after, right? Like, because the opposite is always anticipated, but we could see miner prices go through the roof after the halving, blowing out everybody's expectations.
Yeah, and Adam, when are you switching your miners over to Ocean?
I got about 10% of my hash rate I throw at Ocean. Yeah,
glad to have you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I spread my hash around. I give most of it to Brains, but I like to be a little bit diversified. Right.
Right now, wouldn't you want to be on Ocean just for the one-day lottery like this? If they find a block, you're getting a significant amount of bonus.
I mean, it's not a bad argument, right? But we're talking about 2 exahash versus what are we at? 670. So that's what, 1/3%. So we're gonna need the odds are that we find a block sometime in the next
2 or 3 days.
150 blocks. I mean,
so it says at the bottom of the dashboard, 2 days and 6 hours average on blocks. But
so
Gambler's fallacy.
Yeah, okay, so that'd be
But
300.
it's
That'd be
been-
320.
But it's been a few days. It's been like 3 or 4 days since Social found a block, probably more.
It's been we're below.
Right, but each block finding is independent, Tone.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
like
the gambler's fallacy.
Gambler
Yeah, that's how
fallacy.
statistics work, right? That's why solo mining. Honestly, I've been mining. I threw like 80% of my hash rate on solo CK all the way up through the halving. Like I think I still have like 40% on solo. Because if I grab a block, I'm checking the fuck out.
Right now you can.
I mean,
you can.
I mean, my
you can make a lot.
terahash is just as good as anybody else's, right? So play the game.
All right, Walker, you're back. Want to say a few words? How you enjoying the conversation? You're muted. There you go.
Fuck! Now you're putting me on the spot with all these smart people talking about mining and all these hashes and such. I just got done having a nice little dinner with some normie friends, which was it's a surreal experience on a Bitcoin halving eve. Because I looked at my phone all of a sudden after compulsively checking what block we were at, and all of a sudden the halving had passed, and I said, "Oh, well, there that goes. I guess it's happened now." And I think that's kind of a funny thing about the halving, right? This is technically my second halving, because I started actually going down the rabbit hole in 2020, like a little bit before that halving. I'm still very green under the gills when it comes to Bitcoin. It's not like I've been around for a very long time, but it is somewhat a surreal experience to be with, I'll say, normie friends who we gave, their daughter was here. It was very nice. We gave Bitcoin to their daughter when she was born. We gave Satoshis to their daughter when she was born. And our buddy was here and he's like, fuck, I think like, how do I access that again? Like, I'm pretty sure when you guys gave it to me, like it was a lot cheaper, right? And so now like it should be worth a lot more. And I'm like, oh, here we fucking go. And honestly, like he probably lost those sats, but that's just a beautiful donation to the network, right? And I feel like we've all certainly toned somebody like you who has been around the block for a lot longer than I have. You've probably given out so many sats, and maybe like a large percentage of them have just perhaps been lost forever. But isn't that just a beautiful donation to everybody else? It's just saying like, yeah, somebody who wasn't ready for those sats yet, and you were kind enough to give them, probably lost them. And now here you are, and everybody else gets to benefit from it because those sats are just gone. I mean, they're still there, but nobody's ever touching them again. It's just something I'm pondering deeply as I have like my 18th Miller Lite of the evening.
When you give sats to someone, you should always back up the private key you give it to them on.
I usually do. But this time it was like a spur of the moment thing. We were at a lunch a few years ago. It was right before TabConf. And I was just like, oh, fuck, like, here's your beautiful new daughter who was just born. Let's give you some sats. And I did not go through my usual rigor, but I agree. You should back that up and then keep a copy for yourself so that just in case you can pull it back. You know what I mean? Kidding about that last part, kind of.
So you can rug them? Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm being sarcastic there. But usually when we give out sats, it's like, okay, we wrote down your private key for you. Here you go. Put this somewhere safe and just don't lose this. But in this case, I was a little bit more reckless, but there were a few sats at the time. I mean, now again, like this was like depths of the bear market. So they were looking at the price now and being like, oh, I heard about, people are talking about Bitcoin again, right? Like, I guess I should pay attention again. But I feel like this is more to say that the normie retail wave has not even come close. And I can't speak to previous cycles. I'm green under the gills. I'm a newbie here, but it seems to me that there is like basically zero normie land hype around Bitcoin right now. There's the ETF. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of flows coming in there. That's great. Sure. Fine. But you're not getting all those texts that you got when Bitcoin was, jacking up to the mid 60s last time. Now it's like, oh, we're in the low to mid 60s. Like nobody seems to care. And that's, I think, a very bullish thing, right? It means nobody's paying attention yet.
Oh, by the way, in case people are wondering who Walker is one half of the Bitcoin couple Is that still your handle though? The Bitcoin couple?
No, well, actually, we do have the
like-
BTC couple as a handle. It's a
I
bit of a
couldn't
dead
find you
handle
recently.
though.
BTC. It shows up on my feed, but then I was like looking for you. Is it BTC couple? Like, what do you guys? Because it used to be the crypto couple, but you changed
Yeah,
it, right?
yeah. So Carla is at Carla Bitcoin. I'm at Walker America. It's been my handle since I joined Twitter.
Right, but you don't have a joint one anymore.
No, you're right. We don't. We've now we've social media separated. But it's okay. We're still married, guys. So don't worry. It's
Oh,
it's
wait,
still
wrong Carla.
legal.
But we like this Carla as well.
Yeah.
I just want to
different
ask
Carla.
Walker, to your point about normies, we've been having this discussion that, yeah, I haven't received any texts from anyone who know that I've been in the space for such a long time. So it's really interesting to me that our texts haven't blown up yet. I mean, it's under the radar. I don't talk about price much with other people, but did you guys talk about price yet? Like where people think it's heading before we get the texts? I mean, we're hodlers, but I'm also a trader, so I'm doing both. So I'm price focused in some parts of my life. But yeah, I'm just curious what your thoughts were before you think you start getting the texts.
I am certainly not a trader. I have no skill for that whatsoever. So I do what is easy for me, which is I work pretty hard and I save my money in Bitcoin. But in terms of the text, I just got an email from one of my close boomer friends, a close family friend, who was letting me know that the Wall Street Journal had published an article saying that Bitcoin miners were looking to diversify their offerings because they were worried about what was going to happen after the halving and if they would be able to make enough revenues. They're looking into, AI hosting and things like that. And I found that was funny. He's a wonderful guy. He's the kind of guy that sends me stuff whenever there's some weird stuff about Bitcoin in the news. And he's like, well, what's happening here with these Bitcoin miners? They're looking into, hosting AI in these data centers that they have. And so I think that's again, a very bullish signal. Whenever you I think whenever you have people asking any sort of questions, and again, prefacing this by the fact that I have not been here a very long time, not nearly as long as somebody like Tone or Jimmy. I'm just a noob here. But my impression is that in this current cycle, retail has not even begun to think about Bitcoin yet. They're still occupied by whatever war is most appealing to them at the current moment that they think that their side should support with our freshly printed dollars or our tax money, wink wink. And I think that's a great thing. It's like when that retail money actually shows up and people start to panic a little bit and wonder, hold on, this Bitcoin thing is at 0.1 million and 0.15 million. That's when I think things start to get interesting. But I don't know, Tone, I'd love your take on this, because again, I'm just a new guy here and a guy who likes to joke around a little bit. So I'm not an expert trader. I'm not a miner. I'm just a guy. So I'd love to hear from somebody who knows a lot more than I do. That's for sure.
You know what's fun is while Walker's talking, watching Giacomo talk on mute to his other podcast and superimposing his voice on Giacomo's expression, like really chilled voice, while Giacomo's just going like this with all the Italian hand stuff.
Hey, Giacomo. You know what I'm actually more bullish on than Bitcoin, though, if I can say, is Zuckbucks. And I'd like to say that I've put at least 90% of my net worth into Zuckbucks.
Yeah,
I think that it's the next
can't hear me
Bitcoin.
right now.
Oh, well, this is such a shame. Like, now I'm just here doing this bit without Giacomo even paying attention. Well, Giacomo, I hope you listen to this later and realize that I'm super bullish on Zuckbucks. I'm still not sure if it's Zuckbucks or Zuckbucks. I don't know how you Italians pronounce it.
Oh man, we all right.
Hey,
so
Tone, I've got to go.
You guys gotta go.
We've got a big spread ready. We've got some more Bitcoiners that Kim's converted on the beaches of Bali. They've just arrived. Put your pension money in, yeah? Your pension fund? Yeah, kind of. So I'm going to join them, but Happy halving, everybody, and see you all soon.
You guys have
Awesome.
pensions?
Thanks for hanging out.
Oh, not
let's
me.
see.
Kim's converting Australians who have
Perfect.
retired because, as you know, our Australian dollar is just dead. And I did actually have an argument with someone recently about, they called me a gambler being a Bitcoiner, and I then showed them some numbers with the Australian dollar and then their numbers in the bank compared to the price of Bitcoin. So can't win that argument when you look at the Australian dollar.
Pacific
Amen.
Peso.
The Pacific peso, yeah. It's all
Yeah, the
right,
Mexican peso is not doing so bad, honestly.
No, it's
Like,
not.
like
good.
real talk.
than
I
Pacific
it's a bit of a
peso.
dig at the peso to compare the that old Aussie dollar to it, that
Well,
prisoner
that's
colony
true.
dollar.
That's true. We
Yeah.
need a new name, don't we, Kim?
I just wanted to add something actually. We were talking about retail coming into the space, and I as an Australian, I find it's become more difficult for retail to buy Bitcoin. Binance has stopped trading the AUD to BTC pair, and it's becoming more and more difficult to just buy spot Bitcoin. In my experience, I buy it through Indonesia, I buy it through Australia, but it's not as simple now, and there's quite high margins in buying spot.
And the onboarding process is difficult to get your fiat on.
Try the
Yeah.
offboarding process
and
now too. That's like twice as difficult. But the thing is, it is becoming more difficult, and it's like they want us to buy the ETF. Buying the ETF is simple, but to be self-custodians of Bitcoin is becoming more and more difficult. So I'm just keeping my eye on that.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, man.
That's
a
the
really
game, right?
important
That's
thing.
their game.
Oh, we recently, like, I had one of my Australian accounts frozen because I shifted a meager $4,000 onto an on-ramp, and the bank froze my account and said it's an unusually high amount of money. And I phoned them and I said, if $4,000 these days is an unusually high amount of money, we got some problems going on, because that's like spare change. So it's a really big problem for Australians at the moment. I know around the world everyone's facing their own issues with the bank.
We're not allowed to take cash out of the bank, basically. It used to be anything up to $10,000. Now that they're going to ask you if you want to get $5,000 out, they're going to say, well, what do you want it for? So there is that.
The funny thing about those numbers too, that even if you look at cross-border, like bringing money in, and you're flying from country to country and you want to bring some cash with you, they've set the same declaration limits for like the last 40 years. They've never updated those with inflation, which is kind of funny. Like $10,000 used to be a good amount of money. It's not anymore. It's just purely not. Like, yes, it still is, but
of course,
but relative to what it was,
Yeah.
it is really not. And so it's kind of absurd. It's like they just,
I mean, 4,000 Australian dollars is like $3,000 US. It's a joke. And I actually yesterday I got a whole series of questions. There were about 20 questions about how I was going to use that banking facility. And I mean, I'm trying to spend it because I don't want it in there anymore. So that's my purpose. I just wanted to tick the box of the FU box and say, well, I'm trying to withdraw my money and I don't want to use your platform. But it's a big issue.
The big four Australian banks have made a concerted effort to make it difficult for Australians to buy Bitcoin, particularly that, cutting off Binance, direct deposits into Binance have been cut off completely. And there is nothing subtle about that. I know that a lot of those people that may buy some spot Bitcoin are probably not as educated as about inflation and whatnot as us, but if it's too difficult, it's just too difficult, So I'll be interested to watch what happens here,
There's some private battles going on behind the scenes with the Australian Consumer Commission, and there's enough complaints happening now. One of the big four eventually has to work with exchanges, I think, and they'll be the smart winner in it. But it's super difficult. I don't know what other people in other countries are facing, but the Australian banks are very difficult. So, and Australians are very enthusiastic about crypto. But it's just a massive block in onboarding new people. And even when we talk about it with people and we get them excited about it, you just have this massive stumbling block to how to actually get them.
In Australia, we have this absolute fever for real estate, and houses have become unbuyable for the average working people in this. I'm not talking about people on low income, even high income people. it's been super difficult to buy real estate, and I would expect that, you know, those people will go, well, okay, I'll put some into Bitcoin, you know, but if it becomes too difficult, then
Back to the real estate game. Back to $1 million 20-meter square apartment.
$1.5 million.
The real estate
I
game
found a good hack. I found a good hack in Australia. So I've got a like Independent Reserve's pretty good. They're my favorite Australian exchange. And what you can do is you can deposit with PayPal, and then so the bank will let you send whatever you want to PayPal, because you can spend your money on whatever you want through PayPal, but not if it's Bitcoin. They'll hold your money for 24 hours no matter what. So yeah, if you just through PayPal, and Independent Reserve seems to be my hack at the moment.
Yeah. Independent Reserve I've used. I mean, we're expats now, so we've got a few options, not just the Australian one. But when most of the people we're talking to, new people to get on board in the Bitcoin world are dealing with Australian banks.
BTC
Good
markets,
tip, Rusty. I like that.
BTCmarkets.net are they're pretty solid Bitcoin trading platform.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
guys.
anyway, we'll get back to our
we're gonna let you
conversion.
go.
Okay,
And,
thank
you. Yeah, people
Bye.
waiting.
Thank you, guys.
And
Bye.
enjoy
Tone,
the
you
rest
want
of
my
your
advice
day.
on trading now, right? I'm happy to give you my trading advice, Tone.
Yeah, I figure we jump on charts. Sawcruhteez, you haven't said anything in a while. You want to take over screen share? And, give us
Ton,
your
may I stop you
price?
there just to say?
Oh,
Ton, may I
Giacomo's
just say? Yeah. Just I wanted to say good night and happy disinflation to everybody. I go to sleep because unfortunately the second sun is not yet and halving aware, so we'll wake up in 3 hours. So it's better if I go to sleep. It was a pleasure and it was very fun, and we should do it before 4 years, Ton.
Awesome. Yeah, you gotta come back to the stream. Thanks for joining us, Giacomo. Get some rest.
Thank
It's
you.
the middle of the night for you.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Bye.
See you, mate.
Bye, Giacomo. And we got one more additional guest. Farrell, give us an intro, and we go from there.
How's it going, Tom? Just started at Rancho zndtoshi here for the halving party. A few guys. I'm a trader and technical analyst. Farrellanalysis.com, @FarrellAnalysis on Instagram, and @AnalysisFarrell on Twitter. Anyways, just started Jimmy's halving party here.
Hey, where's Jimmy?
What's up, Tone? What's up? What's going on, Tone?
Oh,
Jimmy went to bed.
Is that
LJ.
DR Littlejohn?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, man, you wrote the set. Hey, what happened to Jimmy? I invited Jimmy to this. He never showed. What happened?
He's here. We got him.
Hey, Tone. Tube Dog Surf. Good to see you. Can't wait to see you back
Hey,
here.
there's Jimmy.
I'm cooking. What else? I got a barbecue.
Oh, you guys got a nice party there. Yeah, that is
Yeah, we
Rancho
got
zndtoshi. I've been there 3 times, I think, already.
Oh, good. I'm
Hey,
Michelle. Yeah, I can't even see everybody.
Oh, yeah, no. You have to see everybody like this. I
on
put
the phone.
everybody on.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Good to see everybody. I got to get back to the fire.
Hey guys, nice to meet you. It's
to
Victor,
see you,
also a
Jimmy.
Bitcoiner from Peru.
Oh, nice. Wow, Jimmy is having a proper party over there.
International party, man.
Hey,
International party.
where were you guys sleeping? Are you sleeping at Terry's Hotel nearby?
We're tenting it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We got some steaks going on the barbecue there. See it?
Awesome. Yeah. Do a whole loop around. Like show the rest of the place to people. Do a little walkthrough.
Up here. Nice little kitchen area. Jimmy on the barbecue, throwing the steaks on. Oh, that's a good size steak there. Let's take a look at that. That's a halving steak.
There you go.
This looks great. Hi, Jimmy.
How's it going?
Block.
Get ready to barbecue.
Block.
Oh, we found the block. All right, I'm gonna go to take a look at the block in a minute. But keep doing a little show around of the. Oh, what happened? Where did they go?
Oh,
F to pool. F2Pool finally caught a break.
Did you lose us?
Oh, I'm sorry, Farrell. I stopped your video. I meant to put a spotlight on your video, but instead I stopped your video. I'll bring your video back on.
Oh, it's still disabled.
Oh crap. Okay, hold on. Ask to start video. There it is. Now you can do it.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay. And I meant to spotlight your video, not stop your video, so that when only you're being shown, no matter who's talking, because otherwise the big. Oh wow, that's a beautiful sunset.
Yeah, it's about to come down.
Yeah, so that's Rancho San Satoshi. That's Jimmy G's project in Mexico. It's got 1,000 acres, and he's building out slowly a Bitcoin citadel.
I appreciate your unconfiscatable
I just like to
shirt.
say Jimmy's awesome. That's all I had to contribute on that one. Jimmy's an awesome dude.
He's a good guy. He's got some good steaks there too.
No doubt.
Where is that in Mexico?
Just outside La Paz.
La Paz, Baja
Yeah,
California.
it's not far from Cabo. It's in the Cabo area.
Baja California.
Yeah, see, Baja California. Sur.
Yeah, so you notice the shirt he's wearing, right? It's unconfiscated.
Yeah, the unconfiscatable shirt.
And I got the HODL hat too. Dave was on earlier, I think.
Yeah, no, he's still with us. Not on camera. All right, let's go take a look at that block. Oh yeah, Jose, you gotta stop by and check out the ranch, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've been many times to Baja California, but never there. To Mexicali, Tijuana, Ensenada, Rosarito.
Hey, so F2Pool finally found the block.
Excellent.
Yeah, looks like the fees are definitely slowing down. This one only had a high fee of 5,000 Satoshis per byte versus 10,000 in the block earlier, and it took 15 minutes between blocks. So the high fees are slowly slowing down. Let's see what this one block was. Man, Ocean's got to catch one of these bad boys.
It's like watching a teapot. We have to just look away, and it's going to hit 3 blocks in a row.
I know. My computer is also slowing down. All right. Sawcruteez, you want to jump on? Oh, here's the fee. Oh, wow. The fee was actually high. Total fees, 19 Bitcoin. Wow. Jeez.
All right, yeah, I could jump on whenever you're ready for me. I've got some dinner reservations coming up about 15 minutes, so it'll be perfect way to sign out. All right. There's one thing specifically that I've been keeping my eye on, I guess a couple now, that I can point out pretty quickly. I can get these out of here, maybe subtract. Okay. So right here, we're looking at a daily chart now, and one thing that I pay really close attention to is this EXA is what it's called. It's the Fisher distance formula applied to
another block.
Yep.
All right, I'll keep an eye on that. Go ahead, Sawcruteez. I'll see if there's anything
All right, I
interesting.
won't take too long. So yeah, this is just the distance from the moving average with the Fisher transform formula applied to it to give us some kind of smooth crossovers for buy and sell signals. I pay very close attention to daily signals that occur down at extreme points, basically below -2 and above +2. So I've been paying very close attention to this buy signal coming in on the day of the halving at established horizontal support. Seemed like a really good sort of recipe for there to be a lot of demand, obviously, from the halving, and then a lot of technical demand from being at an area of supply and then kind of being a little bit oversold based on this indicator. So that crossing over right there and us closing back above this kind of median here is a really good sign for me that it is holding as support here. And if we remember last halving, what happened was it had a big move up, and then as soon as the halving came in, that's when the chop followed. We got like a month, maybe 6 weeks of chop that looked pretty similar to this after the halving. And there was a big run up that went into it, kind of buy the hype, sell the new sort of event. This time is different because for a couple of reasons. First of all, we had big consolidation, over a month of consolidation going into the halving, which is rare. So it's not so much a buy the hype situation. It's more a chop out the hype on both sides. So that is one thing that is very different. And the other thing that's also obviously very different is that this is the first halving to occur at all-time high territory. So we did have a big hype sort of move, but we've had time to kind of cool it down. So I think it's a really good setup, seeing that we've had a long period of consolidation that's kind of chopping out both bulls and bears that are trading on significant leverage. And now we're at support and showing signs that it's holding. One other thing that I wanted to look at, if I can get this thing out of here. Okay. The FOMO finder is something that I pay close attention to, especially during bull markets. It is, it uses the funding rates and the futures premium and or discount to determine if we are in a state of balance, greed, FOMO, panic or capitulation. And this is the first time that we've seen any panicky sort of environment this whole year. That's from, we're getting negative funding rates persistently and a very low premium on the futures. So I'm going to zoom in to kind of show the last time that we saw that. This is a historical chart and I'm on my laptop here, so forgive me, but I should be able to zoom in here. There we go. So if we see the last time, shoot, well, I'm having a little trouble here, but basically the last time we saw this sort of market sentiment was when we were down around, let's see here, back around, call it like 25K or so. We haven't seen any negative funding in the entire move up. And the premiums and the futures have held pretty healthy there. So that's what I am looking at is we're at an area of support, a technical support, and then we have fear in the market, which is really surprising for me to see that the market is panicky when we are having at an all-time high. For me, that is painting a very, very pretty picture. So hopefully we will see a quick move in the week or two after the halving this time, which we haven't really ever seen in any of the prior halvings, if memory serves. It likes to really chop after the halving block comes and all that euphoria kind of hits, whereas this time just feels very, very different. And that's what I'm seeing from the funding rates and the futures premium as well as the technicals. So last thing I wanted to show is I wore my HODL hat that I got from Tone's very first, or the first time I met Tone at the TD sequential workshop. So I wore that for the halving and just wanted to show, if you guys can see a nice view. I'm out here at Lake Powell.
Yeah, we are on screen share right now, right? I just want to be sure.
Oh, I thought I ended it.
Oh, you ended it. That's why. Okay,
yes,
that's why I got confused. Okay.
Just a quick view of the at Lake Powell. Sun setting. I'm not sure if you can see, but it's absolutely.
Oh, wait, hold on. Slow down. I gotta. They can't see when I make a minor change. Hold on.
Nope, not at all. Cheers.
I need to manage my stream. 1 second.
It still looks good, Tone.
I'm gonna.
I'm double duty.
I need to do 2 things. Hold on. I need to spotlight, and then there we go. Now oh, that's awesome.
Wow.
Got a good view. I think we got the sun coming down. I got a dinner reservation right on the water for the sunset. So
lower the camera. Lower the camera. You're showing the sky. You're showing the sky. Lower the camera to the lake.
there we go.
Wow.
Nice.
Yep.
Cool.
Beautiful area. I'm on my way to Las Vegas. I'll be in Vegas tomorrow, getting to see my favorite band, Fish, playing at the Sphere. So it's quite a week for me. All right.
Right on.
Can't ask for anything more. That's for darn sure.
Is Demi with you?
She sure is. She's
tell her,
making
please
sure
tell
our
her I said
reservations don't get taken.
Make sure you tell
I
her
sure
I
will. Definitely. Absolutely. And it's been great seeing all you guys. A lot of familiar faces out there and some new faces as well. And it's been a lot of really, really great conversation. I must admit that I haven't been following the fundamentals of everything going on with Bitcoin and from the mining perspective. And there's a lot going on there. And this has offered me a really good way to kind of take in some stuff that's extremely technical, too technical for me, but to kind of understand the important parts of it. So thanks a lot, Tone, for putting that together.
Yeah, no problem. You're welcome.
All right. Well, I will call it for now. And if you guys are still on in a few hours, I'll probably pop back in.
All right, cool. Yeah, check if we're on. If we're on, come on back. Enjoy dinner. And we got Jonathan Chester from bitwage joining us. Dude, you have not aged a day. I've known you like 10 years in the Bitcoin space. You still look like you're 18 years old. This is freaking insane. We mined another block. That's right. That was a few minutes ago. F2 Pool just mined a couple of blocks in a row. That block picked up 17 Bitcoin in total fees. And Jonathan, I'm going to pull up your Twitter handle, or should I pull up Bitwage Twitter handle? You have only been on the show. The last time was probably on 4 years ago on the halving. And go ahead, tell the people who you are, what you do, and we go from there. Oh, I don't hear you. Check your mic. Try again.
I'm just glad it's chilling on, my profile for a little while. That was a nice, Tone. Thank you.
Hey, Walker.
Oh, you had now, Walker?
Hey, I gotta head out soon. I gotta go do baby stuff, but
gotcha.
Tone, I appreciate you. Good to be here. And all of this technical analysis has forced me to buy more Bitcoin right now. I don't know how to sell it, so I'll just keep buying it and let you traders do your thing. But I appreciate you, Tone. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks, man.
Hey, you
yeah,
let me know if you figure out a way to sell it. I really haven't figured that one out yet.
I have no idea. I can't find the button, and maybe
I don't think there is one.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I'm just. So I guess I'll just keep buying. Yeah. All right. Peace, everyone.
I get a little bit of vomit in my mouth when I try to sell.
You can. Is my mic working now?
Yep. You're on.
Hey, yeah. I was saying the big difference is I'm not wearing that hat anymore. Yeah, so I'm CEO, co-founder of Bitwage, which was the first and leading provider of Bitcoin payroll services. We've kind of evolved, over time to like a global payroll invoicing service that's built on top of Bitcoin and stablecoin payment layer. But 10 years ago, if you wanted to unbank yourself and get 100% of your salary in Bitcoin and ditch your bank account, we were one of the only services out there that facilitated it, because we went right to the source of you being able to get Bitcoin with your paycheck. And we've got lots of services out there. You can connect our system to any payroll system or invoicing platform, or anyone who's going to pay you. You can generate invoices through us. They'll pay fiat into those accounts, and we'll convert it into Bitcoin and send to any wallet that you want. So, the ideas of unbanking yourself, financial sovereignty, privacy is built right into the platform. Yeah,
sorry,
not trying to
Fuller.
bore you too much with what we're doing, because I almost feel like we're celebrating here, not
Block.
talking about
Block,
bitwage.
block, guys.
Bitwage
block?
did an
Yep.
Bitwage did an integration with Bitso in Mexico in 2016.
Yeah. Wait, are you from Bitso?
I'm from Mexico, man. Yes, I'm a partner at Bitso.
Oh,
I was in
okay.
Bitso since
F to four.
2015.
Okay, yeah. I think we're still integrated with you guys for paying
23
out
Bitcoin.
pesos.
Yeah.
Or
Well, now
planning
it's
to do other
not only
stuff.
pesos. Now they are in Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, and many other countries. But yeah, it started in Mexico.
Yeah, I remember working on those YouTube videos with you guys to try to promote this stuff. But it was interesting because we were trying to go off of the success in Brazil, which I think back then there was this I think the current president of Brazil at the time like got impeached or was put in jail for corruption, and that caused this huge price spike of Bitcoin by like 20% or 30% locally compared to the global markets. And we just at the same time did a YouTube video with Foxbit, which I think was one of the top exchanges at the time, and it just like exploded like in popularity. People just wanted to connect those two exchanges. And so we were like, let's do the same thing with you guys, right? I wish I had done quite, as well as that. Earlier you guys were talking about the banking issues that people in retail were having, and I can say in Australia, and I can say that in the United States, there's this thing called Operation Choke Point 2.0. I don't know how much people know about this. The first Operation Choke Point was basically this concept that you're going to use the government's going to use the banks as the choke point to stop, various elements of the financial system that they don't like, typically related to like, terrorist financing and money laundering and that kind of stuff. And Operation Choke Point has come out, and part of 2.0 has come out as leveraging the banks as a choke point against crypto, at least in part. And we've been going around talking to so many banks in the United States. I mean, I think I talked to like 50 banks in the past 6 months, and half of them who were actually previously working with crypto companies are not onboarding crypto companies. I know about, different entities in the space, with different kinds of very high quality licenses, losing their bank accounts, having to migrate to different banks. And even like, the traditionally crypto friendly business banks are just not working with people anymore. It's pretty crazy to see on the entrepreneurship side what's happening over here.
Well, in Latin America, 40 to 80% of people are unbanked, so that is like the normal. and well, right now, like between 2 to 10% of all the remittances are processed by Bitso in Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. I mean, it's the second biggest corridor in the world. The first one is India. The second one is Mexico, and up to 10% of all the remittances nationwide are processed in Bitso and cryptocurrencies.
Wow.
Hey, so
How's that?
F2 Pool just mined 3 blocks in a row. Fees are still crazy high. Total fees were 23 Bitcoin in the last block. That's insane. Dude, mechanic, we got to do something here. So I'm texting with like Ben of Bitfarms and explaining to him that if he switches to Ocean, he's actually going to get the direct mining reward because and I'm like, no, Ocean will mine Rune transactions because they don't spam the mempool. So there was you guys got to do a way better job marketing.
No, because I mean that's not. you'd have to have been mining with us for a while for that to be the case. Like, but I can't get into who it was. That's the problem. Like, it's too hard to explain. I don't know if Luke's here because I'm going to end up saying something I shouldn't say.
So don't say it.
Yeah. If
but,
Ben jumps on now, because he doesn't have many shares in the log, it's not like if he mines for 10 minutes as 50% of the pool, he doesn't get 50% of a block we found because he's only been with us for 10 minutes.
Right. But if he sticks around for like 2 days and mines a couple of these blocks,
then
he
he'd
would still come out ahead, I'm pretty sure.
In that case, he would, yeah.
And even if he doesn't stick around, he'd still be in the share log. So he'd pretty sure he'd still come out ahead either way.
That would
As far
easily
as
be
if he had
explained
already
as
been mining with us, but
that's the effort you put in. So like when you put effort into finding whatever block, it's basically a percentage of how much effort you put into finding that block. So if you only run for 5 minutes, and then you turn back off, like it's kind of hard to explain, but also easy to understand, I guess, if you really get it.
like he's gonna get paid the fair amount, except it's measured in percent of blocks. So if the blocks are consistently higher,
so
any block that's higher, he'd get a higher percent of. Well, not a
hash
higher
rate,
percent,
yeah,
but
hash rate
higher
plus
amount.
time spent,
Yeah.
and then like
Right.
obviously what the pool hash rate is all configured in there.
right. But let's say someone comes in with like massive hash rate, right? And obviously the next block that's found, it's been like multiple days since you guys found the block to begin with, right? But if that person sticks around and helps find the next block really quickly, they would get a nice fraction of that second block's reward, right? So it's independent per block, right?
Yes, because they were there the whole time for the
No.
second block.
Yes or no?
No, the time between blocks doesn't have any effect at all.
But the time they were there per the block.
Sure. Yeah.
So like he was saying.
Okay, so here's an example, right? Someone comes in with 90% of Ocean's hash rate right now, right? And a block gets mined in the next few hours. That person would get a small fraction of the reward because you guys have been looking for a block for like a week. But then the following
that doesn't
block
factor in.
That doesn't factor in.
Not at all.
So now I'm confused.
Yeah, that
We're
does
never going to
factor
be able to
in, 'cause-
explain tides on a stream. Are we going to do it? Are we going to try and explain tides?
No, I mean, it's not that complicated. Whenever a block is found, it pays the last 8 blocks worth of shares.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with how long a block is taken or not. That's the confusing part of it.
So are you averaging out the last X number of blocks found?
It's about shares in the log. So the share window is as long as it is, depending on how what the network difficulty is. So it varies in size. But if you're 50% of the pool's hash rate, you also have to have been that for the length of the share log before you get 50% of the hash rate.
But how long? So how far back does the share? So how far back does the share log go?
It depends on network difficulty and how much hash rate is pointed at the pool. I don't know what it is at the moment.
Doesn't depend on network difficulty, only how much hash rate pointed at the pool. It's just 8 blocks worth of work on the pool.
I'm sorry, look, I couldn't understand what you said. 8 blocks worth of work?
Yep.
8 blocks, well, not 8 blocks found by Ocean, 8 blocks worth of work.
The amount of work that should on average find 8 blocks for Ocean.
For Ocean.
Right.
Okay.
If blocks were clockwork, we would have found 8 blocks. But
okay,
blocks
so this miner would have to hang around for like the next 5 to 6 blocks, and now they start to earn 90% of block reward if they're 90% of Ocean. So they have to be there for like 5 or 6 blocks.
Right, but they would still be paid fairly in the end regardless. So the fact that the block rewards are higher right now, they would still benefit from regardless.
Right. So the other thing is, I can tell you right now that because you guys have earned the reputation of not putting spam into the block template. And everyone considers runes spam, but as we stated earlier on this stream, runes don't take up a lot of block space. So rune transactions are in your block template. The problem is nobody knows this. So how do you let everybody know that while you guys are anti-spam, technically runes are not spam because they don't take up block space? Unnecessary
This
block.
stuff is definitely spam. But
it's
it's never
in your
been.
block template. It's under your threshold for spam, right? It's theoretically
It's still
spam,
spam,
right?
even though it's under the threshold. Yeah.
Right. It's so this is the bad marketing that's happening right now, right? So it's spam,
Well, it's always
but not
been
like
with our pool.
bad,
It's always been
it's
about the
not
miners
bad
having a
enough
choice.
spam, even for Ocean.
With our pool, it's always been about the miners making the decision anyway. So like, if they want to mine spam, they can. It's just the wrong decision to be making.
Yeah, like, I mean, I can get into that. I think it's pretty defensible. So I kind of went into it earlier as well. Runes are the least bad kind of spam there is, probably, except there is that flood they have for this auction, which is damaging. But there's obviously going to be, there's obviously it's still spam, and obviously we still have a template against it. So looking at the templates now, the Ocean template has 20.8 Bitcoin in transaction fees. Unbelievable. And the data, the one without runes has 12. So there's 8 Bitcoins worth of transaction fees in runes at the moment. But it's up to a miner if they to mine whichever template they want. I don't have numbers for how much is being used on each. Core is around the same as the Ocean default. So it's just an annoying thing because I don't want to come across as us endorsing anything. It's just trying to stay consistent. We came out with 42 bytes op return data. That's what NOTS has been since 2014. That was a fine thing we were happy with. Runes didn't exist yet. The minute we heard about it, we're like, all right, we're going to need a template for this. But I think we still believe that ultimately, well, at least I believe this. I'm not going to speak for Luke, but I believe that having a small amount of op return available is better than having nothing, because worse things happen if you have nothing. Though I'm kind of slowly changing my opinion on this, and I don't know where I'm going to point my personal hash at this point. But either way, if you want to mine runes or not, the choice is, but it should be up to the miner. Ocean doesn't want to have anything to do with it. We just want to provide you the options. So that's basically all I can say about it.
But is that available now already? Like a miner can just create their own template and put any transactions they like?
They can't create their own yet. We're a couple of months away from that being a thing. Via BTC just found a block.
Yep.
We're a couple of months away from that being a thing. But for now, we're just trying to make sure we have the obvious templates available. People have asked us to do like an only spams template. I don't know if we'll do that one, but we're just trying to make sure that we can get something that's like a good stopgap before we let miners make them themselves.
Gotcha. All right. Anyone else? Any comments?
I'm going to jump off. Good to see you all, and have a great night, man. And happy halving, everyone.
Thanks, Mechanic. Thanks for joining us. Wow, these fees are nuts. The fees are still coming in at 20 Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I look at these the median fees, you know, and they definitely scare the hell out of me, as like someone who you know who has a company that regularly sends payments using Bitcoin.
Right. So like some businesses, you know, that sell stickers online, they're already all over the Lightning Network, right? But your business, you deal with on-chain Bitcoin payments. And, you know, these $200-300 fees are a problem.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They're a huge problem. And like it's one thing when you're working with people who like are intimate, have an intimate knowledge of like Bitcoin and Lightning, right? And you offer the Lightning, you know, capability so people can do stuff with Lightning, where the Lightning is kind of the core component of what you're doing. Whereas for us, most of our customers don't know anything about it. So even if I were to offer, Lightning, which we actually do not offer Lightning right now, the expectation is that the uptick would be very low, because the people who are using the service don't really know how to do it, what to do, how to get it done, right? And it's a service that doesn't have a wallet of any kind, because part of what we do is we don't want to have a wallet, because we don't want to be in a position where we're forced to keep your money, right? And so yeah, I mean, when I look at these fees, the first thing in my mind is, okay, I gotta implement Lightning, and I gotta start passing on the miner fees to people, because right now we actually pay for those miner fees. And then the next thought process is, if I'm thinking about this, maybe there's a lot of other people thinking about this, and how would Lightning react if there was just this huge surge of people using it all at once, right? How like what is the scalability today of the Lightning Network in terms of like a huge number of, you know, individuals and entities just turning on instantly to start sending funds through it. That's I don't know if anyone on this channel has a deep knowledge of Lightning's, you know, scalability, not obviously on a per transaction fee perspective, but like, you know, what happens if, you know, we got 10 or 20x or 100x the number of transactions and people and volume going through it, right?
I'd be very curious as to what Bob Burnett is thinking right now.
Yeah, I'd love to get Bob on the stream. I did send him the link and everything.
Yeah, I did too. I was hoping he'd stop.
It's not too late. See if you can shoot him another message. One second.
I'll be curious where these land tomorrow, if this is still going to be happening or if this is isolated.
Well, the problem is, like, how do normal people get their transactions in right now?
I mean, look, gotta get it on Lightning. If you don't,
Yeah,
if you're not already
A,
on
you
it.
got to get it on Lightning, and B, if you had a transaction that didn't confirm like yesterday, you're kind of screwed.
Wow.
And then, well, you could always do parents pays for child, you know.
Yeah.
If you wanted to.
All right.
If you wanted to. I mean, it depends on the money.
We got Aladdin back, and it's time to rip a pack or two. Hey, Aladdin, I'm still deciding if I want to open the BitBlock boombox, or do I just hold on to them, because I'm still trying to get to complete the unconfiscatable set. So I'm going to go with the unconfiscatable pack. I'm going to go on the big screen here. I'm going to go on the speaker screen. I'm going to make myself spotlight. There it is. All right, I'm going to rip another pack. And I'm going to try. I'm still trying for that 1 of 21 poker cards. I don't want to have to open another box. But here we go. Got a FUD card. We got, oh, here we go. I should do it this way. This is Thunder Games. 21 lessons? No, Cafe Bitcoin. Man, I keep getting the rabbit thing confused. We got Tyranny card. So the next card is Natalie Brunel. All right, that's one of 500. I think that's the same as Jimmy. Man, I'm still on the hunt. Let me see if Big Sean Harris is here. No, but we got BTC Sessions. We got the BTC Sessions card. All right.
Hey, Tone.
We're gonna keep trying here.
Tone,
Yeah.
I think I'm still on Dubai time, so I'm gonna probably get to bed here soon. I'll call it a night.
Okay. Well, you don't have to be on Dubai time if you're on. I know where you live. I don't want to dox you, but it's bedtime there too. We're close to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling more tired than it would be here.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Luke. Hey, thanks for joining. And man, hope you guys find one of these blocks.
Bye, Luke. Get some rest.
See ya.
Night, Luke. Aladdin, you didn't get to speak much when you were on earlier. We got less people now. I mean, I've been drinking for a while, but I'm gonna do one more shot. Anyone else joining me? Come on,
it's like 11
lightweights.
a.m.
Oh,
here.
there he is.
Maybe I'll have a coffee instead.
Yeah, I'm drinking coffee too. It's night time here. Cheers. Halving
Cheers.
times. May I jump in screen share real quick?
Cheers,
To show
guys.
something? Local stuff, Tone. It's 1 hour time frame. I just want to mention out that we just had broke this resistance, broke this down stopping channel, and there was a lot of support here, as Joe says mentioned before, also in this region. So yeah, looking like how we can backtest this previous support as support again. So we may be forming something like I don't know if this called head and shoulders. I personally do not trade patterns. I also like more like midterm swing trading positions. But this is looking bullish until we break this lows, like 58 or 60K. This is looking pretty bullish now. I don't know what to say about blocks. You guys know better about me. What is happening right now? And with mining fees, this is insane, Tone. What do you think about this? Maybe it's some cheating or what? What is?
Well, no, this is what we've been talking about the whole time with the mining fees. It's some kind of crazy project called Runes. I don't really understand it, but from if anyone here understands it, I can still use some more education. So it's something to do with.
Demi understands for the future. Demi.
Okay, is he here?
No, but I mean, we could have him on maybe this week.
Okay, well, I don't want to do a show on it. I just kind of want to try to understand it. But I can also Google it, and we'll see if it's understandable. So I can do that real quick. So we can go Runes.
I thought the high level of Runes was that it's like an ERC20 equivalent on Bitcoin.
Right.
Yes, it's kind of like a DeFi on Bitcoin is what I'm understanding from it.
Meme coins and NFTs on Bitcoin.
We now have shitcoins.
Yeah.
Right. So it's.
Well, I mean, more shitcoins, right?
It's somehow minting. It's minting some kind of an NFT or a shitcoin or a BRC20 on top of Bitcoin. But as people tried to figure it out earlier, the good news is, the good thing is, and this is what my back and forth discussion with Ben of Bitfarms, is that unlike ordinals, they don't stick a bunch of crap into the Bitcoin blockchain. So they don't write as much data into the block like ordinals do. They're not trying to stick a JPEG which takes up a lot of data and a lot of space, into a block. So they're just minting a token which doesn't take a lot of data. But in order to mint this token, you need to pay a fee. And apparently, like the highest people that pay the fee get to mint a token. So they're all outbidding each other to mint this token by paying the highest fee. So it's almost like proof of burn, but like a counterparty did back in the day, where they burned Bitcoin into a Bitcoin address that you verifiably can't spend. So if you can burn and destroy your Bitcoin, they give you counterparty token in exchange. I thought this was incredibly stupid. And if Junseth was here, because I think they liked him and his partner liked the project. And I'm like, this is dumb. But for counterparty, well, the way they looked at it is, we want to create a token and we want to give this token to people. But how do we create this token in the most honest and fair way where we don't actually profit from the creation of the token? So their idea was, well, if the only way to create this token is to burn and destroy Satoshis, then we're not profiting from the creation of the token. Now, I thought this project was dumb, but it's technically a fair way to create a token without you profiting from the token's creation. Now, this is sounds like this is a similar way to create a token without profiting from the token's creation. But instead of burning the Bitcoin, you're paying a fee to the miner. And it sounds like the higher your fee, the higher you are in the block to mint that token. But everyone else that tries to do it and pays a high fee, but is not the highest fee, it's like an auction where you place a bid on something, but you're not the highest bidder, but you still lost the money for bidding, even though you weren't the highest bidder. So somebody in this block got to mint this token, but everyone else paying ridiculous fees didn't get to mint the token because they got outbid. And this is what's happening right now. But because they don't take up as much space in the block like ordinals do, like a basic ocean template would still mine that block.
But you still have to find someone to buy the shitcoin, right?
Oh wait, so
that's a later problem.
Wait, so this is not actually impacting the price of sending coins then, based off what if it's just like
it is complete. No, it is like a regular transaction is not going through right now because these transactions are coming in with way higher fees.
Yeah. So we should
I wonder
mempool space.
But
right.
But so is it because there's so many people bidding, like there's so many different runes being created? Because if it's just like, you know, a bunch of people trying to do like one rune, it's probably not thousands of people trying to do it, right? Or is it?
So again, I'm just guessing here. I don't know. It could be, for example, right, like a bunch of people create let's go back to like NFTs, right? So let's say there was like 1,000 NFTs, right? And people are bidding on one or multiple of these 1,000 NFTs. And whoever has the highest bid will get that NFT. But there is like 1,000 to choose from. So each one, well, only one person gets it, but like 1,000 could be created in a block. I'm just guessing here, right? But it's likely something like that. I'm pretty sure more than one rune gets minted per block. Or maybe it is just like one rune per block. Or maybe it can be 1,000 runes in a block, but each of these 1,000 get individual bids. And whoever gets the highest bid gets to keep it, while everyone else that bid on that one loses, but they still lose the fee.
And I mean, in theory, what could happen is if multiple people are bidding against each other on a single rune, you could still have like $1 million in fees because 10 people are trying to to get, Satoshi Nakamoto rune, and they're just bidding on each other. But that actually wouldn't congest the block so much that like regular transactions would have to go up, except for the fact that all these services, the way that they're doing it is they're looking at that average, transaction fee, and that's causing them to put the price up. But in theory, you could like not include that. Like all the services could agree to not include, those like 5 transactions that are putting it up to $1 million, and then there'd be space. No.
Well, here's the thing. There's 2 issues with the spam on the blockchain, and they're 2 kind of distinct issues. We kind of throw them together, but they're 2 separate issues. One of them is overloading the nodes with arbitrary data that has nothing to do with Bitcoin. The second one is pricing out monetary transactions. So runes doesn't do the first one. Runes doesn't overload the nodes with data, but it does price out monetary transactions. So it is still a problem. Some might argue it's less of a problem than ordinals because it doesn't overload the nodes with info, with arbitrary data, because the Ocean template, the Ocean recommended template will still mine runes because it's under 42 bytes of arbitrary data. So I guess you could arguably they're less harmful than ordinals, but they're still harmful because you're still pricing out
but motorists, I can easily argue the other way. I mean, yes, ordinals are blowing up the blockchain by sticking a bunch of unnecessary data into it, but ordinals are so stupid, they're not going to outbid normal monetary transactions. These things are clearly outbidding normal monetary transactions. So at this pace, a monetary transaction may not go through for weeks.
Well, they've had, Tone, because ordinals have filled 12 blocks or most of the blocks and made one of the biggest blocks in Bitcoin too.
Right, but Jose, but like again, it depends how you define fill the block, right? Are they filling the block with space, or are they filling the block
with an ordinal
transaction?
No, with an ordinal.
No, okay.
More.
Right, I know, but Jose, but again, right? When someone says 90% of block X, right? If someone says 90% of a block is ordinal transactions, that might be 90% of space, but only 40% of actual transactions, right? Because the transactions are very large in size.
No, it can be one transaction. They have done it. In one transaction, fill almost all the block.
No, I know it can be, right? But basically, you're right? But an ordinal transaction is so size heavy, right? So if let's say ordinals, like one ordinal is 90% of a block, 90% of the space in a block, the other 10% of the space in a block could be like 300 monetary transactions.
Yeah, other lag transactions that are pending on.
But in this case, right, there may not be a single monetary transaction in the entire block.
They might not be. They have filled the full block. They might not be. Yes.
So,
but despite that, they have paid. They have filled the block and paid the fee and paid higher fees than normal transactions. And I don't want to say that it's better or not better, but they have filled the block and paid for it, and there's a cost for filling that block too.
All right. Well, Foundry just found a couple of blocks, and the fee in this block was 16 Bitcoin. So the fees are still high. Man, I really want to see Ocean mine a block.
And well, there have been worse types of spamming the blockchain. I mean, before all of this, and before the first Bitcoin fork, I mean, all the people that went on to do Bitcoin Cash like Roger and Bitcoin SV, etc., they used to spam the blockchain just to prove that you needed bigger blocks when they wanted 20 megabyte blocks. I mean, they used to spam transactions. There were no financial transactions. There were no actual transactions. They were just spamming the blockchain to prove that you needed that in order to have the rest of the transactions done inside a block and not lagging.
Someone is like, no, I saw the fact that they're trying to replace BRC20, but if this is how they replace BRC20, and no one can send, you know, $500 in Bitcoin to each other or open Lightning channels, that's not exactly you know, a benefit to replacing BRC20s.
No, I mean, if you want to make a payment like that or lower, you would use Lightning. I mean, yes, because of the transaction cost, of course, but
all right. Who joined on Phoenix Crypto? Go ahead. How are you? I know you, but I don't know how much you want to dox of your life, who you are, where you're from, what you do. So I'll let you take the floor. Oh, nope, no audio. Check your mic, check your mic. Nope. You're not muted, but just check your audio input. All right. So Aladdin, floor is yours.
Okay, is my mic working?
Yep, you're good.
All right. Well, I have no idea what the hell all this ordinal rune crap is. I'm not the technical guy. That's why I made trading cards. Just tried to make learning about Bitcoin as simple as possible. I went in a couple rooms just to see what these people were talking about, just try to get an idea of it. I'm going to be no help on this one. It just, to me, it sounds like creating shit coins on Bitcoin, and especially listen to the way that people are talking about it. I have no idea what the hell is going on.
Which is why I end up in these I mean, I end up in arguments, but respectful arguments with guys like Jimmy Song and others, and Giacomo and Jimmy Song, because this shit is not going away. So because this shit is not going away, why aren't more Bitcoiners encouraging all of these shitcoiners on top of Bitcoin to do it on top of the Liquid sidechain, or on top of RGB, or on top of Rootstock, which I'm not a huge fan of, but just do it there. But a lot of Bitcoin maxis take this position that this stuff should not exist anywhere, but it's going to exist somewhere. So if it's going to exist somewhere, it can either exist on Ethereum, which blows up the price, which makes the price of Ethereum go higher, taking away from the price of Bitcoin going higher, or we can try to, you know, educate people and encourage them to do it on the Bitcoin sidechain like Liquid, which would also make the price of Bitcoin go higher, because you will need Liquid Bitcoin to make those, to mint that stuff. More Bitcoin gets sucked into the Liquid sidechain, so it's the best of both worlds. You're not screwing up the Bitcoin on-chain, and you are putting this stuff on top of Bitcoin technically, without blowing up the Bitcoin mempool. Thus, Bitcoin absorbs the stupidity and a price increase. But so many of these guys, they're so principled that this is scams, and we're not going to encourage them doing it even on the Liquid sidechain. And I'm like, man, like there is a happy medium here that no one seems to want to use.
You know, I have to agree with you on that one, Tone, just in the way of, like, after 2020 especially. I mean, I've already had the idea that we're living in a pretty stupid world in many ways, but after 2020, seeing, and I live in California, to dox myself on that one, dude, shit's bad. Like, what I pulled my kids out of school in 2019, and the stories that I heard even before that leading up to it, it's cuckoo world here. So yeah, it's people are going to go and do what they're going to do, and you're not going to stop mass stupidity all at once overnight. So there has to be some kind of finding a balance to the stupidity, because if you go all or nothing, then you're not really going to get anywhere with it. So what you just said on that, I have to agree with you on it, that at least trying to educate people that if you're going to do it, then maybe there is a better way of doing it where it's not spamming layer one quite as hard. Just accepting the fact that, like, we're living in a mass stupidity across the world. will hopefully get people to understand that we've got to find a balance, because coming out and just trying to stop it all at once and saying you can't do anything whatsoever it's not going to get us anywhere.
All right, Phoenix, let's see if your audio's up. Still connecting, looks like.
I'm going to say happy halving to everybody. Thank you for having me on here, and what an epic day. Really appreciate everything all you guys are doing in the space and working towards the future. Rusty, dude, love you, man. Ugly old goat, hopefully we can catch up soon, and everyone else that I haven't met, cheers to you all, and I hope you all have an absolutely amazing day. My wife is going to kill me for being as late as I already am, but cheers and much love to all you guys.
All right, cool. All right, thanks for joining, and well, see you soon. We'll do another stream.
Sounds good.
I don't know if my audio is fixed now, Tone.
Yeah, there you are. All right. All right, so go for it. Who you are, where you're from, what you do, and feel free to skip any of those.
Yeah. No, I'm Phoenix Crypto from Arizona, formerly Phoenix Crypto. Tone hadn't even connected with you since I sold the business. So I was running a ATM business, Bitcoin ATMs out of Arizona. I sold that business. So now, hey, I'm just joined with all the hodlers. It's kind of a relief, just kind of not having to be so involved. I've been so involved for so many years. I'm one of the organizers for the Arizona Bitcoin meetup in Phoenix. And right now I'm just a spectator, and I love it. I'm enjoying my time. I've been listening since the stream started earlier today. So now I'm just kind of tuning in, and it's been a fun day.
Awesome. Nope. Thanks for hanging out as well. Weather's probably nice right now. It's about to start getting hot. I need to come visit Phoenix again.
It's beautiful right now. And I'll say the only comment I really have, because the technicals go, I have been in Bitcoin for a long time, but still a lot of the technicals go over me. And speaking on the runes, I mean, to me, it almost feels like someone came along and said, how could we game theory this to just generate a bunch of, as far the way that bidding system works that you're talking about, that where you may not win the bid, but your bid is taken anyway. And it feels to me like someone came along and said, how can we game theory this to just generate massive amounts of revenue? I don't understand a lot of it, but like the others have said, a lot of it doesn't make sense.
Right. And from what we understand, the miners could actually game the system as well, which is interesting. But I don't know if the miners are on board yet. It's been over 10 minutes since the last block was minted. And you can see, if I go back to screen share, the smallest fee since the halving. I mean, we did have an 89 sat per byte transaction, which is still kind of high, but that was the low. And right after the halving, it was 78. But if you look at the fees now, the smallest fee is over 1,000 sats per byte, which is enormous. And it's not stopping. So these are massive fees per byte.
Yeah, and I just realized even the theory I just mentioned doesn't make sense either, because if someone came along and said, how can we apply game theory to generate a bunch of revenue? It's not like you can hoard, and you're generating revenue for the miners, right? It's not like you can you're generating revenue for someone else. I mean, it's not like the miners are colluding to do this. This is someone who came along, so it just doesn't add up. But I will say, I am also drinking with y'all tonight, and it's kind of nice. I have some Yingling. So in Arizona, I don't know if any of y'all know anything about Yingling. My buddy's here with me too. Yingling, you can't buy west of the Mississippi. Is that right? Yeah. west of the Mississippi. So there's only in Arizona, there's only been a few times we've been able to like bribe or get someone we know to carry if they happen to be traveling, to load up their car with cases and bring it. So having Yingling, it's a beer out of Pennsylvania. If y'all don't know that, one of the earliest, maybe the first I heard, the oldest brewery in the United States, and the founder, whatever, initially said or have said basically a rule that you cannot sell Yingling west of the Mississippi, and so you literally cannot find it in a bar or in a grocery store or in anywhere west of the. So we get treated occasionally if we can bribe someone to bring that's traveling from the East Coast to the West Coast. So we had that recently. So we're kind of enjoying ourselves and celebrating with some Yingling.
Yeah, no, that's an interesting story. I did not know that. I know that all beer that goes to Utah has to go with like half the alcohol content or a lot less.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's still going on, but that's what it used to be. And and back when I went to university in upstate New York, we used to drive to Canada because we were underage to buy beer in the US. I mean, we all had fake IDs, so it wasn't that bad. But Canada had like 7-8% beer, which the United States did not. Now it kind of does with all of these, craft brewers. But back then, you get your Budweisers and they're like 3-4%. And so we had to go to Canada, and we used to do a lot of geological expeditions up at the border with Canada. So we used to always cross at the Canadian border, literally to go to the duty free, and then just drive back across the border.
Nice. Well, yeah, Yingling, you could say, has provable scarcity like Bitcoin. So when I reached out to my buddy earlier today, I said, "Hey, what are you doing later?" He said, "Hanging out at home." And you got a couple of your Michelob Ultras here and a 6-pack of Yingling if you want to. And that's a rarity to have it. So since he offered that, I said, I was thinking about coming over. I said, well, now I'm definitely coming over.
All right, so now I know what to pack in my suitcase next time I fly over to Arizona.
Arbitrage it. Well, I'll probably buy above market from you.
We got another guest. We got Liga Crypto, Rodrigo Teach. Teach. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Taish. Coming to us from Brazil. How are you, man? And
yeah, man, I'm fine, and I miss you a lot, bro. Come on.
I know. Good to see you. Man, Brazil. Dude, you gotta. No, we'll meet up again soon. Hopefully, you can make it out to Maldives. Rodrigo has been to a financial summit. You've been to one or two?
I've been to 2 financial summits.
Two financial summits, Dominican Republic and Bali.
Exactly.
And had an amazing time. Oh, if you want to travel across the world one more time, we will do it again in the Maldives. Rodrigo is a trader. He has one of the most popular channels. It is in Portuguese. Keep in mind, one day he'll do an English one, or you can start your English journey of technical analysis on the Financial Summit Network. So we should bring you on to do a weekly show with your analysis. You do great stuff. Why don't you take over screen share and show us some charts, and we'll go from there.
Oh yeah, sure. Oh, nice. Well, sorry for interrupting you guys. Phoenix Crypto was talking. I'm sorry for interrupting, guys. And it's a super pleasure, and it's an honor to be here. I just ended up a 4.5-hour live stream on my channel. I apologize because I've never used Zoom for anything, so you can see my new studio being built behind me. But it's all good. Let me see. How do I screen share in?
There's like a green briefcase with an arrow. It's called screen share.
Okay. Do you want to talk like daily or like super low frames?
No, let's go longer term. Let's go daily and up.
Okay. Well, what I was talking about with my audience.
You found the screen share button?
Yeah, I'm going for it now.
All right, cool.
It took me a while because I had to
Download Zoom, yeah.
yeah. Video. Oh, share. Okay. Okay, awesome. Let me see if it's is it there?
Yep, there you go. You got it.
Is it watchable?
It is.
Oh yeah, awesome. So thinking about talking charts in bigger time frames, I think it's important for us to watch to see what happened before, so we can have any kind of, let's say, behaviors that we can project to the future with some certainty. I was talking to my audience earlier and showing them how the market turned from an average of 60 to 50% average falls from cycles to now around 20-ish corrections per cycle. This cycle actually. And we were actually pondering if this correction could go lower, or if it go on a basis of cyclical behavior, if what we're doing now is different from other times. What I see now is a 21 to 20% correction in all corrections from the weekly time frame. And when we look, it's better if I show you. Let me see. I have the historic charts with a lot of things like already. Let me just erase this that I was showing to my audience. This is basically all the halvings and what we do prior to halvings on a daily basis. So if we go to, I'll try not to read too much into the first cycles because it was the origin cycles. It was a $10 to $50 asset. So I think the behavior upon bigger traders starts to become more apparent and more, let's say, stable around the second halving. So if we see as to cyclical corrections prior to halvings, we have corrections that usually do the same magnitude that they do throughout the whole cycle. So what I'm trying to say is the corrections that we do prior to halvings tend to be the same magnitude of corrections that we do until we finish the cycle. So in 2015, 2016, 17 and ish, we had 30 to 40% retracements. And this is what we followed even after the halving. So we have I think an initial 30% fall that turned into a 40% fall. And if we check all the movements and all the corrections from this cycle, we get an average of 30 to 40% retractions. Moving on to the next cycle. Oh, there's something that is really nice as well. The amount of appreciation that we have from every bottom to the maximum strength that we have in price action until the halving, it's around 300 and high percentage. From this cycle, we have 391% of maximum performance before the halving. The next reading from the catastrophic COVID, we had like through 348%.
That wasn't COVID. That wasn't COVID. That was the cycle before.
This was COVID, but prior to
Yeah, that was
COVID, the maximum strength that we had was 380-ish, 348. And now I was surprised actually from the bottom to now. We did like 374. So we pretty much do the same movements relatively per cycle, and the same correction starts to appear after a percentage performance from the bottom built from the bear market. So since all the cycles that we're watching follow the exact same pattern, like cycles, not the first cycle, but from the second cycle and on, we tend to mimic all the corrections in cycles that were the same that we did prior to the halving. So this over here were like 30-40% from the whole fall, and we got 30 to 40% corrections the whole cycle. This one was around 20-ish to 19, 15. We travel like 10%. We move 10% to the slower side as to volatility. So now so this cycle we have almost like a clock, which to me sounds pretty much like bigger players acting. So we have like the first correction was 22%, I guess. Yeah. The second one was the 20%. The next one between the same range was 20-ish as well, 21, I guess. The next one that we did like just recently, we had like a 21%, and as of now, we did a first one of 17, and as of now we have 19, 18-ish%. So I think we could be okay, like 1% away from the average. Sounds to me like an okay point to go on, since we are almost at a gigantic hidden divergence, which pretty much brings the market to the same place that we were at 37K, 40K. So I think this bounce, I think that this correction only goes on if we burst through the daily, let's say, it's so hard to think in Portuguese and then bring it to English. Let's say horizontal channel that we're building in the daily, for me, shows that the market is still respecting the 9 average from the weekly, which was our last point of support. We're pretty much holding it, and we're holding it at daily support. So I think that we will only see a bigger drop if we burst through the biggest levels of support that we have now. We have, of course, some let's say weekend signs, which is we lost our trend, which was basically like higher bottoms. This was the first one that was lower, so we're probably expecting a market that is going to push a next let's say descending top. But as of now, I'm thinking of this movement as a consolidation that as of now I don't see it going like way further unless we have some big things happening outside the charts, which is outside my control and I cannot read here. But I think this is just a little bit of what I've talked about with my community. If you want me to go on, I can, but I think it's a nice introduction to our work.
That was good. So let's project it forward, right? So do you feel that the bottom is in and we go higher from here? Like what is your probability out of 100 that we're not going below 60,000?
To be quite honest, below 6,000 and stay there, you mean?
Well, sort of, right? Like, for example, like the question is, I actually, based on how the last 24 hours went, I think that there is greater than a 50% chance you will not get a chance to buy below 60,000 again.
It points. I think that we're gonna go sideways until the half of the year, until next quarter, and I think this aversion to risk is gonna stay in Bitcoin, but we're clearly stronger now than S&P. I mean, pointedly, we're holding 6K, while SP is clearly losing like the 5,000 mark. I think you're probably right. Maybe we see just a little bit more downside to challenge this support, but I think that at the end of the day, we will not see anything lower than let's say 21%, 22%, which is 57K, 50-ish K. I'm looking for a behavior that mimics kind of what we did like last time. We kind of lost a little bit of we lost trend here. Everybody thought we were going down, but as I saw is what what I'm seeing now is what I saw back then, which were the 50, which is one of the strongest EMAs holding into interaction and pushing towards weekly trend, which is up. So I think you're right at the end of the day, but I would not discard anything bigger because we have a lot of shit going on outside the charts, wars and Fed not pivoting again. And to be honest, I've done an analysis on SP 500. On years, there are election years. And election years, we know that the United States cannot show weakness, especially economic weakness. So years that markets that perform in election years, American election years, tend to behave a lot alike. Let me show you the monthly so I can give you a perspective of what I'm saying. So basically, these are all election years prior to the great financial crisis, which pretty much reordered the whole financial system. So I think that the actions that are the lawmakers and the policymakers and the whole market takes kind of changed and stood the same after the big financial crisis. So this is why we have some cyclical movements here, which is kind of scary, precise, to be honest. And the richest reading that I can take from this is after 2008, never a second quarter of the year was of highs. At maximum, we stood still, and at worst, we fell. So second quarter of 2012, we fell hard, and then we kept on going to the end of the year. A little bit more correction by the end of the year, but we close up every election year. We close up from January to January at least 10% higher. So this first instance was like 18. The second one was almost 11. Again, the second quarter of the year fully on the horizontal side. Then came COVID, which screwed up every reading, but basically we can say that they pushed back a little bit the change or the let's say the not pivot, the aversion to risk always comes at the end of the first quarter. It's either just a little bit less or just a week after, but the second quarter, the movement of the markets after the January valuation tends to be a correction in the second quarter of the year. And if we look at what S&P 500 is doing now, is scarily the same. So I think that for this quarter, especially looking at everything that we're watching, I think that the market is going to stay at most sideways. But it's not going to go down like a lot unless something catastrophic and almost like a black swan event happens again. So yeah, I think that Bitcoin is showing a gigantic strength, but in a time where economic predisposure to risk it's shifting now. So I think this shift is going to probably drag along until the end. Halfway to the year, and then we can probably like breathe a little bit better and watch the markets try to do its things back again. Yeah.
All right.
And we have something changing now, which is we are watching the shift from the market seeing Bitcoin as almost like a big tech stock to a reserve of value. So I think this shift might change and might change the behavior of price as this cycle goes along. Because I think that this cycle is we're going to start to see the real shift between the behavior of an asset that now behaves kind of like any Nasdaq stock and start to behave more like gold. I think that we're not losing like strongly the 60,000 mark. It's a sign of strength that we see people seeing value in this, but at the same time, when you watch like the Israel bombs and something like that, and the instant corrections that we have, I watch this as traders that still see Bitcoin as a risky stock getting out. I think that now we are between the shift of both. Yeah.
Gotcha. All
Yeah,
right.
so answering your question, I think that we might not see Bitcoin close a weekly below 60, maybe, but I don't think we can explode higher until the sentiment shifts again back up. Yeah.
All right.
I think that's
Let
it.
me grab I'm gonna grab the screen share back.
Got you.
Still waiting. It's been 20 minutes since the last block. Man, I would love to see. Oh, wow. The next block is going to have so many fees. It's insane. Guys, the next block is already set for 24 Bitcoin in fees. This is out of control. This is completely insane. And I can't wait for Ocean to mine one of these blocks. Oh, Foundry just found the block. They just got the block with 24 Bitcoin in fees. And the next block is already set for 18 Bitcoin in fees. And if it takes another 20 minutes to find that block, obviously that fee is going to be significantly higher. Man, Ocean's got to find a block here. They really need one. And their hash rate is dropping off, unfortunately.
One thing I find kind of interesting, right? Because we were talking about how people are sort of outbidding each other to get these runes, but like if you like scroll down, you look at like the actual fees on the transactions. Like the top fee in this last block was like $6,000. So
Right.
it's not like people are doing these like crazy huge bids. I mean, sure, $6,000 is crazy, right? But I was expecting to see like a $100,000 bid in there or something along those lines. So
Well,
know,
if it's
congestion going
collective,
on.
it just means more people.
Yeah. Oh, we got Da Vinci joining us.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just got up myself.
Morning.
I
What
was,
time is it in Dubai? Like 4 a.m.?
It's actually I didn't wake up that early today. It's 7 o'clock. I only wake up at 4:30 on Monday through Friday. So on the weekends I sleep in to 6:30. So I got up, I got ready to go to the gym, and then I realized, oh shoot, yeah, you're having a live stream. So I'm wearing my gym clothes right now. So
Yeah, we are. Let me see. We have been live for 7 hours and 45 minutes. That's how long we've been live. We're gonna welcome Da Vinci to the show. How's Dubai? Is it still Waterworld over there, or is it getting a little bit better?
well, it is they're cleaning it up. Some places, right, are completely flooded, right? There's some areas. There's even an area where I saw, yeah, that's underwater. All the community is underwater. Even their house is underwater. And I was about to rent there when I was looking for a place to rent. If I was close to renting there, because it was a nice big houses, right? But there was nothing there. There was nothing around you, right? There was just, it was 30 minutes to downtown and stuff like that. And I was thinking, don't think so. Thank God, because it was like completely flooded out. The first floor was like, wiped out. And a lot of the houses, right? So wealthy people have basements, right? Most people don't have basements. Those $60 million houses with basements, totally fucked.
Yeah, especially if you have a $60 million house in Dubai with a basement, you're storing your best shit in that basement, right? So
exactly.
Well, actually, yes and no, right? Because I know others, like basement is where like the servants live as well, right? So for some people, they store cool shit in the basement. For others, that's where they have like the maid and all the other staff living there overnight. But other than that, other than Dubai, how were the events? How were all the conferences? I was supposed to speak at like 4 conferences. I had to cancel on all of them. Kind of sucks, but I will be in Dubai. Well, I'm coming on Tuesday for just 6 hours, but then I'll be back in Dubai from 27 to the 1st. So if you're in town, I may crash at your villa.
Yeah, sure. The 27th is April, right? So yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah.
So yeah,
All
come
right,
on down.
cool. Hey, so I got two things for you. One, what do you think about Bitcoin, the price, and where do you think it's going from here? And the other question is, do you know anything about runes and what the hell is going on right now with the crazy fees? Have you seen what's happening in the blocks since the halving?
No, I haven't actually. Tell me
All
about
right,
it.
so
What's
in
going
that
on
case,
with
so the price of Bitcoin will wait. So let me show you, since you just woke up. So since
Incredible
the
thing.
moment the halving block was mined, so here is the halving block. It's back here. That's the halving block. Obviously, everyone wanted to be in the halving block, so the fees have been high. Since the halving block, it's been like about 20 blocks since the halving. If we open a random block since the halving, let's just go to the most recent block, the block that was just mined 2 minutes ago. If you look at that block, the block had 18 Bitcoin worth of fees with a 3 Bitcoin mining reward. Every block since the halving has had at least 15 Bitcoin in mining rewards. So every time a miner mines a block, they're earning over 20 Bitcoin.
What?
Yeah. We've been talking about this for the last like 5 hours. So
this is like some shitcoin NFT on Bitcoin blockchain,
right.
you know?
So there is this project called Runes. So we're trying to figure out exactly how it works. But it's like a new way to mint some kind of a token on top of Bitcoin that is a competitor to BRC20 tokens and ordinals. So it's a new protocol that was released starting with the halving block. And it has something to do with minting some kind of a token by paying a higher fee. So it's like an auction. Whoever pays the highest fee for some kind of a token will get to mint that token. But it's this weird auction, kind of like if you're bidding on a painting and you put in $1 million bid, and then someone outbids you by bidding 1.1 million, and they win the painting, you still lose $1 million because you're bidding into the Bitcoin blockchain with a fee. But if someone outbids you with a higher fee, they get to keep the rune, but you still lose the transaction fee because you tried to mint the rune first.
What the hell? Holy. Man,
So,
people like throwing money away.
Right. So
Yeah.
right now, the minimum fee, like in this block right here, the block, not the last block, but the block before, the smallest transaction fee in the block was 2,000 Satoshis per byte.
Damn, you know those runes, right? And you know what? Sad. Those people who trying to mint those runes, all they have to do is use something called, I don't know, patience. Those things, the value of those things will drop, and they'll be able to get them for less than the fee that they would have paid on the blockchain. Like they're not. Did they not see what happened to NFTs?
It's almost it's almost like people have hysteria.
Yeah, so Da Vinci, so the other thing we were like discussing earlier back in the day is like Vesa pointed it out, and you know Vesa, he lives out in Dubai as well, where we're Bitcoin maxis here for the most part, especially on my channel. And for me, everything in the crypto space other than Bitcoin has been crazy. But for people that are in the crypto world and not the Bitcoin world, Vesa was pointing out how every next generation of people, so the people that were into like NFTs last cycle think that the current people that are doing this thing like runes are totally nuts. Where because I know you were into NFTs, right? A little bit, and like the CryptoPunks thing and the Bored Apes, you were into that stuff a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, NFTs are going to do well eventually, but you know, I mean, come on. I understand the fact. I guess I understand. The fact is that you want to be the first to say to have that you know OG status that hey, you know what, you were the first one to get that rune stone, right? And I don't know how much of a, you know, status symbol that is, right? But, you know, some people treat that as something that might be valuable in the future. So I guess that's the reason why people are, you know, blowing up the blocks. And you know what? The funny thing is, I'm so against mining because it's like not profitable in Bitcoin, right? But if this continues, right, it will be profitable priced in Bitcoin to mine Bitcoin because of the fees. Like these, if these fees continue at this rate,
Yeah, but
right,
like they
you will
said, it's
get
not
your Bitcoin back. If you put one Bitcoin into
Well, yeah,
to
well,
mining,
it's
you'll
more
get one Bitcoin back.
profitable. It's more profitable to mine now than at any point in the last 4 years, right? Like right
I
now,
know.
the miners are profiting way more than even in the last 8 years. But the problem is financial Bitcoin transactions are not getting in. Like if you want to send $1,000 to your friend, you're going to pay a $250 fee. So while the miners are being very profitable, normal transactions that we were doing, you know, 2 days ago are not going to get in because no one's going to pay a $300 fee. Like you can see that the median fee, so median is close to an average, but the middle fee, oh, I don't have screen share on. The middle fee in the last block was $200.
Wow.
So half the fees were greater than $200. I'm curious what the minimum fee is. That's the median fee, and it looks like the minimum fee was approximately $100.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. This is unbelievable. I mean, well, you know what I say though to people who are complaining and crying and griping about this, don't worry about it. You know what? The solution to high fees is high fees, right? That's it. You just wait it out. Eventually, these people
Yeah, no,
will give up.
we do
Come on.
expect
There's no way.
it. Okay, so let's switch topics back to Bitcoin. We have Mark Wood on as well. Mark, this is like probably your second time on the stream. Let me get Da Vinci's view on the price of Bitcoin and what he thinks where we're going, and then we're gonna hand it off to you, Mark, and you can show some charts. You and I are gonna probably do a show on the Financial Summit Network soon. You literally do charts all day long. I have no idea how you keep your job, considering how many charts you post in multiple Telegram groups. But before we do that, Da Vinci, what do you think here with the price of Bitcoin? Do you think that last week's low of 60,000, and we had that last night as well, do you think that low is here to stay? The way we bounced off of 60,000 last night makes me very confident that we're going to be going higher from here.
Well, I like to say that wicks and tails love to be eaten, right? So leaving a wick like that behind on the daily, right? Or let's just see how it looks like on the weekly, right? Usually indicates that, hey, you know what, we'll most likely fill that wick. So we're probably going to come back and refill that wick before we take off. Generally speaking, if we look at
Can you share your
our
screen,
historic
Dimension?
course,
Sorry.
sure, we can share my
We don't
screen.
see your screen.
Okay, I share.
Yeah, if you want to share your charts, Da Vinci, go for it.
Really appreciate you.
So there we go. If you can, generally, if you can see how, you know, the wicks, right, right here. These are tails, right? Or I call tails, right? All these tails, they generally like to get refilled, right? Not all the time, of course. Right? No, this one might never get filled, right? But I like to say that, especially when, you know, if they're just leaving like a lot of these wicks here, so our tails actually in this case, and then so I would say that most likely, not guaranteed, of course, right? Because you know, nothing and everything's possible here. Right? We could end up just bouncing again off the 60K, and and it headed higher. But generally, I would see Bitcoin, especially since we've seen the history of Bitcoin. It doesn't like to take off after the halving until after August, September, right? Or August, September, and it usually builds up slowly, right, into the September time frame, and then boom, it's off to the races. So I think it's okay to expect it to do the same thing, because that's what you're doing when you're planning charts, right? You're expecting the price to do what you've seen done before. And so I would expect this to come right back down to the 50K ish, and then start coming up, right? Slowly moving up. It will be a very rough ride. It won't be very smooth, of course, right? Because we have to go through the summer months, and I think the summer months will have a lot of an altcoin season, right? But yeah, we've seen the Bitcoin dominance, rise, right? Even when Bitcoin was falling here, right? It was rising because all the other alts were getting crushed more so than Bitcoin. You can see here all the crazy alts were in some serious red here. If we go to the top 100, right? It's oh my God, this is such a scam, my core. But I was telling my group, yeah, doesn't mean it's not going to go up. I read through the source code and stuff it's a scam, second layer, right? Right, but you know how it is, right? If a meme coin can go up, right, a complete scam coin can't, right? So it's a second layer coin, but I'm investigating second layers, and I'm trying to find something that actually works, and obviously that does not. So are you guys still there?
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. So that's my thoughts, right? Bitcoin is headed probably headed down, and I don't think it's going to hold the 60,000. If we retest it again, for sure. If we come back and fail, right, before the 60,000, that will help me build some confidence that, hey, you know what, it might not break down the 60,000. We have to see some sort of like if we go down to the 4-hour something where we're actually seeing higher lows, right? You can't see this like retest the same area over and over again. If we retest it every single time, that means we're going to break it, in my opinion, right? All right. So what do you guys think?
All right. No, thanks for the charts. If you want to come off screen share. And no, thanks for your input, Da Vinci. Any closing thoughts before I hand it off to Mark?
No, just yeah, I think people should just buy Bitcoin, not worry about the day-to-day nonsense, right? Yes, right now the fees are high, so just buy it on an exchange and wait for the fees to drop, and hold on to your Bitcoins. I think you should hold Bitcoin as your core savings. Like, for example, you know how you have a retirement savings account if you have an what's it called, an RRSP in Canada, and it's an RIA or something like that in the United States or something like that.
IRA, yeah.
Yeah, and you can't touch it, and you never touch those things until you retire. If you do that with Bitcoin, you will, not be disappointed. You will outperform everyone that you can ever imagine. Like, so for example, people in the past have used stocks to retire off of back in the 50s. If you use Bitcoin to retire off of now in the 2000s, you will be, people will be talking about, hey, this is how you're supposed to be doing this. Look at this example of this person doing it. Do you want to be that? You're going to be that example, right, in the future. Because and then going forward, even it will continue to work in the future, because there will always be, no matter how much money when you accumulate your Bitcoin, you will always know that there's going to be your number of Bitcoins divided by 21 million, right? And so there will always be people wanting to get more Bitcoin, and you have it, and you have it. And so that's the key.
Yep.
So you have to, when you see that, when you understand that and comprehend that, you go, oh yeah, I think I should
No,
save
Dashi,
long term on that.
pretty sure my audience comprehends this very, very well after watching you for years and years and years. All right, let's get Mark here. I like your background, man. We're up to 3 1/4, and got a while to go. How you been?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little low, but say a few more words, and then we'll see how your volume is.
Hold on, let me see. Is it all right now? Still a little low?
A little better. Yeah, if you can be close to the mic, that's ideal.
Yeah. Hold on. So I'm kind of with Da Vinci, actually. Thinking price might head down into the 55, 58K range over the next several weeks.
Yeah, Mark, we got an ugly old goat here. He thinks it's gonna come closer to 40,000, like 39, 40K. I would be so shocked if it went that low. But pull up a couple of charts, and well, Mark, introduce yourself first. Who you are, where you're from, what you do, and then pull up some charts.
I'm Mark. I'm just a dumbass musician, and I'm actually hanging down at the University of Florida teaching at the School of Music, which is my alma mater. I've been down here this year, but I grew up here, but I'm normally up north, hanging out in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. But yeah, it's funny you say that, Tone, because you know, I chat with Ken from Florida all the time, and I was showing him a picture. I had a student just yesterday come in for a private lesson, and he looks at the price of Bitcoin, and he's like, "Oh my God, I'm buying." Hold on. So in the middle of our lesson, I got a photo of my kid. He's an aerospace engineer, so he's a super smart kid, right? And it's actually kind of depressing to me. I don't, of course, we're chatting music. I'm not there to be a Bitcoin evangelist, but a couple of them are super smart. But you know, I'm noticing like in this college age generation, they don't have Bitcoin. They're not there.
Yeah, but Mark, but the reason they don't have Bitcoin is because they're broke college students, even in UF, right? Like I know several people that would have loved to have, you know, 10, 20 Bitcoin right now, but they were in college and they had no money to buy it. And they chose to buy, you know, beer over Bitcoin when Bitcoin was like $5. You know, they just didn't have the extra capital. And I know several people like that. And it's almost like you almost feel bad for the generation that was just, you know, like some people were 8 years old when Bitcoin was affordable to them, right? And it just passed them by. They just weren't old enough to get in at a low price.
But you know, it's not only that, they're just not even really aware of it to even like feel like I wish I wasn't a broke college kid. And they're the generation that I feel is going to need it the most coming up. You know, they're getting priced out of everything in life, and so in that respect, it's kind of depressing. But a couple people get it. But it's just funny. This one aerospace student, he just gets the math. You know, I found sometimes when you just talk to people about the simple math, it opens up their brains to forgetting about all the technical stuff about Bitcoin, but just calculating some simple math to figure out where the price might go. But and also Da Vinci, you know, you made a great point about using it as a savings account, and I came up with something maybe about a month. Sorry, maybe I came up with something maybe about a month ago that, of course, I was aware of, but it really opened up my eyes. Let me see if I can find this really quick. Right here. Are y'all seeing this?
Yep.
Okay. So what this is, the black dots represent the major significant lows. from the markets. I could add one there for the COVID drop. But basically, you know, the bear market lows, this is kind of like the double bubble. This was a significant drop here. And then I just highlighted, you know, if you bought this low, if you bought this low, if you bought this low, or anywhere in there where your savings account is growing, and, you know, going way back, 2,800% move to the low, and then another 140% move to the low, and then from that 2015 bear market low to the 2018 bear market low to 3K, that was 2,000% gain. It's a huge savings account, basically between 2015 and 2019 in 4 years. And then hanging out at these lows in 2018 up to the 15.5K low to 380%, right? And this is something I believe that as the price of Bitcoin continues to climb higher, people are intimidated by the price, and they're like, well, I'm not going to buy, it's too expensive now. But if they can understand the savings, don't worry about the highs, just worry about the lows, find out where the lows keep connecting. And this beats basically every asset on the planet, and certainly beats money printing, you know, all the money printing and the inflation that we've seen all around the world. But it's really interesting. So I'm curious to see, you know, of course, we're all wondering how high the price is going to go, and then where it's going to settle for me to put my next block. Anybody have any predictions on the next low?
I think the next low is going to be around 75,000.
I think I might agree with you on that. Like maybe just above that, the prior high, something like that.
Yeah.
So let me show you why. I think why I think the price is going a little bit lower still. I'm watching this. So I use a slightly different setting in Bollinger Bands. It's not very different, but I use 18 instead of 20. It's super subtle. And one thing I look for is the 21 EMA to cross below the middle Bollinger Band. It doesn't matter the time frame. In fact, we just got a perfect play out that I've been looking for a couple of weeks right here. So as soon as this cross happened, right there, the price was super bullish, 73,000. And people are looking up here, and when I see that cross, I don't get bearish because it has to lose this moving average. But as soon as that moving average is lost, bam, that yellow gets tested. I could show you so many examples. And so we're getting that cross on the 4-day. I'm looking at CME right now, but it's on spot as well. So this is pulling price down to 56.9. We got one close below. I'm going to look for 2 or 3 closes below, and that's going to put a very high probability on 56, 57K. And then 5-day is getting it, and weekly is about to get it right here. Hasn't confirmed the cross yet on weekly, but it's getting there. And you know, we're teetering on losing this moving average, but right now it's barely hanging off. So I don't get bearish as long as the price is above here. On higher time frames, I'm just seeing things develop that can pull it down there. And then there's a couple of interesting looks I have over here. This is just, can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is just the cloud, and right here is another look at 56K. Little target there. This is the pi cycle chart. I showed you this a couple of days ago. All of these oscillations between the long-term moving average and the short-term, long-term, short-term, that kept Bitcoin so healthy for that incredible rise from 400, 200 up to 20K. So right here, we're looking at the short term right around 55K. And we got rejected here. And then if you notice on this indicator, once the price starts closing above the long term, that's when the market goes into that really powerful post-halving phase right here. So I was paying attention up here, looking for, you know, a couple of weeks closing above there, but we lost it. And, you know, I'm looking right down here in 55K, and there's one more. Well, that's the Bollinger Band one right there. So I'm kind of with Da Vinci. I'm not bearish at all. Like, I see it as a major buying opportunity if it happens. But if we're looking at the price, let's see, like, let's look at spot 4-day. So as long as it's holding this 60K area, 59, 60K area, none of that, what I just said, matters. Has no impact. If it gets above 65 for a week or two, maybe we can get bearish. But this is just kind of like a consolidation sideways zone, which is perfectly normal for the halving. We typically see 20% drops. And you know, one other thing that's really interesting, I don't know if anyone brought this up, but after the halving, all these green verticals are halvings. And after the halving, here's a little bit of a drop. There's a little drop, but the thing that I've noted is that sometimes there's about 60 days, 90 days of consolidation of sideways right here. This was a long time of the price staying between 9,000, 10,000, 9,000. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the price between 55, 75K for a few months. And then this is just I feel this is a very conservative projection to where we might see a top at 155K, timed around September 25, just based on, like, if we look tops, this top came 364 days after the halving, this one 520, this one came 546. So I just kind of averaged that out, 511-ish, to look at a top fall of 2025. Even with the price this high, I still think that could play out. But I think my price target is pretty conservative at 155, and that is based off of a Fibonacci extension. And I'm hoping that diminishing returns gets obliterated on this cycle, and 155 will be left in the dust. But I'm Tyler Jenks, very, very, very conservative with what I'm looking at. So
yeah, hey Mark, you no one should ever make fun of the number of tabs I have ever again.
Look at that. Isn't that that's impressive, right?
That actually is impressive. And
how much
if you
memory?
make fun of how many tabs I have open, even I am not this bad. But no, that's great. And I'm going to show you my chart on where I think when I think the top is going to take place. It's nice that you said your targets. You're thinking fall of this year. Sorry, fall of next year, and above 155,000. I agree with you on that.
So I'll tell you really quick, and then I'll let you go. This is why. So these are Fibonacci extensions, just connecting the market tops, the market bottoms, and you know, we all understand diminishing returns. What I've discovered is that each top ends up topping at a lower level. So right here, this top, this 65K top, 65, 69K, if we look left, it topped at the old market's 3.618, right? So assuming diminishing returns, which I am, I'm going to look one level lower, one major level lower to the 2.618 right here. And So I'm going to look for the price to go to the current 2618.
Right.
In order to break diminishing returns, in my opinion, in my theory, price has to go higher than 3.618. Has to go higher than 210,000. And I'm hoping it does, but I think looking at the 2.618 is very reasonable. And the other thing is, we've never seen a cycle where the price of Bitcoin hasn't doubled after the halving. So that gets the price doubled to a reasonable top.
All right, you have any other charts, or I'm going to jump on screen share real quick before I bring on some new people. We
Go
have
ahead.
Ilya here, and I think that's it for now. You have another chart, or should I take over?
You're good.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to show you, well, this is the short term, but so I put this together, and this is basically, I can't wait to start. You know, the black line is the current trajectory of Bitcoin, and you see all 4 prior tops, and having that red one, the original, does skew the price a little bit. I mean, we're not going to $50 million of Bitcoin, because that's what it's suggesting. So that's clearly not going to happen. Be nice, but I don't think that's happening. So this last cycle is the one in purple. That's the latest cycle I have here. And in that cycle, a lot of us believe that it stopped prematurely. It was supposed to go higher back in April of 25.
At least 85, right? I would say at least to 85.
That was my target. That was my target, was at least 85.
Yeah.
But the Chinese mining ban put, you know, a stop to the run and created a 50% correction. And then it tried, and it went to new highs. But by then, it took so much time, it completely ran out of steam. So we can assume that this last cycle should have gone to at least 85. And had it gone to 85, that allows this current cycle to be higher than you're expecting under the diminishing return model. So with diminishing returns, yes, we may not cover the same percentage, but the lowest case scenario, right? If we repeat this current cycle, we're looking at a $400,000 Bitcoin, right? So assuming the last cycle should have been at least 85,000, right? Taking a diminishing return from 85,000 instead of from 68,000. Because to me, unlike many people, it's completely irrelevant that a new all-time high was made before the halving. I see that as no deal at all, because we made a new all-time high by like 2 weeks before the halving by like $3, right? Like that's basically the equivalent here. So to me, it's irrelevant, right? The trend is pretty much the same. It's like there really is no difference between this one here, the original one, going to the halving at $10 and then breaking $30 2 months later versus breaking $30 2 months earlier. Like, to me, this is completely irrelevant. So I'm looking at it. I'm being super optimistic here. And I think we should go over 200,000 easy on this cycle. But at the same time, right now, I'm watching what's happening with the transactions. And if this rune shit continues for a few months, and a transaction that's sitting in the mempool from last week that happened to be, you know, like a 20 sats per byte that didn't clear, may never clear, this creates a problem. Like to me, this is, like we had this debate earlier, is this more damaging to Bitcoin than ordinals? See, ordinals were taking up a shit ton of space, and most ordinals, they weren't paying enough fees, and enough miners were ignoring the ordinal transactions and still mining legitimate financial transactions because ordinals just, I mean, between the high spam amount of data and the fees weren't that high. These have very low spam amount, but they have ridiculous fees, and no miner can ignore this. So if Bitcoin, and I know Roger Ver is going to scream if the block was higher, this would solve the problem. If the block was 8 times the size, it would not solve this problem. Like, this problem would still be here, plus more problems with a big block. So big blocks are not going to solve this problem. But if real financial transactions are not going through for months, this creates a huge black eye on Bitcoin, making a lot of people nervous about the viability of Bitcoin for actual financial transactions. So I can certainly see the possibility of Bitcoin price taking a hit from things like this. I see Jimmy Song just came back on. I hope he has something great to say. I do want to introduce Ilya here, but Jimmy just joined. There has to be a reason for this. Jimmy, floor is yours.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm missing my hat. But yeah, I just wanted to let y'all know that I wrote a piece on exactly what happened with like I put my kids to bed, and then I wrote a piece on exactly what happened there. So it's on X and Stacker News and a bunch of other places, but yeah, just wanted to let people know this is happening. It's now 22 blocks in the new era of 3.125, and every single one of them has exceeded 3.125 in fees, most of them by a significant amount, like 17 in this last one. It's about $1 million per block, which is kind of crazy, but this is obviously unsustainable. But that's what's going on. Just wanted to mention that I wrote it, and see what you guys were up to. I wasn't actually sure if you were continuing with your stream, Tone.
I'm probably gonna wrap it up in about 30 minutes, unless it depends. Like, we still have 750 viewers, and as long as new people are joining, I'll see how long we can go. But your piece, right? So do I just go to Twitter and pull it up from there?
Yeah, you can go there and
real quick. Jimmy.
Well, I'm going to wonder, anybody that meets their payroll with Bitcoin, who's going to pay the fees this month? I think the employers will probably give their employees the option.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an issue right now, and it's a concern. And it's crazy, right? Like what I'm thinking of 2 things now, right? Like, if this actually continues for months, it's a problem.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's $1 million a block. That's you extrapolate that out. That's $150 million a day. That's $1 billion a week. That's $4 billion a month. I don't think there's that much money in the ecosystem to do stuff like this. There's VC money, but it's not that much. Yeah. Anyway, that's the piece, having fee chaos, and I explain a whole bunch of stuff in it.
And the other, that's Jimmy's piece. Go ahead and read it, guys. I need to as well. And the other thing is that, like, randomly popped into my head, Roger Ver and his attempt at big blocks, how it's going to solve all the problems. If the block was 8 megabytes right now, it would not solve this problem at all. We would just have a bigger block. Am I wrong?
Well, it would be kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, in a way, it's good because we're testing things at limits that we've never tested before, and that's a very good thing. We want more people to kind of, or we want we want to see what happens with the network, what things break at this part. I don't think there's any question that very few people are opening or closing Lightning channels at the moment. But how long does this go on? I don't know. But so that's something to think about, and we don't know how exactly this will play out, but it's this is the sort of thing that we need to think about and see how we perform. In a sense, it's good that we're going through this now instead of 15 years from now or whatever. This way we can sort of prepare.
So Tone, I had the stream on kind of in the background. I was at a rehearsal trying to listen to the group and listen to your stream. And I saw these fees, and initially I was thinking that it was tips. I thought people were just throwing tips in, with huge amounts of tips, just to help offset the halving, the pay cut for the miners. And then as the time went on, I heard y'all kind of deciphering what was going on, and I was like, holy crap! This is. How do you think this impacts, the purchasing of the ETFs? Because they're going to have to eat these Bitcoin fees on their end.
That's a great question.
I mean, it's not that much. I mean, you can get a transaction in for a few $100s. I mean, that's.
I mean, people are maybe some people are only buying a few $100s worth of the ETF shares,
Oh, no, but that doesn't matter, right? The ETF buys it in bulk. So it's not like they're buying on behalf of each person. So when an ETF goes to buy, they're going to buy 1,000 Bitcoin at the same time. So, remember, the fee is paid by the sender. So if the ETF is coming in to buy the Bitcoin, the sender needs to, send it to them from not to consolidate a shit ton of UTXOs in order to send them to the ETF to lower that fee. And a few $100 on 300 Bitcoin is not a big deal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, there's it looks like you can spend maybe $140, $150 and get in, roughly speaking. It's really expensive, obviously, but it doesn't make sense for a lot of transactions, but for at an ETF level or even large buyers, it's if you're sending $10,000, I don't think that's too big a deal.
Right, and to Jimmy's point, the fees are based on the bytes, not the amount, not the monetary amount. So for an ETF, it wouldn't be an issue only because they're buying so much in each of these transactions. It's only the small transactions that get priced out in these markets.
All right, let me get Ilya in the stream. He's been patiently waiting. Say hello. I hear you're stuck in Dubai. I am coming to Dubai. I hope I don't regret that decision. I will arrive on Tuesday. I fly out that night to Maldives for a few days, but then I'm back in Dubai for a few days. So hopefully it's no longer water world, and at the same time, hopefully it's airport is not crazy.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Da Vinci.
So, all right, see you.
Enjoy your day, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
All right, Ilya, floor is yours.
Hey, so my name is Ilya. I'm the director of sales for Canon US. I woke up this morning in Dubai after having spent 27 hours at the airport the day before, and now being stuck in a hotel without my luggage because the Emirates airline refused to release it. Long story, I won't bore you with it. I'm sure everyone had their own troubled travel stories. I saw you were talking about obviously the mining rewards, etc., and being representing manufacturer of the mining rigs. I figured I'd jump in and give you my perspective. Certainly, the Runes project is fascinating, and Tone, I know about it about as much as you do.
but what I'm gathering is it's going to produce high fee rates certainly early today and as we move forward. I've been telling people for quite a long time that that people have been overly bearish and overly pessimistic on mining rewards and on the outlook of the mining economics post-halving. In fact, I wrote a bit of a post on LinkedIn about 2 or 3 weeks ago about it with a chart, basically sort of showing the thesis that I've been communicating and sharing with clients and prospects for the past 6 to 12 months or so. We as a mining rig manufacturer, certainly we're concerned with the health of the mining ecosystem and with the level of profitability of the miners. So while the main concern certainly is the health of the Bitcoin network, any positive outlook or more positive outlook on the mining economics is a benefit to us as a player in the space.
Right, but what does this mean for like the normal person trying to make a financial transaction? I mean, like Jimmy thinks that this thing is going to end soon, but it's not ending anytime soon. So let's see how long this lasts.
So, many sort of big sort of transformational events in the space lead to inordinate changes in something like mining fees, transaction fees, for example, right? We see that when something happens to the network. And what's happening now, even without ruins, right? Imagine ruins are not there. If ruins are not there, what you have is block reward being cut in half and quarter of the network basically being forced off the grid, right? Because if your revenues nominally get cut in half, nobody's power of electricity is changing overnight. If people are paying for power today, exactly the same as they were paying yesterday. The efficiency of their machines is the same today as it was yesterday. So what happens was nominally everybody with the block reward being cut in half, nominally everybody's revenue gets cut in half. That's unsustainable levels, going from 10 cents hash price index to 5 cents. So a third of the network drops off. My expectation was that it was going to take about two difficulty adjustments, give it 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, for the network variables to rebalance, find their new equilibrium, and sort of settle around those levels. It cannot settle around 5 cents because, and if you'd like, I can show you the chart that I posted on LinkedIn. It's hash price index chart. That level is so low, it's not sustainable. People turn off. When people turn off, the same pot gets split fewer ways, and everybody's mining rewards increase incrementally.
Right. Right, which I would prefer, right? Like I would rather have 20% of the miners shut off their rigs. Transactions would be slower. Eventually, this network would adjust. I mean, yes, the overall hash rate would go down, which means the security of the network would slightly go down. But the security of the network is still strong enough. But at least, in a selfish way, at least my transactions would be getting through, right? They may take twice as long, but twice as long is better than never, because right now it's looking like never.
Right. So the point that I was trying to get to that I didn't articulate properly is that once the network slows down, when the quarter of the network drops off, that naturally would drive fees higher, right? Because now you go from 10-minute blocks to longer blocks. People are trying to get hypothetically the same number of transactions through the network to post, right? They have to pay higher to make it in the block. Obviously, not to the levels that we're seeing at the moment. That was not the expectation, but one way or another, they were going to increase shortly after the halving anyway.
Jimmy, any more comments?
The big thing to watch is what happens tonight, because I suspect most of these people are, keeping it going, and there's obviously some backlog of these runes that people want to issue. And they've got 22 blocks of it, but can they sustain this overnight? I suspect not, but you never know. And maybe it like works on like a daily cycle where all the runes people come in during the day, and like kind of go away at night or something like that, or they might just like sort of run out of money. Right now, there's a lot of like hype around it, and a lot of the same ordinals people are really excited about runes. So they're expecting this to be sort of like the new ICO DeFi NFT thing. It's like a new play thing for degenerate traders. I don't know. It's possible it goes a while, but it's very hard to sustain something like this for just because it costs so much money. I mean, it's $1 million in fees every single block. Yeah, there's a lot of blocks, and you're spending something like 5 times what the miners getting in reward. So right now, miners are getting 450 Bitcoin a day in block subsidy, and if they're getting like 1,300, like 5 times that, right? Like 1,300, big, or 1,800 Bitcoin a day, something like that. Just from these things, I don't think that's sustainable. I mean, it might go on for a few weeks at the most, I think, but I can't see this going for too
Hey
long.
Jimmy,
It's just
you
too
want to hear
much.
something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? Is that the ordinals? Not all the ordinals people are excited about runes. In fact, Mechanic was talking with Tone a few days ago, talking about how Jameson Lopp, who's part of Taproot Wizards, was actually doing I forgot what it was called, but it was an attack on the testnet to prevent the runes folks, because they were using testnet. He was doing like a future or a time warp attack is what he was doing to prevent the runes people. So not I don't think
I
necessarily.
don't know. I don't think that was runes people. That was people that were trading testnet coins for real money. So he was sort of like teaching them a lesson and saying, okay, like you're trying to sell testnet coins for money. I'm gonna reorg you. This is supposed to be worth 0. So that's what,
Yeah,
at least that's how I understood what he was
testnet is
doing.
not an altcoin. I think some people might actually be idiots and try to do that, but yeah, it's not. You cannot use that for money because they can change the rules at any time and inflate it.
Well,
And
the difficulty is so low, you can reorg the entire thing in very short amount of time. So that's the main idea there. But yeah, and also he's been writing to the dev list talking about like doing something with testnet because so many scammers have been showing up, and he's especially sensitive to this because like people have been asking him for testnet coins, and he's been giving it to them, and he finds out later that they're selling them for something. So he's like, yeah, don't do that.
Is
I'm
Lop the
going to
guardian
attack
of
it.
testnet? Is Lop the guardian of testnet coins?
No. But I think he got a bunch early on, and if you have a bunch, like you feel some obligation to like help developers out. I had to do a begathon for testnet coins some time ago. I use Signet now. It's a lot more reliable, and the coins are easier to get and stuff like that. But even there, there were people trading Signet coins for money. So you got to be careful.
What is that?
Signet, it's like a signature-based testnet, so it's
just a different testnet.
Yeah, and there are multiple Signets now, but the one I use is run by Carl from DG Labs. He's a core dev.
So at the current price of around 64K at 450 Bitcoin a day, the miners are making 28.8 million. So you're saying each block is $1 million in fees currently right now?
Yeah, right now.
So 28 blocks equals
28 million, yeah.
The daily price.
Well, I mean, 144 blocks a day. So that you round it up, that's 150 million. Like that's unsustainable. Like there's no way they're gonna be able to do that. The thing is, like, there's so many like at current fee rates, almost everything is profitable. Like there are people that are gonna plug in their S9s tonight. Like it's so profitable. Like
so the positive side of it is that it might actually keep miners running longer, which could eventually
Right, but Mark, it goes back to my prior point. Like, who cares if it makes miners run longer if financial transactions aren't being mined? Like, it's actually irrelevant, right? Like,
short term.
So I'll throw one more thing out on that point, Tone. You know, there are some exchanges and some transaction processors that can be helpful here. Just as one example that comes to mind, on Strike, you can send Bitcoin or buy Bitcoin and send it to yourself if that's what you're trying to do. And if they have an option where you choose within 24 hours and they cover the fee. Right?
oh, they
I don't
ain't
know if
doing
they
that
can
this
do that.
24
Like
hours.
it's $150 a transaction. I don't. I mean, like they can
Strike would
use
go,
batching or
they'd go out of
something to
business.
make it. But
So
I mean,
hang on a
this
second.
crazy.
I haven't tested. I don't know if they would all of a sudden today turn off the option. But keep in mind the other thing. They probably have an agreement with one of the pools where they slot a batch transaction in there at a reasonable price in order to process their batch of transactions once a day.
Yeah, maybe
So they
something
don't
like
necessarily
that.
pay the market rate.
We know BitMEX did that for a long time or whatever. But I mean, like the thing is, like that which is unsustainable will not be sustained. I don't think this is sustainable. It's just way too much money that you have to spend. And like, how many runes assets are you going to be issuing? I mean, this is literally
Jimmy,
thousands of runes assets that are being issued every single block. There's
that's
already
my other
been like
question.
25 blocks.
That's my other question, right? Like, how many runes assets do get issued here, right? It's more than one per block, right? So
it's way more, and it's like a very efficient protocol. So you could have a very small transaction that issues a runes asset. So I think like these blocks have roughly 5,000 transactions per block. Let's say like 4,000 of them are runes transactions, and certainly like the visual seems that way. Then you have 4,000 assets per block. We've had 25 blocks roughly times 4,000. That's already like 100,000 assets. I mean, like talk about a shitcoin city. Like there's only been like what 30,000 altcoins on coin market cap. So like you're thinking like, you know, it's already probably around that number of stuff. Although like it's possible some of them are transferring runes from one person to another. I don't know, but like I think all the runes that would be issued have been issued. I don't know. Some of them could be like the loser in the auction or whatever, or many losers in the auction. So maybe it's not quite as many as like 100,000, but I mean, there's probably thousands of assets that have already been issued on runes just in these like 25 blocks.
All right, let's get we got another new comer to the show, and Crypto Hamster. I've been on streams with him on Crypto Commons YouTube channel. Say hello, who you are, where you're from, what you do, and if you choose to, you don't have to. And then I know you're a chartist, so maybe spend a few minutes pulling up a chart and give us your thoughts on trading.
And congrats with the halving event finally happening. So we're on the right path. With every year and every day Bitcoin is live, we're getting stronger. So HODL, guys, HODL. All right, so I'm Kirill. I live in Japan. I'm Russian, and yeah, I know Tone for years, and we've been chatting about Bitcoin forever. And I'm happy to see him still in this kind of war / journey. And thank you for having me. So speaking about the charts, so let me share my screen for a few minutes. I don't think that I will take too much time because I can talk forever about that. But okay, so generally what I would say is we're definitely in the start of something big. So no one can say that this is not a bull market, right? And we're breaking the new highs. So this is like a bigger picture. The question is that I kind of a conservative in terms of the views on the market, like crypto market. So I would say that ideally we should see some balancing out of this, which we saw from 25,000. And of course, there is ETF, there is halving, there's all that jazz. But generally, you would expect with the price going up without a lot of correction, with long time and people just starting to sell this. So there are more sellers, less buyers, and we need to shake this out. So it happens like 99% of time. And another thing which is more and more over the recent weeks and days is that we definitely have the major correlation between the traditional markets and BTC, and that is why we kind of seeing this decline due to these geopolitical issues happening recently with the Middle East. And tend to think that if we look at the general behavior of S&P, it seems to me that I wouldn't say it's inevitable, but it's really, really technical recently. So all the stuff which is happening with S&P, with all the indices, is following major technical analysis rules. So we had this bottoming, we have those channels which work perfectly. We have this like a cup and handle pattern. We have this resistance which was broken. We have this finally channel, and the target for the cup and handle worked pretty fine. So currently we see the correction, and where this correction goes, I tend to think that we need to test something like 600 or something like that, maybe this trend line. So considering the correlation between S&P and Bitcoin, I would, and the fact that we are, due to this correction is kind of a pretty too late to happen. We were kind of hanging here. I think it's perfect time to make that. Maybe, I don't know, 20, 30, 40%, given the fact that how far this went. But we tested again this 60,000 area. So I think that this is a good chance to have this drop and buy the dip within this period. So I think it's probably the second, maybe the third best option for buying. So the first one was here. I'm not buying the bottom. So the first one was the first major correction after we saw the exiting the accumulation phase. And now after this first correction, we had this one, which was kind of a tricky to get. But now probably after this major move upside to the upside, I think we will have the third best option to buy, probably in the expectation of the new bull run. Where it goes, nobody knows, but that's definitely one of the sweet spot, the balanced spot, long entry, maybe something like 45, 55, this region. If it doesn't happen, then it's actually a shame, because if we go even higher and higher and higher without those corrections, it's not that sustainable. And I think Tone would agree with me. So we need those healthy stuff in the market. So I tend to think that it should happen, and I would open my arms and happily seeing this decline, and then buy that deep, and then see it going higher and higher. That's pretty much it. And of course, locally is a lot of things to happen to cover, but I don't think that it's that much interesting comparing with the bigger picture. So that's my general stance.
All right, I just wanted to like come on the stream, tell you guys I wrote something and sort of explain a few things, but I gotta go. But it was good seeing you guys. Thanks for having me on the stream.
Thanks,
All right,
good night
Jimmy,
again, Jimmy.
have a good night.
All right, later.
Bernoulli, you're back as well. Want to say a few words? Rodrigo, if you want to come back in. Jose Rodriguez is still with us. Alex Petrov just texted me. He's gonna jump on the stream in a bit, even though I was getting ready to jump off. We still have 700 live viewers, so people are still watching, and more people looks like will be joining. And I'm gonna probably go grab a snack out of the fridge. Anyone have something to say?
Just 1
Mr.
second,
Hamster,
Tones.
you're back on.
Oh, sorry.
You
I
have your hand
gotta.
up.
Sorry.
One important point about this correction. So, a quick peek at here. We are all fans of the analysis, right? And for SOPR, I think this is the most reliable thing in all the on-chain so far. Sorry, really, it's it's my opinion. Okay, so currently we are seeing on the probably again the most it shows the best correlation so far. The SMA for 7 days, the SOPR goes to almost 1. So when it touches the level of 1 and maybe a little like below that, we probably be at the end of this correction. So this is another thing within the bullish scenario. Of course, there are many different scenarios. Maybe we can go to like $1,000. Nobody knows. But if we're considering this to be just a general normal correction, then it's supposed to be over very soon. So I'm looking at this and pay attention to this carefully, and I would encourage you to do this as well. That's it. Sorry for the interruption and addition.
No, you're good. Rodrigo, you're up.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm actually saying my goodbyes and thanking every one of you guys. Tones, thank you for the opportunity to write history in Bitcoin again. This is going to be recorded for the future, that for the next halvings, people are going to come back to this video and cherish this. So thank you so much for the opportunity. For all of you guys that I still don't know, Mark Wood, I really loved your analysis, bro. And for the other guys that I didn't have the opportunity to get to know better, it was a pleasure to be here with you guys, and hopefully we'll meet again later. Keep hodling, and see you guys above 100K to the end of the year. See you guys. It was an honor to be here, and I'll be coming back later. See ya.
Yeah, so nice to meet you.
Yeah, I got to go too, but thanks, Tone. You had a great show. And
Hey, Ugly.
thanks for the
no,
invite.
thank you for joining. We got to meet up again soon, man.
I'm coming back. I'll be introducing some new things next week, so I'm pretty excited about it. We've been working on it for the last couple months, so we'll have more next week. Thanks for having me, Tone.
Right. Awesome.
Bye-bye.
I just shared recent price action. Maybe I can share this a little quick. Yeah, as we mentioned before, we broke up of this downsloping channel and testing the support again. But on a bigger time frame, we have some perfect opportunity to buy, as Crypto Hamster say. I also agree. We are looking at these levels. Maybe if we touch the weekly EMA ribbon, as we did it here, we didn't even touch here perfectly. But maybe, yeah, this would be the ultimate support, this line or this line, which is now on 55K, 54, 55K. If there will be another dump, maybe there will be not, because really a lot of buying pressure now. We are seeing we broke the daily ribbon. We broke the daily ribbon as support, and now testing potentially as a resistance. That's the level we should look. If tomorrow we do not climb higher or stay here in this region, if we reject and go down, that will be the sign that we might see some new local lows. Because or maybe it could be the double bottom with bear trap, double bottom with bear trap. It could be very powerful by the deep opportunity, but we need to see a few more days or so. I think we hold, yeah, we pretty much hold 3-day EMA ribbon support, 3-day time frame, 2-day time frame. Yeah, but we're still in green. We're still in green. But I'm also a little bit bearish short term. What do you guys think?
I think that the way we bounced last night, in the middle of the night around this time, I think that bounce was super strong. I think that if these high fees are going to continue, there'll be enough people panicking in this market to drop the price of Bitcoin, because this is not what Bitcoin was meant to be. And if this isn't what Bitcoin was meant to be, like look at Ethereum right now, right? Ethereum is going down because Ethereum's use case is trash. And Ethereum is making new lows against Bitcoin. If I take screen share, I'll show it to you guys on the Ethereum chart. So if Bitcoin is turning into Ethereum, now Ethereum is dropping against Bitcoin, but if Bitcoin starts to turn into Ethereum, then Bitcoin is going to drop against the US dollar, because I'm not saying people like Roger Ver were right that Bitcoin needs to be a transactional currency. Bitcoin is a speculative saving instrument first and foremost, but it needs to have a reasonable element of as a currency. Like I'm not saying I'm not ignoring that. I'm just saying that it's not its primary or its secondary use case. Bitcoin is a currency, but it is in the top 3. But if Bitcoin is not being respected as usable for commerce, then the price of Bitcoin will drop. Because one of the reasons why people are holding Bitcoin, even though their primary reason is probably to make money on Bitcoin, or they see it as a safe haven, but one of the reasons they see it as a safe haven is because they ultimately want to use it for goods and services. And if these runes are creating an environment where for an entire month or two, Bitcoin cannot be a usable currency, that creates huge concerns for many people that could potentially exit their Bitcoin position. So while I'm bullish on the technical picture of what happened yesterday, I am getting a little concerned over the fundamental picture of people realizing maybe Bitcoin is not what it was meant to be. And hence the price of Bitcoin drops.
Don't you think it
Surely-
may be a bit of an overstatement to say that Bitcoin may not be what it was meant to be when we're looking at 1-day spike in fees due to a particular project that's being launched at the moment?
So yes and no, right? Like as a market person, someone that studied and traded markets for 20 years, it doesn't take much for people to panic and get concerned. And then when one person panics and runs for the door, everyone starts to run for the door. It doesn't take a lot to spook the market. So yes, as a rational person, you can say it's just a day. But also as a rational person, why did Bitcoin crash twice in the last week? The moment missiles started firing from Iran to Israel or from Israel to Iran. That also makes no sense as to why people would panic and sell Bitcoin, but that's exactly what happened. We were at dinner last night and Bitcoin just crashed from, what, like 64,000 down to just under 60. And just with that crash, the first thing that came to mind is, did somebody fire missiles one way or another in the Middle East, right? Again, it makes no reason for Bitcoiners to panic, and yet they did.
I think what would be important to point out is that the Bitcoin exchange rate crashed. The Bitcoin itself, there was no crash. TikTok
Well, correct, right?
Right, and that's
Right.
I think that's very important to call out.
It's also
right, but that's what I mean, right? From a price perspective, if this lasts all through the weekend, Monday, Tuesday, some of those financial guys might have to, think long and hard if their ultimate reason for buying Bitcoin was something. Yes, the price goes up, but the price goes up for certain reasons. They're gonna say, well, clearly Bitcoin isn't used for that anymore, or potentially this could damage Bitcoin's use case. Maybe we should get out of these positions and rethink what's happening. And then once the price starts dropping, now the ETF starts selling and not buying. So I am concerned if these high fees for runes last through the weekend. It can certainly cause some panicky weak hands to dump Bitcoin early next week. I don't know what other people think about this. But go ahead, Crypto Hamster, you got your hand up.
It's weird that, like, based on the fundamental.
Now you now you're better. Sometimes we don't hear you.
I think that what Don says is, I think it makes sense, perfect sense in terms of the price action. So look at the bigger picture, like years, decades, and definitely the like fundamental quote price of Bitcoin or the value should be going up on such events. We're looking at a very, very zoomed in situation when the speculative reasons, when the like short-term traders do try to get the profits on based on these news reasons or like these geopolitical events happening. So the capital, actually the Bitcoin like capitalization, Bitcoin market's getting more higher, bigger and bigger. So the more and more professional traders come into the space, and they do trade portfolios. They don't do trade like we normally people do trade, like I trade or my subscribers trade. They do trade within the funds with all the risk management, with the complex strategies, and they also use, as we know, like with the recent 10, 20 years, it's getting exponential in terms of the usage of the automated trading with like neural networks and everything. So when there is the potential price move based or like link connected, of course they try to ride that wave. And as Tom said, it's perfectly actually reasonable that we saw that bounce. So on the event, we see the decline to 60K, but then we see the huge uptick after that. So it's actually kind of a both ways from what Tom said, and I don't see any like a problem with like matching these two pieces together. I think it's perfectly reasonable. And again, we may see this decline with the fees, with like Iran stuff for days, weeks, months, but then eventually that we're looking at the bigger picture. So we shouldn't mix these two time scale, and sometimes we just make these assumptions which are probably not relevant in the bigger picture. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
In other words, the charts tell us what the news will be. I believe that firmly. So, and like the drop last night, Tone, the price of Bitcoin bounced straight into an expected sell zone or a place for the price to get resisted. And then the next logical thing is to sell down and find where the support is. It's just the news gets the price going where it's headed anyways quicker. I feel strong in that. I've seen it so many times. In fact, I put up in your channel on Friday's weekly close of the S&P. I said, hey, with prices closed below a moving average that hasn't been lost since November 2023, we might want to pay attention to that. Right? To me, I felt that was a pretty strong sign that the S&P had topped locally. And then lo and behold, we have a skirmish between Iran and Israel after that key signal. And I believe really strongly that the charts are made to move money around the globe, and all this stuff gets interconnected. And there's no way that events like that are coincidentally timed. Not in my opinion. I could be totally off on that, but I've seen it too many times.
And maybe if you like pay attention to the charts, as you said, you probably also saw that when we see the major like decline in S&P or like all the indices, maybe like half an hour or sometime before we see the decline on Bitcoin. So it actually goes faster, which makes me like take on the tinfoil hat and say, okay, so since the crypto market is not that regulated, we see those people coming to the crypto market knowing that something happens, they dump Bitcoin, they get profit on that, expecting that the price of S&P will drag it down eventually, which is happening, and they are in their profits. So it's outrageous.
So in fact, like in my opinion right now, the S&P might potentially be showing us where the price is going. I'll show you really quick. So where am I? So right here. So the S&P had this signal on the weekly. Remember, I mentioned when the yellow crosses below the middle band and the orange is lost, the price goes directly there. So I think the S&P might be leading Bitcoin straight to the same place, right down here. And then check this out, Tone. On Consensio, one more look at 55K. I have like 5 indications. Now I'm gonna add 2 moving averages to Consensio. I like the 8 and the 21. I've never liked this space between the blue and the black. That's too much space. And there's always going to be something to catch that space. And on Consensio, it's the 21. So simple TA, very, very simple.
Hey, Mark, hold on. The black line is the 30 period, same
30.
as mine on a 4-day?
30, yeah.
Okay,
Black is
just
30.
checking.
So this is support right here. Like we can't consider, we can wick below these moving averages many times, but until we get 1 or 2 or 3 candles closed below this, then this area is open up here. But we can see the orange resisting the price. My TA says once this yellow is lost, now we can start looking down in here where all the other indicators are pointing. And seeing the S&P already have dropped down into that range makes me believe that Bitcoin is going to bounce around here and eventually turn around down here. It should be a buying opportunity in my opinion. But look, if this goes sideways for a few more candles and then up here, yep, it's gone. That was the dip. And on the last halving, the low was in on the day or 2 days after the halving. It was scary. We got a massive drop. It was COVID. Everyone was fearful that the price was going to turn around and make new lows. It was a key test of major support, and then that was it. That was literally the day of the halving. So I could be convinced either way. And as long as this support is holding, then we're not really bearish looking for anything lower. It's just that the opportunity is there. That's what I'm seeing. But I totally agree with Crypto Hamster and just how Bitcoin is still very closely correlated to the S&P. They might decouple and Bitcoin might rise above it or below it quicker, but their overall macro moves are still very tight.
Also, totally agree with you on the facts about these opportunities and this potential decline, or if it's not, then it's over and the correction is there. So I'm with you on that. Thank you.
Sell the news, sell the halving event, basically.
Hey guys, I just want to mention that the next halving is now scheduled for March 3rd, 2028, only 1,412 days away. But the clock has started, and there you go.
Great.
All right,
And Tone, you know what?
I'll start working on the thumbnail. So lots of
Perfect.
time this time.
A really good thing I calculated for that today, Tone, is from this point, every 5 seconds average off of the blocks, every 5 second average, 9 minutes, 55 seconds off of each block means 36 and a half days off of the next epoch, the next
Nice.
halving. So, and as to Mark, good to see you. As to your background, we'll probably hit 2028 for the next halving, probably, but 2032, I think we'll turn to 2031, not 2032.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. Because it's slowly getting pushed sooner. Eventually it's not going to be 4 years.
Yep, and then the hash rate just keeps coming on faster than even all of us miners think it will. It's mind-blowing. Our 30-day average is like 640 exahash right now. It just keeps coming on. Unbelievable.
Well, the last halving was in May. This one was in April, about a month offset. If you just project a few years ahead, well, we could see a halving in an odd year.
Right. But remember, we are slowing down, right? So this is the first half. Oh no, it's not the first halving. I have to open a different chart. For the first halving was also early. I have another chart that shows it perfectly. But here's the second halving, the third halving, and the current one. The current one took the longest. I would have to open another chart. I have another time to halving chart that would show.
It's our podcast. I am your host, Dr. Jordan Cooper. Thank you so much for joining me once again.
So this one would show how much time it took for the very first halving. So the shortest one was actually the 2012 to 2016. The second shortest was the original, because this one I started on time properly when the first price began. That timed it better with the lows. And yeah, and this epoch took the longest. So oh, this needs to be off by 1. There we go, 420 right there. And now that we have the halving, I can slide these over again, but I already did that in this diagram. So this is what to expect. And I'm looking forward to that top, probably around the summertime of next year.
Do you think it was the China ban that caused this epic to be longer than the previous ones?
Yeah, it could have been the China ban that made this one slow down. That's correct. This one probably could have been shorter than the green. Remember, I was anticipating this having to be in March, and it still came on April 20th. But we are speeding up. Yeah, the next one will probably be in 28. The one after that might be in 31. That would be kind of cool.
You guys got to keep in mind that the size of the network is constrained by natural physical infrastructure that people need to build in order to get the hash rate online. So nothing is unlimited, right? The production capacity of the manufacturers is constrained by their
So, Tone,
manufacturing. The infrastructure is constrained by the speed at which people can build. And while there's still abundant energy, renewable and stranded energy in many places, it takes time to get to it, to negotiate locally, to put the regulation in place, to be able to put the infrastructure there so that the miners can arrive, operations can begin, and hash rate added to the network.
100% true. Try and get a 200 megawatt transformer, look at your lead time. It's not good.
I mean, it seems like the mining network that just continues to expand, which is mind-blowing, as expensive as it is to buy the land and the equipment. Is it really that lucrative? If you're without you have to be part of a large conglomerate, don't you?
So to answer that question, Mark, notice the press releases coming out over the last 4 months or so. The publicly traded miners, forget everybody else, but just the publicly traded miners, some of the top guys, raised in total, I'm not sure, close to $1 billion in the public markets, right? Between the top names. So all of that is going to be put towards infrastructure and revenue generating equipment. Right, but it takes time. It takes time.
So they're basically understanding they can operate at a loss.
That's not what I said. I'm not suggesting anybody's trying to run a business at a loss. All I'm suggesting is the network hash rate will continue to grow because billions of dollars are continuing to flow into the ecosystem at all levels, large, medium, and small.
Public or private, I agree with that.
But what is the current profitable price right now?
It depends on your PPA. It depends on your power purchase agreement. Like people always ask that question. It depends on your PPA. It depends on your curtailment arrangements. It depends on, the deals you have to buy ASICs. It depends on your infrastructure costs. It depends on whether you're hosting, or every public miner that you see has a wildly different business plan. It's actually amazing. It's wild.
And Mark, if your question is related to the Bitcoin exchange rate, which I think it might be, then the answer is there is no answer, because it's not about the exchange rate itself. It's about the hash price index, which Rockstar, for example, puts out a really good calculation for. And that number already has baked in all the variables, including the size of the network, the amount of the block reward, obviously the exchange rate in dollar terms, etc. Right? As long as and that represents your top line mining revenue, as long as that's above your bottom line, which Bernal referred to, and which is obviously depending completely on your operations and your cost of power, you're going to continue mining. And yes, in certain scenarios, certain companies will mine at a loss for a certain period of time, but not indefinitely. Someone was suggesting to me a couple of months back, for example, that publicly traded miners will continue operating even if all their revenue gets cut in half. They'll continue running in the red because they're publicly traded companies, and they must show to Wall Street that they can sustain operations. Well, okay, maybe you could do that for a month or two, but that's like a snowball that's going to explode eventually. You can't continue running an operating business at a loss indefinitely. That's just not a sustainable suggestion. So, but as you can see today, I'm refreshing my hash price index screen, and it still shows 10 cents, just like it was showing to me yesterday, right? So while the Bitcoin reward got in half, today it's being supported by ruins. Tomorrow it's going to be supported by higher transaction fees by something else. The next day, if there's not enough support there, then the miners with the highest cost of power are going to drop off because they can't sustain their operations at a loss, right? The biggest variable to profitability of the mining ecosystem as a whole is average global cost of power. And between 2 months ago and 2 months from now, average global cost of power is basically flat, right? It's being driven down over time on a long time horizon as people look for stranded, people look towards nuclear, people look towards renewable, and generally try to drive their operating costs down. But on the shorter time frame, month here, month there, there's basically no change.
So
looks like Joe Carlasare wanted that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got Joe Carlasare, and also Crypto Comments want to charts. I would like to get Joe Carlasare back in the stream if he's able to speak. I don't know if
I am.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I just want to point this out. You just see the screen and the similarities.
Yeah, that's pretty bullish. I like it.
We just broke below EMA ribbon on daily time frame. Last time it was very bullish, and now maybe the pattern continues.
Yeah, Fish answered the question in the chat, but I think he wanted it to be on the air.
Yeah, and Joe, you were asking.
So I'll just say that.
Hey,
Sorry.
Greenie, you
Sorry about that.
mind dropping the charts?
Yeah, this
Not,
is Joe.
not really. You can take
No,
a
I know, but I want to, Crypto Commons, you mind getting off screen share for a minute?
yeah, you can take it.
All right, cool,
Sorry.
thanks. All right, Joe, what were you gonna ask?
Yeah, I'll be on video in a second, but I was going to ask actually everybody, and I wanted in particular want to know Fish's opinion on this. But by the next halving, in your opinion, are major energy companies going to be mining Bitcoin?
So, I think that that's already happening indirectly. You know, I certainly can't speak to specifics that I know about, but it's hard to explain. I think their tendrils are in, and they're feeling this out. They're
Yeah,
finding.
no, I'm not talking about like a beta test. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about in a
You're talking
big
about
way.
them directly mining
Yes, and
themselves.
Right, by 2028, right?
Mm.
The major energy companies directly mining. I'm not talking about test, little beta projects here and there where they're nibbling on things or supporting other individuals, other independent
Right.
contractors. I want to know, 4 years from now, does Exxon Mobil or Chevron, do they have mining operations, in your opinion?
I would not be surprised to see them acquire mining operations. I don't think they have internally the know-how to operate themselves, but them acquiring a major miner, that wouldn't surprise me at all. It seems fairly likely from my perspective.
Any other thoughts on this?
Not really, but yeah, it would make sense for an energy company to diversify and absorb a publicly traded mining company.
Like you had Adam on earlier. Like this would be a good question for Adam because I think he works with energy companies, but also Steve Barber, who's I believe the CEO of Upstream Data. I could try to message him, see if he wants to jump on and answer these types of questions specifically.
I would add, if you think about the corporate structure of companies such as those, if you think about how slowly they evolve and how slowly they make changes, how many people need to be in the loop, I would say that they would take a really long time to develop an entirely new business unit, to put up operations and to put something in place. I think a more likely scenario that they will basically, even if they wanted to sort of be involved as directly as possible, it will be some sort of a structure that's effectively contracted out, which is very similar to the answer that Fish just put forward.
Gotcha. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Hey, Joe, question for you. You didn't make our last Twitter space, and I was too busy to listen to Powell's last speech. But it seems like people are freaking out that with what was it? The fact that the U.S. government didn't had a rough time selling their bonds again, and inflation is kind of high, and no rate cuts coming.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, right? Because I wish they could play back some of those financial summit Twitter spaces we had, Tone, because we were almost to the letter saying the rate cuts that keep getting priced in just aren't coming. And it's funny because I feel like this is the fourth or fifth time over the last couple of years where we've had this discussion about the pivot coming, and the market gets all primed, and then you get some inflation data, and then the pivot's not coming, right? It's like deja vu all over again. Time and time again. And to me, like the market figured this out even before Powell spoke, right? If you go back and look at that inflation print in March, which is really the February numbers where it came in pretty hot. Interestingly enough, that's right about like a week or so before the equity markets all peaked. And it was triggered a significant sell-off in the bond market. You know, the 10-year is up 55, 56 bips from where it was prior to that inflation print. So yes, exactly right. You know, the yields are rising across the board. And what I said earlier when we were on the stream is like, to me, it's really, really bullish. The fact that with all of the equity market selling off and the bond market selling off, that Bitcoin's hovering in the 60s. And like it had that, crazy wick down when you had the the war or beginning of the war, whatever it is, in Israel and Iran over the weekend, and it got bought up instantly, right? Then we bounced right back into the 62, 63 range. So to me, like that's really bullish price action when you get a day where the Nasdaq's down 2% and the Bitcoin finished up. Man, that's just telling you something.
Right. And though I will say that if the stock market keeps crashing, they will have to lower the rates, because as much as the Fed hates to admit it, they can't let the market drop too far, so they have to drop the rate.
Yeah, but that's bullish, right? I mean, like I don't really see that as a negative. You know, either way,
Yeah.
the economy itself. You're correct about the stock market. There's the put protection team that comes in, right? But what I'll say, the plunge protection team. But what I'll say is like either way, okay, the economy is pretty strong. I mean, you've got a Q1 GDP print that's going to be near 2.5 to 2.7% in real terms. That's not bearish, right? Like so either it's cuts because they want to protect the stock market, which is bullish for Bitcoin, or you continue to have this area where you have strong economic growth, which is bullish for Bitcoin. I don't see anything fundamental in the economic data that would tell me to be bearish Bitcoin.
Can I ask a question about the quality of the bond auctions as they go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's been a lot of chatter about the significance at this point of Tether and the scale of Tether and the role that they will play in absorbing some of the additional US debt issuance that will be upcoming. Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, Tether's far too small. I mean, if Tether became 10 times bigger, you know, then yes, I agree. But there are days where, you know, several smaller European countries own more treasuries than Tether currently does. So while, I mean, I think any additional marginal buyer is positive, I don't think that's going to really move the needle. And to be clear, like the biggest buyer of treasuries, and let's just be clear about this, over the last 10 years has been the Federal Reserve, right? They are the big gorilla. They are the whale in the space. So to me, I think this all ends at various different points with monetization. Now, this could be 10, 20, 30 years from now, but when there is a need for a marginal buyer, that marginal buyer will be the Federal Reserve. Now, if there are other buyers like Tether that come into the market, or, you know, I understand that, you know, obviously China's pulling away and Japan's pulling away and some of these other entities. The biggest buyer, just by the way, as an aside, the biggest buyer of treasuries over the last couple of years where the Fed has been doing QT, anybody know who that is? Who actually has been the biggest marginal buyer? Anyone want to guess?
I'm guessing US pension funds.
No, it's actually US retail. US retail has been the biggest marginal buyer over the last, and we've talked about this, a lot of people just loading up, even in the face of higher rates and bonds selling off in fixed income, in treasuries, which is crazy.
It is crazy, but also let's dive in a little bit deeper. And this is also the thing with Tether. Tether will not buy a 30-year treasury bond. They will not even buy a 10-year. Tether will only buy short-term. I mean, maybe Tether is crazy enough to buy a 3-year bond, but I doubt they would even go that high. Now,
they're going to buy commercial paper too. It makes way more sense for them to buy commercial paper.
Right. But commercial paper, maybe a little bit longer maturity, but Tether isn't going on longer term. And same thing for the retailer. It's mostly done with like CDs and stuff. Like I don't think a retail buyer is buying anything beyond 5 years. So this is why the US government is struggling to sell its 30-year bonds. They're not struggling to sell 2-year bonds. They're struggling to sell 30.
But the yield on the
because most people know America doesn't have 30 years left.
Yeah, so let's just explain that for people, because people try to make this way more complicated than it needs to be, and I'm going to get on camera in a second. But the reason why, and people look at the rate, and like retail says, oh, well, the rate's X amount for the 2-year, or the yield's Y amount for the longer duration. The problem you have is you go out and expose yourself to duration risk, meaning longer run treasuries, 10-year plus, all the way out to 20 and 30-year instruments. The problem with those instruments is, yes, you can, be Guaranteed the government, unless it collapses, is going to pay you your money plus the yield. But if the bond prices decline, meaning yields have risen, the face value of the instrument to liquidate it in real time gets very expensive, right? You're taking a loss. This is what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. To liquidate their instruments because of the rise in rates, those instruments were a lot lower. Those mortgage-backed securities and treasuries, they were worth a lot less for a liquidation value. It didn't mean they actually lost it, because they could, always get it back plus whatever the coupon is at maturity. That's how bonds work, right? But if you're carrying the shorter date that Tone just talked about, there's less volatility of the price, right? It's not like interest rates are going to suddenly skyrocket in the next 6 months. If you're holding, a 1-year treasury, they're not going to go to 10% in the next 6 months. They could go to 10% over the next several years, but there's just not that duration risk, which is the real reason why people are preferring the short end.
All right, thanks for the commentary, Joe. I'd like to welcome Alex Petrov to the show. Alex and I go way back. Alex was one of the original members of BitFury. At one point, 51% miner of the network, I believe. Also, they have an argument and claim they developed the ASIC first, but it was basically neck and neck. They developed the ASIC as well. And Alex, I don't think you're in the mining game anymore, but if you're paying attention, we've been talking about these insane fees that have been taking place in the last 25 blocks since the halving. And do you have any comments on what's going on? I don't know if you're paying attention to the mempool.
I was not paying. Hi everyone, first of all, and I was not paying attention for last 25 blocks because I was sleeping. Yeah, I check how many blocks was left before halving, but I'm not following like all the transactions and what happening during the last 12 hours because I'm also participating for Token 2049 conference in Dubai, and there was a lot of like meeting after the conference. Quite busy time, but they also yesterday following in the memories about post ASIC development, early stages. I met also a couple of persons from old companies who was developing FPGA and post ASICs as well. And definitely we was not the single company who was developing the ASICs. In the early time, I think it was 3 companies who almost the same time was releasing the ASICs. It was Avalon, it was Eruptor, if you remember the Eruptor, and Bitfury as well. And some of the companies also trying to build the ASICs, they fail. Some of the companies like was successful during the short time. It's always a competition. It's never was easy. And you said I'm not participating for active mining. That's also not the correct one information. So I'm consulting a lot of the miners still. And right now I'm in position, then I own some shares of the miners. And I also checking what they're doing, how they're doing. Sometimes I'm advising them. I'm still in the mining, but main of my focus right now in high performance computing and AI. I like the subject because it's very aggressive, like Bitcoin, but I like Bitcoin with all my soul. And it's still like, I still believe in Bitcoin, and I'm thinking it will change quite a lot of things.
Well, just to give you a quick catch up, since the halving block, a new protocol called Runes has entered the system, which is trying to compete with BRC20 tokens and ordinals. And what we've had was the block subsidy got cut in half from 6 1/4 to 3 1/8, but fee subsidy has been between 10 and 25 Bitcoin every block since the halving. So we just got the 26th block since the halving, and it actually has the smallest amount of fees that added up to 13.5 Bitcoin plus the 3 Bitcoin subsidy, creating a reward to the miner of 16 Bitcoin in the block that just happened. And that is actually the smallest reward that you got in a block since the halving in the last 26 blocks. So there's been blocks for almost for over 25 Bitcoin, and almost every transaction is a rune transaction, which means that financial Bitcoin transactions for actual commerce or people moving it to themselves are not really happening right now because people have to pay $200 on average for a transaction.
Yeah, but you remember that's not first time then they get the I didn't want to call them spam transaction, but they're getting the long quay of transaction, and some people are paying like higher fees getting the first in the blocks. I think the possible explanation can be the mechanism of transaction acceleration, what the Unpool via BTC and BTC.com is supporting. So you can pay very low fee, but you can pay additional money to the mining pool using your credit card, Lightning, or in Bitcoins, and they will accelerate your transaction putting in the first order. So transaction acceleration was like invented or discovered in I think early 12, maybe SOTC. But most of the pool during like last 8 years was step by step implementing their own versions of transaction acceleration. And right now, I think some of the pool are even sharing the transaction acceleration between them, meaning if you pay for Antpool for your transaction acceleration, they can pay half of a fee for via BTC if the via BTC will accelerate the transaction in the first. It's kind of agreement between the pools. I saw there was discussion in the core developers mail list in 2016, 2017. And the final decision, and said what the Jimmy was left, because the Jimmy was part of that conversation as well. And they can ask Jimmy. The final decision was that's okay, because the pool can collect additional fee. They can accelerate some of the transaction that doesn't broke the Bitcoin protocol. But everything what happens with ordinals and everything what happens with rune, that's a different story. I think it was like flow in the protocol design, and that flow allowed to accelerate to put a lot of additional information and a lot of additional garbage and NFT and ordinals outside of a normal fee space, and that changing game quite seriously. For my point of view, I think if they use Bitcoin Cash or if they're using like Liquid, it will be much better for Bitcoin, because in result, we are seriously breaking the Bitcoin like the financial network, because people who are trying to transfer value should wait, and they doesn't have any other option how to get their transaction in the blockchain faster. That changes quite a lot, plus the ordinals, NFT, and even like posting non-Bitcoin related information using Bitcoin encoding any not financial information in Bitcoin transactions is also overloading blockchain, because the keeping them in the blockchain forever, taking a lot of space in the blockchain database. That's not a good direction from my point of view.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I have a question, and this is for anybody here. So, I hear a lot about how this non-financial information is going to clog up the blockchain, is going to disable it. It's a threat vector. And one of the things that I always think about, I try to think, from a macroeconomic standpoint, that if some idiots putting JPEGs and putting non-financial information can clog up the chain and render it very difficult for financial transactions to happen, isn't it conceivable that nation states at some point will just spam the blockchain and cause a risk vector? I mean, I always think about this, like, if this is truly a threat to Bitcoin, it's not just a threat from, idiots playing with JPEGs and worthless NFTs, right? It's a threat for a much broader issue, right? It's a broader issue because at some point, nation states can spam the blockchain. So I'm interested in anybody's thoughts on that. I mean, I don't really ever hear it presented like that. It's always presented like these goofballs are messing with non-financial information on the blockchain when, as you all know, right, those in power, when Bitcoin grows and continues to develop, they will use any lever they can to try to inhibit its growth, including plugging the blockchain with non-financial information. So I don't really care about like why they're doing it. I look at it from a standpoint, is this an actual risk vector that people aren't talking about enough? So I'll be interested in anyone's thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for Joe. It was really good question. So I'm thinking you're absolutely right when you're looking a little bit away from the macroeconomic perspective, because ordinals definitely also attract a lot of users for Bitcoin, and I think it's playing the good role. But technically, you can do them in the multiple ways, and if we evaluating the way how they are implemented from 9 to 0, meaning the 0 or 1 is the best implementation and 9 is the worst implementation. So they are somewhere at the 8. And technically you can do multiple things in the different way, but think once again, so the Bitcoin was designed especially for financial transactions. But in result, if you would like to encode any JPEG, you're spending a lot of the output space in encoding the information in the files, what was not designed for JPEGs. You're just wasting a lot of space. And how many people will use that JPEG lately? So how many people will access and check it? So it will be used like maybe 5, 10, 100 times. And then years, no one will even touch them, but they should keep it in the blockchain database. Like, it's meaning literally hundreds of thousands of the people will keep them on the full nodes on their hard drives. And each time then you are syncing financial information. So it's increasing the speed, it's decreasing the speed of search for historical transactions, wasting like space on the hard drive and impacting each transaction, directly impacting all transactions. And technically, I think, yeah, that's not the best way. And initially, even the ordinals, they are practically using the flow. It was not initially designed how to like use that space, and ordinals just using like backdoor, and that's also not a good point. But
yeah, so let me
like thinking people, like the developers, they can always like find a way how to find the balance between all the sides and implement it in more smart way. The side chains, drive chains, merge mining blockchains can contain all the ordinals, can contain all necessary information on the side chain. And that can be much useful and much more smarter technically way how to implement them.
Yeah, let me add to that as well. So Joe, so on that front, yes, it's a concern, but there's two factors here. So one is that I guess in a like what Saifedean points out, and even in his first book, that it'll get to a point where governments are not going to look to spam the chain. They're going to utilize the chain for their transactions. So it's in the game as a game theory. I mean, like, yes, they kind of want to fight it and destroy Bitcoin. And this is a way to destroy Bitcoin, but they don't care enough about Bitcoin to try and destroy Bitcoin with spam. And it'll come to a point where Bitcoin is more useful for governments to use the Bitcoin blockchain in a good way versus to try and kill it. That's one theory. And the other one, and the more likely one, is the Bitcoin core developers. They are being very hesitant about altering the code to prevent this type of spam. But if the government started attacking Bitcoin, everyone would be in line to change the code, right? Like, they're not going to be wishy-washy and saying, well, it's censorship and they have a point. And if the government was doing this, there would be changes and there would be massive consensus. There will be more consensus against the government than against, former Bitcoiners turning shitcoiners.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is that it's not just a government, right? It's the governments of the world. And I think the most likely way this all plays out is you have some governments that are sort of on the forefront. We have one already, right? There would be more. If you had Russia or other major countries, I could see a scenario where you have major nations or developed nations in the Western world saying we're going to spam the hell of the blockchain to cripple our enemies' economies who have pivoted to Bitcoin. In other words, I don't think it's going to be uniform where all the governments of the world are either against it and all are for it. I think it'll probably be, you have some that come that are for it, and then the ones that are not will use this as an attack vector. So to me, I think it should be framed in that way. If it truly is an attack vector, it's not just about JPEGs. It's not just about idiots doing things with the chain they could do on any other number of different mediums. It's really about, like, this spam issue is at some point will likely be an attack.
Joe, what I think it's worth pointing out is that, what we're watching today, this isn't exactly a denial of service attack on Bitcoin. What we're watching today is a speculation event where people are investing into something because they have an expectation of that thing increasing in value over time. To address what Alex said earlier, the reason why people are willing to spend money in order to inscribe a JPEG into a UTXO, it's not for the aesthetic value of that JPEG. It's because they have an expectation of it increasing value over time. Thereby, they're willing to pay exorbitant transaction fees today in order to get custody of a particular UTXO. Government incentives are not aligned in that way.
I hear it, but there's been spam attacks before, right? Roger Ver and others were spamming the chain in years past, right? Other private actors have spammed the chain to try to prove a point. I mean, so I get your point. Like, they're using it as a speculative means, and that's well taken. But spamming is an attack vector that is not talked about enough, in my opinion. And I wish people would talk about it more, because I think it's one of the easiest ways to attack Bitcoin.
Let me throw one more thing at you on that, right? So it's becoming more and more expensive to spam Bitcoin. Ordinals and this thing with runes. So right now, like $1 million a block is being spent. It's already come down. Now it's like 500,000 a block. And even for a government, even for a major government, they're going to have to justify this spending, right? Like, you're more into trusting the government than I am a little bit, right? And even I believe that the government, other than the CIA black budget, in general, the U.S. budget is, I mean, it's pretty transparent. Like, we see the budget, and we see how they argue over $1 million if it goes to, like, school spending or education, right? They're kind of throwing billions at Ukraine, but it's all going to the Defense Department and under the guise of creating jobs, so they can kind of get away with printing or however they're going to monetize billions of dollars to Ukraine under the guise of, Putin is going to move his tanks over the Atlantic into London somehow, right? But in this case, like, how the hell is even like the Russian government or the Chinese government gonna justify spending $1 million every 10 minutes attacking the Bitcoin blockchain? Like, I just don't see it.
To
And
mine
what it
one
boils down to, you
block
need
and
Bitcoin to attack Bitcoin, right?
Whoa, wait, well, one at a time, one at a time. Some of that, like, raise your hand who was speaking because I couldn't figure out. Who
sorry for that. Someone just will mine one more block, as Andreas Antonopoulos said, and they will hard fork the chain, you know, and everybody will reject this chain, and it will be another shitcoin, another Bitcoin fork. It will cost a lot of money. Absolutely true. And everyone will reject it. Who will accept fat coin?
Well, no, but we're not talking about that, right? We're not talking about fat coin. We're talking about federal government using their resources to spam and
spam attack.
Yeah, spam attack. That's not really a fork, but again, that
1%
government.
attack.
But
no,
that's not a fork. It's a completely different. But that government would still have to, like, eventually, right? Like, look, they can do it for a day, they can do it for 2 days, but doing it for 2 months straight, when Roger Ver was doing it, it was very, very cheap. Like, Roger Ver cannot spam Bitcoin today. He just can't. It's too expensive. Now, yes, a major government can do it, but they can do it for a day, they can do it for a week, but even if they try to do it for a month, they're going to have to justify why they're doing it to its people. And in order to justify to its people, they're going to expose the fact that Bitcoin endangers their system, right? So it's like a double-edged sword. In order for them to spam it, they're going to have to explain why they're spamming it, why they're trying to kill it, and that exposes how their government's weak. And that's why it's unlikely the government will try and do it.
I see. I have something to say, but I see World of Rusty has his hand up, so why don't we go to him?
Yeah. I was just going to say, someone made a point of it before as well. You need Bitcoin to be able to make a Bitcoin transaction. So if governments are buying Bitcoin, then bullish, they can, give it a crack.
And Ilya, I think you wanted to comment on this as well, or maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that's the one that I squeezed in that Rust picked up on. I said you need Bitcoin in order to spend Bitcoin, right? You either need to accumulate it over time in order to have enough to sustain to produce a sustained attack, right? Or you need to be buying it in real time and drive the fees up. I'm personally, the way that I understand the ecosystem and the interconnection of different levers, that's not a concern that I have.
Not if you're paying the miners out of band with fiat.
Gordon Einstein has joined us. Another person currently in Dubai. I will probably see you at the end of next week.
Can you hear me or not?
Gordon, say something.
Hello, testing.
Yep, we got you.
No, I said we missed you during our floods.
I know. Look, I already canceled 2 flights to Dubai. Like, if some shit happens on Sunday and I have to cancel 1 more flight, I'm done. Maybe I'll come back in October. I mean, it's been a very frustrating week.
I know. But we got a guest room waiting for you if you want it.
Nice.
Really? Yeah. But I'm joining you guys late. I'm on a different time zone, and my mom's visiting. But this is a fascinating conversation. I don't think I've actually heard about this spamming issue before. And
well, this is what I've been.
I think you're a little bit blasé about the amount of money that governments are willing to spend, or their need to document what they're doing to the public. And a lot of that happens after the fact, not in the moment. So I'm just catching with the tail end of the conversation, but I'm not sure governments are quite as restrained as you just made out.
Sorry, Gordon. I just want to. Oops, my camera dropped. Hey, I want to talk about this, Tone. So if there is a war with China or Russia or any other country, right, there is military appropriations that get passed very quickly, and it's just a black box, right? We're going to spend X amount of dollars, trillions amount of dollars to go to war with a hostile foreign power, right? That money can be converted in real time to cripple a financial network. It has been converted already, we know, for cyber warfare. And I don't see how that money couldn't easily be transmitted into Bitcoin if there aren't already Bitcoin reserves that the US government would have to launch this type of attack, paralyzing an economy. And you got to remember, in a PSYOP, right, what you're effectively doing is you're trying to show this technology that a foreign government is placing its faith in does not work. So you don't need more than just a couple of weeks where you can grind the economy of a foreign country that has embraced Bitcoin to a halt to send the message, which would effectively be, this doesn't work. We can't rely on this because we can't get a transaction process because we're paying $300, per transaction in fees. So I don't think it takes as much money as you're thinking. And I think it can easily get appropriated if a country that is not the United States embraced Bitcoin fully.
I mean, I think we're still missing $100 billion from Iraq. We flew in our pallets of cash, which, by the way, are now being faked in Lebanon, and they're all over the Middle East. I mean, if the argument is the governments don't have the money to spend, especially the governments that have the ability to print their money, I don't think that's convincing. But thanks for having me on the
points. Those are good points. Gordon, I don't know if you ever crossed paths with Joe Carlasare. You guys are both lawyers.
No, I haven't had the pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Likewise, thank you. So, what did I miss besides the halving? What's the controversy of the moment?
Well, every single the Bitcoin mining subsidy got cut in half from 6.25 Bitcoin down to 3 1/8. And the big thing was, okay, how many miners are gonna be in trouble the moment that happens? But this protocol runes, I don't know if you've heard of it, came in on the halving block, and we're now 27 blocks since the halving, and each block has had over 10 Bitcoin in mining fees per block, with some blocks having over 20 Bitcoin in mining fees alone. So basically right now, the miners that mine a block are earning as much Bitcoin as they did 12 years ago.
That's great. Do you think that the runes are fulfilling the basic purpose of Bitcoin?
Well, monetary transactions are barely coming through right now, and all transactions are actually rune transactions. Now, unlike ordinals and BRC20s, rune transactions do not spam the block, right? So the complaint that Bitcoiners had with ordinals was that the transaction was very data heavy, and it was creating these unreasonably heavy blocks, which was super annoying. But these transactions, they're not data heavy. They're just fee heavy because people are trying to mint these runes by paying exorbitant fees. And right now, these transactions are driving out economic transactions. So we'll see how long this keeps going. But in the last block, I mean, it's definitely slowing down. But the 27th block still had $800,000 in fees.
And it's a philosophical question, and I imagine that other people on the show are more qualified to answer than I am. But even if the rune, I admit that the runes jacking up the fees for the miners is good. But do you think that that's good for the network as a whole, or Bitcoin adoption, or what Bitcoin should be doing?
I think this is bad for the network. That's my opinion. Driving out economic transactions for transactions that make miners more money I personally don't like it. Now, as Jimmy Song believes, this is financially non-sustainable and it's going to go away sooner than later. I agree with him, maybe not on the sooner than later part. I'm curious how it's going to look on Monday. If we're going into Monday and, there's usually, I don't know, 3,000 to 4,000 transactions in a block. And if like 95% of them have to do with runes and only 5% of them have to do with legit economic activity, And by legit, I don't mean like, you know, like
You
actual
mean like
economic
ransomware?
activity. Yeah, sure. Still economic activity. And I think it's a problem. Like I would rather have like miners drop off the network and having less hash rate at the moment, but more economic transactions going through.
Hey, Tone.
I just got to point in, my mom is visiting Dubai for the first time ever. She didn't know I was on a Zoom. This is my mom visiting me from Los Angeles.
Mom.
So she's here to celebrate the halving with me. Mom, Bitcoin is getting produced at half the rate of yesterday. And this happens once every 4 years. Wow. And these are the like Bitcoin OGs. Wow. And this is my buddy Tone Bays. I've known him for years. I actually met him up with him in Georgia. So anyways, you're no easy.
Hello from Los Angeles.
Hey guys, thanks for. She's back in. Okay, anyway, so look, well here, let me frame the question differently. Do you think it's suppose that runes stick around and they dominate the scene for a while? Do you think that's going to push traffic to Lightning?
Well, it's going to push a lot of action to Lightning, but remember, you still have to make an on-chain Bitcoin transaction to open your Lightning channel. So it suddenly becomes opening your Lightning channels super expensive. Also endangers some of the businesses that don't rely on Lightning. It does create some issues. Now, I've been like for probably 5 years or more now, been pushing like the Bitcoin community to do a better job promoting the liquid sidechain where this shit should be built upon, but no one has been listening to me or promoting it because the Bitcoin maxis took the position, this shit doesn't belong in Bitcoin, period. So why are we gonna, you know, promote it onto a sidechain if it doesn't belong?
But that's a losing argument. That's a losing argument because people want it on the base chain, right? That people will pay the premium for the rare sats and all this other crap because they want to say it's on the base chain. So I don't think you can persuade someone to that because it's like, I want the prestige. They desire the prestige of it being on the base chain. People pay a premium for that.
Right, but Joe, if the narrative 5-6 years ago, like when Ethereum was starting out or like getting into its heyday when a liquid sidechain was launched, if the narrative had shifted to promoting the liquid sidechain, I'm picking on the liquid sidechain because it is my favorite of the sidechains, but it doesn't have to be the liquid sidechain. If there was a bigger push explaining how much better the liquid sidechain is over Ethereum and over Solana, then there wouldn't have been this need to get it onto the base chain. People would have been happy that they're still on the Bitcoin overall ecosystem within a side chain while still, you know, improving Bitcoin adoption because they're not spamming the main chain. It's this like pushback, right? Because a lot of Bitcoiners were so anti non-Bitcoin economic activity that they got pushback. Well, if you don't want it this much, here, we're going to ram it into the main chain. Had they been more open to this stuff on a side chain, there wouldn't have been this pushback to piss them off even more. Like I think this would have been a happy medium.
Oh, and that's a good point in that people aren't concerned about transacting on the Ethereum base layer. They're perfectly happy to be transacting on whatever side chain they can. You know, so it's an argument. Basically, it's an argument in favor of your argument, I think.
Oh, well, hang on, Mark, because, you know, Coinbase launched this base chain. I don't know if you've heard about this. I've got some clients that have been messing around with it. And the base chain still has lower volume. It's supposed to be an Ethereum layer 2, right? It still has significantly lower volume than Ethereum itself in terms of some of these tokens. And it actually cannot compete with the tokens being minted on Solana. So even in the sense of Ethereum, where you have a push from Coinbase, which pioneered this out of their lab, they're trying to push it, they're on their users, there's a ton of effort to sort of coalesce around a layer 2 to minimize fees and port people into the casino of shitcoins. They still can't get people on the layer 2 because people want to interact with the base chain. So I don't know if I fully agree with that. I'm interested in your point of view, though.
So is this what's going on? Is this a spam attack, or is this a miner subsidy to get them through the growing pains of the halving?
Oh, it's definitely not a miner subsidy. These people don't give two shits about miners.
But it wasn't. It was premeditated. It was clearly going to be released on the halving, like literally on the first block.
Yeah, it was going to be released. It was going to be released on the halving block, but it wasn't. I mean, yeah, it helps the miners, but that's not the main reason why it was created. It just happened to be launched on that block. It's a recent thing. They had to pick a launch day, so they launched it on this particular block. I don't think it had anything to do with helping the miners. It certainly helps the miners.
But I think you said earlier it gets exposure. It gets them exposure. Like otherwise, no one would be talking about this if it happened.
And we knew ruins were coming. We knew ruins were coming weeks ahead of time. This is not a surprise. I mean, maybe the amount of money was a surprise, but we knew this was coming. This was not a shock.
Right.
Which relates back to Tone's point about the lightning channels, etc. Obviously, a couple of months in advance, we knew that this project was going to be launched, which will drive fees one way or another. And secondly, once it's here, I think, again, my understanding of ruins is a little vague, but I think now is the issuance period, right? Which happens from now, started with the first block after the halving. And the issuance period is not indefinite. It's going to be short, which so the fees that they drive, while they might contribute, the ruins activity may continue to drive fees. The issuance period is done, so I would say that the fee impact should subside reasonably quickly.
Yeah. So my comments about the rune. I was asked like 2 days ago about the Epic Satoshi. It's the same way like in Ordinals is evaluating some Satoshi as very high costly because the Oniku, the people create ruin project just to get the Satoshi from the halvening, and they call them Epic Satoshi. And I think it can be just splitting and reselling event. And recently, like Ilya said, so I think in one or 2 months, all the story will be decreased in the volume, maybe even forgotten for years. But right now, yeah, that's a high activity, and no one was planning it like just to increase the amount of fees paid for Bitcoiners, for Bitcoin miners, or just to pay high fee. I think it's just hype, like happens all the time.
So this is a completely off-topic observation, but on the day of the halving, Bitcoin is 8x the price of the prior halving.
It's relevant.
I've been listening in the background and kind of want to step in here a minute. I do think Tone hit it on the nail on the head when he suggested the liquid network. And I think the example you need to go to is when we were on the gold standard, very few people owned gold. It just, you didn't need it because it was the standard. And I think a lot of the problem that the Bitcoin community has is distinguishing between Bitcoin as the standard and Bitcoin as the commodity. And there's a huge difference. You can tie things to Bitcoin. You can actually create non-inflationary money using Bitcoin as long as it's self-liquidating commercial paper. That is not inflationary. You increase the supply, but it also liquidates itself as the new goods coming in the market is reduced. So it's it was a self-liquidating feature. That's how commercial banking developed. It actually developed in the free market after the Civil War.
And Ugly, the reason why the gold standard eventually failed was not because transaction fees were high. That's not why the gold standard failed. The reason why the gold standard failed eventually was because it was impossible to run a gold node, and that's what I think. That's what my worry is on the spam attacks. It's not the transaction fees. I think the discussion about transaction fees is actually a distraction. My
Actually,
concern
I
is,
think it was destroyed not because of the node. It was destroyed because it was nationalized.
yeah, it was
And
nationalized
the
because
Federal
you couldn't
Reserve
run nodes.
adopted the gold standard, and I don't think this node stuff. It worked fine without nodes. The problem came when you nationalized it.
Ugly, but that's what motorist means. Like the U.S. government became the single node. It became centralized with the U.S. government holding almost all of the world's gold. Hence, the U.S. government ran the node.
And I'm not too
If
worried
that's what
about
you mean, I would
long
agree.
term.
I just want to make it
Oh.
simple. It was a nationalization, but how are you going to nationalize Bitcoin? It's going to be, you're making it a lot easier when you're when you create an ETS and you put it in your IRAs. You're nationalizing it now. You're destroying the unconfiscatability for the average person.
Hey guys, I have to wrap this up soon. I've been on for almost 11 hours, and
Bro. You know, so funny. I chatted you last night before all this, went to bed, and I woke up and I'm like, he can't possibly still be on. I mean, that'd be insane. How much time all that? So, but here you are. Epic.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tone.
I tried to leave and notice I didn't, so I'm still here. I've been just been listening in the background and
yeah,
had to step
actually,
in.
Ugly, actually turned off your camera because you were kind of falling asleep there. So you're off camera right now, just so you know.
Yeah, I know that. That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, Tone, I got a question for you, Tone. Why do you think the public miners have been the equities have been performing so poorly?
That's
I'm
a
just
great
curious.
question. Phoenix, you were saying something as well before I answer it?
Oh, I was just confirming if I could be heard. Before you go, I want to screen share something, but it's just a novelty thing. So go ahead. The other guy was talking. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna give it a shot. Honestly, I think it's all speculation. I bet you the mining stocks are gonna be up so much on Monday. I think it's now I regret not holding Bitfarms at the moment because I think the expectation was that a lot of miners might go out of business or suddenly their revenue gets cut in half. But with these fees, the miners are going to make a lot of money. So I think we'll see the miners go up on Monday. I think it was basically investors very concerned over miner profitability when your revenue gets cut in half. So
well, Tom, this was the contrarian question I asked you on one of your live streams. I said, isn't it a good time to buy mining stocks right before the halving when everyone else thinks that they're going out of business? They're going to be on a super discount. So this is the contrarian play that I was thinking of, but you didn't agree with it.
Yeah, I was clearly I was wrong.
There is a really good point. I was a couple of times was asked, like in analysts who better understand the blockchain and also understanding the stock and value papers market. And people who are trading and buying right now, mining stocks, they really doesn't understand how all blockchain and Bitcoin is working. They doesn't understand what is halving and how it will impact. And right now they are really in position. Then they are trying to get into the new business, and understanding of the business is only like 10 or 20%. They are trying to trade the stocks of the mining companies in the same way like they are trading the stocks of any like existing businesses prior, based on their reports. Then the mining companies is publishing their reports. They like dropping in price or increasing in price, but this is definitely not the way how the stocks of the mining companies will work. And during the time, I think the performance and the price and even the volumes of the mining stock companies will grow up quite seriously.
Hey, Tone, check this out. I was looking at CLSK. As very potentially being in distribution and coming way down here. And I'm holding some of this, and I didn't sell it, mostly because I was too busy, because I think I might have sold it on this, but this now might actually be a spring, because look what happened right here. This is not what you would expect from distribution. Is this move up right here? So now, right? So just thankfully, because I was too busy to pay attention, I didn't have a chance to sell, and I didn't even realize that this bounce had taken place this week. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens. So now I'm going to take a look at this. This could actually be an accumulation pattern. I mean, this is all subjective because they all play out completely differently. However, this right there is a perfect spring, perfect bear trap, perfect spring in accumulation, and then it jumped the creek right here.
Hey, look at Riot.
So yeah, Mark. So Clean Spark has been like, the outperformer. They've done really well compared to the others. What do the others look like? What's your take on the Hot
Are those
Eight?
Mark? Are those after hours numbers? Sorry to jump in, Joe. Are those after hours numbers? That Riot went up huge. Looks like.
Actually, I don't know because I wasn't looking at the close. I was.
No. Usually there is no after hours on Friday.
I think this is just how the week closed, right? The bullish engulfing. So it's leading everybody. This is kind of like a nice little, I don't know, bump and run type thing coming out of here, but they're all lagging. Riot is lagging. This again, look at this, a perfect spring right there. That's a perfect bull trap because you're going to short this or you're just going to get out right there. That's really key. That's really key support. So maybe come fill this gap, come back up here. I don't know, but CLSK is definitely leading. There's Bitfarm. So this is a nice little, let me see if I can get it clean on 4 hour.
Mark, what's your best estimate here? Do you think the miners outperform Bitcoin over the next 6 months?
No, actually, that is something I've been meaning to delve into. I think that the miners outperform Bitcoin leading into the halving, but I think Bitcoin might outperform them. But that's one. I usually dig into stuff like that, and it's something I've been meaning.
Well, it's been the opposite though, right? Bitcoin has outperformed the miners going into the halving.
Yeah, except like if I go back to CLSK here,
it depends where you start your.
I'm looking at if I kind of go back to the bear market lows, we've got CLSK like 1,200% from.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like the Riots, the Maras. Like, I mean, they're not up 1,200%, are they?
No, let's see what Riot is. Well, I mean, they had a nice run right here. 500%. That's pretty good. But yeah, currently Riot is about 175. So it's nowhere near what Bitcoin is. But I was just.
Well, I got another question for you. With MicroStrategy down almost 50% from its peak, if Bitcoin starts to go up again, will MicroStrategy outperform Bitcoin over the next 6 months?
That's a good question because that has been used as kind of like a leveraged play, right? So it's correcting that. I've got this marked as a Fibonacci somewhere. Right here. That's a perfect reversal area if it does reverse.
Can you zoom in? I can't see the prices.
The price is 11.
No, but can you just zoom in? Yeah.
Right here.
And which Fibonacci line is that? 50%?
886. That's like, so this
86.
Well, yeah, so this Fibonacci was taken from from this it's an extension. It's from this high down to this low right here. So it got topped right at the 1.68 right here.
Can you put a Fibonacci from the low to the high?
Yeah. From which low? This low?
No,
Or-
no, the low.
Yeah. Low to the high, it's dropped right in between the 382 and the 5. Kind of in no man's land there.
All right. Well, I don't like the 5, but if it happens to fall down to 61, what price is that? 1,000? That would potentially be a very interesting area.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. Here's the pattern in Bitcoin. So this topped at the 1.8 from this macro cycle. The 1.618 on Bitcoin is a buy, which currently sits at 100,000. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. But so here's the 1.618 right here. I've got it highlighted because that's a dip. Usually what happens is the price comes up here, sells off, makes a strong run, and then right here is a dip. There's never been a case where that hasn't been a dip for Bitcoin. Let's see, right here, dip right there. So we got a drop from 41 down to 28, and that was right to the 1.618. And then back here, here's 1.618. We got a dip right to it right there. 1800. This is going all the way back to 16. Every single cycle has seen Bitcoin push through that. You know, it's got these 2 Fibonacci's to go through, and it's got to pick up the all-time high. And then it's going to come up. Well, I don't know what it's going to do, but historically, it pops up here, and 100K is the dip. And then I'll start looking at some of these other extensions after that. So Tone, it's the 2. So to get above your 200K range, it has to clear the 3.618 right here. Right there. It's 200.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, Phoenix Crypto, you wanted to show something on screen share because I am going to be wrapping this up in a minute.
Hold on, before we go. So this is
Mark, you muted yourself somehow.
right here. So all I did was kind of imprint this double top here, just to see what the heck it would look like if Bitcoin made another run like this. But I do think, I personally think we're going to see a double top like this. We're going to see the monthly. If we look, we've never seen. So Bitcoin has never put in a top with the monthly RSI below 90. But there are lower highs, lower high, lower high, lower high. So maybe we might see a lower high here at around 88. But that is typically an initial top. So I think we could see this might drop down here, test this EMA, come up here, price could come up here, drop, and then I think we might see a secondary, which will put divergence on the monthly, and then we'll be done.
Yeah, well, Mark, but that again, I can't see your prices because they're too small. But
Right.
that's like millions of dollars, no?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking too. I'm just showing what happened, what it would look like if Bitcoin reproduced this exact play.
Yeah, I can't see that happening. I can see.
No, but what I do think could happen is maybe up to 150, maybe, and then that's top one, a nice correction, and then coming up closer to your more bullish targets. I'm just seeing the potential for something like, not like this, but more but more like what we saw back here, just not as extreme of a move. Just
right.
what I'm seeing with the RSI.
All right, Mark, you gotta come off screen share. We're gonna be saying goodbye to Alex Petrov. He needs to get going, and we're gonna start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
If you've done anything off, but it's been epic. I'm
Circles.
happy to see you, and you're amazing, and your endurance is crazy. 11 hours. So, peace, my friend. See you in Dubai.
Yeah, see you.
All right. Wait. Mark, you're still on screen share. I can probably end it for you, but oh, there you go. All right. All right. Let's wrap it up. Final thoughts from anyone? Go ahead, Hamster.
Wait, well, my final thoughts are, Tony, did you really go 11 hours, not make it to 12? Is that, you're not gonna get it to 12? I mean, come on.
No, I mean, like, our views are coming down. No one else is joining. I think it's time to call it a night. I know, if only the halving was earlier, right? Like, had I started this at like maybe 11 a.m., it would have been easier to go into, 1 to 2 a.m., but it's almost 2 a.m.
Okay, so before we go, unconfiscatable this year, what day is it? Because I have to block this off. I will be there 100%.
September 16th.
Okay, I'm in. That's great. I'm going to book my ticket. And the poker tournament. Who won last year, by the way? I have no idea. Who won the poker tournament?
Oh,
I
he
don't
was
want
on
to
the
dox
stream.
anybody.
No,
Was he?
He was on the stream. Timo, last minute edition. He's a miner out of Paraguay. And my friend Jeff Wade came in second.
Yeah, I went and played poker tonight. It was great. Didn't win, but still a fun time. I'm looking forward to this unconfiscatable. It's awesome. Why did you move it to September as opposed to later? Just to other conflicts?
It was kind of cold in December, and also like people are burnt out with too many Bitcoin events by December, and nobody wants to go anywhere. I'm also scaling it down a little bit smaller. It'll be more like a fun hangout. You'll have a good time, Joe.
Can't wait. It's gonna be good.
Hey, Tone, can I do a screen share for just a second? I took a picture of a license plate on my way over here today. It was so fitting because I was listening to the screen or to the stream all day, and I took this picture about 2 hours ago in the car in front of me. And I wanted to reach out the window and I wanted to yell out the window.
But it's a Kia.
But,
No, that's a plaintiff's attorney. That's a plaintiff's attorney. Accidentlawgroup.com. Who the hell is that? Accident Law
but
Group.
I didn't yell at him because in Arizona everyone carries guns, so I wasn't about to.
I would suggest not hiring that attorney.
And he's not, he's an attorney who does not.
Maybe it's in cell signal, by the way. For sure.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, no, thanks for sharing that. Hamster, crypto comments, you guys, final thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the things which Mark shared in like real quick. He might like it. So here's the long-term price chart in BTC, right, with all the corrections we're seeing. And I wouldn't go too deep into it, but there's a lot of geometrical beauty in it with all the like down channels going downside and the upwarding channel. And you would expect, and of course the like cycles being aligned pretty well, but you'd expect the price increment with every new cycle being smaller. So meaning that the slope here is bigger, the slope here is lower, and with the capitalization going up, the price is hard to move. So the new cycle should be something like this. So you're flattening out, and it's getting to saturated kind of space. However, if you consider the new capital coming, maybe from, let's assume that there's this ETF thing is really crucial, and new capital with respect to the capitalization size is somehow similar to the capital size which was somewhere like here, or maybe even before, then you may expect that this is a very start of the last leg of the S-curve. So instead of going like this to the saturation, it may go something like this. And then you have those $1.5 million per Bitcoin. Of course, it's a lot of stretch and it's more of a fantasy, but just wanted to share that. Thank you, guys. And yeah, we are wrapping up. So thanks a lot for the stream and thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Look at Microsoft and Berkshire Hathaway. Look at their charts. They make that same pattern, and Bitcoin is following it. Maybe by 2030, maybe I'm thinking 2035 is kind of when I have a timeline for like uber bullish prices. Following,
there you go. There you go.
Berkshire. They're the only two stocks I've seen that are forming this pattern.
Guys, take a look at that. Keep buying, and buy the dips because we are in a bull market. That's for sure. And
yeah, prices
we can go lower.
Prices rising.
Really.
All right, Greeny, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Of course, we can go lower. If we do that, I think we need to watch this 54 range level we mentioned before, or maybe even this level. But for now, it's looking bullish. So maybe we can fall, but later we can do some pump now. I don't really know because it can be sell the halving event, you know, but it is a short-term volatility. It doesn't mean anything if you hodling like in years or decades, you know. It's gonna be a straight line in the end. It's gonna be like something like this as usual. So don't miss this. Don't miss this rocket ship, guys.
Joe, we'll take a look at the miners post-halving. I'll take a look at the miners post-halving, but I think Bitcoin's going to win that race.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would be exciting, right? Bitcoin outperforming the miners here would be really, I couldn't, I mean, to me, you know, in a bull market, right, the miners, I would expect them to traditionally be overperforming, but the fact that they're not, it just tells me that there is a ton of capital that just wants Bitcoin. They want to have Bitcoin. They don't want to have miners. They don't want to have derivatives. They don't want to have other exposure through it. They don't want proxies. They want Bitcoin, which to me, I'll just say this as my final thought here. Sorry, Tone. I still think all these models are kind of ridiculous when within 5-10 years, you could very easily have most developed countries enacting UBI. And I think that's far more likely than people think. So, you know, put all the models out you want. But to me, in Tone, we have to have a conversation about long-term U.S. economic growth and political catastrophe. I think that you think is coming. I think that, you know, from the standpoint of the developed world as a whole, you're going to get massive amounts of fiscal spending over the next 10 years, and that just makes me so bullish on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So Tony, again, you helped us all jump down many rabbit holes. You've been leading the way for many years and teaching so many people. We're always appreciative of that. I've learned so much just following you, probably since around early 2017, I think, probably.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mark. Yeah, I know you and I go back a little while. And all right, finally, Ugly, and then Ilya, and then we'll call it a day.
Oh, I don't have much to say, except I think there's a pretty good likelihood we're going to test 40,000. So I'm the only one that's saying that, but I've always been contrary anyway. So I think we've got some major structural problems in Bitcoin. I might be wrong. Tone, I listened to you the other day. You did something about why you didn't go to Dubai. My goodness, I think you're a prophet. When I looked at it, I thought he must be reading Revelation or something, because I think you called it right on the geopolitical system. I can't believe, I mean, I haven't listened to you for a long time. I've been kind of out of it, but I got into, man, drive at that. I thought that was a great program, and I thought you hit the nail on the head on that one again too. So congratulations, man. I don't know how
Awesome.
you do it.
Thanks. Well, I am going to Dubai on Monday night, and I land there on Tuesday night, their time. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, hopefully China and Russia doesn't invade the Middle East by then, so you'll be okay.
Yeah. All right, Ilya, final word.
Certainly. First of all, thank you, Tom, for bringing me on to join the stream. I enjoyed it. I think the reason to celebrate today is because nothing's really happening in Bitcoin, right? It tick-tock next block. It's working as it's designed. The miners are producing blocks every 10 minutes, give or take a little bit. And that's just the variance that the system certainly is designed to handle. The price will do what the price will do. The traders are here that will continue trading. The miners are here plugging away, hashing away. So I think that's the primary reason to celebrate, that this is boring Bitcoin continues to be working without a glitch.
All right, that's good. All right, guys, thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining, everybody for joining. We've probably had over 50 people come through the stream. We are wrapping up, almost made it to 11 hours, so that's pretty good. Probably the second longest stream. And we're hit another halving. Looks like the miners are doing well. And let's have an awesome 4 years. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I know there were some super chats. I didn't really acknowledge them. I'll try and give some shout outs on my next stream. And I'll probably take in the rest of the weekend off and see everyone Monday morning. We may do Twitter Spaces. I'm not sure. I'll figure out tomorrow when I wake up. All right, guys. See you all on the next one.
Peace. Cheers.